The grand piano didn't last much longer. The movers came for it one Monday morning. They had to take it out piece by piece. Yonkind and I gave them a hand. First they put up a regular hoist over the window. They had trouble getting the piano through. All morning they were tinkering with ropes and pulleys in the living room. They lowered the big crate down to the veranda overlooking the garden. I can still see that big black cupboard rising into the air over the view. As soon as they started in, Nora went down to town. She stayed out the whole time. Maybe she had a call to make. She'd put on her best dress. She didn't get back until late. She was very pale. The old geezer didn't come home until 8 o'clock, just in time for dinner. He'd been doing that for several days. After dinner he went up to his room. He'd stopped shaving. He didn't even wash. He was filthy. He smelled very sour. He sat down beside me. He began to eat, but he didn't finish. He began to poke around in his pants, in the folds, in the cuffs. He pulled up his dressing gown. He looked all through his pockets. He was trembling all over. He belched a few times. He yawned. He grumbled. Finally he found his piece of paper. It was another letter, registered this time. This was at least the 10th we'd received from my father since Christmas. I never answered. Merriwin didn't either. What was there to say? He opens it. He shows it to me. I read it just to be on the safe side. I waded through pages and pages. It was copious and thoroughly documented. I start all over again. It was a formal order to return home. It was nothing new for them to bawl me out, far from it. But this time there was a ticket, an honest-to-God ticket home via Folkestone. My father was beside himself. We knew his letters. The others had been almost the same, desperate, complaining, full of hooey and threats. After reading them, the old geezer piled them up in a special box. He filed them very carefully by date and subject. He took them all up to his room. He shook his head a little and blinked. There was no call for him to comment. He kept all the letters on file, that was enough. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, and all the applesauce. Still, this was a new kind of ultimatum. This time there was a ticket. I only had to pack up and leave. Time to be going, son. Next week it would be. The month was almost up. My account was closed. Nora didn't seem to know what was going on. She was completely absorbed, absent. The old geezer wanted her to know. He shouted loud enough to wake her up. She came up from her daydream. Yonkind began to bawl. Suddenly she jumped up and looked through the box. She wanted to read the letter again. She deciphered it out loud. I have no further illusions about the future you hold in store for us. Alas, we have had only too many occasions to experience all the ferocity, all the wickedness of your instincts, your terrifying selfishness. We all of us know your taste for idleness and dissipation, your well-nigh monstrous appetite for luxury and pleasure. We know what to expect. We realize that no amount of gentleness, no amount of affection will ever check or diminish your unbridled, implacable impulses. It seems to me that in that respect we have done our utmost, tried everything, and now we are at the end of our rope. There is nothing more we can do. We can spend no more of our slender resources trying to save you from your fate. We can only trust in God. In this last letter I wish to warn you as a father, as a friend, for the last time before your homecoming, to put you on your guard before it is too late, against any useless bitterness, any surprise and futile rebellion at the fact that in the future you must count on yourself alone, Ferdinand. On yourself alone. Count on us no longer, I implore you, for your daily keep, your subsistence. Your mother and I are at the end of our tether. There is nothing more we can do for you. We are literally collapsing under the weight of our liabilities, both old and recent, on the brink of old age, our health, already undermined by continual anguish, back-breaking toil, reverses, perpetual worry, privations of all kinds, is failing, breaking. We are in extremis, my dear boy. Materially speaking, we have nothing left. Of the small sum we received from your grandmother, nothing remains, absolutely nothing, not a sou. On the contrary, we have gone into debt, under what circumstances you are well aware. The 2 houses in Asnières are mortgaged to the hilt. In her business, in the Passage, your mother is faced with new difficulties, which I presume to be insurmountable. A change in the styles, an absolutely unforeseen caprice of fashion, has just annihilated our prospects of a relatively successful season. All our hopes have been shattered. For once in our lives we took a chance, at great expense, by scrimping on all our expenses and even on our food. We laid in a large stock of Irish boleros last winter, and then suddenly, without the slightest warning indication, our customers' taste took a radical swing. They began literally to shun this item in favor of other styles, other whims. It is beyond understanding. Destiny seems to have conspired against our frail bark. It seems likely that your mother will be unable to get rid of a single one of her boleros, not at any price. She is now trying to convert them into lampshades for the new electrical appliances. Futile efforts. How long can this go on? Where are we headed? For my part, at La Coccinelle, I am subjected every day to the subtle, perfidious, treacherous attacks of a cabal of young clerks who have recently been taken on. Endowed with high university degrees, some of them have their masters, taking advantage of their influence with the director, of their family ties and social connections, of their modern upbringing, a well-nigh total absence of scruples. These ambitious young men have a crushing advantage over mere rank-and-file employees like myself. No doubt they will succeed, and very quickly, it appears, not only in getting ahead of us, but in ousting us altogether from our modest positions. Without wishing to take too dark a view, it is only a question of months. On that score it is impossible to harbor any illusions. For my part, I am trying to hold my own as long as possible, without losing all dignity and self-respect. I am doing my best to minimize the chances and risks of a scandal whose consequences I dread, all the consequences. I control myself, I restrain myself, I contain myself to avoid any possibility of a scene, a skirmish. Unfortunately, I am not always successful. In their misguided zeal, these young opportunists provoke me deliberately. I have become the target, the butt of their malice. I feel pursued by their plots, their sarcasms, their incessant jibes. They amuse themselves at my expense. Why? I am lost in conjectures. Is it the mere fact of my existence? As you can imagine, this persistent hostility, their very presence, is bitterly painful to me. Moreover, all things considered, I feel myself defeated in advance in this contest of smoothness, skullduggery, and malice. What weapons have I to defend myself with? Without a fortune or family, with nothing more to my credit than a record of service, honestly, scrupulously rendered La Coccinelle over a period of 22 consecutive years, my blameless conscience, my perfect probity, my meticulous and unswerving sense of duty, what have I to expect? Obviously the worst. This ample inventory of sincere virtues will, I fear, be counted rather against me than to my credit on the day when my accounts are settled. Of that, my dear son, I have a clear presentiment. If my position proves untenable, as it is rapidly becoming, if I am discharged once and for all, any pretext will do. There is more and more talk of reorganizing the whole office. What will become of us then? Your mother and I cannot think of this eventuality without a sense of the most terrible and justified anguish, without positive terror. On an off chance, in a last impulse of self-defense, I have undertaken, a desperate measure, the task of learning to operate a typewriter, outside the office, of course, taking advantage of the little time I can spare from deliveries and errands for the shop. We have rented the machine, an American make, for several months, one more expense. But here again I harbor no illusions. At my age, as you can well imagine, it is not easy to assimilate so novel a technique, new methods, new habits, new ways of thinking. Especially crushed as we are by continual misadventures, mercilessly tormented. All this, my dear son, leads us to take the darkest view of our future. And beyond the slightest doubt or fear of exaggeration, we cannot afford the least mistake, not even the most trifling imprudence, if we, your mother and I, are not to end our existence in the most utter destitution. We send you our love, my dear child. Once again your mother and I exhort you, adjure you, implore you, before your return from England, if not in our interest or for love of us, then at least in your own interest, to make a brave decision, to resolve above all to apply yourself body and soul to the success of your undertakings. Your affectionate father, Auguste. P.S. Your mother asks me to inform you of the death of Madame Devon last Monday at her haven in Cramlin-Bicêtre. She had been confined to her bed for several weeks. She was suffering from emphysema and a heart ailment. She suffered little. The last few days she slumbered constantly. She was not aware of the approach of death. We had been to see her the day before in the afternoon. The next day, it must have been about noon, Yonkind and I were in the garden waiting for lunchtime. The weather was beautiful. Along comes a character on a bicycle. He stops. He rings at our gate. It was another telegram. I ran to take it. It was from my father. "Return immediately," Mother worried. "Auguste." I run upstairs. I meet Nora on the landing. I pass her the wire. She reads it. She comes down. She dishes out our soup. We begin to eat. Bingo! She bursts into tears. She's bawling. She can't stop. She gets up. She leaves the room. She runs into the kitchen. I hear her sobbing in the hall. It threw me to see her acting like that. It wasn't her way. She never did that. Just the same, I didn't bat an eyelash. I stay where I am with the idiot. I finish feeding him. It was time for our walk. I wasn't in the mood. That incident had cramped my style. And then I thought of the passage. All of a sudden the idea began to haunt me. My arrival, all the neighbors, the search for some wonderful job. No more independence, no more silence, no more roaming around. My childhood would be starting in again, the whole stinking business. I'd have to start in again where I left off. I'd have to show enthusiasm. Oh, the lousy luck, the slimy horror of it all, the misery of working for people, the deserving young man, 12 dozen crappers. I couldn't stand thinking about it. The mere thought of my parents and my mouth was full of bird shit. My mother, her skinny stilt leg, my father with his bacchanalias, his hysterical damn foolishness. Kid Yonkind was tugging at my sleeves. He didn't catch on. He still wanted us to go out. I looked at him. No trouble. We'd be leaving each other soon. This little screwball that swallowed everything in sight. I guess he'd miss me out of his world. I wondered how he actually saw me. As an ox? As a lobster? He'd got really used to having me take him out, with his big round eyes, his perpetual cheerfulness. He was lucky in a way. He was pretty affectionate if you were careful not to get his goat. He didn't really like to see me thinking. I went over and looked out the window a second. Before I could turn around, the little joker had jumped up on the table. He calms down. He pees. It splashes in the soup. He's done it before. I run over, I grab him, I make him come down. Just then the door opens. Merriwin comes in. He moves mechanically. His features are frozen. He walks like an automaton. First he goes around the table. Twice. 3 times. He starts in again. He's wearing his fancy rig, the black lawyer's robes, but underneath he has on a whole sport outfit, golf pants, binoculars, a nifty nickel plate flask, and a green smock belonging to his wife. He's still walking the same way, like a somnambulist. He goes down the steps in jerks and jolts. He roams around the garden a while. He even tries to open the gate. He hesitates. He comes back. He heads for the house, still completely in a dream. He passes in front of Yonkind again. He salutes us majestically with a sweeping gesture. His arm rises and falls. He bows a little each time. He's addressing a crowd far in the distance. He seems to be responding to a tremendous ovation. And then, finally, he goes back upstairs, very slowly, with perfect dignity. I can hear him closing the door. These weird goings-on, this mechanical man, had frightened Yonkind. He couldn't keep still. He had to get out of there. He was in a panic. I clicked my tongue at him and shouted, "Whoa, whoa," like you talk to a horse. Usually that quieted him. I finally had to give in. We went out across the fields. Near the Scottish barracks, we ran into the hopeful college kids who were out for a walk. They were on their way to the cricket field on the other side of the valley. They were carrying their bats and their wickets. We recognized all our old boys. They waved to us, all very friendly. Naturally, they had filled out and grown. They were very gay. They seemed glad to see us. Their new rig was orange and blue. Their caravan looked mighty bright against the horizon. We looked after them. We came home very early. Yonkind was still trembling. We were at the top of Willow Walk, the path leading to the school, when we passed the truck, the big van with 3 horses. More movers. They avoided the steep hill. They went all the way around by the garden. They took more things away. This time they really cleaned the place out. They took the scrapings. We looked inside. The flaps were rolled up. They had the 2 maids' beds, one of the kitchen cupboards, the little china closet, and the old geezer's tricycle, and a lot of other junk. They must have emptied the attic, the whole joint. There wouldn't be anything left. They even took the bottles. You could hear them rolling around in the bottom of the crate. There wouldn't be much left the way they were going about it. I began to be worried about my 2 or 3 scraps and my shoes. If they kept on looting this way, there was no limit. Anything could happen. The inside of that van looked like a regular auction room. I took the stairs 4 at a time. I wanted to see the extent of the damage. And besides, it was time to eat. The table was laid sumptuously, with the best silver, and the dishes with the flower patterns, and all the cut glass. It stood out beautifully in the naked room. The meal consisted of potato salad, artichokes vinaigrette, cherries in brandy, a luscious cake, a whole ham. Real abundance. And in addition there were daffodils strewn over the tablecloth, in between the cups. It was really something. It was a real surprise. I was amazed. Yonkind and I stood looking at the marvels. Neither he nor she came down. We were both famished. First, we take a little taste of everything, and then we make up our minds. We dive in, we gobble, we dig in with our fingers. Nothing to it once you're started. It's delicious. Yonkind was beside himself with pleasure. He was as happy as a king. We didn't leave much. Still, nobody came down. Once we were full, we went out into the garden. It was time for his business. I look around a little. Nothing but night, not a living soul. It was really weird. Upstairs I saw only a single light in the whole house front, in the old geezer's room. He must have locked himself in again. I says to myself, I'm not going to waste any time. I'm sick of all this hanky-panky. As long as I've got my ticket, I'll pack up. Tomorrow morning I'll skedaddle by the first train at 7:30. Sure, just like that. I won't wait for the end of the song. I never could stand goodbyes. Still, I'd have liked to lay my hands on a little dough, maybe a shilling or two for some ginger beer. It's good on a trip. First, I put my idiot to bed, so he'll leave me alone. I jerk him off just a little. That usually kept him quiet. It sent him off to sleep. But that night he was frantic with all his fears of the day. He wouldn't close his eyes. I tried shouting, "Whoa, whoa!" He kept thrashing around. He jumped up and down in his cage. He growled like a wild animal. He may have been nuts, but he suspected something unusual was up. He suspected I was going to leave him in the middle of the night. He didn't like that. It scared him out of his wits to be left alone. Hell! It's true the dormitory was a big place. For him, that was an awful lot of space. There were only 2 of us left where there'd been 12 of us before, or even 14. I collected my socks, hunted up my handkerchiefs, picked up my lousy underwear. It was all holes and tears. They'd have to outfit me again. There'd be another riot. A lovely prospect. My troubles weren't over. The future is no joke. The thought of the passage, so close to me now, sent the grimy shivers through me. I'd been gone for 8 months. What would they be like now down there under the glass roof? That wasn't hard to figure out. They'd be even dumber, worse pains than ever. The Rochester characters, well, probably I'd never be seeing them again. I took a last look at the view out the window, the big one that opens up and down like a guillotine. The weather was clear, marvelous. You could see all the paths on the hillside and the docks all lit up, the crisscrossing lights of the ships, all the colors moving in and out, like dots looking for each other at the end of the darkness. I'd seen lots of ships and passengers leaving, sailboats, steamboats. God knows where they were now. In Canada, and some in Australia, all sails unfurled. They were chasing whales. I'd never see all that. I'd be going to the Passage, to the Rue Richelieu, the Rue Méhul. I'd see my father cracking his collar, my mother picking up her leg. I was going looking for jobs. I'd have to talk, to explain why and how. I'd be cornered like a rat. They'd be waiting for me, lousy with questions. I'd have to take my medicine. It gave me the gollywobbles to think of it. It was pitch dark in the room. I'd blown out the candle. I stretched out on the bed, all dressed. I relaxed. I decided to sleep as I was. I said to myself, "Don't peel, kid. That way you can beat it at the crack of dawn." There was nothing more for me to do. All my junk was ready. I'd even taken some towels. Yonkind finally falls asleep. I can hear him snoring. I won't say goodbye to anybody. Just beat it on the QT. No effusions for me. I'm beginning to doze off. I play with myself just a little. I hear the door opening. My blood froze. I says to myself, "Watch out, kid. It's 10-1 they're coming to say goodbye. You got your nerve with you, baby doll." I hear a light step. Somebody slipping across the floor. It's her. Breathing. I'm cooked. No time to run. She won't wait. She's down on me like a cyclone. She's on the bed in one jump. A fine kettle of fish. I take the shock full in the ribs. She clutches me. I'm crushed, flattened under her caresses. I'm all ground up. There's nothing left of me. The whole weight of her has come down on my head. It's sticky. My face is wedged in. I'm suffocating. I protest. I implore. I'm afraid to yell too loud. The old geezer might hear. I struggle. I try to wriggle out from under. I contract. I strain my muscles. I crawl under my own ruins. I'm caught again, flattened out, crushed again, an avalanche of tenderness. I collapse under her wild kisses, her licking, her tugging. My face is a mash. I can't find my openings to breathe by. "Ferdinand, Ferdinand," she implores me. She sobs down my windpipe. She's out of her mind. I jam all the tongue I can produce down her throat to make her stop yelling like that. The old geezer in his room is bound to wake up. I'm terrified of cuckolds. Some of them are ferocious. I try to soothe her pain, to make her control herself. I caulk wherever I can. I knock myself out. I try my best. I try the subtlest tricks. But she's too much for me. She gives me some wicked holds. The whole bed is shaking. She flails around like crazy. I fight like a lion. My hands are all swollen from clutching her ass. I want to anchor her, to make her stop moving. There, that's it. She's stopped talking. Christ almighty. I plunge. I slip in like a breeze. I'm petrified with love. I'm one with her beauty. I'm in ecstasy. I wriggle. I bite right into her tit. She moans. She sighs. I suck her all over. On her face I go looking for the exact spot next to her nose, the one that tortures me, the magic of her smile. I'm going to bite her there, too, especially. I stick one hand up her ass. I massage. I dig in. I wallow in light and flesh. I come like a horse. I'm full of sauce. She gives a wild leap. She breaks loose. She's gone, the bitch. She jumps backward. Hell! She's on her feet. She's in the middle of the room. She's making a speech. I can see her in the white of the street lamp, in her nightgown, all pulled up, her hair flying loose. I'm lying there flummoxed with my cock in the air. "Come on back," I say. I try to quiet her. All of a sudden she seems to be furious. She yells. She waves her arms. She moves back toward the door. The bitch, she hands me a line. "Goodbye, Ferdinand," she yells. "Goodbye. Live well, Ferdinand. Live well." What sense does that make? Another scene. Holy creepers. I jump off the bed. I'll flatten her out. She'll be the last. Damn it to stinking hell. She doesn't wait, the slut. She's gone. I hear the downstairs door opening and slamming hard. I run to the window. I open it. I'm just in time to see her running out of the alley, under the street lamps. I see her movements, her nightgown fluttering in the wind. She dashes down the steps. She's crazy. Where the hell is she going? It flashes through my mind that something terrible is going to happen. I says to myself, "This is it. You're in for it." This is going to be one sweet mess, and you're going to take the rap. That's sure as shit. Bloody murder. She's going to throw herself in the drink. I knew it. She's off her rocker. Damn it to hell. Could I catch her? But it's none of my business. There's nothing I can do. The whole thing is beyond me. I listen. I look out through the hall door to see if I can see her on the waterfront. She must be down by now. There she is again, still screaming, "Ferdinand! Ferdinand!" And then some more Ferdinands. Her screams cut through the sky. That's her again, the bitch, yelling way from the bottom. She's got her nerve. Damn it to hell. I can hear her from the other end of the harbor. I'm scared. I stare. They'll say I knew something. They'll pinch me for sure. I'm in for it. It's the handcuffs for me. I'm in one hell of a dither. I go and shake the idiot in his crib. If I leave him alone for a minute and he gets panicky, he'll do some damn fool thing. He'll set the place on fire. Christ! I wake him up. I pull him out of his cage. I drag him out in his kimono. I pull him helter-skelter down the stairs. When we get out into the alley, I lean over the rocks. I try to look down as far as the bridge under the lights. Where can she be? Ah, there she is. I see her. A spot, wavering through the shadows. A white spot, whirling. That's the kid, all right. That's my loony. She flits from one lamp to the next. Like a butterfly, the stinker. She's still yelling here and there. The wind brings back the echoes. And then for a second there's a terrible scream, and then another, an awful scream that fills the whole valley. "Hurry up, boy," I tell the kid. "Our lady love has jumped in. We'll never make it. We're in for a dip. You'll see, kid, you'll see." I run like hell. I race down the steps, through space. Bing! Just like that, all of a sudden, right in the middle of the stairway. My blood froze. I'd had an idea. I stop. I'm trembling all over. That's enough. I'm not taking another step. It's for the birds. I pull myself together. I look back. I lean over the rail. I see the place on the waterfront where the sound was coming from isn't very far. There's a big crowd now, people pouring in from all sides. The esplanade is full of rescuers. There's more coming. They're talking it over. They're running around in all directions with poles, life belts, and canoes. All the whistles and sirens begin to blow at once. It's a hullabaloo, a riot. But they're working hard. They're knocking themselves out. They don't catch anything. The little white square in the waves, it's being carried out farther and farther. I can still see her from where I am, clearly in the middle of the water. She passes out beyond the piers. I can even hear her choking. I can hear her gurgling. I can still hear the sirens. I hear her swallowing water. She's caught in the tide. She's caught in the eddies. The little white speck is passing the breakwater. Oh, Christ! Oh, holy shit! She's drunk up the ocean by now. I got to get the brat home. I give him a poke in the ass. They mustn't catch us out. We've got to be out of here before they come back, that's for sure. He's worn out from running. I push him. I throw him. He can't see a thing without his glasses. He can't even see the lampposts. He starts bumping into everything. He whines like a dog. I grab him and pick him up. I carry him up the hill. I toss him into his bed. I run to the old man's door. I knock hard. No answer. Not a word. Come on. I knock again. I pound. Then I give a good push. I bash it in. He's there all right, just the way I'd seen him. He's stretched out in front of his grate, all pink. He's stroking his belly, as peaceful as can be. He gives me a look as if I'd interrupted him. He blinks a little. His eyelids flutter. He doesn't know from nothing. "She's drowning! She's drowning!" I yell at him. I repeat it even louder. I shout my lungs out. I make motions. I imitate the glug-glug. I point down into the valley, out the window. Down there, the Medway. River, river! Down there, water! He raises himself just a little. The effort makes him belch. He loses his balance, collapses on a stool. "Oh, nice Ferdinand," he says. "Nice Ferdinand." He even holds out his hand. But his cup and ball gets all fouled up. It's stuck in the armchair. He tugs at it. He's exhausted. He has to stop. He upsets all the bottles. All the whiskey drips down. The marmalade. The jar tips over. Everything topples like a waterfall. That hands him a laugh. He's convulsed. He tries to pick things up. The gravy, everything collapses. The plate, too. He skids on the pieces. He slides under the bench. He doesn't move. He's wedged against the fireplace. He shows me how it's done. He ruminates. He grunts. He massages his belly with round strokes. He bunches up wads of fat and gives them a good going over. He kneads them slowly. He rubs and squeezes. He pushes them apart. He works into the furrows. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. What's the use? I close the door. I go back to the dormitory. I says to myself, "You're going to clear out of here at the crack of dawn." My bag is all ready. I lie down on the bed for a minute, but I get up a second later. I'm in a panic again. I don't know exactly why. I start thinking about the kid again. I look out the window. I listen. Not a sound. Nothing. There's not a soul on the waterfront. Had they all left so soon? Then suddenly this thing begins to plague me in spite of my terror, in spite of my tiredness. I couldn't resist. I wanted to go down and see if they'd pulled her out of the drink. I put on my coat and pants, my suit. The kid was sound asleep. I lock him up in the dormitory. I meant to come back right away. I make it quick. I'm down at the bottom of the stairs. I see a cop making his rounds. I see a sailor who calls out to me. That cools me off. I'm scared again. I stop still in my niche. Hell, it's too complicated for me. I'm not moving. I'm too exhausted anyway. I stay there quite a while. There's nobody around. Down below, that's the bridge she jumped from. I see the lights, red ones, a big long string of them trembling in the reflections of the water. I say to myself, I'll be getting back now. It's not far. Maybe the cops are there by now. I begin wondering, imagining. I'm exhausted. I'm knocked out. I'm really not feeling very good. I'm all in. So help me, I can't move. I'll never make it back to Meanwell. I won't even try. I lean back. There's nothing I can do, after all. This mess has nothing to do with me, not a thing. Just let me beat it out of here all by myself. Slowly I head for the station. I wrap up tight in my overcoat. I don't want anybody to recognize me. I slide along the walls. I don't meet a soul. The waiting room is open. Good deal. I stretch out for a while on the bench. There's a stove right near. I'm doing fine. I'm in the dark. The first train for Folkestone is at 5. I haven't got my stuff, not one damn thing. It was up there on the bed. To hell with it, I'll go home without it. I don't want to go back there. It can't be done. The one thing for me is to make myself scarce. I sit up so as to keep awake. I'm sure of making that 5 o'clock train. I'm sitting right under the bulletin board. I lie down right there. I stretch out. 5 o'clock, Folkestone via Canterbury. Coming home that way without any of my stuff, I really expected to be welcomed with the broom handle. Not a bit of it. My folks seemed pleased. They were kind of glad to see me. They were just surprised that I hadn't brought back a single shirt, a single sock, but they didn't press the point. They didn't want to start up a scenario. They were too much absorbed by their own private worries. In the 8 months I'd been away, they had changed a good deal, their whole appearance and bearing. I found them all shriveled up, with wizened faces and hesitant movements. My father's pants bagged at the knees. They fell down in big folds on all sides like an elephant. His face was livid. He'd lost all his hair on top. He'd disappeared under his sea captain's cap. His eyes were almost colorless now. They weren't even blue at all, but gray, all pale like the rest of his face. He was all wrinkles. They were a dark color, furrows running from the nose down to the mouth. He was falling apart. He didn't talk to me about anything much. He only asked me once or twice how come we'd stopped answering his letters to England. Were they dissatisfied with me at Meanwell College? Had I made progress? Had I caught the accent? Did I understand English when they talked fast? I mumbled something vague. He didn't seem to expect any more. He wasn't listening to me anyway. He was too panic-stricken to worry about things that were over and done with. He'd lost interest in arguing. Morose as his letters had been, they hadn't told me the whole story. Far from it. There was plenty more to come. Calamities, brand new ones. So I heard it all in every detail. They really had put themselves through the ringer to send me my keep for the first 6 months. It had been rough. The disaster with the boleros had sunk them completely, without exaggeration. My father's watch never left the pawnshop, nor my mother's ring either. They'd taken out some mortgages in Asnières on those beat-up houses. Not having his watch drove father crazy, not having the time on him. That contributed to his collapse. He, so punctual, so exact in everything he did, he was obliged to look at the clock in the passage every minute. He'd go out on the doorstep. Every time, Madame Roussel, the seamstress, would be waiting for him. Tick-tock, tick-tock, she'd say to get his goat. She'd stick out her tongue. New difficulties cropped up, end to end like a string of sausages. They were too much for them. They huddled up in their misery, disintegrating, lacerating themselves with despair, shrinking so as to offer less surface. They tried to wriggle out from under their calamities. It didn't help. They got caught. They got the same going over every time. Madame Errand, our seamstress, couldn't work any more. She was in the hospital all the time. Madame Jasmine, who took her place, was completely unreliable. A spendthrift, always in debt. Her tastes ran to liquor. She lived in Clichy. My mother spent all her time on the bus. She went out there twice a day, morning and evening. She always found her in some bar. She was married to a colonel. She steeped herself in absinthe. The customers that gave us things to mend had to wait months for their doodads. They had terrible fits of rage and impatience. It was even worse than before. They were always in a fury about the delays and postponements. And when it came time to pay up, it was always the same song and dance, the same mists and monkey shines. Whish! Madame was gone. All of a sudden there was nothing but empty space. Or, if they did cough up a little, they hollered and griped so much, they whittled down the tiny little bills with such tirades, that in the end my mother didn't know what to say or do. She'd sweated blood, limping after that Josmin woman and all the rest of them, just to be yelled at, treated like dirt. It wasn't worth it. Anyway, my mother was perfectly well aware, she had to admit it with tears in her eyes, that the taste for lovely things was dying out. You couldn't buck the stream. It was stupid to even try and fight. You were just wearing yourself out for nothing. Rich people had lost all their refinement, all their delicacy, their appreciation for fine work, for handmade articles. All they had left was a depraved infatuation with machine-made junk, embroideries that unravel, that melt and peel when you wash them. Why insist on making beautiful things? That's what the ladies wanted. Flashy stuff, gingerbread, horrors, rubbish from the bargain counter. Fine lace was a thing of the past. What was the use of fighting? My mother had to give in to the contagion. She'd filled the whole place with this cheap junk, real crap, in less than a month. That was a safe bet. The window was full of it. To see every curtain rod and shelf in the place full of this trash, miles of it, didn't just make her unhappy, it gave her a real bellyache. But it was no use arguing. The Jews, 2 steps away from us, on the corner of the Rue Déjeuner, piled up enormous pieces of the same. The whole shop front was thrown open, and the counters were buried under the stuff, like at the fair, by the bobbin, by the rod, by the pound. It was a real come-down for anybody who had known the real stuff. My mother was overcome with shame at having to compete with such garbage. But she had no choice. She'd have preferred to abandon this line altogether and get along as best she could with other things, with her little pieces of furniture, for instance, her marqueterie, her poudreuses, her kidney-shaped tables, her cabinets, or even the gewgaws people put in glass cases, the knickknacks, the little pieces of pottery, and even the Dutch globes that leave next to no profit and are so heavy to carry. But she wasn't strong enough. It was too hard with her bad leg. Running all over Paris, she could never have carried a bigger load. It couldn't be done. But that's what you had to do if you wanted to find bargains, and hang around the auction rooms, pointing like a hound dog for hours on end. And what about the store? The two didn't go together. Our doctor, Dr. Capron, from the Marché Saint-Honoré, had been to see us twice on account of her leg. He'd made himself very clear. He'd ordered her to take a complete rest, to stop running up and down stairs loaded like 3 dozen mules, to give up the housework, even the cooking. He hadn't pulled any punches. He'd told her in so many words that if she kept overdoing it, he'd warned her, she'd get a real abscess inside the knee. He even showed her the place. From the continual strain, the upper and lower part of her leg had gone stiff. They were riveted together. Joint and all, they were frozen into a single bone. It looked like a stick with ridges running all along. They weren't muscles. When she moved her foot, they pulled on it like ropes. You could see them straining. It gave her excruciating pain, a terrible cramp, especially in the evening when she was through, when she came home from running around. She showed me when we were alone. She put on hot compresses. She was careful not to let my father see her. She'd finally noticed what a temper it put him in to have her limping along behind him. Since we were all alone again, and I was in the shop waiting, she took advantage of the opportunity to repeat, very gently, very affectionately, but with absolute conviction, that it was really my fault if things were going so badly. On top of all their other troubles in the shop and the office, my conduct, all my misdeeds at Gorloges and at Berlopes, had hit them so hard they'd never get over it. They were still stunned. Of course they weren't angry with me. They didn't hold it against me. Let bygones be bygones. But at least I ought to realize what a state I'd put them in. My father was so shattered he couldn't control his nerves. He started up in the middle of the night. He woke up with nightmares. He'd pace back and forth for hours. As for her, I had only to look at her leg. It was the worst of calamities. It was worse than a serious sickness, than typhoid or erysipelas. Again she repeated all her recommendations in the most affectionate tone, that I should try to be more reasonable with my new bosses, more settled in my ways, more courageous, persevering, grateful, scrupulous, obliging, to stop being scatterbrained, negligent, lazy, to try to have my heart in the right place. Yes, that's the main thing, the heart. To remember always, and never forget, that they'd deprived themselves of everything, that they'd both of them worked their fingers to the bone for me ever since I was born, and now, only recently, sending me to England, that if, by ill luck, I were to commit any more horrible crimes, well, it would be the end. My father wouldn't be able to take it. Poor man, he'd be through. He'd come down with neurasthenia. He'd have to leave his office. For her part, if she had to go through any more agonies over my conduct, it would affect her leg. There'd be one abscess after another, and in the end they'd have to amputate. That's what Capron had said. In Papa's case, it was even more tragic on account of his temperament, his sensibility. He ought to take a rest, right away and for several months. What he needed was a long vacation in a quiet place, away from it all, in the country. That's what Capron had recommended. He'd examined his heart very carefully. It beat like a trip hammer. Sometimes it even missed a beat. The two of them, Capron and Papa, were exactly the same age, 42 years and 6 months. He'd even added that a man is even more delicate than a woman when the menopause sets in, that he should take 1,000 precautions. His advice came at the wrong time. Right then my father was knocking himself out more than ever. You could hear him typing up on the 4th floor. The machine was an enormous contraption with a keyboard the size of a factory. When he'd been typing a long time, the clickety-click of the keys buzzed in his ears a good part of the night. It kept him awake. He took mustard foot baths. That brought some of the blood down from his brain. I began to realize that my mother would always regard me as an unfeeling child, a selfish monster, a little brute, capricious, scatterbrained. They had tried everything, done everything they could. It was really no use. There'd never be any help for my disastrous, innate, incorrigible propensities. She could only face the facts. My father had been perfectly right. During my absence, their griping had got even worse. It had settled into a groove. They were so busy with their troubles they couldn't even bear the sound of my footsteps. My father made horrible faces every time I came upstairs. The business with the lousy boleros had been the last straw, and the typewriter was driving him crazy. He'd never be able to work it. He spent hours making copies. He banged it like he was deaf. He ruined whole pages. Either he'd hit too hard or not hard enough. The little bell was ringing all the time. From my bed, I was right near him, I saw him struggling, missing the keys, getting tangled up in the connecting rods. He wasn't cut out for it. He'd get up all in a sweat. He'd reel off the most terrible blasphemies. At the office, Monsieur Lemprant was still rubbing it in, persecuting him from morning to night. Obviously, he was just looking for a pretext. "Those downstrokes, those curlicues, they take you all day. Ah, my poor friend, take a look at your colleagues. They were done hours ago. You're a calligrapher, monsieur. You ought to set yourself up in business." They really had it in for him. He began to look for another job. He saw he was on the skids. He went to see former associates. He knew an assistant cashier in a rival company, the Connivance Fire Insurance Company. They'd as good as promised him a tryout in January, but there he'd have to type. He went at it every night after his deliveries. It was an antique contraption, absolutely unbreakable, specially made for rental. The bell rang at every comma. He'd hammer away frantically under the transom from supper time to midnight. My mother came up for a moment after she'd done the dishes. She propped up her leg on a chair and put on compresses. She couldn't chat. It bothered my father. We were dying of the heat. The beginning of summer was torrid that year. It was a bad time to be looking for a job. Business was quiet just before the slack season. We put out a few feelers. We made inquiries here and there, with some agents we knew. They had no prospects to offer. There wouldn't be much doing until after summer vacation, not even in the foreign shops. In a way, it was lucky I had nothing to do because I hadn't any clothes. They'd definitely have to outfit me before I could start making my rounds. But it wasn't going to be easy. The main trouble was lack of money. I'd simply have to wait till September for the shoes and the overcoat. I was mighty glad of the reprieve. It gave me time to breathe before trotting out my English. There'd be hell to pay when they began to catch on. Well, it wouldn't be right away. I had only one shirt to my name. I wore one of my father's. They decided they'd order a jacket and 2 pairs of pants all at once, but not until next month. At the moment, it couldn't be done. There was barely enough for grub, and even that was touch and go. The rent came due on the 8th, and they were behind with gas, not to mention taxes and Papa's typewriter. We were really in the soup. There were writs all over the place, all over the furniture, violet ones, red ones, and blue ones. So I had a little respite. I couldn't go calling on prospective bosses in a threadbare suit, patched, frayed, with the sleeves only halfway down my arm. It was out of the question, especially in novelties and haberdashery, where they all dress up like fashion plates. My father was so preoccupied with his typing exercises and his dread of being fired from Coccinelle that even at supper he was deep in thought. He'd lost all interest in me. He'd made up his mind about me once and for all. The idea was firmly anchored in his dome that I was villainy incarnate, a hopeless blockhead, and that was that I had no part in the worries, the anxieties of noble individuals. I wasn't the kind that would carry my suffering around with me in my flesh like a knife, and keep turning it as long as I lived. Far from it. And jerk the handle, and stick it in deeper to heighten the pain, and bellow and broadcast every new step forward in my suffering. Of course not. And turn into a fakir in the passage, side by side with them. Sure, something miraculous, something people could worship, something more and more perfect. That's it. 1,000 times more anxious, more harassed, more miserable. The saint engendered by hard work and family thrift. Sure, why not? More muddle-headed. Sure, 100 times thriftier. Glory be. Something that had never been seen in the Passage or anywhere else, in the whole world. Christ! The child marvel, the marvel of all France, the wonder of wonders. But nothing like that could be expected of me. I had a depraved nature. It was inexplicable. There wasn't a speck or straw of honor in me. I was rotten through and through, repulsive, degenerate. I was unfeeling. I had no future. I was as dry as a salt herring. I was a hard-hearted debauchee, a dung-heap, full of sullen rancor. I was life's disillusionment. I was grief itself. And I ate my lunch and supper there, not to mention my morning coffee. They did their duty. I was their cross on earth. I'd never have a conscience. I was nothing but a bundle of debased instincts and a hollow that devoured my family's sorry pittance and all their sacrifices. In a way, I was a vampire. It was no use thinking about it. In the Passage des Beresina, in all the shop windows, a lot of changes had taken place while I was gone. They were going in for the modern style, with lilac and orange tints. Convolvulus and iris were all the rage. They climbed up the windows, done up into carved molding. 2 perfume stores and a gramophone shop opened. There were still the same pictures outside our theater, the plush barn, the same posters in the stage entrance. They were still playing Miss Harriet, and still with the same tenor, Pitaluga. He had a heavenly voice. Every Sunday he bowled over his female admirers in the elevation at Notre Dame de Victoire. For 12 months every shop in the Passage was talking about the way this Pitaluga sang Minuit Chrétien at Saint-Eustache on Christmas. Every year he was more swooning, more wonderful, more supernatural. There was talk of installing electricity in all the shops in the Passage. Then they'd get rid of the gas that started whistling at 4 o'clock in the afternoon from 320 jets. It stank so bad in that confined space, added to the urine from the dogs, which were getting to be more and more plentiful, that along about 7 o'clock some of the lady customers began to feel faint. There was even talk of tearing us down completely, of dismantling the whole gallery, of removing our big glass roof and building a street 80 feet wide right where we were living. My, oh my. But the rumors weren't very serious. Actually, it was poppycock, prison gossip. We were prisoners in a glass cage, and prisoners we'd always be, forever and regardless. No getting around it. The law of the jungle. Once in a while the poor bastards got crazy ideas. Fantastic fairy tales passed from mouth to mouth as they were standing outside their shops, especially in hot weather, like bubbles oozing out of their brains before the September storms. They dreamed up harebrained schemes, monumental rackets. All they could think of was big deals, wild swindles, nightmares. They saw themselves expropriated, persecuted by the state. They worked themselves up. They went completely off their rockers. They were absolutely crackers, maddened with hokum. Ordinarily so pale, they went crimson. Before going to bed, they'd pass around fantastic estimates, wild memoranda showing the staggering but absolutely indispensable sums they'd demand if anybody mentioned moving. My, oh my. By God, the authorities were in for a little trouble if they tried to turn them out. The Council of State didn't know what resistance meant. Don't you worry. And the Chancellery and the whole damn government. They'd shit in their pants. They'd see who they were talking to. Oh ho! And the Hall of Writs and Records, the whole rotten gang and then some. By my grandmother's crabs, the sparks would fly. It wasn't going to be any pushover, hell no, over their dead bodies. They'd lock themselves up in their rooms. In the end, they'd have to disembowel the whole Bank of France to build them new shops, exactly the same, to the milligram, to 2 decimals. That's what we're asking, or the deal is off. We won't budge. Now you know the score. That's our last word. Well, in a pinch they'd accept a settlement, a big one. They wouldn't say no. They might agree, but it's got to be on the level. An income for life, a nice juicy one, guaranteed to the hilt by the Bank of France, to be spent any way they pleased. They'd go fishing, for 90 years if they felt like it, and nightclubs day and night, and that wouldn't be the end of it. They'd have royalties and claims and country houses and other indemnities besides, astronomical, incalculable. Well, then, it was all a question of guts. The whole thing was perfectly simple, no use arguing. Stand up for your rights, don't weaken. That was their point of view. It was the heat, the terrible atmosphere, the electricity in the air. That way, at least, they weren't shouting at each other. They all got together on their claims. Everybody was in agreement. They were all hypnotized on the future. Everybody was hoping to be evicted. All the neighbors in the passage were flabbergasted at the dimensions I had assumed. I was getting to be a big bruiser. I'd almost doubled in bulk. That would cost even more when we went to the deserving classes for my outfit. I tried on my father's clothes. They burst at the shoulders. I couldn't even get into his pants. I needed everything new. I'd just have to wait. On her way home from her errands, Madame Berusse, the glove-maker, dropped in just to see how I looked.
"His mother can be proud of him," she finally concluded. "His stay abroad has done him good."
She repeated that wherever she went. The others came in, too, to form an opinion of their own. The old caretaker of the passage, Gaston the hunchback, who picked up all the gossip, found me changed, but in his opinion I was thinner. They couldn't really agree. Everybody had his own idea. In addition, they wanted to know all about England. They asked me for details about how the Anglish lived over there. I spent all my time in the shop waiting for them to clothe me. Vizio, the sailor, the one with the pipes, Charon, the gilder, Madame Isard, from the dry-cleaning shop, they all wanted to know what we ate at my school in Rochester, especially about the vegetables. Was it really true they ate them raw or hardly cooked? And the beer and the water? If I'd had whiskey? If the women had big teeth, kind of like horses? And what about their feet? A lot of applesauce. And their tits? Did they have any? All this with a lot of snide remarks and scandalized looks. But what they really wanted was for me to say something in English. They were just dying to hear me. They didn't care if they understood or not. The effect was what they wanted, to hear me talk a little. My mother didn't make too much of a fuss, but all the same it would have made her mighty proud to have me display my talents, put all those busybodies in their place. All I knew was river, water, no trouble, no fear, and maybe 2 or 3 more things. It really didn't amount to much. Anyway, I didn't feel like it. I wasn't in the mood. It made my mother miserable to see I was just as stubborn as ever. I wasn't worthy of all their sacrifices. The neighbors were vexed, too. They began to make long faces. They thought I was acting like a pig-headed mule.
"He hasn't changed a bit," said Gaston the hunchback. "He'll never change. He's still the same as when he used to piss on my gates. I could never make him stop."
He'd never been able to stomach me.
"It's lucky his father isn't here," my mother consoled herself. "He'd feel so badly. He'd be beside himself, poor man, to see you so ungracious, so boorish, so antagonistic, so unfriendly, so horrid to everybody. How do you expect to get ahead, especially nowadays, the way things are in business, with all the competition? You think you're the only one that's looking for a job? Only yesterday he was saying, 'Good Lord, if only he lands on his feet.' We're on the brink of disaster."
Just then Uncle Edouard turned up. He saved my life. He was in high good humor. He gave everybody in general a good, hearty greeting. He'd just put on his beautiful checked suit for the first time, the new summer style, from England, as a matter of fact, with a mauve derby, the latest thing, fastened to his buttonhole with a thin ribbon. He seized both my hands. He shook them heartily, a real knock-down, drag-out, shake hands. He was wild about England. He'd always wanted to take a little trip over there. He kept putting it off because he wanted to learn the names for the things in his business first, pump and so on. He was counting on me to teach him the language. My mother was still sniveling about my attitude, my repulsive, hostile ways. Far from siding with her, he took my part right away. In 2 words, he told all those insignificant cockroaches that they were dense, that they didn't know a thing about foreign influences, especially England. When you come from over there, it changes you completely. It makes you more laconic, more reserved. It gives you a certain aloofness, in a word, distinction. And it's a good thing. Why, of course. In high-class business nowadays, especially when you're selling, the main thing is to hold your tongue. It's a sign of breeding. That's what counts in a salesman today. That's right. The old style is dead, through, washed up. Your slobbering, obsequious, voluble salesmen, people are sick of them. That's all right for punks out in the sticks, for small-town jokers. In Paris, you can't get away with it. If you try that stuff in the Sentier quarter, they'll throw you out. It makes a crawling, servile impression. Got to keep up with the times. According to him, I was dead right. That was the line he gave them. His patter was a great comfort to my mother. It set her mind at rest. She heaved big sighs. She was really relieved. But the rest of them, the lousy stool pigeons, were still hostile. They had their ideas, and nobody could make them change their mind. They griped in accompaniment. I'd never get ahead with those kind of manners. It was out of the question. Uncle Edouard did his best. He racked his brains and talked himself blue in the face. They stuck to their guns. They were stubborner than mules. They kept repeating that anywhere in the world, if you want to earn an honest living, you've got to be friendly and courteous. That's the first requirement. Days and days passed, and we hardly saw any more customers. It was midsummer, and they'd all gone to the country. My mother finally decided that in spite of her bad leg and the doctor's orders, she'd go out to Chateau and try to sell a little something. I'd keep the shop while she was gone. We had no other alternative. We had to bring in some money, first to buy me a new suit and 2 pairs of shoes, and then to paint our whole shop front in attractive colors before the new season started. Our windows looked heartbreaking beside the others. They were pearl gray and greenish, while next door there was Fairtune's dry-cleaning shop, all brand new, a fancy yellow and sky blue, and on the other side the Gomu's stationery store, an immaculate white, decorated with scrolls and jiggers and a sweet little pattern of little birds on branches. All that meant a big outlay, and we'd have to do it. She didn't say a word to my father. She just took the train with an enormous bundle weighing at least 45 pounds. Out in Chateau, she got started right away. She scrounged a stand from behind the town hall and set herself up behind the station, a good location. She handed out all her cards to let people know about the shop. In the afternoon, she began traipsing around again, loaded like a mule, all over town, looking for villas where some customers might be hiding. When she came home to the Passage in the evening, she was so done in she could hardly stand up. Her leg was so tied up with cramps she could have screamed. Her knee was swollen, and the worst of all was her dislocated ankle. She stretched out in my room while waiting for my father to come home. She put on soothing lotion, good cold compresses. On her suburban tour, she sold her stuff any old place, dirt cheap, so as to bring in a little cash. We needed it so bad.
"So as not to haul it back home," she explained.
Only 2 or 3 people came to the shop all the time she was gone, so it made more sense to close up completely. That way I could go with her to the suburbs and tote her biggest bundles. We didn't have Madame Devon any more to hold the shop down when we were absent. We hung out a sign saying, "Returning immediately." We took the door handle with us. Uncle Edouard really loved his sister, no fooling. It got him down to see her so miserable, wasting away, getting more and more run down from all her work and troubles. He was worried about her health and her morale. He thought of her all the time. The day after a trip to Chateau, she couldn't stand up. Her face was ravaged with the pain in her leg. She whined like a dog and lay all twisted on the linoleum. She'd flop on the floor as soon as my father went out. She said it was cooler than the bed. If he caught her like that when he came home from the office, wan and disheveled, massaging her leg in the dishpan, her skirts hiked up to her chin, he beat it upstairs. He pretended he hadn't seen her. He raced past. He was gone in a flash. He'd plunge into his typewriting or his watercolors. We always sold a few, especially his sailboats. We had a whole collection of them, and the councils of cardinals. They had the liveliest colors, really striking. Those things always look good in a room. And it was high time he got a wiggle on. It was coming on the end of the month. To make up for closing in the daytime during our wanderings through Chateau, we stayed open pretty late. People would go for a stroll after dinner, especially if a storm came up. If a customer came in, my mother, quick as lightning, hid the basin and all her wads of cotton under the couch in the middle of the room. She'd pull herself up with a smile. She'd start her spiel. Around her neck, I remember well, she'd tie a big muslin cabbage bow. They were all the rage at the time. It made her head look very big. Uncle Edouard worked like a dog, too, in his own way, but he had nothing to be sorry about. He got results. He was doing better and better in his line, bicycle accessories. That was getting to be a good business, very good, in fact. Soon he was able to buy a share in a garage on the edge of Levallois with some reliable friends. He was enterprising by nature, and besides, he was crazy about inventions, any kind of mechanical idea. Those things really sent him. Right away, he'd invested the 4,000 francs of his inheritance in a patent for a bicycle pump, the latest thing. It folded up so small you could keep it in your pocket. He always had 2 or 3 of them on him, ready to demonstrate. He'd blow them up people's noses. He pretty near lost his 4,000 francs. The sellers were crooks. He managed to wriggle out of it thanks to his quick wits and a telephone call. A conversation he'd overheard at the last minute. An amazing stroke of luck. In another minute he'd have been cooked. My mother admired my uncle. She wanted me to be like him. After all, I needed a model. For want of my father, my uncle was somebody to look up to. She didn't say it straight out, but she dropped hints. In my father's opinion, Edouard was a hell of an example. He was idiotic, absolutely unbearable, grasping, vulgar, always getting a kick out of something nonsensical. He got on my father's nerves, with his mechanical gadgets, his jalopies, his 3-wheelers, his funny-looking pumps. Just hearing him talk irritated the hell out of him. When my mother took it into her head to sing her brother's praises, to tell everybody about his plans, his success, his bright ideas, he'd always interrupt her. He wouldn't stand for it. Certainly not. He'd made up his mind once and for all. He put it all down to luck. He's disgustingly lucky, and that's all there is to it. That was my father's verdict. He never went any further. We couldn't run him down any more. We still owed him money and gratitude, but he had to hold himself in to keep from giving him a piece of his mind. Edouard must have known. It was perfectly obvious. He put up with my father's dislike. He didn't want to make trouble. He was always thinking of his sister. He was very tactful. He just dropped in for a minute to see how we were getting along. Wasn't Mamma feeling a little better? He was alarmed about the way she looked and the monumental loads she pedaled around. Afterwards, her joints were so stiff she'd moan for days on end. It worried him more and more. She was getting worse. He finally decided to speak to my father. The three of them talked it over, and finally they agreed it was high time she took a rest, that this couldn't go on. But how could she rest? They hit on a plan. We'd take on a cleaning woman, maybe 2-3 hours a day. Even that would be a relief. She wouldn't have to climb stairs nearly so much. She wouldn't have to sweep under the furniture. She wouldn't need to go shopping. But how, in our present circumstances, could we spend all that money? The whole thing was a pipe dream, sheer lunacy. It would be feasible only if I found work. Then, with my earnings, which would go into the till after all, maybe, once we'd paid the rent, we could think about a maid. That would make it easier for Mamma. She wouldn't have to work so hard or run around so much. They'd thought this all out by themselves. They were delighted with their decision. They'd appeal to my better nature. They'd put me to the test. I wasn't going to be a perverse, self-centered screwball anymore. Now I, too, would have my role, my aim in life, to make things easier for my Mamma. On the double, boy. Get in there and fight. Find yourself a job. That's the ticket. As soon as they'd bought me my job-hunting suit. Pronto, roll up your sleeves, do your stuff. No more mistakes, no more shilly-shallying. Down to business and no more questions. Show your mettle, your perseverance. By God, I would. What a marvelous goal in life. It was already in the bag, I thought. First, I needed shoes. We went to the Prince Consort again. The Broomfields, after all, were a little too expensive, especially for 2 pairs with buttons. And yet, once you begin moving around, what you really need is 3 or 4 pairs. For the suit and pants, I had measurements taken at the deserving classes, near Les Halles. That was a gilt-edge firm, with a reputation going back 100 years, especially for all sorts of cheviots and even for dressy goods, stuff that lasted practically forever. Working man's outfits, they called them. Only the price was steep, a terrible sacrifice. It was still August. I was being outfitted for the winter. The warm weather doesn't last long. But at that particular moment the heat was stifling. Oh, well, it wouldn't be long. I'd live through it. The cold, the bad weather goes on and on. In the meantime, while I was looking around, suppose I suffocated to death. Hell, I'd simply carry my coat over my arm. I'd put it on as I was ringing the bell. It was simple. My mother hadn't said how much it would take out of our household funds to outfit me, from top to toe. Considering our resources, it was a staggering sum. We scraped the bottom of the drawers. She ran herself ragged. She racked her brains. She'd dash out to Le Vésinet and come back by the next train, hightail it to Neuilly, to Chateau on market days, hauling her whole stock, everything that wasn't too repulsive, that was more or less negotiable. She couldn't sell it. She couldn't make up the amount. It was a real headache. We were always 20 or 25 or 35 francs short. On top of the taxes that kept raining down on us, and the seamstress's wages, and the rent that was 2 months overdue, an avalanche, It was sickening. She didn't say a word to Papa. She kept looking for some new dodge. She took 5 of his best watercolors to the Rue d'Aboukir, to old Madame Urgon Gustave, a real filthy junk shop, for less than a quarter of the usual price. On consignment, so to speak. In short, she tried dozens of crummy expedients to scrape up the full amount. She wouldn't buy anything on credit. After desperate weeks and all sorts of plots and stratagems, I was finally dressed, absolutely resplendent, good, strong material, but very hot. When I saw myself dolled up brand new, I lost some of my confidence. Hell, it made me feel funny. I still had the will, but nasty doubts began to crop up. Maybe I'd perspire too much in my winter suit. I was like a walking oven. It was God's truth that I didn't feel the least bit pleased with myself anymore, or optimistic about the future. The immediate prospect of facing bosses, of reeling off my cock and bull stories, of shutting myself up in their rotten morgues, gave me a pain in the gizzard. Over in lousy England, I'd got out of the habit of being shut in. I'd have to get used to it again. It was no joke. It knocked me for a loop just to look at a possible boss. It made me gag. Just figuring out how to get to places gave me the creeps. It was so hot the nameplates on the doors were melting. It was 102 in the shade. Of course, what my folks were saying was perfectly reasonable. That I was at the critical age, the turning point. This was the time to make a supreme effort, to force the gates of destiny, to start a career. It was now or never. All that was fine and dandy, but even if I took off my suit, my collar, my shoes, I couldn't stop sweating. The sweat ran down in streams. I took the itineraries I knew. I passed outside the Gorloges' place. It gave me the shivers to see their house and the big carriage door. Just thinking about that incident gave me a twinge in the asshole. Holy shit, some sweet memory. Faced with the enormity of my task, thinking it over, I lost heart. I just wanted to sit down. I hadn't much money to spend on box, even little glasses for 10 centimes. I hung around in doorways. There was always plenty of shade and treacherous draughts. I sneezed something terrible. It got to be a habit while I was thinking. I kept thinking. I thought so much that in the end I almost agreed with my father. I realized, experience proved it, that I was worthless. I had disastrous impulses. I was completely thick-headed and lazy. I didn't deserve their great kindness, their terrible sacrifices. I felt absolutely unworthy, infectious, loathsome. I knew what I had to do, and I struggled desperately, but I wasn't up to it. Less than ever. I wasn't improving with age. And I was getting thirstier and thirstier. The heat in itself is a calamity. Looking for a job in August is the most thirsty-making thing in the world, on account of the stairs and the terror that parches your throat every time, while you're cooling your heels. I thought of my mother, of her leg and the cleaning woman we might be able to take on if I could get somebody to hire me. It didn't revive my enthusiasm. I lashed myself. I screwed up all my strength to rise to the ideal. I couldn't feel sublime any more. Since Gorloge, I had lost all my enthusiasm about work. It was pitiful. And in spite of all the sermons I'd had, I felt that I was more miserable than all the other bastards, more woebegone than the whole lot of them together. What disgusting egotism! All I cared about was my own troubles, and there they were, all of them horrible. They made me stink worse than a senile camembert. I was rotting in the heat, collapsing with sweat and shame, climbing stairs, oozing over the bells. I was falling apart. I'd lost all dignity, all character. With nothing on my mind but a slight bellyache, I drifted through the old streets. Rue du Paradis, Rue d'Hauteville, Rue de Genure, the Sentier quarter. In the end, I took off not only my heavy jacket, but also my extra-solid celluloid collar. It would have killed a dog, and besides, it gave me pimples. I got dressed again on the landing. I looked up more addresses. I found them in the directory. At the post office, I drew up lists. I hadn't any money left for a drink. My mother left her purse, the little silver one, knocking around on the furniture. I eyed it avidly. Such heat is demoralizing. Frankly, I came damn near swiping it. At a certain point, 2 steps from the fountain, I get mighty thirsty. I think my mother noticed. She gave me 2 francs more. When I came back from my long wanderings, always futile and useless, up and down stairs and neighborhoods, I had to fix myself up before going back into the passage so I wouldn't look too miserable, too crestfallen at meals. That wouldn't have gone down at all. That was one thing my folks couldn't have taken, that they'd never been able to stomach, that they'd never understand, that I, their son, should be without hope and heroic fortitude. They wouldn't have stood for it. I had no right to my share of lamentations, certainly not. Tragedies and condolences were their private preserve. All that was for my parents. Children were thugs, hoodlums, ungrateful, thoughtless scum. The minute I dropped the slightest complaint, even the wee little beginning of a complaint, they both saw red. That was anathema, sacrilege, abomination. "What's that, you little shit-heel? What colossal nerve?" How, with youth on my side, could I put on such airs? What a beastly imposture! What diabolical impertinence! Ah, the effrontery of it! Heavens above! Didn't I have my best years ahead of me, all the treasures of existence? And I thought I was entitled to gripe about my piddling little setbacks? Ah, jumping Jehoshaphat! What monstrous insolence! What absolute degeneracy! What inconceivable rottenness! They'd have beaten me to a pulp to make me eat my blasphemies. Her bad leg, her abscesses, her horrible sufferings were forgotten. My mother leapt to her feet.
"You little wretch! Right this minute! You heartless little reprobate! Take back those insults!"
I did as I was told. I couldn't exactly make out what the joys of youth were, but they seemed to know. They would have massacred me without hesitation if I hadn't recanted. If I expressed the slightest doubt or seemed to be running things down, they went right off the handle. They'd rather have seen me dead than hear me profane the gifts of heaven. My mother's eyes went white with fury when I let myself be carried away. She'd have bashed me in the nose with anything that was handy just to make me stop. My only right was to rejoice, to sing hymns of praise. I was born under a lucky star. Imagine a miserable worm like me having parents who dedicated themselves exclusively, wasn't that enough, to the worries, the troubles, the tragic fatalities of existence. I was just a brute and nothing else. Silence! An unconscionable family burden. My business was to do as I was told, to fix everything up sweet and nice again, to make amends for my faults and nauseating propensities. The misery was all for them. If there was any complaining to do, that was their department. They were the ones who understood life. They were the ones with sensitive souls. Who was it that suffered atrociously, under the most excruciating circumstances, from outrageous fortune? It was they alone, always and forever. They didn't want me meddling, even going through the motions of helping them, taking my small share. It was their absolute monopoly. That struck me as very unjust. We just couldn't see eye to eye. They could talk and curse till they were blue in the face. I stuck to my convictions. I, too, felt myself to be a victim in every way. On the steps of the Ambigu, right near the Wallace fountain, all these thoughts came back at me. It was all as plain as day. If I'd finished pounding the sidewalks, another day wasted, I frankly aired my dogs. I smoked skinny little butts. I questioned the boys a little, the bums that hung around there. They always had plenty of dope and phony tips. They were big talkers. They'd seen all the ads. They knew about all the odd jobs. One of them was a tattooer. He clipped dogs on the side. They knew all the crummy rackets, the food market, the slaughterhouse, the wine market. They were as grimy as a railroad station, down at heel, crawling with dirt. They passed their crabs back and forth. That didn't cramp their cock and bull stories, their bragging and bluffing. They'd split a gut telling about their connections, their triumphs, their fancy deals. One big delirious fantasy. There was no limit to the dog they put on, and they were perfectly capable of pulling a knife. If anybody doubted, they had a cousin in the cabinet, or of chucking him in the Canal Saint-Martin. No claim was too wild. Even the cock-eyedest sandwich men had certain pet episodes in their lives that it wasn't healthy to laugh at. Fairy tales drive people to crime, even worse than liquor. They were so moth-eaten they had no teeth left to chew with. They'd sold their glasses. That didn't prevent them from dishing out a line. You can't imagine such hokum. I could gradually see myself getting to be exactly like them. It was about 5 in the afternoon when I suspended my efforts, called it a day. It was a good place to convalesce in, a regular resort. We'd give our feet a good rest. Ambigu Beach, catering to bums and down-and-outers. Some of them weren't so lazy, but they figured it was better to drink up their luck than drag around in the heat, which is easy enough to understand. All along the theater front, under the chestnut trees, there was a fence, handy to hang your stuff on. We took it nice and easy. We exchanged mugs of beer. There was white sausage a la mode, and garlic and red wine and camembert. On the ramp and the stairs it was like an academy, all kinds. They hadn't changed much since the days when I went out peddling for Gorlonge. There were lots of little pimps, and dicks with plenty of time on their hands, stool pigeons of all ages, who made good money tipping off the cops. There'd always be a card game going on, and 2 or 3 bookies trying to drum up trade. There were overage salesmen who'd turned in their sample cases. Nobody was willing to hire them any more. There were little fairies still too green for the bois. One of them came around every day. His specialty was the urinals, and especially the crusts of bread soaking in the drains. He told us his adventures. He knew an old Jew who was nuts about those babas. They'd go and eat the stuff together. One day they got caught. We didn't see him for a couple of months. He was changed beyond recognition when he got back. The cops had given him such a going-over he was fresh out of the hospital. That shellacking had turned him inside out. He'd molted in the meanwhile. He had a big bass voice. He'd let his beard grow. He'd given up eating shit. Another of the charms of the place was the procuress. She had a kid in long red stockings. She'd walk her up and down outside the Folie Dramatique. They said she cost 20 francs. She'd have suited me fine. That was a fortune at the time. They didn't even look in our direction. We were too crummy. We whooped at them, but it didn't get us anywhere. We exchanged newspapers and the jokes we'd picked up on our rounds. The bad part of it was the crabs. Naturally, I caught them too. Those cooties out in front of the Ambigu were a pestilence. The worst of all were the butt-pickers that hung around the terraces of the cafes. The whole bunch of them would drop over to the Saint Louis Hospital for ointment. Then they'd go off together and rub it in. I could still see my straw hat, the reinforced boater. I always had it in my hand. It must have weighed a good 2 pounds. It was supposed to last me 2 years, if possible 3. I wore it till I was drafted, which was in 1912. I took my collar off one more time. It had left a terrible mark, completely scarlet. All men had that red furrow around their necks in those days. They kept it until their dying day. It was like a magic sign. When we'd finished commenting on the ads, all those crazy come-ons, we'd start on the sports column, the tryouts at the Buffalo Stadium and the forthcoming 6-day bicycle race, with Morin and pretty boy Faber, who was the favorite. Those who preferred the horse races sat up on the opposite corner. The little streetwalkers moseyed back and forth. They weren't interested in us. They went on walking. We weren't good for anything but talk, a bunch of no-soap artists. The very first motor buses, the marvelous Madeleine Bastille with the high top deck, gave it the works at that point, set off all their explosives to make it up the hill. It was some show, an uproar. They dashed boiling water against the Porte Saint-Martin. The passengers on the balcony took part in the performance. They were nuts. They could have capsized the whole thing the way they all leaned over on the same side at once in their ecstatic excitement. They clutched the tassels, the bars and knobs that ran around the railing. They shouted and cheered. Horses were a thing of the past. It was plain as day. It was only on bad roads that they still had a chance. Uncle Edouard had always said so. Well, in front of the Ambigu, between 5 and 7, I witnessed the coming of progress. But I still didn't find a job. Every night I came home empty-handed. I couldn't seem to find the boss who'd give me a new start in life. They wouldn't take me as an apprentice. I was too old. And to be a regular employee, I was apparently much too young. I'd never get past the ungrateful age. And even if I talked English beautifully, it made no difference. They had no use for it. Foreign languages were only for the big shops, and there they didn't take beginners. I was out of luck all along the line. Any way I went about it, it was always the same old shit. Very gently, in small doses, I let my mother in on the ideas I'd been piling up. I told her my prospects didn't look too brilliant. She wasn't one to be discouraged. She'd begun to make other plans, this time for herself, something new, something more backbreaking than ever. She'd been thinking about it a long time, and now she made up her mind.
You see, my boy, I won't tell your father, so keep this to yourself. The poor man, it would come as a terrible disappointment. He's suffering enough already to see me miserable. But between you and me, Ferdinand, I don't think our poor shop will ever pick up again. I fear the worst. In our lace business, there's no denying, the competition has become impossible to meet. Your father doesn't understand. He's not right in the thick of it, day in, day out. Luckily, thank God for that. What you need nowadays isn't a few hundred francs, but thousands and thousands, if you want to lay in a really up-to-date stock. Where can we find that kind of money? Who's going to give us credit, I ask you? It's only the big businesses that can afford it, the enormous stores. Our little shops are doomed. It's only a question of time. A few years, or months maybe. It's a desperate struggle for nothing. The big stores are crushing us. I've seen it coming for a long time. Even in Caroline's day, things were getting harder and harder. It's nothing new. The slack season went on forever, longer each year, worse and worse. Well, my boy, one thing I've got is energy. You know that. We've got to get out of this mess. Now here's what I'm going to try as soon as my leg is better. If I could even go out a little. I'm going to one of the big firms and ask for a card. I won't have any trouble. They've known me for years. They know I'm a go-getter. They know I've got plenty of gumption. They know your father and I are the soul of honesty, that they can trust us with anything, no matter what. Yes, I don't mind saying it. Marescal, Bataille, Rubik. They've known me for 30 years, as a saleswoman and shopkeeper. I won't have any trouble finding something. I don't need other references. I don't like working for other people, but at present I have no choice. Your father won't suspect. Not a thing. I'll tell him I'm going to see a customer. He won't be any the wiser. I'll go out as usual, and I'll always be back on time. Poor man, he'd hang his head for shame to think I was working for somebody else. He'd be humiliated. I want to spare him that, at all costs. He'd never get over it. I wouldn't know how to buck him up. His wife working for strangers. Good Lord! Even with Caroline it was almost more than he could bear. Anyway, he won't know a thing. I'll make my rounds regularly. One day one street, the next day another. It'll be a good deal simpler than this eternal balancing act, this acrobatics that's killing us, always batting our brains out, figuring out how to stop up holes. It's infernal. It would be the end of us. We won't have nearly as much worry. Pay here, pay there. Will we make it? How awful. It's torture. We won't make much, but it'll be regular. No more surprises. No more nightmares. That's what we've always needed, a steady income. It'll be a change from the last 20 years. What a rat race! Heavens above! Always running after 5 francs. And the customers that never pay. You've hardly paid one bill when another one comes in. Oh, yes, independence is all very fine. It was my dream, my mother's too, but I can't go on. We'll make ends meet, you'll see, if we all put our shoulders to the wheel. We'll have our cleaning woman, since that's what he wants. Besides, I need one. You couldn't call it a luxury.
That was just what my mother wanted. Some horrible new thing to do, something inconceivably difficult. Nothing could be too hard, too grueling. If she'd had her own way, she'd have done everybody's work, run the shop, kept the whole family going all by herself, and the seamstress, too. She never tried to draw comparisons, to understand. As long as it was lousy work, as long as there was plenty of sweat and heartache, she was satisfied. That was her nature. Whether I ran myself ragged or not, it wouldn't make a particle of difference. With a maid, I was positive she'd work 50 times harder. She was really attached to her horrible fate. It wasn't the same with me. I had a little worm in my conscience. But next to her, I was a parasite. Maybe that came from my stay in Rochester, from doing nothing at the Merrywinds. I'd got to be frankly lazy. Instead of chasing after work, I'd just sit and think. When you come right down to it, my job hunting was pretty feeble. But when I saw a doorbell, I'd fold. I had no martyr's blood in my veins. Hell no. I didn't have the right attitude for a poor bastard. I kept putting things off till the next day. I'd try a different neighborhood, not quite so hot, a little breezier, a little shadier, for my little bit of job hunting. I took a gander at the shops around the Tuileries, under those beautiful arcades, on the broad avenues. I thought I'd ask the jewelers if they could use a young man. I was baking in my jacket. They didn't need anybody. In the end, I stayed in the Tuileries. I'd pass the time of day with the floozies that were wandering around. I spent hours in the greenery, not doing a damn thing. Just like in England, except I'd have a cup of water now and then and work the waffle machines, the little dials on cylinders. There was also the fellow with the coconut drink and the mechanical band by the hobby horses. That was all a long time ago. One evening I caught sight of my father. He was on the other side of the fence on his way to make his deliveries. To play it safe, I stayed in the carousel. I hid between the statues. Once I went into the Louvre. It was free at the time. I didn't dig the pictures, but up on the 4th floor I discovered the Navy Museum. I couldn't drag myself away. I went regularly. I spent whole weeks there. I knew all the ship models by heart. I stood all alone by the showcases. I forgot all my troubles, all about jobs and bosses, the whole mess. There was nothing in my head but boats. Sailboats, even models of sailboats, send me frankly off my rocker. I'd have really liked to be a sailor. Papa, too, in his time. Our lives hadn't panned out right. I had a pretty fair idea of what was what. When I came home at supper time, he asked me what I'd been doing, why I was so late. Job hunting, I said. Mamma had resigned herself. Papa grunted into his plate. He didn't press the subject. They'd told my mother she could try her luck right away at the market in Le Pec or even Saint-Germain, that now was just the time because of all the rich people, it was the new style, who were renting villas all over the hillside. They'd be sure to appreciate her lace for their bedroom curtains, their bedspreads, and those pretty little blinds. A golden opportunity. She hightailed it out there quick. For a whole week she traipsed up and down all the roads with her whole caboodle, from Chateau Station almost as far as Merlin, always on foot and limping. Luckily the weather was marvelous. Rain would have been a disaster. She was delighted. She'd sold a good part of her white elephants, fringed point lace and heavy Spanish shawls that had been in dry dock since the Empire. The people in the villas were developing a taste for our genuine curios. They were in a hurry to furnish their houses. They kind of lost their heads. The view of Paris from the hillside made them optimistic, enthusiastic. My mother pushed hard. She followed up on her luck. Except one fine morning her leg wouldn't move at all. That was the end of her foolishness, of her heroic treks. Even the other knee was on fire. It swelled up double. Capron came running. All he could do was take note of her condition. He threw up his arms to high heaven. An abscess was forming. There was no room for doubt. The joint was affected. It was swollen. Her fighting spirit was no use at all. She couldn't move her rear end. She couldn't change sides or lift herself, not even an eighth of an inch. She let out piercing screams. She sighed the whole time, not so much from the pain, she was as tough as Caroline, but because her ailment had got her down. It was a terrible defeat. Naturally, we had to take on a cleaning woman. Our habits changed. Everything was at loose ends. Mamma lay on her bed. My father and I did most of the work before we left in the morning. The sweeping, the carpets, the sidewalk outside our door, the shop. All of a sudden, my dawdling, my hesitation, my squirming were over. I had to get a wiggle on, to find some work in a hurry and PDQ. Hortense, the cleaning woman, came in for an hour in the afternoon and for 2 hours after supper. She worked all day in a grocery store on the Rue Vivienne, next to the post office. She was a reliable soul. She made a little extra working for us. She was down on her luck. She had to sweat double. Her husband had lost all their money trying to set himself up as a plumber. Besides, she had 2 kids and an aunt dependent on her. She couldn't ever sit down. My mother was riveted to her bed and had to listen to her whole story. One morning my father and I carried her down. We put her in a chair. We had to be very careful not to bump her on the stairs or drop her. We set her up in a corner of the shop, wedged in with cushions, so she could answer the customers. It was rough, and having to attend to her knee and put on vulnerary compresses. As for looks, Hortense, even though she worked like an ox, was pretty crunchy. She herself always said that she denied herself nothing, especially in the way of food. Her trouble was sleep. She had no time to go to bed. It was eating that kept her going, especially café au lait. She'd take at least 10 cups a day. In her grocery store she ate enough for an army. Hortense was a card. Her stories even made my mother laugh on her bed of pain. It made my father mad to find me in the same room with her. He was afraid I'd lay her. It's true that I jerked off on account of her. Who doesn't? But it really didn't amount to much. Nothing like England. I didn't put the same frenzy into it. The flavor was gone. We were really too miserable for me to do things right. Hell and damnation. I wasn't in the mood anymore. It was awful to be on the rocks with the whole family. My head was packed jammed full of worries. It was a worse headache finding me a job than before I went away. Seeing my mother's distress, I started out again. I went looking for more addresses. I did the boulevards inside out, the Sentier quarter, the streets around the stock exchange. Around the end of August, that's certainly the worst of neighborhoods. There's none stinkier, more stifling. I pounded the stairs again with my collar, my tie, my butterfly bow, my armored boater. I haven't forgotten a single nameplate, coming or going. Jimmy Blackwell and Kerston, exporters. Borogoff, merchants. Tokima, traders with Caracas and the Congo. Jarrito and Kugelprun, commission merchants for India and the East Indies. Once more I was knocked out, fed up, resolute. I ran my comb through my hair on my way into the building. I attacked the stairs. I rang at the first door and then at another. But all of a sudden everything went wrong when I had to answer questions. If they asked me for my references, or what kind of work I wanted to do, my actual aptitudes, my demands, that knocked the stuffings out of me. I stammered. I made bubbles. I panicked. I mumbled vague apologies and began to back out. The faces on those inquisitors scared me green. All of a sudden I had this queasy feeling. All the nerve trickled out of me. I was drained. I took my bellyache out of there. Even so, I started in again. I rang at the door across the way. It was always the same monsters. I'd do 20 like that before lunch. I even stopped going home to eat. I just had too much on my mind. My appetite was gone in advance. I was too fiendishly thirsty. For 2 cents, I wouldn't have gone home at all. I knew by heart the scenes that were waiting for me. My mother and all her suffering. My father all tangled up in his typewriter with his rages, his screwball ideas, his insane bellowing. A gloomy prospect. I knew the kind of compliments to expect. It caked my shit to think about it. I stayed out by the banks of the Seine, wanting for it to be 2 o'clock. I watched the dogs swimming. I didn't even have a system anymore. I just looked around at random. I searched the whole left bank. At the Rue du Bac, my odyssey would start in again. Rue Jacob, Rue Tournon. I ran across businesses that were almost shut down, agencies for textile mills that had gone out of existence, in provinces that maybe France would recover someday. Dealers in objects so dismal they left you speechless. Even so, I put on the charm. I plugged for an interview at a shop that sold religious articles. I attempted the impossible. I put on a good show in a wholesale house for chasubles. It looked like they were going to hire me in a chandelier factory. I was out of my mind with joy. I was even beginning to like the stuff. And then everything collapsed. In the end, the Saint-Sulpice quarter was a big disappointment to me. They were having their troubles, too. Everybody turned me out. From pounding all those pavements, my tootsies were on fire. I took my shoes off whenever I could. I'd give them a quick dip in the toilet. I could slip out of my shoes in 1 second flat. That way I made the acquaintance of a waiter in a cafe whose dogs hurt him even worse than mine. He worked all day until past midnight on the enormous terrace of the German brasserie in the Cour de la Croix-Nivert. Sometimes his shoes hurt him so bad he stuck little pieces of ice inside. I tried it. It helps for a little while, but then it's even worse. My mother stayed like that in the back of her shop with her legs stretched out for 3 weeks. There weren't many customers. That gave her one more reason to eat her heart out. She couldn't go out at all. There were only the neighbors that came in now and then to bat the breeze and keep her company. They brought her all the gossip. They worked her up good. Especially in connection with me, they dreamed up the stinkingest stuff. Those bastards couldn't stand to see me doing nothing. Why couldn't I find a job, they kept asking. It was inconceivable that I should be getting nowhere so fast after such efforts, such extraordinary sacrifices. It surpassed the understanding. It was a mystery. Seeing me on the rocks like that gave them a pain. Oh, ho, not on your tintype. They wouldn't be saps like my parents. They wouldn't make that mistake. They made that perfectly plain. You wouldn't catch them working their fingers to the bone for kids that didn't give a shit. They wouldn't bleed themselves white for their brats. Hell no, where did it get you? Especially teaching them languages. Christ almighty Jesus, some joke. It only turned them into tramps, that's all. It certainly didn't do any good. There's the living proof. One look at me was enough. A job? I'd never find one. I didn't inspire confidence. I just didn't look right. They knew. They'd known me all my life, and that's a fact. That song and dance crushed my mother completely, especially in the state she was in, with her painful abscess that was getting worse and worse. The whole side of her leg was swollen now. Usually she restrained herself a little from repeating all that rot, but with the excruciating pain she was in, she couldn't control her reflexes. She repeated the whole business to my father, almost word for word. He hadn't had a tantrum in a long time. He jumped at the opportunity. He began to holler that I was skinning him alive, and my mother too, that I was his shame and opprobrium, that everything was my fault, the worst disasters, past and future, that I was driving him to suicide, that I was an absolutely unprecedented type of murderer. He didn't say why. He whistled. He blew out so much steam there was a cloud between us. He tore his hair. He dug his fingers into his scalp till he drew blood. He cracked his nails. He gesticulated so wildly that he banged into the furniture. He knocked the sideboard over. The shop was very small. There wasn't room enough for a lunatic. He bumped into the umbrella stand. He sent 2 vases crashing. My mother tried to pick them up and gave her leg a terrible twist. She let out a yell so piercing, so horrible, that the neighbors all came running. She almost fainted. We gave her smelling salts. Little by little she came to. She began to breathe. She settled back on her chairs. "Ah," she says, "it's burst." She meant her abscess. She was delighted. Visio came and squeezed the pus out. He was used to it. He'd done it often on shipboard. I was very nicely dressed with my choker collar, my shoes polished fit to kill, but my mother, thinking it over in the room behind the shop, decided I still wasn't quite right, that I still didn't look serious enough in spite of my watch and my darkened chain. In spite of all their lectures, there was still something of the hoodlum about me. The way I carried money, for instance, whole pockets full of change. That's what gave me my disreputable look, like a tough, a tout, revolting. She made up her mind on the spot. She sent Hortense to the Bazar Vivienne for the ideal change purse, good and solid, hand-stitched, with plenty of compartments, indestructible. In addition, she made me a present of 4 50-centime pieces. But I wasn't to spend them, ever. Those were my savings, to give me a taste for thrift. She put in my address, too, in case of an accident in the street. It gave her pleasure. I raised no objection. I quickly drank up the little nest egg in 10-centime box. The summer of 1910 was abominably hot. Luckily, it was easy to wet your whistle around the Temple. It was cheap on the stands all along the street, whole sidewalks full of drinks, and the little bars in the street fairs. I transferred my efforts to the jewel setters. That's a real trade, after all, and I knew something about it. I went back to the Marais. It was unbearable on the boulevards. The people were packed like a parade in front of the Café du Nègre and the Porte Saint-Denis, like being crowded into a furnace. With the loafers on the Square des Arts, it was even worse. There was no use sitting down. The whole place was a dust bowl. Just trying to breathe made you choke. All the peddlers for miles around collected there with their boxes and bundles. And the dumb kid that pushes their pushcarts. They all slumped down by the railing, waiting for it to be time to go up and face the boss. They were sad sacks. Business was so slow that summer they weren't selling anything at all. Even with 90 days' credit, nobody wanted their stuff anywhere. They looked dazed. They were suffocating in the clouds of sand. They'd never get a single order before the 15th of October. That didn't encourage me very much. They could close their order books. Their misery paralyzed me. I'd asked people right and left if they didn't know of a job. I'd pestered everybody. I'd looked at every nameplate in town, analyzed all the directories and telephone books. I went back to the Rue Vieille du Temple. For at least a week I roamed along the Canal Saint-Martin, looking at the barges, the quiet movement of the locks. I went back to the Rue Elzévir. I was so worried I woke up with a start in the middle of the night. I had an obsession that got stronger and stronger. It squeezed my head like a vice. I wanted to go back to Gorloge's. All of a sudden I felt a terrible pang of remorse, an irresistible sense of shame, a curse. I was getting ideas like a poor bastard, absolutely screwy. I wanted to go up to Gorloge's and frankly confess, accuse myself, in front of everybody. It was I that stole, I'd say. It was I that took the beautiful pin, the pure gold Sakyamuni. It was I, absolutely positively. I worked myself up. Hell, once I get it over with, I said to myself, my bad luck will leave me. I was under a spell, every fiber in my brain. The idea gave me such horrors I was always shivering. It got to be irresistible. Christ! Well, in the end I actually went back to the house. In spite of the sizzling heat, I had the cold shivers. I was in a panic. I catch sight of the concierge. She takes a good look at me. She recognizes me from far away. So I try to remember, to figure out why I'm guilty. I start for her den. First, I'll tell her all about it. Shit! No, I can't do it. I've got the jitters. I about face quick. I get out of there fast. I run down towards the boulevards. What in hell's the matter with me? I was acting like an ass. I was going nuts. All sorts of crazy, crummy ideas. I stopped going home for lunch. I took bread and cheese with me. I was sleepy in the afternoon from sleeping so badly at night, always being woken up by dreams. I had to keep walking the whole time or I'd fall asleep on a bench. I kept on batting my brains out, trying to figure out what I was guilty of. There must have been some reason, some damn good reason. I wasn't educated enough to puzzle it out. I covered so much ground, I found another place to rest in the afternoon. At Notre-Dame des Victoires, by the little chapels on the left as you go in. You couldn't have found a cooler place. I felt cruelly persecuted by my stinking luck. You feel better in the dark. The flags are soothing on the feet. Nothing could be more refreshing. I'd stay there a long time. The candles are nice. like fragile bushes, the way they quiver in the deep velvet of the vaulting. They hypnotized me. Little by little they put me to sleep. I woke up to the sound of little bells. Naturally, it never closes. It's the best place. I kept finding excuses for coming home later and later. Once it was almost 9 o'clock. I'd applied for a job way out in Antony, in a wallpaper factory. They were looking for salesmen in Midtown. It was just the thing for my aptitudes. I went back 2 or 3 times. Their factory wasn't ready. They hadn't finished building it. Anyway, a lot of hooey. I was scared shitless when I got back to the Passage. I'd spent all my car fare money on beer. So I walked more and more. It was a really unusual summer. It hadn't rained in 2 months. My father was twisting and turning like a tiger in front of his typewriter. In my bed right next door, it was impossible to sleep. He cursed so much at the keyboard. At the beginning of September, he developed a whole raft of boils, first on his arms, then on the back of his neck, a really enormous one that turned into a carbuncle right away. In his case, boils were really serious. They knocked him out completely. He went to the office anyway. But people looked at him in the street, all wound up in cotton. They turned around. He took quantities of brewer's yeast, but it didn't help. My mother was terribly worried to see him all broken out like that. Her abscess was doing a little better, what with lying still and putting on compresses. It festered a good deal, but the swelling had gone down. It drained a little more. And then she got back on her feet. She wouldn't wait for the wound to heal. Right away she got busy around the place, hobbling around the chairs and things. She tried to keep an eye on Hortense. She climbed the stairs. She wouldn't let us carry her any more. She clutched the banister to climb the steps all by herself. She hoisted herself from one floor to the next while we were busy. She wanted to clean the house, to straighten out the shop, put the knickknacks where they belonged. My father was so wrapped up in bandages he couldn't turn his head. He was suffocating in his boils, but that didn't prevent him from hearing my mother downstairs, bustling from room to room with her leg dragging behind her. That made him madder than anything else. He banged on his machine. He was in such a dither he scraped the skin off his fists. He yelled at her to watch what she was doing. "Jumping Jesus, Clemence! You can hear me all right? Holy suffering catfish, will you lie down, God damn it? You think we haven't trouble enough? Christ, what a stinking life!"
Come, Auguste. Can't you leave me be? Let me attend to my business. Don't worry. I'm feeling fine.
She'd put on her angelic tone. "It's easy to talk," he yelled. "It's easy to talk. God damn it to lousy stinking hell, will you finally sit down?" In the morning, I notified my mother. "Say, Mama, I won't be home for lunch today. I'm going out to Les Lilas again. See about that factory."
"All right, Ferdinand," she says. "In that case, listen to me. I've been thinking. This evening, I'd like Hortense to do the kitchen thoroughly. It's been in a disgusting state for the last 2 months at least, the pots, the sink, and all the brass. Since I've been sick, I haven't been able to attend to it. You can smell the grease all the way upstairs. If I send her shopping, she'll start dawdling again. She'll be out for hours. She's such a chatterbox. She hangs around the vegetable store. Gabble, gabble. You'll be near the Place de la République, so drop in at Carquois and bring me 70 centimes worth of their best ham for your father. The very best. You know the kind I mean? Absolutely fresh and not too fat. Take a good look at it before you buy. There are some noodles left over for the 2 of us. We'll boil them up again. And at the same time you can bring me 3 portions of cream cheese, and if you can remember a head of lettuce, not too wide open. That way I won't have to cook for dinner. You'll remember all that, won't you? We've got beer. Hortense will get some yeast. With your father and his boils, I think salad is the best thing for the blood. Before you go, take a 5-franc piece out of my purse on the mantelpiece in our room. Don't forget to count the change, and be sure to get back before dinner. Do you want me to write it all down? With this heat, I'm afraid to give your father eggs. His digestion hasn't been right. Or strawberries, for that matter. They give me a rash. So, with his nerves, we'd better be careful.
I'd had enough instructions. I was all set to go. I took the 5 francs. I left the passage. I sat for a while in the Square Louvois beside the fountain, thinking things over on a bench. La, my ass. But I had a little tip about a jobber, a fellow that made showcase accessories at home, velvet pads, little wooden plaques. Somebody had told me about him. It was on the Rue Greneta at number 8. Just to have a clear conscience. It must have been about 9 o'clock. I wasn't too hot yet. So I go there, very slowly. I come to the door. I climb up to the 6th floor. I ring. They open the door a crack. The job was taken. Okay, no point arguing. That was a load off my chest. I went down maybe 2 flights. There, on the 4th floor landing, I sit down for a minute. I take off my collar. I do a little more thinking. After quite some thought, it came to me that I still had another address, a dealer in deluxe leather goods way down at the end of the Rue Meslay. There was no hurry about that, either. I look around. I take in the setting. The place was really sumptuous. The floors were all worn down. It smelled terrible of mold and toilets. But what generous proportions. Really magnificent. Must have belonged to some gravy riders in the 17th century. You could tell that by the decorations, the moldings, the wrought iron railings, the marble and porphyry steps. Nothing phony about it. All handmade. I knew about style. Hell, it was really magnificent. Not a single fixture was imitation. It was like an enormous drawing room where people would never stop again. They dashed straight through into the hovels to their lousy jobs. I'd contemplated enough. I myself was a memory, a putrid smell. There, right beside the water faucet, I could see the whole landing. I was nice and comfortable. That's all I wanted. Even the panes of glass dated from the period. Little tiny ones, different colored squares, violet, bottle green, pink. So there I was, perfectly at peace. The people paid no attention to me. They were going to work. I wondered how I was going to spend the day. Hey, suddenly I see an old friend coming up, a big 6-footer with a goatee, holding on to the banister and panting. He was a salesman, not a bad guy, a real joker. I hadn't seen him since I was at Gorloge's. He sold watch chains and such. He recognized me on the landing. He shouts up to me. He tells me all about himself and asks me what I've been doing for the last year. I give him all the details. He didn't have time to listen. He was just leaving for his vacation, early in the afternoon. He was all pepped up with the prospect. So he leaves me pretty quick. He took the stairs 4 at a time. He ran in to see his boss and drop his sample case. He barely had time to dash to the Gare d'Orsay and take the train for Dordogne. He was going to be away for a week. He wished me plenty of luck. I told him to have a good time. But that big palooka had got me down with his line about the country. Just like that, he'd punctured me completely. Hell, I wouldn't do a damn thing all day. That was a safe bet. I couldn't think of anything but skylarking, the open spaces, the country. Hell, he demoralized me. I was suddenly frantic to see greenery, trees, flower beds. I couldn't control myself. I was wild. Damn it to hell. I says to myself, I'll do my shopping for supper right away. That was my idea. Then I'll go out to the Butte Chaumont. First, we'll get that out of the way. I won't go home until 7. I'll be free all afternoon. Not bad. I run to the nearest place, Ramponneau's. I make it fast, on the corner of Rue Etienne Marcel, a model delicatessen store, even better than Carquois. Really luxurious for those days and clean. I buy the 70 centimes worth of ham, the kind my father liked best, hardly a speck of fat. I bought the head of lettuce at Les Halles across the street, the cream cheese, too. They even lend me a container. So I start moseying down the Boulevard Sevastopol, then the Rue de Rivoli. I've kind of lost track. It's so stifling you can hardly move. I drag myself through the arcades, along the shop fronts. How about the Bois de Boulogne, I says to myself. I kept on walking quite a bit, but it was getting to be unbearable. When I see the gates of the Tuileries, I turn off, across the street and into the gardens. There was a hell of a crowd already. It wasn't easy to find a place on the grass, especially in the shade. It was full up. I get pushed around some. I slide down an embankment near the big basin. It was nice and cool, really pleasant. But just then a red-faced mob appears on the scene. A compact mass, griping and greasy, pouring out of all 14 adjoining quarters. Whole buildings disgorging their inhabitants on the spacious lawns, every last tenant and janitor driven out by the heat, the bedbugs, the itch. They swept on in a sea of wisecracks. The gags burst like rockets. More hordes were on their way from the Invalides. You could hear their awful rumbling. They tried to close the gates, to rescue the rhododendrons, the bed of daisies. The horde broke down the gates, bending the bars, tearing them up by the roots. They ruptured the whole wall. It was worse than a landslide, a cavalry charge over ruins. They howled bestially to make the storm burst at last over the Concorde. But not a drop of rain fell, so they rushed into the basins, rolling and wallowing, whole battalions of them, naked, in their underdrawers. They made it overflow. They drank up the last drop. I was flat on my ass on the grassy bank. I really had nothing to complain about. I was safe. I had my provisions to the left of me, within easy reach. I could hear the stampeding herds trampling the flower beds. More were coming from all directions. The numberless legions of thirst. They were battling to lick the bottom of the pond, sucking mud, worms, slime. They'd plowed up the whole place, disemboweled the earth, dug deep crevices. There wasn't a single blade of grass left in the whole park, only delirium, a chopped-up crater for 3 miles around, rumbling with disaster and drunks. At the bottom of the crater, in the red-hot oven of hell, thousands of families were looking around for their pieces. Sides of meat, chunks of rump, kidneys gushing and spurting as far as the Rue Royale and up into the clouds. The stink was merciless. Tripe in urine, whiffs of corpse, decomposed liver patty. You got a mouthful with every breath. You couldn't get away from it. The terraces were inaccessible, blocked off by 3 impregnable bulwarks, baby carriages piled as high as a 6-story building. But as the purple dusk fell, strains of song were wafted through the putrid breezes. Slumped on top of the martyrs, the monster with 100,000 cocks stirs up music in his guts. I had a couple of beers, swiped free of charge, and 2 more, and 2 more, which makes 12. Why not? I'd spent my 5 francs. I hadn't a red cent left. I snagged a quart of white wine. Nothing to it. and a whole bottle of Mousseau. Why wouldn't I do a little trading with that family on the bench? Sure. I swap my cream cheese for a real live camembert. Better watch out. I change my sliced ham for a quart of red ink. There's no other word for it. Just then the mounted police attack. They're brutal. Some nerve, the damn fools. They can't get anybody to move. In half a second they're toppled off their horses, disgraced, jerked off, beheaded, put to flight before you can count 3. They run for it. They scatter behind the statues. The masses are in revolt. A storm, that's what they're demanding. The crater rumbles, grumbles, thunders, spewing empty bottles as far as the Étoile. I break my salad in 2. We eat it just like that, raw. I kid around with the young ladies. I sit there, drinking whatever I find on the corner of the bench. No more beer. It doesn't quench your thirst. It actually heats up your mouth. Everything is scorching. The air, the girls' tits. You'd throw up if you moved, if you tried to get up. It's a fact. You can't move at all. My eyelids are drooping. My eyes are closing. Just then a sweet refrain passes through the air. I know you're lovely. Bing! Rat-a-tat! That's the street lamp, the big white globe breaking into smithereens. A vicious stone, a slingshot. They give a jump. They screech something awful. It's those toughs over there in the corner on the other side of the ditch. Wise guys, bastards. They want it to be pitch dark. The lousy little heels. I sprawl over on the guy next to me. He's a fat son of a bitch. He's snoring. It's terrible. Cut it out. I'm comfortable, though. His hullabaloo is putting me to sleep. A lullaby. I thought it was camembert I had. It's cream cheese. I can see that. I've still got some in my breast pocket. I shouldn't have left any in the box. In the box. Here we are. Here we stay. Seems like a breeze is coming up. The cream cheese is sleeping. It must be very late. Or even later. Like the cheese. Absolutely. I was sleeping nicely. I wasn't bothering anybody. I'd slipped deep down into the ditch. I was wedged against the wall. Then some fool comes stumbling around in the darkness. He bumps into my neighbor. He falls back on me. He knocks me over. He feels me up. I half open my eyes. I give a ferocious grunt. I look at the horizon. Way in the distance, I see the dial, the one over the Gare d'Orsay, those great big clocks. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Christ! Hell and damnation! Stinking mess! I start up. I disentangle myself. I've got 2 floozies crushing me, one on each side. I roll them over. All around me they're sawing wood and wheezing. Got to get up. Got to beat it home. I pick up my good jacket, but I can't find my collar. To hell with it. I was supposed to be home for dinner. Hell, my lousy luck. It was the heat, too. Besides, I was in a daze. I wasn't all there. I was scared, and I was drunk. I was still completely befuddled. Christ, was I drunk. Hell! I remember the way all the same. I take the Rue Saint-Honoré, then the Rue Saint-Roch on the left, Rue Gambouste, then straight ahead. I reach the Passage gate. It's not closed yet on account of the heat. All the neighbors are there, in their shirt sleeves with their collars open, outside their shops, taking the air, chewing the fat from chair to chair, astraddle on their doorsteps. I'm still kind of tipsy. It's obvious that I can't walk straight. That throws them. I never got drunk. They'd never seen me that way. They're amazed. "Hey, Ferdinand," they holler. "You land a job? The frog's having a party? You run into a cloud? Been struck by a cyclone?" A lot of hooey, anyway. Visio was rolling up his awning. He called after me, "Say, Ferdinand, your mother's been down here at least 20 times since 7 o'clock asking if we hadn't seen you. So help me, she's mad as a hornet. Where you been keeping yourself, anyway?" So I stagger over to the shop. It wasn't closed at all. Hortense was standing in the hall. She must have been waiting for me.
"Oh, if you could see your mother, the state she's in. Poor woman, it's dreadful. She's been out of her mind since 6 o'clock. They say there's been a riot in the Tuileries. She's sure you were in it. She went out this afternoon for the first time when she heard the rumors. She saw a runaway horse on the Rue Vivienne. She came home more dead than alive. She was all in a tizzy. I've never seen her so upset." Hortense herself was in a terrible state just telling me about it. Her face was all in a sweat, and she was dabbing at it with her big filthy apron. It left her streaked with green and yellow and black. I took the stairs 4 at a time. I went to my room. My mother was there on the bed, prostrated, completely beside herself, her smock unbuttoned, her petticoats pulled up to her waist. She was still bathing her leg with Turkish towels. She rolled them up into big wads. The water dripped down on the floor. "Ah,"
she starts up.
"So there you are."
She'd thought they'd made a hash of me.
"Your father's in a terrible rage. Oh, the poor man. He was just going to the police station. Where on earth have you been?"
Just then I heard my father coming out of the toilet. He comes slowly up the stairs, adjusting his suspenders. He straightens out the bandage on his boils. First, he doesn't say a word. He pretends not to see me. He goes back to his typewriter. He types with one finger. He puffs like a porpoise. He sponges his forehead. It's stifling, that's a fact. Absolutely suffocating. He stands up. He takes the towel from the nail. He splashes water all over his face. He's done in. He comes back. He gives me a cross-eyed look. He looks at my mother, too, stretched out on the bed. "Good Lord, Clemence, cover yourself," he bellows at her, furious on account of her leg. Here we go again. He motions at her. He thinks I'm looking at her bare legs. She doesn't see what he's excited about. She's innocent. She has no sense of shame. He raises his hands to high heaven. He's scandalized, outraged. She's naked up to her stomach. Finally, she pulls her skirt down. She changes her position a little. She turns over on the mattress. I want to say something to put an end to the embarrassment. I'll say something about the heat. You can hear the cats screwing, way over there on the glass roof, chasing each other, jumping over chasms between tall chimneys. A breath of air comes up, an honest-to-goodness breeze. Glory be.
"It's cooling off,"
my mother says right away.
"Well, it's none too soon. You know, Auguste, I can feel it in my leg that it's going to rain. I'm positive. It's always the same pain. A drawing pain in the ass. That's the sign, all right. It never fails. Do you hear, Auguste? It's going to rain."
"Ah, can't you shut up a minute? Let me work. Christ! Can't you stop gassing the whole time?"
"Why, Auguste, I haven't said a word. It's getting on to 2 o'clock. My goodness, child, and we aren't in bed yet."
"As if I don't know it, Christ almighty asshole blazes. I know it's 2 o'clock. Is it my fault? Pretty soon it'll be 3. Hell fire, and 4, and 36, and 12. Blast it to stinking hell. Why do I have to be badgered day and night? Is it right? Is it fair?" He gives his contraption a terrifying blow, enough to smash all the type, to flatten out the keyboard. He turns around. He's blue in the face. Now he turns on me. He gives it to me straight. "Wah!" he bellows. He roars at the top of his lungs.
You give me a pain in the ass, the whole lot of you. Do you hear me? That's right. And you dirty little louse, you no-good bum, where have you been again? Since 8 o'clock this morning. Well, are you going to answer me? Speak up, damn it!"
At first I didn't say a thing. All of a sudden I remember what I'd done with the stuff I'd bought. It was true. I hadn't brought home a thing. Jesus Christ, what a mess. I'd forgotten all about the ham. I'd forgotten everything. Now I begin to catch the tune. Christ.
"What about your mother's money and the food you were supposed to be bringing home? Well? Ah!"
He was exultant.
"You see, Clemence? Your handiwork. Now do you see what you've done? With your idiotic leniency, your stupid blindness, you trust that little thug with money. Your unpardonable trustfulness, your idiotic credulity. You give him money. You hand him your purse. Why not give him everything? Give him the whole house. Why not? I predicted it, didn't I? He'll shit in your hand. He's drunk it all up. He's guzzled it all down. He stinks of liquor. He's drunk. He's caught the syphilis and the clap. He'll bring us the cholera. Then you'll be satisfied. Well, you'll reap the fruits. You and nobody else, you hear me? Whose fault is it we've a stinker for a son? Yours. You can have him, all for yourself. Lousy, stinking, cocksucking life."
He winds himself up again. He surpasses himself. He goes all out. He rips his shirt open. He bares his chest.
"Thunderation, asshole Jesus! Why, he's a scoundrel through and through. He'll stop at nothing. It's high time you realized you can't trust him with anything. Not a single centime. Not with a sou. You promised me 12 times, 20 times, 100,000 times. But you had to start right in again. You're incorrigible."
He bounces up from his stool. He comes clear across the room and shouts at me point blank. He blows spit in my face. He puffs himself up like a balloon, 2 inches from my nose. Here comes his hurricane act. I see his eyes right up against mine, strangely revulsed, quivering in their sockets. It's a tempest between the two of us. He stammers so furiously that the spit flies thick and fast. He's drowning me. He clouds my vision. I'm dazed. He flails around so violently he tears the bandages off his neck. That only makes him thrash harder. He twists around and bellows at me. He grabs hold of me. I push him back and recoil. I've got my dander up, too. I don't want the dirty bastard to touch me. That stops him for a second.
"What?" he goes. "What's this? If I didn't control myself."
"Go right ahead," I say. I can feel the gall rising.
You little skunk. You defy me? You little pimp? You swine? The insolence of it, the shame. Do you want to kill us? Is that it? Why don't you say so right away? You little coward, you bum."
He fires all this in my face, and then some more incantations.
"Suffering asshole, Christ almighty. My poor dear, what did we do to produce such vermin? As corrupt as 36 jailbirds. Profligate, scoundrel, idler, and then some. He's calamity personified. Good for nothing except to rob us and clean us out. A pestilence. Gouge us without mercy. That's all his gratitude. For a whole life of sacrifice, 2 lives of torment. We're nothing but a couple of old fools. We're the ones that get it in the neck, every time. Go on, say it again. Say it, you poison toad. Come on, out with it. Admit you want to be the death of us, that you want us to die of grief and misery. Let me hear you say it at least before you finish me off. Go on, you stinking scum."
At this point my mother gets up and limps across the room, trying to come between us.
Auguste, Auguste, listen to me, my goodness. Listen to me, I beg of you. Come, Auguste. You're going to be laid up again. Think of me, Auguste. Think of all of us. You're going to make yourself sick. Ferdinand, go away, child. Go outside. Don't stay here."
I didn't budge. It was he who sat down again. He mops himself off. He grunts. He strikes one or two keys. Then he starts to bellow again. He turns toward me. He points a finger at me. He takes a solemn tone. "Ah, yes, today I can admit it. How I regret it. I was weak. I'm to blame for not having disciplined you with a vengeance. Christ, yes, disciplined you before it was too late. When you were 12, do you hear, at the latest. That's when I should have collared you and locked you up good. That's right, no later. Locked you up in a reform school. That's the ticket. They'd have taught you a thing or two, and things wouldn't have come to such a pass. But now the die is cast. Our doom is sealed. Too late, too late. Do you hear me, Clemence? Much too late. This blackguard is incorrigible. It's your mother that prevented me, and now you'll pay for it, my dear." He points at her as she limps around the room, sighing at every step. "It was your mother. Yes, your mother. If she'd listened to me, you'd never have sunk so low. Jumping Jesus, no. Ah, Christ Almighty!" He pounds the keyboard again. Wicked punches with both fists. He's going to demolish it for sure. "Do you hear me, Clemence? Do you hear me? I've told you often enough. Didn't I warn you? I knew how it was going to be." He's going to explode again. His rage is coming back. He puffs up all over. His head and his eyes are bulging. All you can see is the whites. She's stumbling in all directions. She can't stand up any more. She climbs back on the bed. She collapses. She hikes her petticoats way up. She uncovers her thighs, the bottom of her belly. She writhes with pain. She gently massages herself. She's bent double. "Jesus, cover up, will you? It's disgusting."
Please, please, I beg you, Auguste. You're going to make us all sick."
She was at the end of her rope. She was beside herself. "Sick? Sick?" That shoots through him like a rocket. A magic word. "Ho, ho! Christ, that's the last straw!" He bursts out laughing. "That's a revelation." He's off the handle again. "But it's him! Can't you see that, you poor innocent? It's this little hoodlum. My Lord, can't you get it through your noodle? It's this infernal little villain that's making us all sick. This slimy viper. He's after our hide. He's always been plotting against us. He wants us dead and buried. That's right, we're in his way. He doesn't even bother to hide it. He wants the old folks to conk out. It's obvious. It's plain as day. And the sooner the better. His behavior is unbelievable. He's in a hurry. It's our wretched 2 cents he's after. Our miserable crust of bread he's got his eye on. You haven't noticed? That's it, all right. The little scum knows what he's doing. The scoundrel, the bloodsucker, he knows. He's got eyes in his head. He sees how we're wasting away. He's rotten through and through. Just take it from me. I know him if you don't, even if he is my son." He starts trembling again. His whole carcass is quaking. He's beside himself. He clenches his fists. His stool is creaking and dancing. He's winding up. He's going to lunge. He comes back, blowing up my nose. More insults. More and more of them. I feel things coming up in me, too. And the heat, besides. I pass my 2 hands over my face. Suddenly, everything looks cockeyed. I can't see straight. Just one jump. I'm over him. I lift up the big heavy machine. I lift it way up. And wham! I give it to him full in the face. He hasn't got time to parry. He goes over under the impact. The whole business topples. Table, man, chair, the whole shebang in all directions. They fall on the floor and scatter. I'm caught up in the dance. I stumble. I fall.
That does it. I've got to finish the stinking bastard. Bazing, he's down again. I'm going to smash his kisser so he can't talk any more. I'm going to smash his whole face. I punch him on the ground. He bellows. He gurgles. That'll do. I dig into the fat on his neck. I'm on my knees on top of him. I'm tangled up in his bandages. Both my hands are caught. I pull. I squeeze. He is still groaning. He's wriggling. I weigh down on him. He's disgusting. He squawks. I pound him. I massacre him. I'm squatting down. I dig into the meat. It's soft. He's drooling. I tug. I pull off a big chunk of mustache. He bites me, the stinker. I gouge into the holes. I'm sticky all over. My hands skid. He heaves. He slips out of my grip. He grabs me around the neck. He squeezes my windpipe. I squeeze some more. I knock his head against the tiles. He goes limp. He's soft under my legs. He sucks my thumb. He stops sucking. Phooey. I raise my head for a minute. I see my mother's face on a level with mine. She's staring at me, her eyes twice their size. Her eyes are so big I start wondering where I am. I let go. Another head appears from the stairs, over the corner of the banister. That one's Hortense. Must be. It's her, all right. She lets out a terrible scream. Help! Help! She almost splits a gut. That does something to me. I let go my old man. One jump, and I'm on top of Hortense. I'm going to strangle her. I want to see how she wriggles. She struggles. I daub her face. I close her mouth with the palms of my hands. The pus and blood from the boils squash on her face and drip down. She gurgles louder than Papa. I latch onto her. She struggles. She's hefty. I want to choke her, too. It's amazing. It's a hidden world that spasms in your hands. It's life. Get a good feel of it. I knock her skull stubbornly against the banister. It thuds. There's blood in her hair. She yells. It's split. I dig a big finger into her eye. I haven't got the right hold. She breaks loose. She's up again. She gets away. She's a strong one. She clatters down the stairs. I can hear her yelling outside, raising hell, screaming at the top of her lungs. Murder! Murder! I hear echoes, voices. A crowd comes running. They gallop into the shop. They jostle at the bottom of the stairs. They push and shove on every landing. An invasion. I hear my name. Here they come. They go into a huddle on the third floor. I look out. Somebody's coming. It's Visio. He's the first one to pop out. He plunges in from the landing. There he is, firm, menacing, resolute. He points a revolver at me, straight at my chest. The other bastards come around behind me, encircle me, grunting, bawling the hell out of me, hurling threats at me, insults. The old man is still out cold, still on the floor, with a little trickle of blood flowing from his head. I'm not angry anymore. I don't give a damn. Visio bends down, touches the bundle. Papa grunts and moans a little. The bastards push me around. They're stronger. They're pretty brutal. They drag me down the stairs. They won't even listen to my mother. They push me into the room downstairs. I take the blows as they come. I've stopped resisting. I get some from everybody, especially in the balls. I can't fight back. The wickedest of the lot is Visio. I get a kick square in the stomach. I stagger. I don't double up. I stay put, glued to the wall. They leave, spitting in my face as they go. They lock me in. I'm all alone. Pretty soon I begin to tremble. My hands, my legs, my face, inside, all over. I have a lousy, sick feeling.
a panic in my kidneys, like everything was falling apart, coming off in shreds, like a hurricane was shaking me. My whole carcass is rattling, my teeth are chattering. I'm dead to the world. I've got a spasm in my asshole. I shit in my pants. My heart's pounding so hard I can't hear what's going on. I can't make out what they're doing. My knees are knocking together. I stretch out on the floor. I don't know what's what. I'm scared. I feel like yelling. I haven't knocked him off, have I? Shit. To hell with that. But my asshole is opening and closing. A spasm. It's awful. I think of Papa again. The sweat's dripping off me, and what's left is cold. I swallow it through my nose. I'm bleeding. The cocksucker scratched me. I wasn't very rough. I'd never have expected him to be so weak, so mushy. It's amazing. It was easy to squeeze. I remember how I was kneeling there with my fingers locked in front. The slobber, and the way he suckled my thumb. I can't stop shaking. I'm trembling all over. All you've got to do is squeeze. My face is twitching all over. I groan. Now I can feel every one of those bastards' blows. I'm scared shitless. It's my asshole that hurts worst. It keeps on twisting and tightening. It aches like hell. Shut up in that room, stretched out on the tiles, I kept on trembling a long while, banging against everything in sight. I bumped into the clothes cupboard. It sounded like castanets. I'd never have thought I could have such a tempest inside me. The jolting was unbelievable. I flapped around like a lobster. It came from way inside. I've knocked him off, I said to myself. I was more and more sure of it, and then for a moment I heard something like the sound of steps, people talking things over. And then they were pushing the bed upstairs. That's it, they're taking him away. But a minute later I heard his voice. That was him, all right. He was only punch drunk. I must have bashed his head in, I began to think. He'll conk out later. That'll be even worse. He was still on my bed. I could hear the springs. Actually, I didn't know a thing. And then my stomach heaved. I began to vomit. I even pushed to make it come up. That made me feel a lot better. I vomited up everything. The shivers started in again. They shook me so hard I didn't know who I was anymore. I was surprised at myself. I threw up the macaroni. I started in again. It did me a whole lot of good, like I was getting rid of everything. I threw up everything I could all over the floor. I pushed and strained. I bent double to make myself puke still more, and then came slime and then froth. It splattered. It spread under the door. I vomited up everything I'd eaten for at least a week, and then diarrhea, too. I wanted to call them to let me leave the room. I dragged myself to the pitcher that was standing by the fireplace. I shat into it. After that, I couldn't keep my balance. My head was spinning. I collapsed again and let it all out on the floor. I shat some more. A flood of marmalade. They must have heard me floundering around. They came and opened. They took one look at the room. They locked it up again. Maybe 10 minutes later, Uncle Edouard came in. He was all alone. I hadn't put my pants back on. I was covered with shit. He wasn't afraid of me. "Get dressed now," he says to me. "You go down first. I'm taking you away." He had to hold me up. I was trembling so bad all over I couldn't button my pants. Finally, I did what he said. I went down ahead of him. There was nobody on the stairs anymore, or in the shop either. Everybody had cleared out. They must have gone home. They had plenty to talk about. By the clock up there under the glass roof, it was 4:15. It was dawning already. At the end of the passage, we roused up the caretaker to open the gate.
"So you're taking him away?"
he asked my uncle. "Yes, he'll sleep at my place."
"Well, I wish you luck. You'll need it, my dear monsieur. That's some number you've got on your hands."
He double-locked the gate behind us. He went back to his shack. You could hear him grumbling in the distance.
"Christ, that brat's got himself into a fine mess."
My uncle and I went down the Rue des Pyramides. We crossed the Tuileries. When we got to the Pont Royal, I was still trembling. The wind from the river wasn't warm. As we were walking along, Uncle Edouard told me how they'd come for him. It seems to have been Hortense. He was sound asleep. His part of town wasn't exactly around the corner. It was beyond the Invalides, behind the École Militaire, on the Rue de la Convention, before you get to the Rue de Vaugirard. I was afraid to ask for further details. We walked fast. I couldn't get warm. My teeth were still chattering.
"Your father's better," he said after a while, "but he'll surely be in bed for 2 or 3 days. He won't be going to the office. Dr. Capron came."
That's as much as he told me. We took the Rue de Bac and then turned right as far as Champ de Mars. His place was at the end of the world. Finally we get there. There it is. He shows me his home, a small house in the back of a garden. His pad was on the 3rd floor. I didn't dare say anything about being tired, but I couldn't stand on my feet. I hung on to the banister. It was broad daylight by now. Upstairs, a terrible wave of nausea came over me. He took me to the shithouse himself. I threw up a long time. It kept coming. He takes a folding bed out of the closet. He takes a mattress off his bed. He sets me up in another room. He gives me a blanket, too. I collapse. He undresses me. I spit up another flood of slime. Finally, I fall asleep by fits and starts. A nightmare catches hold of me. I only slept off and on. I never really found out how Uncle Edouard managed to make my father lay off, to make him leave me strictly alone. I think he must have given him to understand that his disciplinary routine, his idea of sending me to La Roquette, wasn't so very bright, that I wouldn't stay there forever, that maybe I'd escape right away, just to come and rub him out, and that this time I'd really finish the job. Anyway, he managed. He didn't confide in me. I didn't ask him to. My uncle's place was nicely situated. It was cheerful, pleasant. It looked out over the gardens of the Rue de Vaugirard and the Rue Maublanc. There were rows of little copses and kitchen gardens in front and in back. The honeysuckle climbed all around the front windows. Everybody had his little plot between the houses, radishes, lettuces, even tomatoes, and grapevines. All that reminded me of my head of lettuce. It hadn't brought me much luck. I was terribly weak, like after an illness, but in a way I felt better. I didn't feel hunted at Uncle Edouard's place. I began to breathe again. The decoration in his room consisted of whole series of picture postcards, pinned up fan-wise, in frescoes, in garlands. The kings of the steering wheel, the kings of the handlebars, and the heroes of aviation. He bought them all, a few at a time. His ultimate plan was to have them form a tapestry that would cover the walls completely. It wouldn't be long now. Paulhan and his little fur cap, Rougier of the lopsided schnozzle, Petit Breton with the legs of steel and the zebra-striped jersey, Farman the bearded, Santos Dumont the fearless fetus, Vicomte Lambert, the Eiffel Tower specialist, Latham, the disillusioned, McNamara, the Black Panther, Sam Langford, all thighs, and 100 other celebrities. Boxing, too, of course. It wasn't a bad life. We managed pretty well. When my uncle came home from his business and all the chasing around connected with his pump, he talked to me about sporting events. He figured all the chances. He knew all the weaknesses, the idiosyncrasies, the tricks of the champions. We ate our meals on the oilcloth. We did the cooking together. We talked things over in every detail, the chances of all the favorites. On Sunday we were full of beans. By 10 o'clock in the morning we were in the big gallery of machines. It was a fantastic sight. We'd get there good and early. We'd take our places way up top on the turn. We were never bored for a second. Uncle Edouard was always on the run from one end of the week to the other. He never stopped going. His pump still wasn't exactly the way he wanted it. He was having a lot of trouble with patents. He didn't quite see what the difficulty was. It mostly had something to do with America. But whether he was in a good or a bad humor, he never made speeches. He never moralized. That's what I liked best about him. Meanwhile, he put me up. I lived in his second room. My fate was in suspense. My father never wanted to see me again. He was still gassing as usual. He'd have liked me to start my military service, but I wasn't old enough. I only heard about all this bit by bit. My uncle didn't like to talk about it. He preferred to talk about sports, his pump, boxing, gadgets, anything. Touchy subjects gave him a pain. Me too. Even so, he was a little more talkative on the subject of my mother. He brought me news. She couldn't move around at all anymore. I wasn't very eager to see her. What was the use? She always said the same thing. Anyway, the time passed. A week, 2 weeks, 3. This couldn't go on forever. I couldn't dig in here for good. My uncle was okay, but that was just the trouble. And how was I going to live? At his expense? That was no good. I dropped a little suggestion. "We'll see about it later on," he said. There was no hurry. He was attending to it. He taught me how to shave. He had a special contraption, tricky and modern. You could put it together in all directions and even backwards. Except it was so complicated it took an engineer to change the blade. This delicate little razor was another nest of patents, he explained to me, about 20 in all. It was I who set the table and did the shopping. I kept on like that, waiting and doing nothing for almost a month and a half, lounging around like a woman. That had never happened to me before. I did the dishes, too. We didn't bother with too much cleaning. Then I went roaming around wherever I pleased. No kidding. That was something. I had no fixed destination. I just wandered. Every day Uncle Edouard said the same thing before I went out. "Go take a walk. Go ahead, Ferdinand. Just follow your nose. Don't worry about a thing. Go wherever you like. If you've got some special place, that's the place to go. Sure, as far as the Luxembourg, if you feel like it. If I only weren't so busy, I'd go and watch them playing tennis. I'm crazy about tennis. Get a little sunshine. You never look at anything. You're like your father." He'd stop for a minute. He'd stand still, thinking. Finally he'd add, "And then you'll come home, but don't hurry. I'll be a little later than usual tonight." And he'd give me a little extra dough, 1.50 francs, 2 francs. "Take in a movie, if you're up on the boulevards. You seem to like stories." Seeing him so generous, with me on his hands, I began to feel crummy. but I didn't dare to argue. I was afraid he'd take offense. After the last ruckus, I was always on the lookout for consequences. So I thought I'd wait a while for things to straighten themselves out. To spare expense, I washed my own socks while he was out. The rooms in his place weren't strung in a row, but pretty far apart. The third, next to the stairs, was weird. It was like a small drawing room, but with hardly anything in it. A table in the middle, 2 chairs, and a single picture on the wall. An enormous reproduction of Millet's Angelus. I never saw such a wide picture. It took up the whole panel. "Isn't it beautiful? What do you say, Ferdinand?" Uncle Edouard asked every time we passed in front of it on our way to the kitchen. Sometimes we stopped for a moment to contemplate it in silence. We didn't talk in front of the Angelus. This wasn't any Kings of the Handlebars. It wasn't made to be gassed about. I think my uncle had an idea it would do me a lot of good to look at a fine picture like that it was a kind of treatment for a rotten character like mine, that maybe it would soften me up. But he never made an issue of it. He understood these sensitive things perfectly. He didn't talk about them, that's all. Uncle Edouard wasn't only good at machinery. That would be the wrong idea. He was very sensitive. There's no denying it. Actually, that was what made me feel so uncomfortable. It made me feel lousy to be sitting there like a sap, piling his groceries into my belly. I was a skunk, and I had my nerve with me. Hell, enough was enough. I asked him again, risked it, if there was any objection to my starting out again, having a look at the want ads. "You stay right here," he says to me. "Aren't you happy? Is anything eating you, kid? Go out for a walk. It'll be better for you. Don't worry about a thing. You'll only get mixed up with the same dopes. I'll find you a job. I'm working on it. Just leave me alone. Don't stick your nose in it. You're still too jittery. You'll only bollocks everything up. You're too nervous right now. Anyway, I've arranged everything with your parents. Go roaming around some more. You won't always have the chance. Go out to Suresnes along the river, or take the boat, come to think of it. Give yourself a change of air. There's nothing like those boats. Get off at Meudon if you feel like it. That'll clear your mind. I'll tell you in a few days. I'll have something very good for you. I can feel it. I'm sure of it. But we mustn't try to force things. And I hope you'll be a credit to me."
"Yes, Uncle." You don't meet many men like Roger Martin Cortial de Pereire. I was a good deal too young at the time, I've got to admit, to appreciate him properly. My uncle had the good fortune to meet him one day at the office of the Génitron, the favorite magazine, 25 pages, of the small artisan inventors of the Paris district, in connection with his scheme for obtaining a patent, the best, most airtight, for all kinds of bicycle pumps, folding, collapsible, flexible, or reversible. Cortial de Pereire, let's get this straight right away, was absolutely different from the mob of petty inventors. He was miles above all the bungling subscribers to his magazine, that crawling mass of failures. Oh, no. Roger Martin Cortial wasn't in that class. He was a real master. It wasn't just neighbors that came to consult him, but people from all over, from the departments of the Seine-et-Oise, subscribers from the provinces, the colonies, even from foreign countries. But the remarkable thing about it was that in private Cortial expressed nothing but contempt and ill-concealed disgust for all those small fry, those weights around the neck of science, those misled shopkeepers, those delirious tailors, those gadget peddlers, all those hair-brained delivery boys, always being fired, hunted, cachectic, driving themselves nuts about perpetual motion, or the squaring of the world, or the magnetic faucet, the whole miserable swarm of obsessed screwballs, of inventors of the moon.
He had his bellyful of them right away, just from looking at them, and especially when he had to listen to them. He had to put a good face on it in the interests of the paper. That was his routine, his bread and butter. But it was disgusting and embarrassing. It wouldn't have been so bad if he could have kept quiet, but he had to comfort them, flatter them, get rid of them gently, according to the case and the mania, and above all collect his fee. It was a race between all those maniacs, those dreary slobs, to see who could get away a little quicker. Only 5 minutes more from his furnished room, his workshop, his bus or shed, just time to take a leak, and then dash to the Génitron, and collapse in front of de Pereira's desk like a lot of escaped convicts, panting, haggard, tense with fright, to shake their dunce-caps some more, to fire thousands of puzzlers at Cortial about solar mills, the junction of the lesser radiations, ways of moving the Cordilleras, of deflecting the course of comets, as long as they had a gasp of breath left in their doddering bagpipes, to the last twitch of their stinking carcasses. Cortial de Pereire, secretary, precursor, owner, founder of the Génitron, always had an answer to everything. He was never embarrassed or disconcerted, never maneuvered to gain time. His aplomb, his perfect competence, his irresistible optimism made him invulnerable to the worst assaults of the worst nitwits. Besides, he never put up with long conversations. Instantly he parried. He himself took over. Whatever was said, decided, settled, was settled once and for all. No use starting up again, or he'd go purple with rage. He'd tug at his collar. He'd spray spit in all directions. Incidentally, he had some teeth missing, 3 on one side. In every case, his verdicts, the most tenuous, the most dubious, the most open to argument, became massive, galvanized, irrefutable, instantaneous truths. He had only to open his mouth. He triumphed instantly. There was no room for a comeback. At the slightest sign of disagreement, he gave free rein to his temper, and the martyred consultant didn't have a chance. Instantly turned inside out, crushed, routed, massacred, volatilized forever. It was a regular fantasia, a trapeze act over a volcano. The poor insolent bastard saw stars. Cortial was so imperious when he got mad, he would have made the most insatiable nut drop through the floor. He'd have made him crawl into a mouse-hole. Cortial wasn't a big man. He was short and wiry, the small, powerful type. He himself told you his age several times a day. He was past 50. He kept in good shape thanks to physical culture, dumbbells, Indian clubs, horizontal bars, springboards. He did his exercises regularly, especially before lunch, in the back room of the newspaper office. He'd fixed up a regular gymnasium between 2 partitions. Naturally, it was kind of cramped, but all the same he swung himself around on his apparatus, on the bars, with remarkable ease. That was the advantage of being little. He could pivot like a charm. Even so, he collided now and then, good and hard, when he was swinging on the rings. He'd shake the walls of his cubbyhole like a bell clapper. Boom, boom. You could hear him exercising. Never in the worst heat did I ever see him take off his pants or his frock coat or his collar, only his cuffs and his ready-made tie. Cortial de Pereire had a good reason to keep in perfect form. He had to watch out for his physique and keep limber. It was indispensable. In addition to being an inventor, an author, and a journalist, he often went up in a balloon. He gave exhibitions, especially on Sundays and holidays. It usually went off all right, but occasionally there was trouble and plenty of excitement. And that wasn't all. He led a perilous life, full of unforeseen dangers and 100 different kinds of surprises. That's how he'd always lived. It was his nature. He told me what he was aiming at. "Muscles without mind, Ferdinand," he'd say, "aren't even horse meat.
and intelligence without muscles is electricity without a battery. You don't know where to put it. It leaks out all over the place. It's a waste. It's a mess." That was his opinion. He'd written several conclusive works on the subject. The Human Battery and Its Upkeep. He was gone on physical culture even before the word existed. He wanted a varied life. "I don't want to be a pen pusher." That was the way he talked. He was crazy about balloons. He'd been an aeronaut almost from birth, ever since his earliest youth, with Surcouf and Barbizet. Highly instructive ascents. No records, no long-distance flights, no breathtaking performances. No, nothing showy, colossal, unusual. He had no use for the clowns of the atmosphere. Nothing but demonstration flights, educational ascents, always scientific. That was his motto, and he stuck to it. The balloon was good for his magazine. It rounded out his activities. Every time he went up, it brought in subscribers. He had a uniform for climbing into the basket. He had an uncontested right to it. Like a captain with 3 stripes, he was an Associated Registered Graduate Aeronaut. He couldn't even count his medals. They looked like a breastplate on his Sunday rig. He didn't give a damn about them. He wasn't a show-off, but it meant a lot to his audience. You had to keep up appearances. To the last, Courtial de Pereire was a staunch defender of lighter-than-air craft. He was already thinking about helium. He was 35 years in advance of his times, and that's something. Between flights, he kept the Enthusiast, his veteran, his big private balloon, in the cellar of the office at 18 Galerie Montpensier. As a rule, he only took it out on Friday before dinner to straighten out the rigging and fix up the cover with infinite care. The folds, the sleeve, the cords filled the miniature gymnasium. The silk puffed up in the drafts. Courtial de Pereire himself never stopped producing, imagining, conceiving, resolving, making claims. His genius tugged at his brains from morning to night, and even at night it didn't rest. He had to hold tight to resist the torrent of ideas, and be on his guard. It was incomparable torture. Instead of dozing off like other people, he was pursued by chimeras, new crazes, fresh hobbies. Bing! The whole idea of sleeping ran out on him. It was out of the question. He wouldn't have got any sleep at all if he hadn't rebelled against the torrent of inventions, against his own enthusiasm. This disciplining of his genius had cost him more trouble, more superhuman efforts, than all the rest of his work. He often told me so. When he was overcome in spite of himself, when, after no end of resistance, he felt swamped by his own enthusiasm and began to see double or triple, to hear queer voices, there was no other way of stopping the onslaughts, of falling back into his rhythm, of recovering his good humor, than a little trip in the clouds. He'd treat himself to an ascent. If he'd had more free time, he'd have gone up a lot more often, just about every day. But it wasn't compatible with the operation of his rag. He could only go up on Sunday, and even that wasn't so easy. The génitron took up all his time. He had to be there. He couldn't fool around. Inventors are no joke. He always had to be on tap. He stuck to it bravely. Nothing diminished his zeal or baffled his ingenuity. No problem, however stupendous, however colossal, however microscopic. He made faces, but he put up with it. The powdered cheese, the synthetic azure, the rocker valve, the nitrogen lung, and the collapsible steamship, the compressed café au lait, or the kilometric spring that would take the place of fuel. No vital innovation in any of these far-flung fields was ever put into practice before Courtial had found occasion, not once but many times, to demonstrate its mechanisms, to stress its advantages, but also, without mercy,
to point out its deplorable weaknesses and defects, its hazards and drawbacks. All this, of course, brought him terrible jealousies, hatreds without quarter, long-lasting grudges, but he remained impervious to these trifling contingencies. As long as he wrote for the paper, no technical revolution was recognized as worthwhile or even workable until he had said so and endorsed it in the columns of the Génitron. That gives you an idea of the authority he wielded. For every invention of any importance, his verdict was decisive. The okay had to come from him, take it or leave it. If Courtial wrote on his front page that an idea was no good, heavens above, persnickety, cockeyed, absolutely unsound, that was the end of it. The contraption was dead and buried. The project was sunk. But if his opinion was definitely favorable, the thing would be all the rage in no time. The subscribers came running. In his office, looking out over the gardens from under the arcades, Courtial de Pereire, thanks to his 220 absolutely original handbooks, read all over the world, and thanks to Génitron magazine, exerted a peremptory and incomparable influence on the progress of the applied sciences. He directed, oriented, and multiplied the inventive effort of France, Europe, the universe, the whole vast ferment of the petty, certified inventors. Naturally, all this took some doing. He had to attack people, defend himself, and watch out for underhanded tricks. He could make or break an inventor. You never could tell which, by word of mouth or a stroke of the pen, by a manifesto or a flea in somebody's ear. One day he'd almost started a riot with a series of talks on the Tellurian orientation and memory of swallows. He was a wonder at writing digests, articles, lectures in prose, in verse, and sometimes, to attract attention, in puns. Spare no effort to enlighten the family and educate the masses. That was the motto presiding over all his activities. Génitron. Discussion, invention, aerostatics. That was the range of his interests, and actually those words were written all over the walls of his offices, on the title page and on the shop front. You couldn't go wrong. The most up-to-date, muddled, complex controversies, the most daring, most subtly ingenious theories on physics, chemistry, electrothermics, or agricultural hygiene, shriveled up like caterpillars at Courtial's command, and there wasn't another wiggle out of them. In 2 seconds flat he punctured them, knocked them cold. You could see their skeleton, their fabric. He had an X-ray mind. It took him only an hour's effort and furious concentration to knock the damnedest damn foolishness, the most pretentious quadrature into shape for the Génitron, to make it accessible to the recalcitrant understanding of the most hopeless dolt, of the most bone-headed of his subscribers. It was magical work, and he did it marvelously, turning out definitive, incontrovertible explanations and digests of the most preposterous, hair-splitting, far-fetched, and nebulous hypotheses. By sheer force of conviction, he'd have made a flash of lightning pass through the eye of a needle and light up a cigarette lighter. He'd have put thunder into a tin whistle. That was his destiny, his training, his rhythm, to put the universe in a bottle, to cork it up, and then tell the masses all about it. Why and how? Later on, when I was living with him, it was frightening to think of all the things I managed to learn in a 24-hour day, just by hints and snatches. For Courtial, nothing was obscure. On one side there was matter, lazy and barbaric, and on the other the mind to understand between the lines. Génitron, invention, discovery, inspiration, light. That was the subtitle of the paper. At Courtial's we worked under the aegis of the great Flammarion. His portrait with a dedication stood in the middle of the shop window. He was invoked like God Almighty whenever the slightest argument came up. Any pretext would do. He was the highest authority, Providence, the shining light. We swore by him alone, and maybe a little by Raspail. Courtial had devoted 12 manuals to summaries of astronomical discoveries, and only 4 to the brilliant Raspail, to nature healing. One day Uncle Edouard got the brilliant idea of going up to the Génitron office to sound out the possibility of a little job for me. He had another reason. He wanted to consult him about his bicycle pump. He'd known de Pereire a long time, since the publication of his 72nd handbook, the one that people still read more than any of the others, that was most widely distributed all over the world, and had done the most for his reputation, his fame. How to equip a bicycle in all latitudes and climates for the sum of 17 francs 95, including all accessories and nickel-plated parts. At the time of which I am speaking, this little manual, published by the specialized firm of Berdoillon and Mallarmé on the Quai des Augustins, was in its 300th printing. Today it is hard to conceive of the enthusiasm, the general craze that this piddling, insignificant work aroused when it came out. But around 1900, How to Equip a Bicycle, by Courtial Martin de Pereire, was a kind of catechism for the neophyte cyclist, his bedside reading, his Bible. Still, Courtial never ceased to be shrewdly self-critical. A little thing like that didn't turn his head. Naturally, his rising fame brought bigger and bigger mountains of mail, more visitors, more tenacious pests, extra work, and more acrimonious controversies. Very little pleasure. People came to consult him from Greenwich and Valparaiso, from Colombo and Blankenberge, on the various problems connected with the oblique or flexible saddle, how to avoid strain on the ball bearings, how to grease the axles, the best hydrous mixture for rust-proofing the handlebars. He was famous, all right, but the fame he got out of bicycles stuck in his craw. In the last 30 years he had scattered his booklets like seeds throughout the world. He had written piles of handbooks that were really a good deal more worthwhile, digests and explanations of real value and stature. In the course of his career he had explained just about everything, the fanciest and most complex of theories, the wildest imaginings of physics and chemistry, the budding science of radiopolarity, sidereal photography. He'd written about them all, some more, some less. It gave him a profound feeling of disillusionment, real melancholy, a depressing kind of amazement to see himself honored, adulated, glorified for the stuff he had written about inner tubes and free-wheeling. In the first place, he personally detested bicycles. He'd never ridden one, he'd never learned how. And on the mechanical side he was even worse. He'd never have been able to take off a wheel, not to mention the chain. He couldn't do anything with his hands except on the horizontal bar and the trapeze. Actually, he was the world's worst butterfingers, worse than 12 elephants. Just trying to drive a nail in, he'd mash at least 2 of his fingers. He'd make hash of his thumb. It was a massacre the minute he touched a hammer. I won't even mention pliers. He'd have ripped out the wall, the ceiling, wrecked the whole room. There wouldn't have been anything left. He didn't have 2 cents worth of patience. His thoughts moved too fast and too far. They were too intense, too deep. The resistance of matter gave him an epileptic fit. The result was wreckage. He could tackle a problem in theory, but when it came to practice, all he could do on his own was swing dumbbells in the back room, or on Sunday climb into the basket and shout, "Let her go!" and roll up in a ball to land when he was through. Whenever he tried to do any tinkering with his own fingers, it ended in disaster. He couldn't even move anything without dropping it or upsetting it, or getting it in his eye. You can't be an expert at everything. You've got to resign yourself. But among his vast panoply of achievements, there was one in particular that he took the greatest pride in. It was his soft spot. He'd tremble with emotion if you even mentioned it. If you came back to it regularly, you were his pal. As a digest, it won't be any exaggeration to call it an incomparable gem, a shattering triumph. The complete works of Auguste Comte, reduced to the dimensions of a positivist prayer in 22 acrostic verses. For this unprecedented performance he had been hailed almost immediately all over America, Latin America, that is, as a great renovator. A few months later, the Uruguayan Academy, assembled in plenary session, had elected him by acclamation Bolversatore Savantissima, with the supplementary title of Life Member. The following month, the city of Montevideo, not to be outdone, had proclaimed him Citadinis Eternitatis Amicissimus. With such a title and the triumph he'd been having, Cortial had hoped to achieve new glory of a somewhat higher order. He thought he could really go to town, take over the leadership of a lofty philosophical movement, the Friends of Pure Reason. But not at all. Absolutely no soap. For the first time in his life, he'd really put his foot in it. He loused himself up completely. The high fame of Auguste Comte was easily exported to the Antipodes, but couldn't make it back. It stuck to the River Plate, indelible, undetachable. It refused to come home again. It was for the Americans, and there was nothing to be done about it, though for months and months he attempted the impossible. He tried everything he could think of, blackened whole columns of the Génétron, trying to give his prayer a winsome French flavor. He twisted it into a rebus, turned it inside out like a shirt, sprinkled it with flattery. He made it chauvinistic, Cornean, violent, and in the end contemptible. It didn't do him a bit of good. Even the bust of Auguste Comte, which had long occupied a place of honor, the customers were sick of seeing it there to the left of the great Flammarion, it had to be removed. It was bad for business. The subscribers complained. They didn't care for Auguste Comte. They liked Flammarion fine. Auguste Comte gave them the creeps. He loused up the shop window. That's the way it was. It couldn't be helped. On certain evenings, much later, when Cortial was in the dumps, he'd say weird things. "Some day, Ferdinand, I'm going away. I'll go far away, you'll see, to the end of the world, all by myself, on my own, you'll see." And then he'd stay there in a dream. I didn't like to interrupt him. He'd have those spells from time to time. It made me very curious. Before de Pereire took me on, my uncle had done everything in his power to find me a job. He'd moved heaven and earth, stopped at nothing. He'd exhausted just about all his leads. Wherever he went, he spoke of me in glowing colors. He got no results. He was certainly glad to put me up in his apartment on the Rue de la Convention, but after all, he wasn't rich. This couldn't go on forever. It wasn't right for me to take advantage of him. Besides, I was in the way. His pad wasn't exactly spacious. I pretended to be asleep when he brought a tomato home with him on tiptoes, but just my being there must have cramped his style. For one thing, he was extremely modest. You'd never have expected it, but about some things he was positively bashful. Even after he'd known Cortial for months, for instance, he wasn't really at his ease with him. He sincerely admired him and didn't dare to ask anything of him. He'd waited too long before telling him about me, though it was certainly on his mind. He felt responsible in a way for my being left high and dry without the slightest sign of a job. One day he finally screwed up his courage. As they were batting the breeze, he slipped in his little question. Wouldn't he by some chance need a young secretary, just starting out in life, for his Bureau of Inventors or his aeronautics. Uncle Edouard had no illusions about my aptitudes. He realized that I wasn't very hot at the usual kind of job. He had a pretty keen eye. That my type and temperament required something out of the way, some kind of fly-by-night racket, something on the screwy side. With Courtial's hair-brained schemes, his long-distance deals, I'd have a chance to make out. That was his idea. Courtial dyed his hair jet black and left his mustache and his goatee gray. His hair and his whiskers bristled like a cat, and his bushy, rebellious eyebrows were even more ferocious. They were distinctly diabolical, especially the one on the left. He had small, restless eyes. His pupils were always darting about deep in their caverns, and then suddenly stopping dead when he had a bright idea. Then he'd laugh out loud. His whole belly would shake. He'd slap his thighs hard and then suddenly subside, as though transfixed by thought, lost in admiration of his idea. It was he, Courtial de Pereire, who had obtained the second driving license for racing cars issued in France. Over the desk we had his diploma in a gold frame and his photograph as a young man at the wheel of a monster, with the date and the rubber stamps. The end had been tragic. He often told me about it. "I was lucky," he admitted. "Take it from me. We were coming into Bois-le-Duc. The carburation was perfect. I didn't even want to slow down. I catch sight of the schoolteacher. She had climbed up on the embankment. She motioned to me. She'd read all my books. She waved her parasol. I didn't want to be rude. I threw on my brakes outside the school. In a minute I'm surrounded, fetid. I take a drink. I wasn't supposed to stop again before Chartres. Another 10 miles. The last control station. I invite the young lady to come along. 'Climb in, mademoiselle,' I say. 'Climb in beside me. Come along.' She was cute. She hesitated. She shilly-shallied. She coquetted some. I pressed her. So she sits down beside me, and off we go. All day long, at every control station, especially all through Brittany, there'd been cider and more cider. My machine was really humming, running fine. I didn't dare to make any more stops, but I needed to bad. Finally, I had to give in. So I throw on the brakes. I stop the car. I stand up. I jump. I spot a bush. I leave the chick at the wheel. 'Wait for me,' I sing out. 'I'll be back in a second.' I'd hardly touched a finger to my fly when, so help me, I'm stunned, lifted off my feet, dashed through the air like a straw in a gale. Boom! Stupendous! A shattering explosion! The trees, the bushes all around, ripped up, mowed down, blasted. The air's aflame. I land at the bottom of a crater, almost unconscious. I feel myself. I pull myself together. I crawl to the road. A total vacuum. The car? Gone, my boy. A vacuum. No more car. Evaporated, demolished, literally. The wheels, the chassis, oak, pitch pine, all ashes. The whole frame. Oh, well. I drag myself around. I scramble from one heap of earth to the next. I dig, I rummage. A few fragments here and there. A few splinters. A little piece of fan. A belt buckle. One of the caps of the gas tank. A hairpin. That was all. A tooth that I've never been sure about. The official investigation proved nothing, explained nothing. What would you expect? The causes of that terrible conflagration will remain forever a mystery. Almost 2 weeks later, in a pond, 600 yards from the spot, they found, after a good deal of dredging, one of the young lady's feet, half devoured by the rats. For my part, though I can't claim to be absolutely certain,
I might in a pinch accept one of the numerous hypotheses advanced at the time to explain that fire, that incredible explosion. It's possible that imperceptibly, little by little, one of our long fuses shook loose. When you come to think of it, it would suffice for one of those thin minium rods, shaken by thousands of bumps and jolts, to come into contact for only a second, for a tenth of a second, with the gasoline nipples. The whole shebang would explode instantly, like melanite, like a shell. Yes, my boy, the mechanism was mighty precarious in those days. I went back to the place a long time after the disaster. There was still a charred smell. At that critical stage in the development of the automobile, I might add, a number of these fantastic explosions were reported, almost as powerful, everything pulverized, horribly scattered in all directions, propelled through the air for miles. If pressed for a comparison, the only thing I can think of is certain sudden explosions of liquid air, and even there I have my reservations. Those things are commonplace, perfectly easy to explain, from start to finish, beyond the shadow of a doubt, no mystery at all. Whereas my tragedy remains an almost complete mystery. We may as well admit it in all modesty. But what importance has that today? None whatever. Fuses haven't been used in ages. Such speculation only impedes progress. Other problems demand our attention, 1,000 times more interesting. Ah, my boy, that was a long time ago. Nobody uses minium any more. Nobody.
Courtial hadn't, like myself, adopted the celluloid collar. He had his own method of making ordinary cloth collars wear-proof, dirt-proof, waterproof. It was a kind of varnish that you put on in 2 or 3 coats. It lasted at least 6 months, offering protection against the dirt in the air, finger marks, and perspiration. It was a first-class product with a pure cellulose base. He'd been wearing the same collar for the last 2 years. Out of sheer coquetry, he'd touch it up once a month. Just a stroke of the brush. That gave it the patina, the tone, you could even say the orient, of old ivory. The same with his shirt front. But contrary to what it said in the prospectus, the fingers left distinct marks on the glazed collar, big spots one on top of the other. The result was a regular Bertillon collection. The process wasn't quite perfected. He himself admitted it occasionally. Besides, he didn't have a name yet for this wonder product. He said he'd get around to it when the time was ripe. When it came to height, Courtial wasn't too well fixed. He hadn't a quarter of an inch to spare. He wore very high heels. Altogether, he was particular about his shoes. Tan cloth uppers and little mother-of-pearl buttons. Only he was like me. His feet stank something awful. By Saturday afternoon the smell was rough, so he'd wash on Sunday morning. He told me so. During the week he didn't have time. I knew all those things. I'd never seen his wife. He told me all about her. They lived in Montretout. He wasn't the only one that had smelly feet. They were the curse of this period. When the inventors came around, all in a sweat, usually from the other end of town, it was hard to listen till they were through, even with the door wide open on the big gardens of the Palais Royal. The smells that came your way at times were inconceivable. They made me feel disgusted with my own dogs. The disorder in the offices of the Génitron was something monstrous, in a class by itself. The place was a junk shop, absolute chaos. From the door of the shop to the ceiling of the second floor, every step of the stairs, every ledge, every piece of furniture, the chairs, the cupboards, were buried under papers, pamphlets, piles of returns, all topsy-turvy, a desperate hodgepodge, creviced and lacerated, the complete works of Courtial helter-skelter in pyramids, a fallow field. In that loathsome muddle it was impossible to lay hands on the dictionary, the historical maps, the oleographed dissertations. You dig in at random, groping your way, sinking into garbage, a leaking bilge, a teetering cliff. Suddenly it would cave in. You were caught in a cataract, a landslide of blueprints and diagrams. 10 tons of printed matter would fall on your face. That would start new avalanches, a frothing torrent of paper, a dust storm, a volcano of stinking filth. Every time we sold 5 francs worth of merchandise, the dikes threatened to burst. But that didn't bother him. He didn't even see anything wrong with it. He felt no desire to change things, to modify his methods. Not at all. He felt perfectly at home in the dizzy chaos. He never had to look very long for the book he was after. He'd reach in, and there it was. He'd dive into any old pile. The tatters would go flying. He'd burrow vigorously into the heap and drill to the exact spot where the book was concealed. The miracle happened every time. He seldom went wrong. He had a feeling for disorder. He was sorry for anybody who didn't. Order is entirely in our ideas. In matter, there's no trace of it. When I ventured to remark that it was absolutely impossible for me to find my way in that chaos, that bedlam, he'd get mean. He'd blast me. He didn't even give me time to breathe. He'd attack me instantly. "I'm not asking the impossible of you, Ferdinand. You've never had the instinct, the essential curiosity, the desire to learn. After all, you can't claim to be deprived of books around here. Did you ever wonder, my poor young friend, what the human brain looks like? The mechanism that makes you think? Did you? No, of course not. That doesn't interest you one bit. You'd rather look at girls. So of course you don't know. Because the first honest glance would convince you that disorder, yes, my boy, disorder, is the quintessence of your very life, of your whole physical and metaphysical being. Why, it's your very soul, Ferdinand. Millions, trillions of intricate folds, plunging deep down into the gray matter, complex, subjacent, evasive, limitless. That's harmony, Ferdinand. All nature, a flight into the imponderable, and nothing else. Put your wretched thoughts in order, Ferdinand. That's where to begin. Not with grotesque, material, negative, obscene substitutions, but with the essential. That's what I'm getting at. Are you going to assault the brain, correct it, scrape it, mutilate it, force it to comply with an assortment of stupid rules, carve it up geometrically, recompose it according to the rules of your excruciating idiocy, arrange it in slices like an epiphany cake, with a prize in the middle? Tell me that. I'm asking you, frankly. Would that be any good? Would it make sense? Heaven help us! There's no doubt about it, Ferdinand. Your soul is overwhelmed by errors. It makes you, like so many others, a unanimous nonentity. Great instinctive disorder is the father of fertile thoughts. It's the beginning of everything. Once the propitious moment is past, there's no hope. You, I'm afraid, will spend your whole life in the garbage pail of reason. So much the worse for you. You're a numbskull, Ferdinand, a nearsighted, blind, preposterous, deaf, one-armed dolt, befouling my magnificent disorder with your vicious reflections. In harmony, Ferdinand, resides the world's only joy, the only deliverance, the only truth. Harmony! Find harmony. That's the ticket. This shop is in harmony. Do you hear me, Ferdinand? Like a brain, neither more nor less. Order! Pah! Order! Rid me of that word, that thing. Accustom yourself to harmony, and harmony will reward you. You'll find everything you've been looking for so long on the highways of the world, and far more. Many other things, Ferdinand. A brain, Ferdinand. That's what the whole lot of you will find. Yes,
The génitron is a brain. Have I made myself clear? That's not what you're after? You and your kind? An inane ambush of pigeonholes, a barricade of brochures, a house of the dead, a Chartist necropolis. No, never. Here everything is in movement, swarming with life. You're not satisfied? It stirs, it quivers. Just touch it. Put out your little finger. Everything comes to life. Everything trembles instantly, asking only to surge up, to blossom, to shine. I don't live by destroying. I take life as it comes. Do you take me for a cannibal, Ferdinand? Never. Bent on reducing it to my chicken shit concepts? Pah! Everything shakes, everything topples? Splendid! I have no desire to count stars 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm not the kind that thinks he's entitled to do anything he pleases. The right to shrink, rectify, corrupt, prune, transplant. No! Where would I get it? From the infinite? From life itself? It's not natural, my boy. It's not natural. It's infamous meddling. I prefer to keep on good terms with the universe. I take it as I find it. I'll never rectify it. No, the universe is master of its own house. I understand it. It understands me. It gives me a hand when I ask it. When I'm through with it, I drop it. That's the long and short of it. It's a cosmogonic question. I have no orders to give. You have no orders. He has no orders. Bah! Bah! Bah!
He got sore as hell, like somebody who's definitely in the wrong. Courtial's little handbooks were translated into a good many languages. They were sold even in Africa. One of his correspondents was a real nigger, the chief of a sultanate in Upper Ubangi Sheri Chad. That boy was wild about elevators of every kind. They were his dream, his mania. We'd sent him all the literature. He'd never actually seen one. About 1893, Courtial had published a regular treatise on vertical traction. He knew all the details, the many varieties, hydraulic, ballistic, electro-recuperative. It was an excellent work, absolutely irrefutable, but it constituted only a slight and modest fraction of his opus as a whole. His knowledge definitely embraced every possible field. The official world disapproved of him, looked down its nose at him, but the crustiest pedant couldn't very well do without his handbooks. In a good many schools they were actually a part of the curriculum. You couldn't imagine anything handier, simpler, easier to assimilate, all predigested. You could remember it, you could forget it without the slightest effort. We reckoned by and large that in France alone, at least one family out of 4 owned a copy of his Family Astronomy, Economy Without Usury, and How to Make Ions. At least 1 in 12 had his Color Poetry, his Roof Gardening, his Poultry Raising at Home. So far I've been speaking only of his practical works, but he had to his credit a whole series of other volumes, in numerous fascicles, that were real classics. Hindustani Revelation, The Story of Polar Voyages from Maupertuis to Charcot, ponderous tomes, reading matter for several winters, pounds and pounds of stories. Everybody had commented, examined, copied, paraphrased, ridiculed, and looted his famous Be Your Own Doctor, his True Language of Herbs, and his Electricity Without a Bulb, all of them brilliant, attractive, definitive popularizations of sciences which in their pure form are exceedingly difficult, complex, and hazardous, and which without Courtial would have remained beyond the reach of the general public. In other words, highfalutin, hermetic, and, to sum up without undue flattery, as good as useless. Little by little, What with living in the closest intimacy with Courtial, I really got to know his character. Way down deep, it wasn't so hot. The fact is, he was pretty mean, petty, envious, and sneaky. Still, to be fair, I've got to admit that the work he did was a nightmare, struggling desperately, year in, year out, to hold his own against that gang of raving maniacs, the Génétron subscribers. He spent ghastly, absolutely devastating hours in a hotbed of asininity, and he had to bear up, to defend himself, to return blow for blow, to sweep away all resistance, to make a good impression on them so they'd all go away happy and want to come back. At first, Courtial was reluctant to take me on. He didn't go for the idea. He thought me a little too tall, a little too broad-shouldered, a little too husky for his shop. Even without me, you couldn't move in all that mess. And yet I wasn't expensive. I was being offered without pay, just for board and lodging. My parents were perfectly satisfied. I didn't need money, they kept telling my uncle. I'd only put it to bad use. It was much more important that I shouldn't live with them any more. That was the unanimous opinion of the whole family, of the neighbors, too, and of all our acquaintances. That I be given something to do no matter what, that I be kept busy at any price, no matter where, no matter how, as long as I wasn't left idle, and kept away. From one day to the next, to judge by the way I had started out, I might set the passage on fire. That was the general sentiment. Of course, there was always the army. My father asked nothing better. Only I still wasn't old enough. I lacked at least 18 months. So Pereire and his valiant Génétron came in really handy. They were a gift from heaven. But Courtial hesitated and shilly-shallied a good deal. He asked his wife what she thought about it. She raised no objection. Actually, she didn't give a hoot in hell. She never came to the Galerie. She stayed out in Montretout in her cottage. Before he made up his mind, I'd been to see him at least 10 times all by myself. He talked abundantly, always and incessantly. I was a very good listener. My father, England, everywhere I'd listened. By that time I was in the habit. It didn't bother me in the least. I didn't need to answer. That was how I won him over, by keeping my trap shut. Finally, one evening he said, "Well, my boy, I've kept you waiting quite a while, but now I've thought things over thoroughly. I'm going to keep you here with me. I think we'll get along. But you mustn't make any demands on me. Oh, no, not a sou, not a centime. It can't be done, I should say not. Don't expect anything. Never expect anything. I'm already having a hell of a time making ends meet in these unpredictable times, covering the costs of the magazine, keeping the printer quiet. I'm harassed, crippled, exhausted, you understand? They dun me day and night. And surprises with the photographic plates. Unforeseen expenses. It's out of the question. This isn't an industry, a business, some cushy monopoly. Far from it. It's a frail skiff sailing before the wind of the spirit. And what storms, my boy, what storms! You want to join us? Good. I take you. I welcome you. Fine. Come aboard. But I'm telling you in advance, you won't find a single doubloon in the hold. Empty hands, little in your pocket. No bitterness, no rancor. You'll get lunch. You'll sleep on the mezzanine. I used to sleep there myself, in the Tunisian office. You'll make up the couch. It's perfectly comfortable. You'll be marvelously at peace. Lucky boy. Wait and see, in the evening, how pleasant, how peaceful it is. After 9 o'clock, the Palais Royal is all yours. You'll be happy, Ferdinand. Just think of me, rain, thunder, or tempest. I still have to traipse out to Montretout. It's abject slavery. I'm expected.
Let me tell you, it's awful some days. When I see the locomotive, I'm so exasperated I could fling myself under the wheels. I restrain myself, for my wife's sake, and a little for my experiments. My radiotelluric garden. Well, all in all, I've no business complaining. She's been through a good deal, and she is charming. You'll see Madame de Pereire one of these days. She gets so much pleasure out of her garden. It's all hers, and she hasn't much in her life. That and her house. And myself, too, a little. I'd forgotten myself. Ha ha! That's a good one. Well, we've joked enough. It's settled. Splendid. Shake on it. Then we understand each other? As man to man? Fine. In the daytime you'll run errands. You'll have plenty of them. But don't worry, Ferdinand. I mean to take you in hand, too, to guide you, equip you, raise you to the heights of knowledge. No salary, of course not. Not in cash, that is, but spiritual fare. Ah, Ferdinand, you don't realize what you stand to gain. No, no, no. You'll leave me some day, Ferdinand, inevitably. Already there was sadness in his voice. You'll leave me. You'll be rich. Yes, rich, I'm telling you. He had me flabbergasted. I stood there open-mouthed. You understand me, Ferdinand? Everything isn't in a pocketbook. No, there's nothing in a pocketbook. Nothing. I was of the same opinion. Well, as a starter, here's an idea. How about giving you a title? A raison d'être. It's indispensable in our line of business. An official label. I'm going to put you on our stationery, on all our paper. Secretary in charge of stock. What do you think of it? It sounds good to me. Is it all right with you? Not too pretentious? Not too vague? Okay? It was all right with me. Everything was all right with me. But there wasn't anything honorary about that title. The stock was real, and it was hard work. He set me straight right away. My job was to do all the delivering with a pushcart, all the hauling to the printers and back. In addition, I was responsible for every tear in the big balloon. I had to keep tabs on all the hardware he left lying around, the barometers, the ropes, all the little gadgets. I had to mend the rips and the big bag, to patch things up with cord and glue, and attend to all the knots in the cables and guy ropes, all the tackle that broke in mid-air. The Enthusiast was a venerable old balloon. Even down there in the cellar, sprinkled with moth flakes, it was eminently given to decay. Thousands of grubs feasted in the folds. Luckily, the rubber repelled the rats. There were tiny little mice that nibbled at the silk. I'd locate the tears in the Enthusiast, the tiniest holes, and patch them like a pair of pants, with over-sewing, hems, pleats, depending on the nature of the tear. It was in pretty bad shape all over. I mended for hours on end. After a while, I got really absorbed. At least in that cubbyhole of a gymnasium, there was a little more elbow room. And besides, the customers in the shop weren't supposed to see me. Some day, it was stipulated in our solemn agreement, I was to go up in the contraption to an altitude of 1,000 feet. Some Sunday, I'd be second in command, a different title. He told me that, I suppose, to make me mind my mending. The old buzzard was pretty sly under those shaggy eyebrows. He looked at me out of his mean little eyes. I was on to his game. As a soft soap artist, he had no equal. He was giving me a song and dance. But we ate pretty well in the back room. I wasn't too unhappy. Naturally, he had to take me for a ride, or he wouldn't have been the boss. At about 4 o'clock, when I was knee-deep in my sewing, he'd look in. "Ferdinand," he'd say, "I'm closing up. If anybody asks for me, tell them I stepped out 5 minutes ago. Anyway, I'll make it fast. I won't be long."
Putting two and two together, I knew where he was going. He'd run down to the Insurrection, the little bar at the corner of the Passage Viedo and the Rue Radziwill, for the racing results. That was the time they came out. He never told me anything definite, but I knew. When he had won, he came back whistling a machiche. That wasn't very often. When he'd lost, he'd chew on his quid and spit in all directions. He'd check up in turf, his dope sheet, that he always left lying around. He'd mark his ponies with blue pencil. This was the first vice I detected in him. If he wasn't too eager to take me on, it was mostly on account of the horses. He was afraid I'd blab, go noising it around the neighborhood that he played in Vincennes, that the subscribers would get wind of it. He told me so later. He lost stupendously. He wasn't very lucky. Whether he tried a combination or bet with his eyes closed, he lost his money. Maison, Saint-Cloud, or Chantilly, it was always the same story, a bottomless pit. All the subscription money went into the classics, and the dough he took in with the balloon was swallowed up at Auteuil. The equine race was rolling in clover. Longchamp, Laporte, Arcueil-Cachan. Giddy up, and down the drain. I could see the cash drawer going down. There was no great mystery. Our petty cash was always running with the ponies, trotting, limping, to win, to place, to come in fourth. Simple or fancy, it made no difference. He'd never get back when he went to see about those proofs. He ate beans to try and mollify the printer. My veal stew had to last all week, and we ate on our knees with a napkin in the back of the shop. It didn't seem so very funny to me. When he'd lost heavily, he didn't explain. He never admitted it. But he'd get vindictive, touchy, aggressive with me. He'd abuse his power. After a trial period of 2 months, he fully realized that I'd never be happy anywhere else, that the Génitron routine was right down my alley, that it suited me fine, that anywhere else or in any other racket I'd be impossible. That was my destiny. When he chanced to win, he'd never put anything back in the till. He got stingier than ever, like he was trying to get even. He'd have curry-combed a penny, always sly and deceitful, worse than a dozen false bosoms. He told me such whoppers they'd stick in my craw at night. They were so steep, so crummy, so indigestible, I'd mull them over. They woke me up with a start. Sometimes he really overdid it. He'd dream up any damn thing so as not to pay me. But when he came home from the provinces, when he'd put on a good show with his balloon and made a sensation, when they'd bowled him over with compliments, and the enthusiast hadn't split too many seams, there'd be an outburst of generosity. He'd spend like mad. He'd bring in piles of eats through the back door, whole baskets full. For a week we shoveled in so much we couldn't chew any more. Our suspenders were bursting. You had to make hay while the sun was shining, because soon there'd be famine. The ragouts would begin again. We'd stretch the stew with pickles, with sardines, with little onions, and around toward rent time there'd be strictly bread soup, with or without potatoes. He at least was lucky. He'd be getting another meal in the evening with his old lady. He wouldn't lose any weight. I wouldn't get beans. From going hungry, I began to wise up, too. I operated with the subscriptions. The business didn't have any regular receipts, only expenses. He knocked himself out with his bookkeeping. He had to show his wife the books. Her supervision exasperated him. It put him into a vile temper. He'd sweat for hours. Nothing but loops and zeros. All the same, there was one department where he never cheated me, never disappointed me, never once bluffed me or let me down. I'm referring to my scientific education. On that score he never weakened, never hesitated a second. He always came through. As long as I listened to him, he was always happy, delighted, overjoyed. He was always ready to give me an hour, 2 hours, or more. Sometimes he'd spend whole days explaining something or other, anything that can be understood, solved, communicated, in connection with the direction of the winds, the movements of the moon, the functioning of heating installations, the ripening of cucumbers, the reflections of the rainbow. Yes, teaching was really a consuming passion with him. He'd have liked to teach me everything in the world, and from time to time to play a mean trick on me. He couldn't help it, in either case. I used to think it all over in the back room while mending his contraption. That was his nature. He was a man who had to work off his energy. He had to throw himself wholeheartedly in one direction or another. He never did things by halves. He wasn't boring. No, you could never accuse him of that. What I'd really have liked to do was to visit his home some day. He often spoke to me of his old lady, but he never let me see her. She never came to the office. She didn't care for the Jeanetron. She must have had her reasons. When my mother was perfectly sure I was all set, that I wasn't going to pick up and leave, that I had a steady job with this de Perret, she came over to the Palais Royal in person to bring me some underwear. It was really a pretext. She wanted to look around, to see what the place was like. She was as curious as a titmouse. She always wanted to see, to find out about everything. What was the Jeanetron like? And my lodgings? Was I getting enough to eat? It wasn't very far from her shop to our place, no more than a 15 minutes' walk. Even so, she was groaning with fatigue when she got there. She was completely bushed. I saw her in the distance, from the end of the galerie. I was talking with a subscriber. She was leaning on the shop windows, resting without letting on. Every 50 feet she'd stop. She looked awfully thin, and besides, she'd gone sallow. Her eyelids and cheeks had shriveled. She was all wrinkled around the eyes. She really looked sick. She gave me my socks, my underdrawers, and my big handkerchiefs, and then right away she started talking about Papa, though I hadn't asked. He'd feel the effects of my assault to his dying day, she sobbed. Twice already they'd brought him home from the office in a cab. He could hardly stand up. He had fainting spells all the time. He sent word that he gladly forgave me, but that he didn't want to see me again. Not for a long time. Not before my military service. Until my looks and mentality had changed completely. When I got back from the army. Courtial was just coming back from a stroll, probably to the insurrection. Maybe he hadn't dropped as much as usual. In any case, he was extremely polite all of a sudden, as charming and friendly as he could be, delighted to meet her. And about me, reassuring. Right away he set out to charm my mother. He asked her upstairs for a chat, in his private office, on the Tunisian mezzanine. She had difficulty in following him. It was a horrible corkscrew staircase, and to make matters worse, it was littered with piles of garbage and papers that made you skid. He was mighty proud of his Tunisian office. He wanted to show it to everybody. It was a devastating layout in the hyper-pokey style, with Alcazar cabinets. You couldn't conceive of anything crummier. And then the Moorish coffee pot, the Moroccan ottomans, the fringed, shaggy carpet that stored up a whole ton of dust all by itself. Nothing had ever been done about it, not even the slightest attempt at cleaning. Anyway, the heaps of printed matter, the mountains, the cataracts of proof, of type, of newsprint lying around would have mocked any effort. Actually, there's no denying it. It would have been dangerous. To come around troubling the equilibrium would be taking a big risk. The only way was to leave it perfectly intact, to move things as little as possible. Better still, I soon found out, was to toss on new layers of litter as you went along. That gave the surface a certain freshness, a kind of gloss. I heard them talking. Courtial told her frankly that he discerned in me a real aptitude for the kind of journalism that was just what the Jeanetron needed: reporting, technical investigation, scientific research, objective criticism, that I was sure to get ahead, that she could go home with an easy mind and sleep soundly, that the future was already smiling on me. It would be all mine as soon as I'd acquired all the essential knowledge. It was a matter of simple routine and patience. He'd gradually teach me all I needed. But all that took time. Ah, yes, he had no use for haste, thoughtless precipitation, no use trying to force matters, to go too fast. That would be idiotic waste. Anyway, according to his song and dance, I displayed a keen desire for education. Moreover, I was learning to be clever with my hands. I did the little jobs that came my way to perfection. I was managing very nicely. I was getting to be as nimble as a monkey, eager, intelligent, hard-working, discreet, in short, a dream. He went on and on. It was the first time in her life that my poor mamma had heard anybody speak of me in such glowing colors. She couldn't get over it. At the end of the interview, as she was leaving, he insisted on her taking a whole book of subscription blanks to distribute at random among her connections and acquaintances. She promised to do anything he pleased. She gaped at him in bewilderment. Courtial had no shirt on, only his varnished shirt from over his flannel vest, but the vest always went way up over his collar. He took an extra large size. It formed a kind of ruff, and of course it was completely filthy. In winter he wore two of them, one on top of the other. In summer, even during hot spells, he wore his long frock coat, his lacquered collar down a little lower, no socks, and he brought out his boater. He took meticulous care of it. It was a unique item, a real masterpiece of the sombrero type, a gift from South America, a rare weave, impossible to match. In short, it was priceless. From the 1st of June to the 15th of September he kept it on his head. He hardly ever took it off, except for some extra special reason. He was sure somebody'd steal it. That was his biggest worry on Sundays, before going up in his balloon. But there was no help for it. He had to exchange it for his cap, the tall one with the braid. That was part of his uniform. He entrusted his treasure to me. But the moment he'd touched the ground, the moment he'd rolled like a rabbit into the muck and come bouncing over the furrows, that was his first cry. "Hey, my Panama! Ferdinand, my Panama, damn it!" My mother noticed the thickness of the flannel vest right off, and the fine quality of the prize hat. He let her feel the weave to give her an idea. For quite some time she was lost in admiration, exclaiming,
Oh, monsieur, I can see that. It's the kind of straw they don't make any more."
She was in ecstasy. All this restored my mother's confidence, a good omen. She was particularly fond of flannel vests. They indicated solidity of character. She'd never gone wrong. After fond farewells, she gradually started on her way. For the first time in her life and mine, I think she was a little less worried about my future and my fate. It was perfectly true that I threw myself into my work. From morning to night I had no chance to loaf. In addition to my cargoes of printed matter, I had the enthusiast in the cellar, the endless mending, and our pigeons that I had to look after 2 or 3 times a day. Those critters lived all week in the maid's room on the 7th floor, under the eaves. They cooed like mad. They never felt gloomy. Their working day was Sunday. They'd be taken out in a basket for a ride in the balloon. At 600 or 800 feet, Courtial would raise the lid. They'd be released, with messages. They'd all fly straight home, to the Palais Royal. The window'd be left open for them. They never dawdled on the way. They didn't care for the country. They didn't like to bum around. They flew back automatically. They loved their attic and their roo-coo-crooing. That's all they wanted. It never stopped. They were always home before us. I've never known pigeons less enthusiastic about traveling, so enamored of peace and quiet. And I left their windows wide open. It never occurred to them to take a turn around the garden, to go calling on the sparrows, or the fat gray cooers gallivanting on the lawns, around the fountains, and once in a while on the statues, on Desmoulins or Old Vic, dropping their beauty marks. Not at all. They kept to themselves. They were perfectly happy in their attic. They left it only under duress, when they were tossed into their basket. They were pretty expensive, though, on account of the grain. It takes quantities. Pigeons eat a lot. They're pigs. You wouldn't expect them to eat so much. It's on account of their high body temperature, normally 107 and a few tenths. I swept up their droppings carefully. I made several little piles along the wall, and I let them dry. That made up some for their food. It was excellent fertilizer. When I had a whole sack full, about twice a month, Courtial took it away. He used it in his garden, in Montretout on the hill, where he had his Tony villa and his experimental garden. There's no better manure. I got along fine with the pigeons. They reminded me a little of Yonkind. I taught them tricks. Naturally, after they got to know me, they ate out of my hand. But I did a lot better than that. I got them to perch on a broomstick, all 12 of them at once. I even managed to carry them down to the shop and back up again without their moving, without a single one of them deciding to fly away. They were really sedentary. When it came time to throw them in the basket and push off, they got terribly sad. They didn't coo at all. They hid their heads in their feathers. They hated it. 2 more months passed. Little by little, Courtial gained confidence in me. He was convinced that we were made to get along. I had a lot of advantages. I wasn't very particular about food or pay or working hours. I never complained. As long as I was free in the evening, as long as nobody bothered me after 7 o'clock, I felt I was well off. From the moment he lit out for his train, I was the one and only boss of the shop and paper. I got rid of the inventors. I soft-soaped them. Then I started out on a cruise, often heading for the shipping office on the Rue Rambuteau, pulling the cart loaded with copies of the rag. At the beginning of the week I had to bring back proofs, the typos and plates and engravings. What with the pigeons, the enthusiast, and a million other odds and ends, there was never a let-up. He dropped everything and pushed off for the sticks. He had urgent work out there, so he said. Neo-agriculture. He said it with a straight face, but I was convinced it was hokum. Sometimes he forgot to come back. He'd stay out for 2 or 3 days. That didn't worry me. I'd take a little rest. I needed it. I'd feed the pigeons up in the attic, then I'd paste up a sign in the middle of the shop window, closed for the day. I'd go take it easy on a bench under the trees nearby. From there I watched the joint, the people coming and going. I saw them in the distance, always the same gang of dopes, the same lunatics, the same haggard faces, the old crowd of bellyachers, the disgruntled subscribers. They bunked into the sign. They massacred the door handle. They beat it. That was fine with me. When his nibs came back from his spree, he had a screwy look. He eyed me curiously to see if I suspected anything.
"I was detained," he said. "The experiment wasn't quite perfected. I thought I'd never be through."
"That's too bad," I said. "I hope you made out all right in the end." Little by little he filled me in. He told me a little more each day. He gave me all the details about the beginnings of his racket. There were some pretty wild stories, gimmicks that could end you in the cemetery. How it had started, the ups and downs, the risky dodges, the shady little deals. He told me the whole story, which was pretty strange when you think of his rotten character, his innumerable suspicions, and all his calamities and hard luck. He wasn't the complaining kind. But the troubles and messes he'd been through were unbelievable. It was no rest cure monkeying around with inventors. Don't get the wrong slant. Oh, no. Some of those boys were real savages, absolutely diabolical. They'd go off like dynamite if they felt they'd been taken. And naturally, you can't hope to please everybody. The devil and his brother-in-law. That would be too sweet. I knew something about that myself. In that connection, he gave me an example of malice that was really hair-raising, the lengths people will go to. In 1884, he'd got an order from Beaupoil and Brandon and the Quai des Ursulines, the publishers of Epoch, for a textbook intended for the second program of the preliminary schools. A concise work, of course, but carefully executed, elementary but compact, specially condensed. The Home Astronomer, the little book was entitled, with the subtitle, Gravitation Explained to the Whole Family. So he goes to work. He dives right in. He might have contented himself with delivering a brief work on the specified date, a hurry-up job full of inept borrowings from foreign periodicals, slapdash, corrupt, garbled quotations, and in 3 shakes of a lamb's tail, constructed a new cosmogony 1,000 times lousier than all the other miniature handbooks, full of mistakes and absolutely senseless, utterly useless. As everyone knew, that wasn't Cortial's way of doing things. He was conscientious. His chief concern when he sat down to a piece of work was to get tangible results. He wanted his reader to form his own ideas in person, by his own observations, about the most essential aspects of the work, the stars and gravitation, to discover the laws for himself. He wanted to force the always indolent reader to do real laboratory work and not just cajole him with flattering flim-flam. He appended a little set of instructions, how to build a family telescope. A few squares of cardboard provided the darkroom, a few cheap mirrors, an ordinary lens, a few lengths of pliable wire, a cardboard packing tube. By strictly following the instructions, you could do it for 17 francs 72, reckoned to the centime. For that price, in addition to the exciting and instructive work, you could obtain in your own home not only a direct view of the principal constellations, but also photographs of most of the large stars of our zenith, all sidereal observations made available to the family. That was his formula. As soon as the booklet came out, more than 25,000 readers started without a moment's delay to build the thing, the marvelous miniature photo-sidereal device. I can still hear de Pereire telling me about all the trouble that ensued, the incomprehension of the competent authorities, their abject partiality, how painful, rotten, sickening it all was, all the libels he had received, threats, challenges, 1,000 threatening letters, summonses, how he'd been obliged to lock himself in, barricade himself in his apartment. He'd been living on the Rue Monge at the time. Then, more and more harassed, he'd fled to Montretout from the rage of all those insatiable, vicious peeping Toms, disappointed by telescopy. The mess had gone on for 6 months, and it still wasn't over. Some of those angry stargazers, even pestier than the rest, would take advantage of their Sunday off. They'd come out to Montretout. They'd bring the whole family to kick the boss in the ass. He hadn't been able to receive any visitors in almost a year. This photo-sidereal business was only a small example among many others of how the masses were capable of reacting the minute you tried to educate them, to uplift them, to wise them up. "I can tell you, Ferdinand, that I've suffered for science, worse than Flammarion, that's certain, worse than Raspail, worse even than Montgolfier. On a small scale, of course. I've done everything, and then some." He used to repeat that often. I didn't answer. He gave me a sidelong look, suspicious. He wanted to see the impression he was making. Then he'd dive right into the chaos, looking for his file. He'd locate it by instinct under the enormous mound. He'd pat the dust off it. He'd change his mind. He'd cautiously open it up in front of me. "When I think it over, I'm sorry. Maybe I, too, have become a trifle bitter, carried away by memories. Perhaps I'm a little unjust. Good Lord, I've reason enough. I ask you, in the course of time I've forgotten. That was very wrong of me, not intentionally, to be sure, not intentionally. The most touching, perhaps the most sincere, the most precious testimonials. Ah, they haven't all failed to appreciate me. The whole human race isn't so absolutely depraved. No, a few noble souls here and there in the world have been able to recognize my absolute good faith. Here, and still another." He pulled out letters and memoranda at random from his collection. "I'll read you one among many. Dear Courtial, honored master and revered precursor, it is assuredly thanks to you, to your admirable and so scrupulous telescope, for my family, that yesterday at 2 o'clock on my own balcony I was able to view the whole moon in its complete totality, with its mountains, its rivers, and even, I believe, a forest, perhaps even a lake. I hope to see Saturn, too, with my children in the course of the coming week, as it is indicated, in italics, on your sidereal calendar, and also Belligophorus a little later, in the last days of the autumn, as you yourself have written on page 242. Yours, dear, gracious, and benevolent master, yours in heart, body, and spirit, here below and in the stars. One who has been transformed." He kept all these admiring letters in his mauve and lavender portfolio. As for the others, unfavorable, menacing, draconic, vicious, he burned them on the spot. In this connection, at least, he kept a certain amount of order. "The poison's going up in smoke," he told me every time he touched a match to one of those monstrosities. How much evil would be eliminated if everybody did the same. My idea is that he wrote the favorable ones himself. He showed them to visitors. He never actually admitted it to me. Now and then I smiled. There was a certain restraint in my approval. He half suspected that I smelled a rat. Then he'd scowl at me. I'd go up to feed the pigeons, or I'd go down to the enthusiast. By now I was laying his bets for him in the insurrection on the corner of the Passage Radziwill. He preferred for me to do it on account of the customers. It could have been bad for business. On Cartouche and Lysistrata in the Vincennes gallops, and giddy up and away we go. "You'll tell them it's your own sugar." He owed all the bookies money. He had no desire at all to show his face. The character that took most of our bets between the saucers had a funny name. He was called Formerly. He had a way of stuttering, of garbling the names of the winners. He did it on purpose, I think, to give you a wrong steer. Afterwards he'd deny everything. He'd want to skip the number. I always made him write it down. We lost anyway. I'd bring back the turf echo or racing luck. If he'd lost heavily, he had the crust to give me hell. He sent all the inventors away. He threw them all out with their models and diagrams. Go wipe your ass, the whole lot of you. Those blueprints stink. You got a headache? They smell of axle grease, margarine. You call that ideas, innovation? Hell, I can piss better ideas than that. A whole potful, 3 times a day. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Don't you realize? It's a disaster. You have the gall to bring that stuff here, to me, when I'm up to my neck in crap already? Get out of here. Christ, you lounge lizards, you loafers in body and soul. The guy would leave all right. He'd run for the door. He'd fly with his roll of plans. Courtial was fed up with them. He wanted to think of something else. I was the scapegoat. He started in on me. Any old baloney would do. You, naturally, you suspect nothing. You have time to listen to everything. You've got nothing to do, is that it? But I'm not exactly in that position. I can't look at things that way. I have preoccupations, metaphysical preoccupations, permanent, ineluctable. That's right. They leave me no rest, never, even when I don't show it. When I'm talking to you about one thing and another, I'm haunted, harassed, tormented by riddles. Well, there you have it. You didn't know. It comes as a surprise to you? You never suspected it? He stared at me again as if he hadn't ever really placed me. He straightened out his mustaches. He dusted off the dandruff. He went for a rag to pass over his shoes, all the while telling me what he thought of me. What can it matter to you? You just drift along. You don't give a good goddamn about the universal consequences that can flow from our most trifling acts, our most unforeseen thoughts. It's no skin off your ass. You're caulked, hermetically sealed. Nothing means anything to you. Am I right? Nothing. Eat, drink, sleep. Up there as cozy as you please. All warm and comfy on my couch. You've got everything you want. You wallow in well-being. The earth rolls on. How? Why? A staggering miracle. How it moves. The profound mystery of it, toward an infinite, unforeseeable goal, in a sky all scintillating with comets, all unknown, from one rotation to the next. Each second is the culmination and also the prelude of an eternity of other miracles, of impenetrable wonders, thousands of them, Ferdinand, millions, billions of trillions of years. And you? What are you doing in the midst of this cosmologonic whirl? This vast sidereal wonder? Just tell me that. You eat. You fill your belly. You sleep. You don't give a damn. That's right. Salad, Swiss cheese, sapience, turnips, everything. You wallow in your own muck. You loll around, befouled, glutted, satisfied. You don't ask for anything more. You pass through the stars as if they were raindrops in May. God, you amaze me, Ferdinand. Do you really think this can go on forever? I didn't say a word. I had no set opinion about the stars or the moon, but I had one about him, the bastard, and the stinker knew it. Take a look sometime in the little cabinet upstairs. Put them all together. I've received at least 100 such letters. I wouldn't want them to be stolen. There's an idea. Why don't you file them? You like order so much you'll get a kick out of it. I saw through him. He was handing me a line. You'll find the key on top of the gas meter. I'm going out for a while. You can close up. He changed his mind. No, you'd better stick around in case somebody comes in. Tell them I've gone away. Far away. Far, far away. On an expedition. Tell them I've gone to Senegal, Pernambuco, Mexico, any place you like. Christ, I've had enough for today. It turns my stomach to see them coming in from the gardens. I'll puke if I see one more of them.
Hell, I don't care. Tell them anything you please. Tell them I've gone to the moon, that it's no use waiting. And now open up the cellar. Hold the lid properly. Don't let it fall back on my head the way you did last time. I bet you did it on purpose."
To those words I made no reply. He stepped into the hole. He went down 2-3 rungs. He waited a moment. Then he said,
"You're not a bad kid, Ferdinand. Your father's mistaken about you. You're not bad. You're unformed, that's it. Protoplasmic. What month are you, Ferdinand? What month were you born in, I mean? February? September? March?" "February, maître." "I'd have bet 5 francs on it. February. Saturn. What's going to become of you? Poor devil. Why, it's insane. Well, anyway, lower the trap. When I'm all the way down. All the way, see, not before. And have me break both my legs. This ladder's a wreck. It sags in the middle. I should have repaired it long ago. Let her go."
He went on shouting from deep down in the cellar.
"Whatever happens, don't let anybody in. No pests, no drunks. You hear me? I'm not here for anybody. I want privacy, absolute privacy. Maybe I'll be gone 2 hours, maybe 2 days, but I don't want to be disturbed. Don't worry about me. Maybe I'll never come up. If they ask you, you don't know a thing. I'm going into meditation, you understand?"
"Yes, maître."
"Total exhaustive meditation, Ferdinand. Exhaustive retirement."
"Yes, maître." I let the thing slam full force in a volcano of dust. It thundered like a cannon. I pushed the newspapers over the trap door. It was completely camouflaged. You couldn't see the opening. I went up to feed the pigeons. I stayed quite a while. If he was still in his hole when I came back down, I began to wonder if anything was wrong. I waited a while longer. Half an hour. 3/4 of an hour. Then I began to think the monkey shines had been going on long enough. I lifted the trap a little and looked in. If I didn't see him, I made a racket. I banged the trap door. He had to answer. It brought him out of his nirvana. Nearly always he was sawing wood under the transom, in the folds of the enthusiast, in the rolling billows of silk. It took some doing to get him to move. Finally he'd surface. He'd reappear, rubbing his eyes. He'd brush off his frock coat. Back in the shop he'd be all befuddled.
"I'm dazzled, Ferdinand. How beautiful it is. Beautiful like fairyland."
He looked pasty. The talk had gone out of him. He had calmed down. He went, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," with his tongue. He went out, teetering from his nap. He walked slantwise like a crab. Port of call, the Pavillon de la Régence. The café that looked like a china birdcage with pretty piers. In those days it was still in the middle of a moldering flower bed. He slumped down the first place he found, at the table by the door. I had a good view of him from the shop. He started off with his usual absinthe. It was easy to see him. We still had our nifty telescope in the window, the one left from the big show. Maybe you couldn't see Saturn through it, but you could see de Pereire sugaring his pea soup. Then he had an anisette, and after that a vermouth. The colors are easy to make out. And just before taking off for his train, a good stiff grog for the road. After his terrible accident, Courtial had taken a solemn vow that he'd never again, at any price, take the wheel in a race. That was all over. Finished. He'd kept his promise. And even now, 20 years later, he had to be begged before he'd drive on some quiet excursion or in an occasional harmless demonstration. He felt much safer out in the wind in his balloon. His studies of mechanics were all contained in his books. Year in, year out, he published 2 treatises, with diagrams, on the development of motors, and 2 handbooks with plates. One of these little works had stirred up bitter controversies and even a certain amount of scandal. Actually, it wasn't even his fault. It was all on account of some low-down sharpers who travestied his ideas in an idiotic money-making scheme. It wasn't at all his style. Anyway, here's the title. An automobile made to order for 322 francs 25. Complete instructions for home manufacture. 4 permanent seats, 2 folding seats, wicker body, 12 miles per hour, 7 speeds, 2 reverse gears. Done entirely with spare parts that could be picked up anywhere. Assembled to the customer's taste, to suit his personality, according to the style and the season of the year. This little book was all the rage, from 1902 to 1905. It contained, which was a step forward, not only diagrams, but actual blueprints on a scale of 1 to 200,000. Photographs, cross-references, cross-sections, all flawless and guaranteed. His idea was to combat the rising peril of mass production. There wasn't a moment to be lost. Despite his resolute belief in progress, de Pereire had always detested standardization. From the very start, he was bitterly opposed to it. He foresaw that the death of craftsmanship would inevitably shrink the human personality. At the time of this battle for the made-to-measure automobile, Cortial was practically famous in the world of innovators for his original and extremely daring studies on the all-purpose cottage, the flexible, extensible dwelling, adaptable to families of every kind in all climates. Your own house, absolutely detachable, tippable, that is, transportable, shrinkable, instantly reducible by 1 or more rooms at will to fit permanent or passing needs, children, guests, alterable at a moment's notice, to meet the requirements, the tastes of every individual. An old house is a house that doesn't move. Buy young, be flexible, don't build, assemble. To build is death. Only tombs can be built properly. Buy a living house. Live in a living house. The all-purpose cottage keeps pace with life. Such was the tone, the style of the manifesto written by Cortial himself just before the Future of Architecture exhibition held in June '98 at the Gallery of Machines. Almost immediately, his little book on home building created an enormous furor among men about to be pensioned, heads of families with insignificant incomes, homeless young couples, and colonial civil servants. He was bombarded with inquiries from all over France, from abroad, from the Dominions. His cottage, all set up with movable roof, 2,492 nails, 3 doors, 24 sections, 5 windows, 42 hinges, wood or muslin partitions according to the season, won a special prize, hors concours, unbeatable. It could be assembled in the desired dimensions with the help of 2 workmen on any kind of ground in 17 minutes and 4 seconds. The wear and tear was minimal. It would last forever. Only resistance is ruinous. A house in its entirety must have play. It has to adapt itself like a living organism. It has to give. It has to dodge the whirling winds, the gales and tempests, the paroxysms of nature. The moment you oppose, what utter folly! The unleashed elements, disaster ensues. Can a building, the most massive, the most galvanic, the most firmly cemented, be expected to defy the elements? Pure madness. One day or another, inevitably, it will be overturned, annihilated. If you wish to be convinced, you have only to pass through one of our beautiful, our fertile countrysides. Isn't our magnificent country interspersed from north to south with melancholy ruins, once proud habitations, haughty manners, ornaments of our soil? What has become of you? Dust. The all-purpose cottage, on the other hand, is flexible. It adapts itself. It expands. It contracts according to necessity, according to the laws, the living forces of nature. It bends enormously, but it never breaks. The day his stand was inaugurated, after President Félix IV had come through, after all the powwow and congratulations, the crowd broke through the barriers. The guards were swept away. The populace burst in so frantically between the walls of the cottage that the little marvel was instantly torn apart, washed away, swallowed up. The mob was so feverish, so avid, that it combusted all the materials. You couldn't say this one and only model was destroyed. It was sucked up, absorbed, digested on the spot. The evening the exhibition closed, there wasn't a trace left of it, not a crumb, not a nail, not a shred of muslin. The amazing edifice had been absorbed like a pimple. As Courtial told me about all this 15 years later, he was still in a daze. Of course, I could have started in again. In that field, I can say without flattering myself, my ability was remarkable. When it came to drawing up a precise, a meticulous estimate for on-the-spot assembly, I had no rival. But other, more grandiose projects carried me away, kept me absorbed. I've never found the time to resume my calculations of the indices of resistance. And after all, in spite of the final disaster, I had proved what I set out to. By my boldness I had enabled certain schools, certain young enthusiasts, to step forward, to shout their opinions from the rooftops, to find their way. That and nothing else was my mission. I desired nothing more. My honor was intact. I asked for nothing, Ferdinand, coveted nothing, demanded nothing of the authorities. I went back to my studies. I didn't scheme or intrigue. And now listen. Guess what I get? Practically one right after the other. The Nisham. And a week later, the academic palms. I was really offended. Whom did they take me for all of a sudden? Why not a tobacco counter? I wanted to send all that flim-flam back to the minister. I told Flammarion about it. Don't do it, he said. Don't do anything of the kind. I've got them too. Well, in that case I was in the clear. But even so, they'd swindled me outrageously. Oh, the skunks! My plans had been plagiarized, pirated, copied, do you hear, in 1,000 revolting ways. And incompetently, what's more, by so many swelled-headed, unprincipled, shameless official architects that I wrote to Flammarion. If they wanted to make amends, they owed me at least the Legion of Honor. If they'd wanted to butter me up with honors, I mean. He thought I was perfectly right, but he advised me to keep quiet and not make any more of a stink. I would even get him in trouble. To be patient, that the time wasn't quite ripe, that after all I was his disciple and I shouldn't forget it. Oh, I don't feel any bitterness, get me straight. Yes, those little things still make me feel sad, but nothing more. Absolutely not. A melancholy lesson, that's all. I think of it now and then. I could tell when the architectural blues came over him. It usually happened in the country, and when he was getting ready to go up in his balloon, when he was climbing into the basket, his memories came back to him. Maybe he was a little scared, and that was what made him talk. He looked at the country in the distance, out there in the suburbs, especially at the housing lots, the shacks and shanties. He was overcome with emotion. It brought the tears to his eyes. Those shacks, all lopsided and cross-eyed, all cracked and rickety, rotting away in the muck, sinking into the slush at the edge of the fields beyond the highway.
"You see all that?" he'd say to me. "You see that stinking mess?"
He'd make a sweeping gesture, embracing the horizon. The whole crawling swarm of shanties, the church and the chicken coops, the wash-house and the schools, the ramshackle tumble-down huts, gray, mauve, and mignonette, all the plaster thingamajigs.
"It's bad, eh? It's pretty crummy? Well, it's a good deal my fault. I'm responsible. You can put the blame on me. All that is mine, do you hear me? Mine."
"Huh?" I said, as though flabbergasted. I knew he was going into his routine. He threw his leg over the edge. He jumped into the wicker basket. If the wind wasn't too strong, he kept his Panama on. He was much happier that way. But he tied it under his chin with a broad ribbon. I'd wear his cap.
"Let her go."
She'd rise inch by inch, very slowly at first, and then a little faster. He'd have to get a move on to clear the roofs. He couldn't make up his mind to throw off ballast, but he had to rise somehow. We never inflated her completely. The stuff cost 13 francs a bottle. Sometime after the adventure with the homemade cottage that the insane crowd had torn to pieces, Cortial de Pereire suddenly decided to change his whole tactics.
"Capital first,"
that's what he said. That was his new motto.
"No more risks. Cold cash."
He had mapped out a program based entirely on these principles, and fundamental reforms, all absolutely judicious and pertinent. First of all, he decided that come hell or high water, the conditions of inventors had to be improved. He started from the premise that in this racket there'd never be any shortage of ideas, that they were actually too plentiful, but that capital, on the other hand, is disgustingly evasive, pusillanimous, retiring, that all the misfortunes of the human race, and his own in particular, came from lack of funds, the distrustfulness of money, the hideous rarity of credit. But all that could be straightened out. All it would take to remedy this state of affairs was action, an ingenious idea. So 1, 2, 3, right there on the Galerie Montpensier, behind the Tunisian office, between the kitchen and the corridor, he founded an investor's corner, a very special little nook, furnished very simply, a table, a cupboard, a filing cabinet, 2 chairs, and to preside over deliberations, a fine bust of de Lesseps on the top shelf, between folders and more folders. On the strength of the new statutes, any inventor willing to invest 52 francs, total payable in advance, could run an ad in our paper for 3 successive issues, saying anything he pleased about all his projects, even the wildest nonsense, the dizziest phantasmagorias, the most shameless impostures. Not bad. It filled up 2 full columns in the Génétron, and we'd throw in a 10 minutes private consultation with Cortial, the director, and finally, to make the deal even more attractive, an oleographed diploma, certifying him as a member in good standing of the Eureka Research Center for the financing, study, equilibration, and immediate exploitation of discoveries conducive to the advancement of all the sciences and of industry. It wasn't so easy to get them to cough up the 50 smackers. That was always slow going, even giving them the song and dance, talking himself blue in the face. When it came to paying up, they nearly always balked. Even the screwiest of them got to feeling worried. Even in their delirium, they smelled a rat. They realized that this was dough they'd never be seeing again. Registration fees was the name we dreamed up for our gimmick. The understanding was that from that moment on, Cortial would take all the necessary steps, put out feelers, attend to all the calling and contacting, the interviews, the documentation, the meetings, the premonitory discussions, the arguments, in short, everything that was needed to attract, propitiate, arouse, and reassure a consortium. All this, it went without saying, at the opportune moment. On that point we were adamant. Haste makes waste. Easy does it. That was our way. Impatience can only mess everything up. Precipitation wrecks the best-laid plans. The most fruitful undertakings are those that ripen slowly. We were radically opposed, implacably hostile, to all premature bungling, to all hysteria. Your investor escapes on the wings of the swallow. He's a tortoise when it comes to forking up. To interfere as little as possible with the negotiations, always so delicate, the inventor was advised to leave the field perfectly clear, to go straight home, to smoke his pipe and wait, and not worry about a thing. He'd be duly notified, summoned, acquainted with every detail as soon as things began to shape up. But it wasn't often that he'd stay home and mind his business. Hardly a week would pass before he came running, asking for news, bringing us new models, complementary projects, more blueprints, spare parts. We could yell ourselves blue in the face. He'd keep coming. He'd come more and more often, like shooting pains, worried, dispirited. As soon as he began to see the light, he'd start bellowing, kicking up a ruckus of varying proportions. And after that you'd never see him again. There were some, but not very many, who weren't so dumb, who threatened to raise hell, legal proceedings, to register a complaint with the police if we didn't return their dough. Cortial knew them all. He cleared out when he saw them coming. He recognized them a mile away. It's incredible what a piercing eye he had for spotting a rabid customer. They seldom caught him. He'd disappear into the back room and do a little turn with the dumbbells, but mostly he went down in the cellar. There it was even safer. He wasn't in. The old-timer who wanted his money back could split a gut. It didn't get him anywhere.
"Hold him, Ferdinand. Just hold him," the stinker would say. "Hold him while I think things over. I know that gas-bag only too well, that drooling ape. Every time he comes here for an interview he stays 2 hours at least. He's made me lose the thread of my deductions a dozen times. It's shameful. It's scandalous. He's a plague. Kill him, I beseech you, Ferdinand. Don't let him contaminate the world any more. Burn him, slaughter him, scatter his ashes. I don't care what you do. But for God's sake, at any price, do you hear me, don't bring him to me. Tell him I'm in Singapore, in Colombo, in the Hesperides. Tell him I'm making elastic banks for the Isthmus of Suez and Panama. That's an idea. Tell him anything. Anything will do so long as I don't have to see him. I beg you, Ferdinand, I beg you."
So it was that I had to bear the brunt of the whole tempest, sure as shit. I had my system, I admit. I was like the do-it-yourself cottage. My approach was flexible. I put up no resistance. I bent in the direction of his fury. I went even further. I amazed the lunatic by the virulence of my hatred for the loathsome Pereire. I took him every time in nothing flat, with my hair-raising insults. In that province I was supreme. I flayed him. I stigmatized him. I covered him with garbage, with pus, that abject villain, that mountain of shit, 20 times worse, 100 times worse, 1,000 times worse than the customer had ever thought on his own. For his private delectation, I turned Cortial, shouting at the top of my lungs, into a heap of soft, slimy, inconceivably sickening turds. How unbelievably loathsome he was! He was in a class by himself. I went at it hammer and tongs. I stamped on the trapdoor right over the cellar in chorus with the nut. I outbid them all in violence. Thanks to the intensity of my revolt, my sincerity, my destructive enthusiasm, my implacable tetanism, my frenzy, my anathematic writhing. It was unbelievable what a paroxysm I could work myself up into in my total fury. I got all that from my dad, and the performances I'd been through. For temper tantrums I had no equal. The worst lunatics, the most delirious interpretive screwballs, didn't stand a chance if I decided to take a fling, if I really wanted to bestir myself. Young as I was, they all left with their asses dragging, absolutely bewildered by the intensity of my hatred, my indomitable fury, the eternal thirst for vengeance that I harbored in my flanks. With tears in their eyes, they entrusted me with the task of crushing that turd, that execrable Courtial, that sink of iniquity, of covering him with new and unpredictable kinds of excrement, slimier than the bottom of the shithouse, a mass of unconscionable purulence, of making a cake out of him, the most fetid that could ever be imagined, of cutting him up into balls, flattening him out into sheets, plastering the whole bottom of the crapper with him, all the way from the bowl to the sump, and wedging him in there once and for all, to be shat on for all eternity. As soon as our friend was gone, as soon as he was far enough away, Courtial would come back to the trapdoor. He'd lift it up a little. He'd take a gander. Then he'd surface.
"Ferdinand, you've just saved my life. Ah, yes, my life. It's the truth. I heard it all. Ah, it's just as I feared. That ape would have torn me apart. Right then and there. Do you realize that?"
Then he'd stop and think. He began to feel worried about what I'd been shouting, my little session with the visitor.
"But I do hope, Ferdinand, tell me now, that I haven't fallen as low as all that in your esteem. You'd tell me, wouldn't you? You wouldn't hide it from me, would you? I'll explain my position if you want me to. Go ahead. I do hope these little acts you put on have no effect on your feeling for me. That would be too dreadful. Your affection for me is unchanged. You can count on me to the hilt, you know that. I'm a man of my word. You understand me? You're beginning to understand me, aren't you? Tell me you understand me."
Yes, of course. I think I'm beginning."
"Then listen to me, my dear Ferdinand. While that lunatic was raving, I was thinking of thousands of things. While he was turning our stomachs, mouthing his delirium, I was saying to myself, 'My poor Courtial, all these scenes, this ranting, this infamous uproar is lacerating your existence abominably, without furthering your cause any. When I say cause, you understand, I don't mean money. I'm speaking of the great intangible treasure, immaterial wealth, the great decision, the eternal theme, the infinite acquisition, the idea that is worthy of our enthusiasm. You've got to understand me, Ferdinand. Quicker, quicker. Time is passing. A minute, an hour. At my age, Ferdinand, that's eternity. You see, it's all one, Ferdinand, all one."
His eyes moistened.
"Listen to me, Ferdinand. I hope you'll understand me fully one day. Yes, then you'll really appreciate me. When I'm not here to defend myself, then it's you, Ferdinand, who will possess the truth, you who will refute the calumnies. It's you. I'm counting on you, Ferdinand. I'm counting on you. If people come to you from all 4 quarters of the world and say, 'Courtial was nothing but a skunk, the crummiest bastard of them all, a swindler, there was never another like him,' what will you say, Ferdinand? Just this. You hear me? Courtial made only one mistake, but that mistake was fundamental. He thought the world was waiting for the spirit to help it change. The world has changed. That's a fact, but the spirit hasn't come to it. That's all you'll say. Absolutely. Not another word. You will add nothing. The order of magnitudes, Ferdinand. The order of magnitudes. Maybe the infinitesimal can be inserted in the immense. But how are we to reduce the immense to the infinitesimal, eh? Our misfortunes have no other source, Ferdinand. No other source. All our misfortunes.
When he'd had a big scare, as he had that afternoon, he felt a touching solicitude for me. He didn't want to see me sulking.
"Go on out, Ferdinand," he'd say. "Go take a walk. Go to the Louvre. It'll do you a world of good. Go up to the boulevards. You like Max Linder. Our joint still stinks of that mammoth. Let's go, Ferdinand. Let's clear out. Shut up the shop. Hang out the sign. Join me at the Three Musketeers. It's on me. Take some money out of the drawer on the left. I won't leave with you. I'll sneak out through the hall. Take a look in at the insurrection. You'll see formerly. Ask him if there's anything new. You've placed a bet on Scheherazade, I hope? And did you put your winnings on violoncelle? You're still betting for yourself, eh? You don't even know where I am, understand?"
He began to dish out his great decision routine more and more often. He'd disappear into the cellar, supposedly to meditate, for hours on end. He'd take a big fat book with him and his big candle. He must have owed every bookie in the neighborhood money, and not just Kid formerly at the insurrection, but at the Musketeers, and even the Brasserie Vigogne on the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux. That was a real dive. He gave orders that he wasn't to be disturbed. I wasn't always very happy about it. His shenanigans made it my business to deal with all our daily screwballs, our discontented subscribers, the harmless little characters with stupid questions, the thoroughbred maniacs. Whole broadsides of them swept over me. I had them all on my neck, bellyachers of every description, the repulsive mob of deep thinkers, the fanatics of gadgetry. They kept pouring in, coming and going. The bell was having fits. It rang the whole time. They were preventing me from repairing my enthusiast. Courtial was cluttering up the cellar with his clowning, and that was my main job after all. I was responsible. I'd be to blame if he broke his neck, which was touch and go every time. In other words, his act was for the birds. In the end, I told him, on this count and several others, that this couldn't go on, that I was fed up, that I washed my hands of it, that we were heading for trouble. It was plain as day. But he hardly listened. It left him cold. He disappeared more and more. When he was in the cellar, he wouldn't let anybody disturb him. Even his candle bothered him. Sometimes he'd put it out so it wouldn't interfere with his meditations. Finally, I gave it to him straight. I was so griped that I couldn't control myself. I told him to try the sewer. That was the ideal place to look for his decision. That did it. He blasts me. "Ferdinand," he shrieks. "What's that? Is that a way to talk to me? You, Ferdinand? To me? Stop right there. Merciful heavens, I beg you, have pity. Call me whatever you please. Liar, boa, vampire, skunk, if the words I utter are not the strict expression of the ineffable truth. You wanted to do away with your father, didn't you? So young. Heavens above. That's the truth. Is it a delusion? A phantasmagoria? No, it's the unbelievable, deplorable reality. Whole centuries won't wipe out the shame of it. That's a fact. It's God's own truth. You don't deny it? I'm not making it up? Well then, and now what? Will you kindly tell me what you're after? To kill me in my turn? Why, it's obvious. It's plain as day. Biding your time, waiting for the propitious moment, when I'm relaxed, unsuspecting, and do me in, abolish me, annihilate me. That's your program. Where have I been keeping my wits?
Ah, Ferdinand, heavens above, your nature, your destiny, are darker than the darkest Erebus. Oh, you're sinister, Ferdinand, though you don't look it. Your waters are troubled. What monsters there are, Ferdinand, in the crannies of your soul, slithering, evasive. I don't know them all. They pass. They sweep everything away. Death, to me, to whom you owe 1,000 times more than life, more than bread, more than air, than the sun itself, the power of thought. Ah, reptile, is that what you're up to? Am I right? Relentless, crawling, mercurial, chameleon-like, unpredictable. Violence, tenderness, passion, strength. I heard you the other day. You're capable of anything, Ferdinand. Everything. Only the outer coating is human. But I see the monster within. Do you know where you're headed? Was I warned? Yes, I had plenty of warning. Guile, affection, and then suddenly every syllable a revelation. Homicidal frenzy. Yes, frenzy. A cataract of base instincts. Ah, yes, that's the sign, my friend. The mark of the criminal. The lightning that denounces the murderer. The congenital innate pervert. That's you, right here in front of me. So be it. You're not dealing with a coward, the weakling you may have been expecting to terrorize. You've got another think coming. I stand up to my destiny. I asked for it. I'll see it through to the bitter end. All right, kill me if you can. Go ahead, I'm waiting, undaunted. What are you afraid of? I'm right here. I defy you, Ferdinand. You exasperate me, do you hear? You're driving me out of my wits. I'm nobody's fool. I'm wide awake. Are you afraid to look a man in the whites of his eyes? I measured the risks the day I took you on. Let's call it my last act of daring. Go ahead. Strike. I defy my assassin. Hurry.
I let him drool. I looked away, at the trees, at the gardens in the distance, the lawns, the nursemaids, the sparrows hopping around the benches, the fountain bobbing in the breeze. That was better than answering, or even turning around to look at him. He'd hit the nail on the head without knowing it. For 2 cents, I'd hit him over the head with the paperweight, the big greaser Hippocrates. My hand was itching. It weighed at least 6 pounds. I had a rough time. I controlled myself. It was heroic of me. The bastard kept right on. The younger generation nowadays have murder in their bones. That kind of thing, take it from me, Ferdinand, will land you in La Santé, with a hood over your eyes. That's right, a hood. Merciful heavens, and I'll have been to blame. I had a tongue in my head, too. I felt the mustard rising. Enough was enough. Maître, I said right then and there, go shit in your hat, and make it quick. Get away from me. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to take your pants down. I'm going to tattoo your ass till it looks like 36 bunches of peonies. I'm going to bust open your asshole, stink and all. That's what's going to happen to you if I hear one more fucking word out of you. I was going to grab him for real. The stinker was quick, though. He beat it into the back room. He saw I meant business, that I'd put up with as much as I was going to. He stayed right there in his hole, fiddling with the parallel bars. He let me alone for a while. He'd gone far enough. A little later he came out. He passed through the shop. He took the corridor on the left. He went out. He didn't go up to his office. At last I could work without being bothered. It was no rest cure to sew and darn and patch that rotten balloon cover, to fasten together the pieces that were coming apart. It was an awful chore, especially because I used the carbide lamp so as to see what I was doing, which was pretty risky down there in the cellar, with all those adhesives that are always lousy with benzene. It was trickling around all over the place. I could see myself a living torch. The cover of the Enthusiast was a ticklish business. In a good many places it was a regular sieve. More rips, more tears, and worse every time he went up, every time he landed, from dragging through plowed fields, from catching on the eaves, on whole rows of roofs, especially on days when the wind was from the north. She left big patches and little shreds in the forests, on the branches, between steeples, on the ramparts. She picked up tin chimneys, roofs, tiles by the ton, weather vanes on every trip. But the worst punishment, the most terrible rips, were when she got impaled on a telegraph pole. Half the time she'd split in two. To give the devil his due, you've got to admit that de Pereire took some pretty bad risks on his aerial tours. The ascent was wild enough. It was a wonder he made it with the thing only half inflated, for reasons of economy. But what was really awful was bringing his moth-eaten contraption down. Luckily, he had plenty of experience. He knew his business. All by himself, at the time when I met him, he had chalked up 1,422 balloon flights, not counting captive balloons. That was an impressive total. He had all the medals, all the diplomas, all the licenses. He knew all the tricks. But what always dazzled me was his landings. It was marvelous the way he always landed on his feet. The second the end of the rope scraped over the ground, the second the thing slowed down, he rolled himself up in a ball at the bottom of the basket. When the wicker touched the muck, and the whole thing was about to bounce up again, he had a feeling for the exact moment. He shot up like a jack-in-the-box. He unwound like a spool. He fell like a regular jockey in his tight-fitting frock coat. He seldom hurt himself. He didn't lose a button. He didn't waste a second. He ran straight ahead. He sped over the furrows. He didn't turn around. He chased after the Enthusiast, at the same time blowing the little bugle he had slung over his shoulder. He made his own music. What a guy! His cross-country race went on a long time until the whole balloon settled. I could still see him sprinting. It was a beautiful sight in his frock coat and Panama. To tell the honest truth, my autoplastic sutures weren't so hot. But he wouldn't have done it himself. He hadn't the patience. He'd only have messed things up even worse. After all, that patching was an art. Despite my infinite stratagems and vast ingenuity, I often despaired of that beastly gas bag. She was thoroughly fed up. After being taken out for 16 years, regardless of conditions, in cloudbursts and tornadoes, she only held together by patches and weird darns. Every time we blew her up was a catastrophe. After she'd come down and dragged along the ground, it was worse. When a whole strip was missing, I'd borrow a piece of the Archimedes' old hide. She was all in pieces, a lot of rags, piled up every which way in the cellar. That was the balloon of his beginnings, a bright red captive, an enormous bag. She'd done the fairs for 20 years. I was mighty careful, infinitely meticulous, about pasting the whole thing together. I got some curious effects. When, at the cry of "Let her go," the Enthusiast rose over the crowd, I could recognize my patches in the air. I could see them wobbling and shriveling. It didn't make me laugh. But in addition, there were the preparations, the preliminaries. The balloon racket was no rest cure. Don't get that idea. You had to get ready, make arrangements, palaver for months in advance. We had to send out leaflets, photographs, saturate the whole of France with prospectuses, get in touch with the local big shots, put up with the insults of the festival committees, all terrible tightwads. So, in addition to the inventors, we had these mountains of mail in connection with the Enthusiast. Courtial had taught me to write letters in the official style. I didn't make out too badly. After a while, I didn't make too many mistakes. We had special stationery for the balloon racket with a natty letterhead. Paris section of the Friends of the Dirigible Balloon. At the end of winter, we'd start selling the municipal authorities. The programs for the season were drawn up in the spring. In principle, we expected to have all our Sundays booked up shortly before All Saints. We'd needle committee presidents over the phone. It was my job again, going to the post office. I'd go during rush hours. I tried to get away without paying. They'd catch me at the door. We applied for every fair, convention, and carnival in all France. No town was too small. Anything was down our alley. But naturally, if we had any choice, we tried not to go any farther than Seine-et-Oise, or Seine-et-Marne at the worst. It was shipping our equipment that ruined us, the sacks, the bottles of gas, the gear, all our crazy gadgets. For the game to be worth the candle, we had to be back at the Palais Royal that same night. Otherwise, it would run into money. Courtial cut his prices as low as possible. They were absolutely reasonable, 220 francs, plus the cost of the gas, and pigeons released for 2 francs apiece. We made no mention of altitude. Our most famous rival, maybe the most immediate threat, was Captain Guy de Rosier. He asked a good deal more. He performed hazardous feats with his balloon, the Intrepid. He'd take his horse up with him and sit in the saddle in mid-air, at an altitude of 1,200 feet guaranteed. His price was 525 francs, return fare payable by the township. But the ones who beat us to the draw even more often than the equestrian were the Italian and his daughter, Caligoni and Petita. We ran into them wherever we went. They were immensely popular, especially in garrison towns. They were very expensive. They did all sorts of tricks up in the sky. Besides, they threw down bouquets, little parachutes, and cockades from a height of 1,800 feet. They asked 835 francs and a contract for 2 seasons. They really cornered the market. Courtial didn't go for the showy stuff. That wasn't his style. No theatricals. Certainly not. His show was definitely scientific, an edifying demonstration. He explained everything in a neat little preparatory chat and wound up with pigeons, which he released ever so gracefully. He himself served notice in his brief introductory patter. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I'm still flying a balloon at my age, it's not out of vain bravado. You can take my word for that, out of any desire to impress the crowd. Take a look at my chest. You see before you all the best known, most highly prized, most envied medals for merit and courage. If I take to the air, ladies and gentlemen, it is for purposes of popular education. That is my lifelong aim. Everything in my power to enlighten the masses. We are not appealing to any morbid passion, to sadistic instincts, to emotional perversity. I appeal to your intelligence alone." He said it again for my benefit. He wanted me to get it straight. "Ferdinand, never forget that we must preserve the character of our performances at any price. The mark of the Janitron. They must never degenerate into buffoonery, masquerades, aerial tomfoolery, empty-headed tricks. No, no, and again no. We must preserve the tone, the spirit of physics. Of course we have to entertain, and never forget it. That's what we're paid for. It's only right and proper. But better still, if possible, we must fire the minds of these rustics with a desire for exact knowledge, for genuine enlightenment. Of course we have to go up, but we must also elevate those yokels you see standing around with their mouths open. Ah, it's not easy, Ferdinand." It's perfectly true that he would never have left the ground without first explaining all the details, the principles of aerostatics, in a cozy little talk. To command his audience, he balanced himself on the edge of the basket, resplendently decorated, in frock coat, Panama, and cuffs, with one arm passed through the rigging. He explained the working of the valves, the guy rope, the barometers, the laws of weight and ballast. Then, carried away by his subject, he embarked on other fields, expatiating, ad-libbing, without order or plan, about meteorology, mirages, the winds, cyclones. He touched on the planets, the stars. Everything was grist for his mill. The zodiac, Gemini, Saturn, Jupiter, Arcturus and its contours, the moon, Belgophorus and its relief. He pulled measurements out of his hat. About Mars he could talk at length. He knew it well. It was his favorite planet. He described all the canals, their shape and itinerary, their flora, as if he'd gone swimming in them. He was on the friendliest terms with the heavenly bodies. He was a big success. While he was perched up there shooting the shit, spellbinding the masses, I took up a little collection. That was my little private racket. I took advantage of the circumstances, the excitement. I slipped into the crowd. I peddled the Jeanetron at 2 sous a dozen. Returns, little autographed handbooks, commemorative medallions with a tiny balloon engraved on them. And for the ones I could spot that looked dirty-minded, whose hands went roaming in the crush, I had a little selection of funny, entertaining, spicy pictures, and transparents you could slide back and forth. It was a bad day when I didn't unload the lot. All in all, with a little luck, it brought in 25 smackers. That was good money in those days. When my stock was gone and I'd finished collecting, I'd give the master the high sign. He'd shut off the steam. He'd turn off the blarney and climb down into the basket. He'd straighten his Panama, batten down the hatches, unfurl the last sheet, and slowly push off. I only had to hold the last rope. It was I who sang out, "Let her go." He'd answer me with a blast from his bugle. With the guy rope dragging, the enthusiast rose into the air. I never saw her go straight up. She was limp from the start. For a number of reasons, we were very careful about blowing her up. As a result, she rose crooked. She careened over the roofs. With her colored patches, she looked like a fat harlequin. She bobbed up and down in the air, waiting for a decent breeze. She could only puff out in a real wind. She was pathetic, like an old petticoat on a clothesline. Even the cow-floppiest yokels caught on. The whole crowd laughed to see her teetering over the roofs. I was a good deal less cheerful. I foresaw the horrible, decisive, disastrous rip, the final smash-up. I made all kinds of motions to him. He should drop the sand right away. He was never in much of a hurry. He was afraid he'd go up too high. There wasn't much to fear. Considering the state of the fabric, there wasn't a chance. My worry was that he'd flop in the middle of the village. That would have been the end. It was always a narrow squeak. Or that he'd collide with the schoolhouse, or take the weathercock off the church, or get caught in the eaves, or settle on the town hall, or founder in the little clump of woods. He'd be doing all right if he got her up to 150 or 200 feet. I figured roughly. That was the maximum. Courtial's dream, in view of the state of his equipment, was never to go any higher than the second story. That was fairly safe. Higher was madness. In the first place, we could never have pumped the bag full. With 1 or 2 bottles more, it would have split for sure from top to bottom, exploded like a bombshell from valve to valve. When he'd passed the last house, cleared the last fences, he'd throw out his sand. He'd make up his mind and unload the lot of it. When the ballast was all gone, he took a little hop, a leap of about 30 feet. Then it was time for the pigeons. He quickly opened their basket. They shot out like arrows. Then it was time for me to shake a leg. Believe me, I ran like hell. I had to stage a tragedy to get the yokels interested, to make them run after the balloon and help us to fold up quick the enormous rag bag and tote the whole mess back to the station, to hoist her up on the derrick. We weren't through yet. We had to do something to prevent our audience from clearing out, the whole lot of them at once. Our best dodge was the disaster act. It worked every time. Without it, we were sunk. We'd have had to pay them to do any work. We'd have lost money. It was that simple. I began to scream and yell. I lit out like a stuck pig. I ran lickety-split through the muck in the direction of the catastrophe. I heard his bugle. "Fire! Fire!" I yelled. Look at the flame! He's going to set the whole place on fire! She's over the trees!" The mob got moving. They came on the gallop. They followed me. As soon as Cortial saw me with the peasantry at my heels, he opened all the valves. He disemboweled the whole contraption from top to bottom. She collapsed in her rags. She lay down in the muck, crippled, exhausted, bushed. Cortial popped out of the basket. He landed on his feet. He blew another blast on the bugle to rally the pack. And he started another speech. The Hicks were scared shitless. They expected the whole thing to burst into flame and set their haystacks on fire. They threw themselves on the bag to keep it from billowing. They folded her up. But she was such a disgusting wreck, from catching on every branch in sight. She'd lost so much material there was nothing left but heartbreaking rags. She'd brought back whole bushes between the bag and the net. The rescuers were delighted, overjoyed, jumping up and down with excitement. They hoisted Cortial on their shoulders like a hero and carried him off in triumph. They took him to the tap room to celebrate. They drank plenty. All the work was left for me, the rottenest, lousiest chore, collecting all our junk out of the swamp before nightfall, from the fields and furrows, recovering all our tackle, anchors, pulleys, and chains, all the wandering hardware, the 1.5 miles of guy rope, the log, the cleats, scattered far and wide in oats and pasture, the barometer, the aneroid pressure gauge, a little Morocco leather case, the nickel doodads that are so expensive. A picnic, take it from me, keeping those repulsive beggars happy with wisecracks and promises, and telling smutty jokes to make them handle those 1,500 pounds of exhausting junk all free, gratis, and for nothing. The gas bag that looked like a massacred shirt, the remains of the hideous catafalque, getting them to toss the whole junk pile in the last freight car just as the train was pulling out. Hell! Believe me, it took some doing. When I finally squeezed through the corridors and found Cortial, the train was under way. I found my zebra in the 3rd class. Calm as you make them, talking, showing off, handing his audience a brilliant lecture, the conclusions to be drawn from his adventure, so attentive to the brunette on the opposite bench, considerate of youthful ears, watching his language, but the life of the party even so, drunk as a lord, throwing his chest and his medals around, and still drinking the stinker, jollity, high spirits, a slug of the red stuff all around. Hold out your glasses, everybody. He was stuffing his face full of bread and butter. Why worry? He didn't ask about me. Take it from me, I was fed up. I put a crimp in his merriment. "Ah, so it's you, Ferdinand. It's you?" Yes, my dear Jules Verne.
Sit down, boy. Tell me all about it. My secretary. He introduced me. Well then, is everything all right in the freight car? You've attended to everything? You're satisfied?
I made a very glum face. I wasn't the least bit satisfied. I didn't say a word.
Then it's not all right? Is something wrong?
It's the last time, I said. I didn't mince words. I was very dry and firm.
What's that? Why is it the last time? You're joking? What do you mean?
The thing can't be repaired anymore, and I'm not joking at all. A real silence fell. No more applause and sausage. You could hear the wheels, the creaking of the carriage, the glass of the lamp jiggling up top. He tried in the dim light to make out what I was thinking, if I wasn't kidding a little. But I didn't bat an eyelash. I kept my long face. I stuck to my guns.
You really think so, Ferdinand? You're not exaggerating?
If I say it, I mean it. I know what I'm talking about. I got to be an expert on holes. I refused to be contradicted. He sat back gloomily in his corner. That was the end of our conference. We didn't say another word. All the others, on their benches, wondered what was going on. Clankety-clank, clankety-clank, from one jolt to the next, and the oil dripping from the top of the lamp, all the heads nodding, then drooping. If there's one thing in the world that needs to be handled with care, it's perpetual motion. Don't touch it or you'll get your fingers burned. Inventors in general can be classified according to their bugs. There are whole categories that are practically harmless. The ones who go in for mysterious radiations, tellurism, for instance, or the centripetals, they're easy to handle. They'd eat breakfast out of your hand. The little household gadgeteers aren't very rough either. The cheese graters, the Sino-Finnish kettles, the two-handled spoons. Well, everything that's useful in the kitchen. Those boys like to eat. They know how to live. The ones who want to improve the subway? There you'd better begin to watch your step. But the real screwballs, the wild men, the vitriol throwers, are mostly all of them in perpetual. Those characters will go to any length to demonstrate the value of their discoveries. They'll turn your gizzard inside out if you express the slightest doubt. They're no good to fool with. One of the boys I met at Courtial's, an attendant at the public baths, was a fanatic. He never talked about anything but his pendulum, and then only in a whisper, with murder in his eyes. Another one who came to see us was a public prosecutor in the provinces. He came all the way from the southwest just to bring us his cylinder, an enormous ebonite tube with a centrifugal valve and an electric starter. It was easy to spot him in the street, even from far away. He always walked slantwise, like a crab, along the shop fronts. That was his way of neutralizing the influence of mercury and the ionic radiations of the sun that pass through the clouds. And he never took off the enormous muffler he wore around his shoulders, day and night, made of braided asbestos, lisle, and silk. That was his ray detector. When he walked into interference, right away he began to shiver. Bubbles came out of his nose. Courtial had known them for ages. He knew what to expect of them. He called a number of them by their first names. We were on pretty good terms with them. But one day he got the idea of organizing a contest for them. That was sheer lunacy. Right away I sounded the alarm. I let out a howl. Anything but that. He wouldn't listen. He needed money bad, ready cash. It was perfectly true that we were having a hell of a time finishing out the month, that we owed at least 6 issues of the Jeune Étrange to Taponnier, the printer, so we had plenty of extenuating circumstances. Besides, the balloon flights weren't paying off so well anymore. Airplanes were breaking our backs. By 1910, the yokels were all hopped up. They wanted to see flying machines. We were still writing letters like mad, incessantly. We defended every inch of ground. We pestered all the hicks, the archbishops, the prefects, the postmistresses, the druggists, and the horticulture societies. In the spring of 1909 alone, we had more than 10,000 circulars printed. We fought to the last ditch. But I also have to admit that Courtial was playing the races again. He'd gone back to the insurrection. He must have paid his debts to Formerly. Anyway, they were on speaking terms again. I'd seen them together. At one throw, my boss had won 600 francs at Enghien on Carrot, and then 250 on Céline at Chantilly. It had gone to his head. He began raising his bets. The next morning he comes into the shop all steamed up. He starts in right off the bat. "Aha, Ferdinand, my luck's turned. This is it. I'm in luck. Do you hear me? After 10 years. After losing almost uninterruptedly for 10 long years. That's all over. My luck is running, and I'm holding on. Take a look." He shows me the dingbat, a new racing sheet. He had it all marked up in blue, red, green, and yellow. I said my piece right away. "Watch out, Monsieur de Pereire. It's the 24th already. We've got 14 francs in the till. Taponnier has been very nice, very patient, I've got to admit, but even so he says he won't print the rag any more. I might as well tell you right now. He's been biting my head off for the last 3 months every time I show my face on the Rue Rambuteau. Don't count on me to go around there any more, not even with the pushcart." "Don't bother me, Ferdinand. Don't bother me. You're driving me crazy. You depress me with your sordid gossip. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Tomorrow we'll be out of the woods. This is no time to be quibbling. Go back and tell Taponnier. Tell him from me, do you understand? That bastard, when I think of him. He's grown fat at my expense. For 20 years I've been feeding him. He's piled up a fortune, several fortunes, on my paper. I've decided to do the stinker one last favor. Tell him, do you hear me? To put his whole plant, his machines, his equipment, his apartment, his daughter's dowry, his new car, everything, his insurance policy. Tell him not to forget anything, his son's bicycle, everything, remember, everything, on Bragamance to win. To win, I say, not to place, not to come in third, at Maison on Thursday. That's it. That's the long and the short of it, son. I can see the finish. And 1,800 francs for 5. Do you hear me? 1,887 to be exact, in your pocket. Remember that. With what's left of my winnings, that will be 53,498 francs for the two of us. Net. Bragamance. Maison. Bragamance. Maison. He went on jabbering. He didn't hear my answers. He went out through the corridor. He was like a sleepwalker. The next day I waited for him all afternoon, to show with the 53 grand. It was after 5 o'clock. Finally he turns up. I can see him across the garden. He doesn't look at anybody in the shop. He comes straight up to me. He grabs me by the shoulders. The hot air has all gone out of him. He's sobbing. Ferdinand, I'm a viper, a despicable scoundrel. Talk of depravity. I've lost everything, Ferdinand. Our month's earnings. Mine, yours. My debts, your debts, the gas bill, everything. I still owe Formerly what I put on that horse. I owe the binder 1,800 francs. I borrowed 30 francs more from the scrub woman in the theatre. I owe another 100 francs to the gatekeeper in Montretout.
I'll be running into him this evening. You see the morass I'm stuck in. Ah, Ferdinand, you are right. I'm sinking into my own muck."
He disintegrated completely. He flayed himself. He added up the sum. He added it up again. How much did he actually owe? It came to more each time. He unearthed so many debts, I think he made some of them up. He went for a pencil. He was going to start in all over again. I stopped him. I was firm. "See here, Monsieur Courtial," I said. "Calm down. You're making a spectacle of yourself. Suppose some customers came in. What would they think? Better take a rest."
"Oh, Ferdinand, how right you are. You're wiser than your master, Ferdinand, the stinking old fool. A wave of madness, Ferdinand, a wave of madness. It's unbelievable, unbelievable."
After a moment's prostration, he opened the trapdoor. He vanished all alone. I knew his act. It was always the same routine. When he'd made an ass of himself, first he'd lay on the applesauce, then came meditation. But what about eating, friend? I'd have to lay hands on some dough somehow. Nobody gave me any credit, neither the butcher nor the grocer. The bastard was counting on my having a little nest egg put by. He'd suspected that I'd take my little precautions, that I had some sense. I was the guy with foresight. I was the shrewd accountant. With the scrapings from the drawers, I held out a whole month. No air bubbles with salt. And we didn't eat so badly. We had real meat, plenty of French fries, and jam made out of pure sugar. That was my way of doing things. He didn't want to put the bite on his wife. She didn't know a thing out there in Montretout. Uncle Edouard came by one Saturday night. He'd been out of town. We hadn't seen him in a long time. He brought news from home, from my parents. Their luck was still running bad. In spite of all his efforts, my father hadn't been able to leave La Coccinelle. And that was his only hope. Even after he knew how to type, they hadn't wanted him at Connivance Fire Insurance. They thought he was too old for an underling's job, and that he seemed too bashful to deal with the public. So he'd had to give it up, and stick to his old grind, and butter up L'Empreinte. It was a terrible blow. He wasn't sleeping at all anymore. Baron Meffez, the head of litigious life, had got wind of my father's moves. He detested him from way back. He was always torturing him. He'd make him climb 5 flights of stairs on the other side of the yard to tell him what an ass he was, that he got all the addresses wrong, which was absolutely untrue. While talking with me, Uncle Edouard began wondering. He thought maybe it would give my folks pleasure to see me again for a minute. I could make up with my father. He'd had trouble enough. He'd suffered enough. It came from a good heart. But just thinking about it, the gall started coming up. I had vomit in my throat. I wasn't going to try again. Okay, I'm sorry for them and all that. But if I went back to the Passage, I can tell you right now I wouldn't last 10 minutes. I'd set the whole place on fire. There was no use trying. All right, he said. I can see how you feel. He dropped the subject. He probably told them what I'd said. Anyway, his happy homecoming gambit never came up again. With Courtial, I've got to admit, I can't deny it, it was one holy mess from morning to night, a perpetual rat race. He played some rotten tricks on me. He was as sneaky as 36 bedbugs. It was only at night that I had any peace. Once he was gone, I did what I felt like. I made my own plans. Until 10 in the morning, when he came back from Montretout, I was the boss. And that's a good deal. Once I'd fed my pigeons, I was absolutely free. I always took a little rake-off on the sales of the Jeanetron. We had a racket with the returns. Some of it was for yours truly. I put it aside. And I got something out of the balloon flights, too. It was never more than 25 francs, but to me, for pocket money, it was a fortune. The old crocodile would have been glad to know where I stashed my dough away. My cute little nest egg. He could look till doomsday. I was very careful. I'd learned a thing or two. My little treasure never left my pocket. Actually, it was a special pocket, carefully pinned inside my shirt front. You couldn't say we trusted each other very much. I knew all his hiding places. He had 3. One was under the floor, another behind the gas meter, a loose brick, and a third right there in Hippocrates' head. I dipped into them all. He never counted. In the end, he began to have his suspicions. But he had no call to complain. He never gave me a penny in wages. And what's more, I fed him, supposedly out of general funds. The stuff wasn't too bad, and plenty of it. He realized that he couldn't say anything. In the evening, I didn't cook. I went all by myself to the automatic on the corner of the Rue de Rivoli. I took a bite standing up. I've always liked that best. It only took a minute. Then I went roaming around. I had my little circuit. Rue Montmartre, the post office, Rue Etienne Marcel. I'd stop by the statue on the Place des Victoires and smoke a cigarette. It was a majestic square. I liked it fine. A quiet place to think things over. I've never been so happy as in those days on the Jeanetron. I made no plans for the future, but the present didn't seem too rotten. I'd be back by 9 o'clock. I still had plenty of work. There was always patching on the Enthusiast, bundles that were late in getting off, and letters for the provinces. So then, about 11 o'clock, I'd go out under the arcades again. That was the interesting time. Our neighborhood was full of whores. They did it for 5 francs, or even less. Every 3 or 4 columns there was one with 1 or 2 customers. They knew me well from seeing me all the time. Sometimes they were good company. I took them up in our office when there was a raid. They hid in between the files, eating up the dust, waiting for the cops to go away. We had some hot brawls in the investors' corner. I was entitled to all the ass I wanted, thanks to my eagle eye, because I watched all the approaches from my mezzanine at the critical hour. When I saw the cops coming, they all piled in through the little side door. I was the gang's lookout. What people don't know won't hurt them. We expected the bulls a little before midnight. Sometimes I had 10 or 12 of these tomatoes in the shambles on the second floor. We doused the candle. You couldn't make a sound. We heard their size 10s passing on the flags and doubling back. The girls were scared stiff. They were like rats skulking in the corner. Later on, we relaxed. The best part of it was the stories. They knew all about the galerie, everything that went on, under the arches, in the attics, in the back rooms. I found out all about the business people in the neighborhood, all the ones who had themselves buggered, all the miscarriages, all the cuckolds, between 11 o'clock and midnight. I heard all about de Pereire, how low-down swine would get flagellated at the Etruscan urns at number 216 in the alley across the way, near the exit of the Comédie Française. He liked a good shellacking. You could hear him bellowing behind the velvet curtains. And it cost him 25 francs a throw. Cash on the line, naturally. And he seldom went a week without getting himself whipped 3 times in a row. It made me good and sore, too, to hear such stories. I was beginning to see why we never had a penny in the till. What with the knout and the ponies, no wonder we couldn't make ends meet. The one who told the best stories was Violette. She wasn't young anymore. She came from the north. She never wore a hat. She had a triple bun like a flight of stairs, and long butterfly pins. She was a redhead. She must have been 40. Always in a tight-fitting black skirt, a tiny pink apron, and high-laced white shoes with spool heels. She had a weakness for me. We all died laughing listening to her. She was a wonderful mimic. She had new ones every time. She wanted me to bugger her. She called me her ferry boat because of the way I bucked her. She was always talking about her Rouen. She'd been there for 12 years in the same house, hardly ever going out. When we went down in the cellar, I lit the candle for her. She sewed on my buttons. That was a job I hated. I tore off a good many because of my struggles pushing that handcart around. I could sew anything at all, but not a button. Never. I couldn't stand them. She wanted to buy me socks. She wanted me to look nice. I hadn't worn any in a long time. Ferrer didn't either, to tell the truth. When she left the Palais Royal, she hiked up to La Villette, the whole way on foot, for the 5 o'clock trade. She'd do pretty well up there, too. She didn't want to be shut up in a house any more. From time to time, though, she'd spend a month in the hospital. She'd send me a postcard. She'd hurry back. I knew her way of tapping on the window panes. We were good friends for almost 2 years, until we left the Galerie. Toward the end, she was jealous. She had hot flashes. She was hard to get along with. When vegetables were in season, we piled them in. I did them up in mixtures with chopped bacon. He brought in salads, beans by the basket from Montretout, bunches of carrots and turnips, and even peas. Cortial went in for sauces. I'd learned all that from his cookbook. I could make any kind of stew. I knew all about browning and simmering. It's a very convenient method. You can dish it out all week. We had a powerful sulfur-door gas heater, slightly explosive, in the back-room gymnasium. In the winter I made pot-au-feu. It was me that bought the meat, the margarine, and the cheese. We took turns bringing home the liquid refreshments. Violette liked to take a snack around midnight. She liked cold veal on bread. But all that ran into money, on top of our wild expenses. I argued against it. I predicted the most dire disaster. It was no use. We had to have a try at his perpetual motion contest. It was a hurry-up scheme. We expected quick results. The situation was desperate. The admission fee was 25 francs. The first prize was 12,000 smackers, the winner to be selected by a grand jury of the world's foremost authorities. And in addition there was a second consolation prize, 4,350 francs. We were no pikers. We had customers right away. A flood, a tidal wave, an invasion, blueprints, dissertations, enormous monographs, illustrated theses. We ate better and better. But we weren't easy in our minds. Far from it. I was dead sure we'd be sorry, that we were in for every kind of headache and no kidding, that we'd pay through the nose for every cent we took in, for our beautiful dreams of 2, 3, maybe 5,000 francs, that we were cooking up a mess of indignation that would come down on our noodles, and pretty damn quick. Models of every description were entered in the contest. Every taste, trend, craze was represented. There were pumps, dynamic flywheels, cosmo-terrestrial tubes, pendulums for dynamos, calorimetric clocks, sliding refrigerators, reflectors of Hertzian waves. You only had to reach into the pile, you were sure to get your money's worth. After 2 weeks, the screwball contestants began to come around, in person. They wanted news. Ever since the contest started, they'd been on tenterhooks. They besieged the joint. They hammered on our door. Cortial appeared in the doorway. He made them a long speech. He put them off for a month. He told them one of our financiers had broken his arm while taking a walk on the Riviera, but he'd be better soon and would hurry back. He wanted to bring his Mazuma in person. Everything was all right, just this little hitch. It wasn't a bad line. They left, but they were disgruntled. They moved away from the window, spitting their bile in all directions, some of them in solid lumps, something like tadpoles. Cortial had stirred up a mean gang of maniacs. They were really dangerous. He himself began to have misgivings, but he wouldn't admit it. Instead of admitting his mistake, he took it out on me. After lunch, while waiting for me to worry the coffee through the strainer, he'd squeeze the end of his nose. He'd make little drops of grease ooze out. They came out like worms. Then he'd squash them between his filthy pointed nails. That was some schnozola he had, a regular cauliflower, wrinkled, browned, and wormy. Besides, it was getting still bigger. I told him so. We'd drink our mud and wait for the horde of lunatics to come back. Those feverish Archimedeses, for them to begin cussing us out, lurching into the joint. On these occasions, Cortial would light into me and try to humiliate me. That seemed to relieve him. He'd start in out of a clear sky. "One of these days, Ferdinand, I'll have to teach you something about certain major trajectories, certain essential ellipses. You don't know one thing about Gemini, or even the Big Dipper, not a solitary thing. I noticed it this morning when you were talking to that little louse. It was pitiful, shocking. Just imagine if some fine day one of our contributors, in the course of an interview, were to ask you a few questions about the zodiac and its signs, about Sagittarius. What would you have to say? Nothing, or just about. Nothing at all would be better. We'd be discredited, Ferdinand, and under the sign of Flammarion. That's right. It's too much. It's a howling mockery. Your ignorance. What's the sky to you? A hole, Ferdinand. One more hole. There you have it. That's what the sky is to Ferdinand." He clutched his head in both hands. He'd swing it from left to right. He couldn't get over it. As if, sitting there with me, such a revelation, such an aberration, had suddenly become just too painful, as though he couldn't stand it another minute. He sighed so loud I could have knocked his block off. "But let's get down to more pressing business," he'd snap out. "Hand me 15 or 20 of those files, at random. Just reach in. I'm going over them right away. I'll annotate them tomorrow morning. We've got to get started, damn it. And don't let anybody disturb me. That's the main thing. Put a sign over the door. Preliminary meeting of the prize committee. I'll be up on the second floor, do you hear me? As for you, it's a nice day. Go drop in on Taponar. Ask him how our supplement is coming along. First, pass by the insurrection, but don't go in. Don't let them see you. Just look into the back room and see if Formerly's there. If he's gone, go ask the waiter, but absolutely on your own hook, you understand. Not a word about me. How much Siberia won last Sunday in the 4th of the drags. Don't come back the front way. Slip around through the Rue de l'Irak. And whatever you do, don't let anybody disturb me. I'm not home to a million. I want to work in absolute silence and quiet." He went up and settled down in his Tunisian office. He'd eaten too much, and I knew damn well he was going to sleep. I still had addresses of small-town notables to make out, and letters to finish. I left the shop and sat down under the trees across the way. I hid behind the kiosk. The idea of going to the printer's didn't appeal to me. I knew in advance what he'd say. I had more urgent things to attend to. I had the 2,000 labels and all the wrappers to stick for the next issue, if the printer released it, which we couldn't bank on. We'd taken in money in the last 2 weeks, the money orders for the contest, but we owed a lot more. 3 rent bills, gas bills for the last 2 months, and especially the shipping office. As I was laying low out there, I saw the procession of contestants coming. They stormed the shop. They jumped up and down in front of the showcase. They shook the door in their fury. I'd taken the handle with me. They'd have broken the whole place down. They exchanged information and indignation. They hung around a long time, grumbling outside the door. 400 or 500 yards away, I could hear the hum. I gave no sign of life. I didn't show myself. They'd have all come galloping. They'd have drawn and quartered me. At 7 o'clock, new ones were still turning up. That punk up there in his souk must still have been sawing wood. Unless he'd shoved off, at the sound of the pack, through the handy little door on the street side. Anyway, there was no hurry. I had time to think a while. It had been years since I left Berlop's and little André. The little stinker must have grown. He must be working someplace else, for other bosses. Maybe he wasn't even in ribbons anymore. The 2 of us had come around here together quite a few times, right here by the fountain, on the bench on the left, waiting for the cannon to go off at noon. It was a long time since we'd been apprentices together. Hell, doesn't a kid grow up fast? I looked around to see if little André might be somewhere around. One of the salesmen had told me he was working in the Sentier quarter as a junior clerk. Sometimes I thought I recognized him under the arcades, and then, no, it wasn't him. Maybe he wasn't close-cropped anymore. His dome, I mean, like in those days. Maybe he'd lost his aunt. He was bound to be someplace, chasing after his pittance and his fun. Maybe I'd never see him again. Maybe he'd gone for good, swallowed up, body and soul, in the kind of stories you hear about. It's an awful thing, and being young doesn't help any. When you notice for the first time the way you lose people as you go along, buddies you'll never see again, never again. When you notice that they've disappeared like dreams, that it's all over, finished, that you too will get lost some day, a long way off, but inevitably, in the awful torrent of things and people, of the days and shapes that pass, that never stop. All these assholes, these pests, all these bystanders and extras strolling under the arcades with their pince-nez, their umbrellas, and their little mutts on the leash. You'll never see them again. Already they're passing. They're in a dream with the others. They're in cahoots. Soon they'll be gone. It's really sad. It's rotten. All these harmless people parading along the shop fronts. A wild desire took hold of me. I was trembling with panic. I wanted to jump out on them, to plant myself in front of them and make them stop where they were, grab them by their coats, a dumb idea, and make them stop and not move any more, stay where they were once and for all, and not see them going away any more. Maybe 2-3 days later, Courtial was called to the police station. A cop came to notify him. That happened fairly often. It was kind of a nuisance, but things always straightened out. I'd brush his clothes with great care for the occasion. He'd reverse his cuffs. Then he'd go off to clear himself. He'd be gone a long time. He always came back delighted. He had confounded them. He knew all the laws by heart. He had all the alibis up his sleeve, all the dodges of the chase. But this little joke wasn't so funny. It wasn't in the bag by a long shot. Those low, perpetual motion characters were pestering the commissaires. The one on the Rue des Francs Bourgeois was getting a dozen complaints a day, and the one on the Rue des Choiseul had lost all patience. He was completely exasperated. He was threatening to raid us. He was new. They'd put him on in January. The old one, who'd been so obliging, had been transferred to Lyon. The new one was a bastard. He'd warned Courtial that if we started any more contest rackets, he'd issue a warrant that wouldn't be any joke at all. He wanted to make a name for himself with his vigilance and zeal. He came from some one-horse town at the end of the world. He was full of beans. Hell, he didn't have to pay our printer's bill, our rent, and the rest of it. All he wanted in life was to terrorize us. We didn't even have the phone anymore. They'd stopped it. I kept having to run over to the post office. It had been cut off for the last 3 months. Inventors with complaints had come in person. We'd stopped reading our mail. There was too much. We'd been getting too nervous with these legal threats. When we opened a letter, we just took out the banknotes. We let the rest ride. It was each man for himself. It's easy to panic. Courtial could say what he pleased. The Choiseul commissaire had spoiled his appetite. This was a real ultimatum. He'd come back white as a sheet.
Never, I tell you, never, Ferdinand. Never in all the 35 years I've been laboring in the sciences, crucifying myself. Yes, that's the word, to educate, to elevate the masses. Never have I been treated like that scum treated me. It surpasses all indignation. That greenhorn, that whippersnapper. What does that crumb take me for? A crooked cab driver? A ticket speculator? The blackguard, the insolence. He wants to raid us, like a whorehouse. Raid, that's all he can talk about. All right, let him come, the jackass. What will he find? Ah, it's easy to see that he's new, a greenhorn in the region. A provincial, I tell you. Must be a hayseed. Ambitious, that's what he is, the damn fool. Trying to show imagination. He can't control himself. Imagination! Ah, this will cost him more than it will me. That's right, damn it. The fellow on the Rue d'Aboukir. He thought he'd come around. He had to have his raid. He came, he looked. They turned the whole place inside out. The rotten scum. They wrecked the joint, and then they left. Veni vidi vici, the stupid bastards. That was 2 years ago. I remember all right. And what did that 2-bit Vidocq find? Papers and plaster. My boy, they were covered with rubbish. The despicable bedbug, it was pitiful. They dug all over. They hadn't understood a word. The crawling cockroach. Ah, the cocksuckers, the poor bedraggled nitwits, the legal donkeys. Shit-ass donkeys, if you ask me.
He pointed to the piles and piles of junk reaching up to the ceiling. The prodigious mounds, regular ramparts, menacing promontories, tottering. He was probably right. That Choiseul commissaire was bound to be dismayed at the sight of those mountains, those suspended avalanches.
A raid! A raid! Will you listen to them talk? Poor boy, poor infant, poor larva.
He put on a front, but just the same, those threats got him down. He was plenty upset. He went back to see the young whippersnapper next day, to try to convince him that he'd got him wrong, from beginning to end, completely, that he'd been slandered. It was a matter of pride with him. That ape's tirade ate him up. He didn't even go near his dumbbells. It stuck in his craw. He sat there mumbling. He didn't talk to me about anything but that raid. For once he even neglected my scientific education. He wouldn't see anybody. He said it was no use. I hung up the little sign about the committee meeting and left it there. It was about this time, when this talk about the place being searched came up, that he started in again about his future, about how overworked he was, that it was getting him down more and more. "Ah, Ferdinand," he said, while looking for files to take up to his little crow's nest, "you can see what I need. Another day lost, sullied, spoiled, absolutely corrupted, annihilated by muddles, by idiotic worries. If I only had a chance to meditate, really and truly, to get away from all this, you understand? I'm tied hand and foot by the externals of life, corroded, scattered, dispersed. My grandiose plans are clouded over, Ferdinand. I hesitate. That's right, clouded over. I hesitate. It's terrible. Don't you see? It's the worst of disasters. It's like going up in a balloon, Ferdinand. I rise. I'm crossing a little piece of infinity. I'm going to break through. I pass through some more clouds. At last I'm going to see clouds again. The lightning bewilders me. More clouds. I'm frightened. I don't see a thing. No, Ferdinand, I can't see one thing. I try my best. I'm distraught, Ferdinand. I'm distraught." He poked around in his goatee. He straightened out his mustache. His hand was trembling. We'd stopped opening to anybody, even to the perpetual motion maniacs. From banging on the door so much, they'd given up hope. They began to leave us alone. There wasn't any search. They didn't start any proceedings. But we'd had a good scare. By now, Courtial de Pereire was suspicious of everything, of his Tunisian office, of his own shadow. His private mezzanine was still too exposed, too easily accessible. They could creep up unexpectedly and jump him. He wasn't taking any more chances. At the mere sight of a customer, his face would turn to wax. He'd almost reel. This last Trafalgar had really affected him. He was much happier in his cellar. He spent more and more of his time down there. There he had a little peace. He could meditate at his ease. He holed up in the cellar for weeks on end. I kept the paper going. It was all routine. I took pages out of his handbooks. I cut them out carefully. I touched them up in spots. I fixed up the titles a little. With scissors, eraser, and paste, I did all right. I left plenty of blank space for letters from subscribers. Reproductions, I mean. I skipped the complaints. I stuck to the enthusiastic passages. I drew up a list of subscribers. I dressed it up good. 4 loops after the zeros. I put in photographs. The one of Courtial in uniform, half-length with medals all over his chest. Another of the great Flammarion, picking roses in his garden. That made an amusing contrast. If any inventors came around asking for information again and disturbing me at my work, I'd found a new stall. "He's with the minister," I'd say before they could get a word in. "They sent for him last night. It must be for an expert opinion." They didn't entirely believe it, but it gave them pause. Time enough for me to beat it to the gymnasium. "I'll go see if he's back." That was the last they saw of me. Misfortunes never come singly. We had new headaches with the enthusiast. She was getting so ripped and patched, so crippled, leaky, and beat up, she'd just lie down on her ropes. The autumn came. It was getting windy. She staggered in the gale. The poor thing would crumple up right at the start instead of rising into the air. She ruined us in hydrogen and methane. But we kept on pumping, and she'd take a little start after all. In 2 or 3 jumps, She'd clear the first bushes well enough. If she snagged a fence, she'd plumb it in the orchard. She'd start again with a jerk. She'd ricochet into the church. She'd carry away the weather vane. She'd head for the country. The squalls would bring her back, straight into the poplars. That was enough for de Pereire. He'd release the pigeons. He'd blow a big blast on his bugle. The whole gas bag was ripping. What little gas he had was evaporating. I had to pick him up in mortal peril all over Seine-et-Oise, in Champagne, and even in the Yonne department. He scraped all the beets in northeastern France with his ass. The lovely wicker basket had lost its shape. On the Orgemont plateau he spent 2 good hours completely submerged, stuck in the middle of the pond, a sea of liquid manure, frothing and bubbling, fantastic. The farm boys laughed to split a gut. When we folded the enthusiast, she stank so bad of hard and liquid substances, and Courtial too for that matter, he was completely caked, welded, upholstered with shit, that they wouldn't let us into the compartment. We had to travel in the freight car with the contraption, the rigging, and all the junk. When we got back to the Palais Royal, it wasn't over. Our lovely aerostat still stank so bad, even in the depths of the cellar, that all that summer we had to burn at least 10 pots full of benzoin, sandalwood, and eucalyptus, and reams of Armenian paper. We'd have been evicted. Petitions were already circulating. All that we could still manage. It was part of the risks and hazards of the trade. The worst thing, the death blow, was certainly the competition of the airplane. That's for sure. They took away all our customers, even our most faithful committees, the ones that were almost sure to hire us. Perron, Brive-la-Vilaine, for instance, Carentan-sur-Loing, Mézeaux, reliable committees, absolutely devoted to Courtial, who'd known him for 35 years, places where they'd always sworn by him. All those people suddenly found weird pretexts for putting us off till later. Subterfuges, cock and bull stories. Our business was melting away. Ruin was staring us in the face. It was especially beginning in May and June-July 1911 that things really went to pot. Condemar Julien, to mention only one, did us out of more than 20 customers with his dragonfly. And yet we'd made almost unbelievable reductions. We went further and further. We supplied our own hydrogen, the pump, the condensometer. We went to Neuilly-sur-Somme for 125 francs, gas included, and we paid the shipping costs. It was getting to be too much. The stinkingest holes, the most rancid county seats, all they cared about was cellules and biplanes, flying meats and Wilbur Wright. Courtial knew it was a death struggle. He was determined to fight back. He attempted the impossible. Within 2 months he published 12 articles in his rag and 4 handbooks in quick succession, proving to the hilt that airplanes would never fly, that they were a perversion of progress, an unnatural fad, a technological monstrosity, that all this would end in an atrocious shambles, that he, Courtial de Pereire, with his 32 years of experience, washed his hands of the whole business. He ran his picture with the article. But his readers were way ahead of him. He was obsolete, submerged by the rising wave. The only answer he got to his diatribes, his virulent philippics, was insults, blistering broadsides, menacing threats. The inventor audience wasn't going along with de Pereire anymore. That's the plain truth. Still he persisted. He stuck to his guns. He even took the offensive. That was when he founded the Feather in the Wind Society, at the most critical moment, for the defense of the spherical, much lighter-than-air balloon. Exhibitions, demonstrations, lectures, parties, socials, headquarters at the Jonatron office. We never enrolled 10 members. There was hunger in the air. I went back to my mending. I'd taken so much of the Archimedes, our old captive, that there wasn't a decent piece left. All moldy rags. And the enthusiast wasn't much better. There was nothing left but the ropes. You could see the warp all over. And I'm in a position to know. Our last flight was one Sunday in Pontoise. We'd decided to risk it. They hadn't said yes, and they hadn't said no. We'd drastically overhauled the old carcass, tucked in the frayed edges, turned her inside out. We'd reinforced her a little with patches of cellophane, rubber, fuse wire, and oakum. But in spite of all our efforts, she was condemned. She had her last spasm in front of the town hall. We pumped a whole gasometer into her, but she was losing more than went in. It was a case of endosmosis, as Pereira immediately explained, and when we kept trying, the thing split with a terrible farting noise. The foul smell spread. The people fled from the gas. It was a panic, a nightmare. To make matters worse, the whole enormous cover flops down on the cops. It smothers them. They're stuck in the flounces, wriggling under the folds. They damn near suffocated. They were caught like rats. After struggling for 3 hours, we got the youngest out. The rest had fainted. We weren't popular anymore. They cussed us out something terrible. The kids spat at us. Even so, we folded up the wreck. We found some charitable souls. Luckily, the fairground wasn't far from the big lock. We hailed a barge. They let us come on board. They were going down to Paris. We threw all our crap down in the hold. The trip was fine. It took about 3 days. One night we reached Port à l'Anglais. That was the end of our balloon flights. We hadn't had a bad time on the barge. They were nice, friendly people, Flemings from the north. We drank coffee the whole time, so much we couldn't sleep. They played the accordion fine. I can still see the laundry drying all along the deck, the liveliest colors, raspberry, saffron, green, and orange. You could take your pick. I taught their kids to make paper boats. They'd never seen them. As soon as our old lady, Madame de Pereire, heard the fatal news, she descended on the office. She didn't let the grass grow under her feet. I'd never seen her in all the 11 months I'd been there. It took a real disaster to move her. She was happy in Montretout. At first glance, she looked so weird I thought she must be an inventress, that she'd come to talk about some contraption. She was in a terrible state. As she opened the door, she was so upset, that was plain, and in such a lather she could hardly get the words out. Her hat was all crooked, shimmying in all directions. She wore a thick veil. I couldn't see her face. What I remember mostly is her black velvet skirt with the big flares, the big embroidered pattern on her mauve bolero-style waist sprinkled with beads of the same color, and a changeable silk umbrella. The picture is still with me. After a certain amount of palavering, I finally got her to sit down in the big visitor's armchair. I ask her to be patient. The master won't be long. But right away she sails into me.
Ah, why, you must be Ferdinand. Am I right? You are, aren't you? Then you know all about the tragedy. Isn't it a disaster? That zebra of mine. He got what he was after. He doesn't feel like working any more. Is that it?
She kept her fists clenched on her hips. She sat there anchored in the chair. She started up again. She was brutal.
So he wants to sit on his ass all day? So he's sick of working? He thinks there's no need of it? What does he expect us to live on? Our investments? Ah, the bum, the scoundrel, the stinker, the slimy toad. Where's he keeping himself at this time of day?"
She looked in the back room. "He's not there, madame. He's gone to see the minister."
"Ha! The minister! What's that again? The minister!"
That hands her a laugh.
"Oh, no, sonny, that won't go down with me. Not with me. I know him better than you, the swine. Minister? Oh, no. A whorehouse, maybe. In the clink, you mean. In jail, yes. That I'm willing to believe. Anywhere. In Vincennes. In St. Cloud. Maybe. But that minister gambit, oh, no."
She shakes her umbrella in my nose.
"You're an accomplice, Ferdinand. That's right, an accomplice. Do you hear? You'll end up in jail, the whole lot of you. That's where your schemes will land you. Your slimy tricks, your dirty work, your rotten swindles."
She fell back in the chair, her elbows on her knees. She made no attempt to control herself. Her ferocious harangues gave way to prostration. She mumbled and sobbed. She filled up her veil. She told me the whole story.
"Never mind. I know what's what. I never wanted to come. I knew how it would hurt me. I know he's incorrigible. I've been putting up with him for 30 years.
Out there in Montretout she had peace and quiet. She could take care of herself. Her health was frail. She didn't like to go out, to leave her house. Long ago, she'd knocked around a lot with Depereur. In the early days of their marriage. Now she didn't care for change. She preferred to stay home, especially on account of her shoulders and her back. They were so sensitive. If she was caught in the rain or took a chill, she'd suffer for months on end, excruciating rheumatism and everlasting bronchitis, a kind of catarrh. That's how it had been all last winter and the year before. On the business end, she told me, they hadn't finished paying for their house. 14 years of scrimping and saving. She spoke gently. She appealed to my reason.
"Dear little Ferdinand, dear boy, have pity on an old woman. Why, I could be your grandmother, and don't forget it. Please tell me, I beg of you, if the enthusiast is really lost. With Courtial, I never know. I can't trust him. I can't believe a thing he tells me. How could you expect me to? He's such a liar. He's gotten to be so lazy. But you, Ferdinand, you can see what a state I'm in. You can understand how I feel. You won't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm an old woman. I've plenty of experience of life. I'm capable of understanding anything. I only want someone to explain."
I had to tell her again. I had to swear by my immortal soul that the enthusiast was completely cracked up, rotten, finished, inside and out, that there wasn't one sound stitch in the whole cover, in the carcass or the basket, that nothing was left but stinking rubbish, loathsome junk, absolutely impossible to repair. The more I talked, the more miserable it made her. But now she trusted me. She saw I wasn't lying. She started confiding in me some more. She told me all the details about her life since the early days of her marriage, when she'd still been a certified first-class midwife, how she'd helped Courtial get ready for his balloon flights, how she'd given up her own career for him and his balloon, and never left him for a second. They'd spent their honeymoon in a balloon, from one fair to the next. In those days she'd gone up with her husband. They'd gone as far as Bergamo in Italy, even to Ferrara, to Trentino near Vesuvius. As she unloaded, I realized that that woman, in her heart and conviction, expected the enthusiast to last forever, and the fairs too. She expected them to go on and on. She had a good reason, an absolutely imperative reason, namely the balance due on their dump, La Gavotte at Montretout. They still owed 6 monthly payments plus arrears. Courtial had stopped bringing money home. They were actually 2.5 months overdue, and had been given notice 5 times. Just telling me about the disgrace of it tied her voice into knots, which reminded me that our own rent on the shop was long overdue. And what about the gas and the telephone bill? There wasn't a chance we'd ever pay it. Maybe the printer would deliver again just this once. That son of a bitch Taponnier knew what he was doing. He'd put a lien on the joint. He'd snap it up for a song. That was a sure thing. He was the crummiest of the lot. A fine pickle we were in. I could feel a whole mountain of headaches, an avalanche of troubles coming down on me. The future and our lovely dreams were all screwed up. I couldn't kid myself. The old doll was moaning into her veil. She'd sighed so much that she thought she'd make herself a little more comfortable. She took off her hat. I could recognize her by the portrait and de Pereira's description of her. Even so, I was taken aback. He'd told me about the mustache that she refused to have removed. And it wasn't a faint shadow. It had started growing after her operation. They'd taken everything out in one throw, both ovaries and the womb. At first they'd thought it was her appendix, but when they opened up the peritoneum, they'd found an enormous fibroma. She'd been operated on by Péan himself. Before being mutilated that way, Irene de Pereire had been a very pretty woman, attractive, affable, charming, and what have you. But since the operation, and especially in the last 4 or 5 years, the male characteristics had got the upper hand. Regular mustaches had come out, and even a sort of beard. They were bathed in tears, which flew copiously as she talked to me. Colored streams ran down from her makeup. She had powdered, plastered, and painted like mad. She'd made odalisque's eyelashes. She'd given herself a complete overhauling before coming to town. She put her enormous lid back on, with its bed of hydrangeas. It started wobbling again in the storm. There was nothing to hold it. It slid back. She banged it straight. She put in long hat pins, and tied her veil again. For a minute I see her rummaging around in her petticoats. She takes out a big briar pipe. He'd told me about that, too.
"Is it all right to smoke in here?"
she asks. "Yes, madame, of course. Only be careful about the ashes because of the papers on the floor. They'd catch fire easily. Hee hee." A guy's got to laugh once in a while.
"You don't smoke, Ferdinand?"
"No. To tell you the truth, I'm afraid to try. I'm not careful enough. I wouldn't want to be a living torch. Hee hee." She begins to puff. She spits on the floor, in all directions. She was a little calmer now. She puts her veil back on. She only lifted up one corner with her little finger. When she'd completely finished her pipe, she took out her tobacco pouch again. I thought she was going to fill another.
"Say, Ferdinand,"
she fires at me. An idea had shot through her head. Suddenly she jumps up.
"You're sure he's not hiding upstairs?"
I was afraid to be too definite. It was a ticklish situation. I wanted to avoid bloodshed.
"Ha!"
She didn't wait. She gave a leap.
"Ferdinand, you've been deceiving me. You're as big a liar as he is."
She wouldn't listen to any explanations. She brushes me aside. She dashes into the little winding staircase. She climbs up in a rage. He had no warning. She jumps him. I listen. Right away, hell breaks loose. She gives him his money's worth. It starts out with a couple of clouts, then screams.
"Will you look at the sex fiend, the smut hound, the no good? That's how he spends his time. I suspected his filthy ways. It's good I came."
She must have caught him just as he was putting our postcards away in the album, the transparent ones that I sold on Sunday. He often spent his time that way after lunch. His troubles weren't over. She didn't listen to what he said.
Pornographer, false membrane, anarchist, dishrag, cesspool.
Those were some of the things she called him. I went up. I risked a glance over the banister. When she couldn't think of anything more to say, she threw herself on him. He flopped on the couch. Was she heavy and brutal?
Down on your knees, you stinker. Ask your victim's forgiveness.
Finally, he put up a bit of a struggle. She lashed into his shirt front, but the material was so hard she cut her hands on it. She was bleeding, but she kept on squeezing.
You don't like it, do you? You don't like it,
she shouted in the thick of the battle.
Ah, you like it, you infernal windbag. What do you say, you swill pail? Does it give you pleasure to see me angry?
She was square on top of him. She was bouncing up and down on his belly.
Wah, he groaned. You're suffocating me, you big bitch. You're killing me. You're strangling me.
Then she let him go. She was bleeding too hard. She ran down the stairs. She went to the faucet.
Ferdinand, just imagine, it's been a whole week. All week I've been waiting for him. All week he hasn't been home once. He's eating my heart out. I'm wasting away. He doesn't care. He only sent me a postcard. Balloon ruined. No lives lost. Not another word. I ask him what he means to do. Don't nag, he says. Total loss. Since then, not a word. His lordship doesn't show up. Where is he? What's he doing? The Benoiton Loan Company is dunning me for the payments. Complete mystery. 10 times a day they ring the bell. The baker's at my heels. The gas has been shut off. Tomorrow they're going to cut off the water. His lordship is doing the town, while I'm eating my heart out. That rotten failure, the pervert, the criminal, the infernal diabolical beast, the baboon. Believe me, Ferdinand, I'd rather live with a real monkey. I'd understand him, at least. He'd understand me. I'd know where I was at. But after almost 35 years with that lunatic, I don't know what he's going to do from one minute to the next as soon as I have my back turned. Drunkard, liar, lecher, thief, he's every one of them. You'll never know how I detest that swine. Where is he? That's the question I ask myself 50 times a day, while I work my fingers to the bone all alone out there to keep him, to pay the bills, saving candle ends. His Highness throws it to the winds, on every racetrack. And all those filthy whores. My money, the little I've been able to put aside, by denying myself everything. Where does it go? Into the sink of degradation. Don't worry, I know. He can't hide it from me. Vincent, Parimutuel, Enghien, Rue Blondel, Boulevard Barbet, it's all one to him. He's not hard to please as long as it's depravity. Any stinkhole will do. It's all grist for his mill. His Highness wallows in vice. He throws money down the drain. And meanwhile, I'm killing myself trying to save a sou, to save an hour on the cleaning woman's wages. I'm the one that does everything in spite of the condition you see me in. I wear myself out. I scrub the floor. All of it in spite of my hot flashes. Even when my rheumatism comes on. I can hardly stand up. That's the plain truth. I'm killing myself, and that's not the end of it. When they attach the house, where are we going to sleep then? Can you tell me that? You beggar, you rotten nitwit, gangster, bandit.
She was shouting up at him.
Why, in a flophouse, of course. Have you still got the addresses? You ought to remember, my fine feathered friend. That's where he went before we were married. And under the bridges, Ferdinand. I should have left him there. That's right. With his mange and his vermin. Why, he's poisoned my life. That's what he deserved. He'd have enjoyed himself. I should have sent him to the venereal hospital. His Highness likes to indulge his passions. He's a rake, Ferdinand. The worst kind of ruffian. Nothing holds him back. Neither dignity, nor reason, nor self-respect, nor kindness, nothing. That man has mocked me, made a fool of me, poisoned my whole existence. Ah, what a daisy he turned out to be! Ho, ho! You can say that again. I've been 100 times too good. I've been a sap, Ferdinand. I could die laughing. It's a scream. And now he's 55 and then some. 56 to be exact, next April. And what does the old clown do? He ruins us. He sends us to the poorhouse, absolutely. He's given up the fight. All he cares about is his vices. They've carried him away. He rolls in the gutter, and it's up to me to fish him out, to make ends meet, to wear myself to the bone. His Highness couldn't care less. He refuses to control himself. I've got to mend the pieces. I've got to pay his debts. How about it, you chimpanzee? The balloon? He lets it go. He hasn't 2 cents worth of guts. Do you want to know what he does at the Gare du Nord, instead of coming straight home? Or maybe you've heard. Where he wastes his vitality? In the toilet, Ferdinand. That's right. Everybody's seen him. They all recognize my hubby. Seen him masturbating. They caught him in the waiting room and in the corridors, exhibiting himself, his private parts, his nasty equipment, to all the little girls. That's right, to children. Yes, indeed, there've been complaints. I'm not making it up. Yes, you pervert. They've had their eye on him for a long time. Right in the middle of the station, Ferdinand, swarming with people that know us. They come and tell me about it. Who told me? You're not going to deny it, I hope. You're not going to tell me it was somebody else. The infernal gall of that man. Why, it's the commissaire himself, my friend. He came to see me last night just for that, just to tell me about your slimy ways. He had a complete description of you and even your picture. You see, they've got your number. Ah, and it's nothing new. He'd taken your papers. Well, am I telling the truth? You knew all right. You scum, that's why you didn't come home. You knew what to expect. Anyway, he'd told you. Children is what he needs now. Babies. It's too awful. Gambling, liquor, lies, spendthrift, crook, women, every known vice, minors, sink of corruption. Of course I knew all about it. I learned the hard way. I've been through hell. But now, little girls, it's too much.
She looked at him. She stared at him from the distance. He was still on the steps, on the winding staircase. He felt safer behind the bars. He didn't come any closer. He made me signs not to rile her up, to keep absolutely quiet, that it would pass, that I shouldn't say a word. And actually she did calm down slightly. She sank back in the armchair. She fanned herself gently with a wide-open newspaper. She puffed. She blew her nose. Cortial and I managed to put in a few words, and then a little speech trying to explain the whys and wherefores of the catastrophe. We didn't say anything about the little girls. We stuck to the balloon. If nothing else, that varied the monotony. We went on about the cover, that it was really hopeless. He tried flattery.
What you've got to realize, Ferdinand, is that my Irene is impressionable. She's a model wife, the cream of the cream. I owe her everything, Ferdinand, everything. No 2 ways about it. I can shout it from the rooftops. Not for a minute would I think of denying her affection for me, the extent of her devotion, the immensity of her sacrifices. Certainly not. But she's impetuous, quick-tempered. It's only the other side of her kind heart. Yes, impulsive, but not mean. Oh, no, she's the soul of goodness, as soft as milk soup. Aren't you, Irene, my treasure?
He came up to kiss her.
Go away, you pig.
He didn't take offense. He only wanted her to understand. But she persisted in her fury. He tried to tell her that we had attempted the impossible, put on 10,000 patches, mended, spliced the lining in every shape and color, that in spite of anything we could say or do, the enthusiast was falling apart, that the moths had eaten the sleeves, the rats had gnawed the valves, that it simply wouldn't stick together, neither standing nor lying down, that it wouldn't even be any good as a strainer, a dish rag, a sponge, or an ass wiper, that it was no good for anything. She still had her doubts. We went into every detail. We described every ailment. We did our damnedest. We swore. We perorated. We declaimed. We even exaggerated, if that was possible. She shook her head. She didn't believe us. We showed her the letters we had, telling us off in black and white. They came from all over. Even without a fee, for what we could make by passing the hat, they turned us down. And not with kid gloves, either. They couldn't even stand the sight of us any more. The heavier-than-air craft were taking all the jobs, resorts, seaports, fairs. That was the honest truth. Spherical balloons weren't wanted, not even at Pardon's in Brittany. A character in Finistère had given it to us straight when we kept on pestering him. "Monsieur, you and your contraption belong in a museum, and we haven't got one at Carloch-sur-Ile. I really wonder why they still let you out. The curator is neglecting his duties. Our young people here aren't interested in digging up dead bodies. They want to be amused. Try to get it through your head once and for all. A word to the wise. Joël Balavet, local wag and Breton." She rummaged through the files, but she didn't get much out of it. She was softened up, though. She consented to go out with us. We took her into the gardens. We sat her down on a bench between us. She began to talk sensibly. But we couldn't shake her conviction that the enthusiast, in spite of everything, could perfectly well be repaired, that we could still use her for 2 or 3 fairs in the provinces, which would give us enough to placate the architect. They'd get another extension. The house would be saved. All we needed was courage and never say die. That was what she thought. She couldn't see it any other way. We packed her pipe for her. Courtial sat there chawing. That was mostly always his way of finishing cigars. The people, the passers-by, looked over at our group. They were kind of fascinated, especially by the old cutie. She seemed to listen to me even better than to her husband. I went on with my line, my tragic demonstration. I tried to give her an idea of the obstacles we had to contend with, how we were wearing ourselves out with hopeless, more and more futile efforts. She eyed me suspiciously. She thought I was trying to sell her a bill of goods. She started bawling again.
"You've no energy. I can see that. Neither one of you. So it's up to me. I'll have to do it all by myself. I'll fly the balloon. You see if I don't get her up. If I don't get her up to 4,000 feet. If monkey shines at 5,000 feet is what they like, or 6,000, anything they want, I'll do whatever they ask of me."
"You're talking through your hat, my dear." Pereira stopped her. "You're talking pure blarney. With a bag like ours, you won't get up 30 feet. That's in the first place. You'll fall into the watering trough. A lot of good that'll do us. And they wouldn't want you anyway. Even the captain with his friend of the clouds and his horse, the whole bag of tricks, and Rustoni and his daughter, his trapeze and his bouquets. They're not doing anything either. They're being turned down too. We're all in the same boat. It's not our fault, Irene. It's the times. The general crack-up. It's not just the enthusiast." He could talk himself blue in the face. He could swear by his grandmother's ghost. She wouldn't give in. She even started up again.
"It's you. You let them get you down. That airplane fad will be all over a year from now. You're just looking for excuses because the both of you are making in your pants. Why not face it, instead of telling me fairy tales? If you had any guts, why not admit it? You'd be in there working instead of dishing out hooey. All this stuff you've been telling me is a lot of bunk. What about the house? Who's going to make our payments for us? We're 3 months behind already. Twice we've been given notice. You expect your filthy rag to do it? I'll bet you it's knee-deep in debt, and summonses up to there. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. You think I don't know these things? So you throw it all up, eh? You've made up your mind, haven't you? You shit-face! You've written it off. A whole house, complete, 18 years' savings, purchased stone by stone, centimeter by centimeter. You can say that again, and land that's going up every day. And you leave it all to the mortgage holders. You wash your hands of it. You don't care. That's where the crack-up is.
She tapped his head.
It's not the balloon, it's in there. I'm telling you. And now what? You want to end up under the bridges? Go ahead. Who's keeping you? Filthy pervert, swine. You're not even ashamed of yourself. You'll go back with the other bums, you no-good tramp. That's where I found you. Yes, indeed. I had a family, Ferdinand. He's wrecked my whole life, ruined my career. He cut me off from my people. The vampire, the scum. And my health. He's ravaged me, destroyed me completely. And now he wants me to die in dishonor. Ho-ho! Men have it easy. It's incredible. 18 years' savings, 18 years of continuous privation, of calamity, after all my sacrifices.
She was awfully violent. Listening to her curse that way, the starch went out of de Pereire. He wasn't cracking wise any more. He began to cry. He burst into tears. He threw himself right into her arms. He implored her forgiveness. He knocked the pipe out of her mouth. They went into a feverish clinch, right there in public, and they didn't break, because she went on yammering in his arms, the same words over and over.
I'm going to mend it, Courtial. I'm going to mend it. Something tells me I'll be able to. I know she can hold up. I'm positive. I'll bet on it. What about our Archimedes? Didn't she hold her own for 40 years? Why, she'd still be in there fighting.
But she was only a captive. You see, Sugar Plum, it's not the same wear and tear.
I'll go up myself, I'm telling you. I'll go up, if you two aren't in the mood.
She was taking it hard. She kept looking for an out. Anything so long as we didn't give up.
All I want is to help you. You know that, Courtial, don't you?
Of course I do, Angel. That's not the question.
That's all I want. You know I'm not lazy. I'd even go back to midwifing if that would help. I'd start right in again if I could. I wouldn't wait. Even in Montretout. Good Lord, even in Colombes. As assistant to the one who took over my practice. I'd do anything at all, just so they don't come and evict us. You see how I am. Actually, I've been making inquiries all over. But I've lost my hand. And besides, there's my face. It would hand them a laugh, I've got to admit. I've changed quite a lot, so they say. I'd have to fix myself up a little. Hell, I don't know. Shave, I suppose. I refuse to pluck it out.
She lifted her veil. Frankly, she was quite a sight, in broad daylight. The caked powder, the rouge on her cheeks, her violet eyelids, those thick mustaches, and even a suggestion of side whiskers, and eyebrows even bushier than Courtial's. Dense enough for an ogre, no kidding. With all that hair on her face, she'd scare her expectant mothers out of their wits. She'd need quite some fixing. She'd have to change her whole face. It gave you pause. We stayed there a long while, side by side in the gardens, telling each other stories, trying to comfort each other. The night fell very slowly. All of a sudden she began to cry again, so hard it was really the limit, a paroxysm of misery.
"Ferdinand," she implored me, "you won't leave us, at least? Look at the condition we're in. I haven't known you long, but already I know that deep down you're a good boy, aren't you? Besides, everything will come out all right. You can't tell me different. It's just a bad time we're going through. Don't worry. I've seen worse. This can't be the end. We'll just have to put our shoulders to the wheel, all three of us together. But first I've got to see what's what. I'll see what I can do by myself."
She gets up. She goes back to the shop. She lights the 2 candles. We don't stop her. She opens the trapdoor. She starts down. She stays down there in the cellar by herself for quite a while, rummaging through the junk, unfolding the cover, tugging at the rubbish, seeing for herself how rotten it was, how absolutely decrepit and ragged. I was alone in the shop when she finally came up. She couldn't say a word. She was suffocating with real grief. She sat in the armchair like paralyzed, completely bushed, pooped, finished, her lid flopping around on the floor. Seeing it with her own eyes had really stunned the old battle-axe. I thought she'd keep her trap shut now, that she had nothing more to say. But then she started up again, after maybe 15 minutes. By this time it was lamentations. She spoke very softly, like in a dream.
"It's washed up, Ferdinand. I admit it. Yes, it's true. You were right. It's done for. It's awfully sweet of you, Ferdinand, not to leave us now. 2 old folks like us. You won't leave us, will you? Anyway, not right away. Eh, Ferdinand? Not right away. Not for a few days, at least. A few weeks. You'll stay on, won't you? What do you say, Ferdinand?"
"Yes, madame. Yes, of course." Next morning, when Courtial came in from Montretout around 11 o'clock, he was still pretty embarrassed. "Well, Ferdinand, anything new?" "Oh, no," I say. "Nothing unusual." And I start questioning him in return. "Well, is it all straightened out?" "Straightened out? What?" He plays it stupid. "Ah, you're referring to yesterday?" And right away he starts handing me a line. "Listen to me, Ferdinand. I hope you don't take all that gossip for coin of the realm. No, you couldn't. She's my wife, yes, of course. I honor her above everything. There's never been a real quarrel between us. So much the better. But we might as well call a spade a spade. She has all the terrible drawbacks that go with so generous a nature. She's intransigent, despotic. You see what I mean, Ferdinand. Impetuous. She's a volcano. She's dynamite. Whenever anything goes wrong, she blows her top. Sometimes she frightens even me. There she goes. And she works herself up. She explodes. She splutters and stammers. She loses her head and talks through her hat. It's not so bad when you're used to it. It doesn't throw you. I forget it as quickly as a shower at the races. But let me repeat, Ferdinand, in 32 years of marriage, emotional outbursts, yes, but never a real tempest. All couples have their quarrels. I'm even willing to admit that we're going through a nasty moment right now, unquestionably. But it's not the first time. We've seen worse. It's not the end of the world. To say we're stone broke on that account, destitute, evicted, sold out, attached, is pure imagination. I won't stand for it. The poor kitten. Naturally, I'd be the last man in the world to hold it against her. It can all be explained. It's out there in the cottage that she cooks up these nightmares. Alone all day, with nothing to do but think. It gets her down.
In the end it carries her away. She works herself up. She works herself up. She loses track. She sees and hears things that never happened. Yes, since her operation she's been inclined to imaginings, impulses. I'd go even further. Sometimes she's a little delirious. Ah, yes, several times I've been really taken aback. Definite hallucinations. She's perfectly sincere. Like this thing about the complaint. My, oh my. You understood, of course. You caught on right away. Actually, it was very funny. It was ludicrous. But she'd done it before. That's why it didn't get a rise out of me. I let her go on. I didn't seem surprised, did I? You noticed? I acted as if she were perfectly normal. That's what you've got to do. Mustn't frighten her. That's it, mustn't frighten her. Yes, of course, I caught on right away. Sure, that's what I thought. Ferdinand hasn't fallen for it. He's not that gullible. He must have realized. It's not that she drinks, poor thing. No, never. She's the soul of temperance. Except for tobacco. In a way, she's more on the Puritan side. It's the operation that turned her inside out. Ah, she was a very different woman. If you'd only known her before, in the old days.
He started looking under the piles of papers.
I wish I could find her picture when she was young. The enlargement from Turin. I ran across it only a few days ago. You wouldn't recognize her. It's been a revolution. In the old days, I assure you, before she was operated on, she was a marvel. Her carriage, the roses in her cheeks, beauty personified. And what charm, my boy! And her voice, a dramatic soprano. All that was wiped out from one day to the next, with a scalpel. It's incredible. I can even tell you without vanity that she was unrecognizable. Sometimes it was almost embarrassing, especially while traveling, especially in Spain and Italy, where they're such ladies' men. I remember it all clearly. I was rather touchy in those days, quick on the draw. I'd go off the handle for nothing at all. 100 times I was on the verge of a duel.
Memories were going through his mind. I respected his silence. And then he started off again.
Well, anyway, Ferdinand, we've got other worries. Let's get down to serious matters. Suppose you drop over to the printers. And now listen and try to understand. In the villa, in the desk, I've found something that may help us out. If my wife comes back, if she asks, you haven't seen a thing. You don't know a thing. It's only a receipt for a charm and a bracelet. But they're solid gold, absolutely genuine, warranted 18 carat. Here are the tickets from the Mont-de-Piété. We could give it a try. Go see Sorcelleux on the Rue Grange Batelière. Ask him what he'll give for them. Tell him it's for me, a favor. You know where it is. 5th floor, staircase A. Get the concierge to show you the way. Ask him how much he'll give me for them. That would give us a little money ahead. If he says no, try Rothenburg on the Rue de la Huchette. Don't show him the ticket. Just ask him if he's interested. And I'll go around myself. He's the worst kind of crook.
For all his air of not caring one way or another, the commissaire on the Rue des Beaux-Enfants was a mean bastard. It was mostly his doing that they took action, and that the public prosecutor got mixed up in it. Not for very long, it's true, but long enough to give us a good pain in the ass. The office was full of cops. They went through the motions of searching the joint. What could they expect to find? They were pretty sore when they left. They hadn't found anything to indict us on. There was no clear evidence of fraud. They tried to bluff us, but we had our alibis. We had no trouble clearing ourselves. Courtial trotted out some articles of the law that were entirely in our favor. After that, they called him up to the Quai des Orfèvres almost every day. Just listening to his protestations, his cock-and-bull stories, the examining magistrate laughed for full 5 minutes. Right off the bat, he said, "Before presenting your defense, send back those money orders. Reimburse the contestants. It's a common confidence racket, out-and-out piracy." Those words gave the old man a jolt. He defended himself tooth and nail, inch by inch, desperately. "Reimburse what? Destiny is crushing me. I'm being driven to despair, harried, hounded, ruined, trampled, persecuted in 1,000 ways. And what does he want now? That's what I'd like to know. To gouge my last nickel out of me. To hell with them. Imaginary offenses. They're out to get me. A hornet's nest, a sewer. I can't stand it. The villainy of all those people. It would drive an angel to drink. But I'm no angel. I defend myself, but how sickening it is. I proclaim my innocence. I told him off all right, that jack-in-the-box, that beast, that scoundrel, that little shyster. A whole life, monsieur, devoted to the service of science, of truth, my intellect, my courage. 1,287 balloon flights. A whole life of peril, of relentless struggle against the 3 elements. And my honeyed friends, where are they now? Ah, the ignorance, the prating. Ah, yes, for light, for the education of the masses. And have it come to this? Faugh! To be hunted by a pack of hyenas, constrained to cavil and quibble. Flammarion will come and testify. He'll come. And then that no-good, despicable snot-nose stops me short. Why, he was positively rude. 'Hold your tongue,' he says. 'Hold your tongue, de Pereire. I'm sick of listening to you. Let's get back to the subject. Your perpetual motion contest. I've all the proofs right here. Is nothing but a monstrous racket. If it were your first. But it's only the most flagrant, the most recent, the most barefaced of the lot. An utter imposture. A cynical shell game. You can't get around Article 222, Monsieur de Pereire. Your rules don't make sense. You do better to confess. Read your own prospectus over again. Look at your ads. What phenomenal gall! There's not a shred of honesty in the whole contest. It's completely unjustifiable. Absolutely no way of checking up. You just worm out of it. It's all eyewash, window dressing. You carefully frame the rules in such a way as to make the whole thing impossible. A fine kettle of fish. It's an out-and-out swindle. Pure fraud. Theft in the most literal sense of the word. You're nothing but a leech, de Pereire, on the grand ideal of science. You live by setting traps for enthusiasts, high-minded seekers after truth. You're a despicable poacher on the preserves of research. You're a jackal, de Pereire, a loathsome beast. Your kind can only live in the deepest darkness, the most inextricable thickets. The least ray of light sends you scurrying. Light! That's just what I mean to throw on your low activities. Take care, you dangerous specimen, you putrid, slimy survivor of the fauna of the astragulums. Every day I send whole litters of crooks that are a lot more pardonable than you out to Rangis. But perpetual motion, I told that brute, is an ideal that runs through all human history. Michelangelo, Aristotle, Leonardo da Vinci, Pico della Mirandola. So you're going to be the judge, he fires back at me. You think you're eternal? You'd have to be, you're aware of that, to judge that contest of yours fairly. Ha! I've caught you there. Am I right? Eternity? You say you're eternal, just like that? There you have it. It's as plain as day. When you started that contest, you had no intention of picking any winners. Am I right? I've caught you red-handed, robbing those poor unfortunates. All right, just sign this here at the bottom. He held out his fountain pen. The bastard! The unmitigated gall! I hadn't said boo, and he hands me this paper. I ask you. I was thunderstruck. Naturally, I turned him down flat. It was a trap. A rotten, low-down ambush, and I didn't mind telling him so. He couldn't get over it. I walked out with my head high.
"See you tomorrow, de Pereire," he said. "It won't help you any to put it off. You think you're eternal. No, really, I ask you, the crust of him, the unconscionable effrontery. Those savages think they're so clever just because brute force is on their side, with their 2 cents worth of whiskers and their big mouths. I've got to admit it, though. That was a pretty good crack. Absolutely novel and unprecedented. Thundering asshole catacombs. A killer. But he'll need more than that to get me down. A little something more than asinine traps, believe you me. His infernal insolence only strengthens my position. That's my impression, come what may. Let them deprive me of food, drink, bed, and board. Let them throw me in prison. Torture me in every possible way. I snap my fingers at them. I have my conscience, and that's enough for me. Never will I make a move without it, or in opposition to it. There you have it, Ferdinand. It's my lodestar."
I knew the music. Papa had saturated me with it. You can't imagine how overworked conscience was in those days. But it was no solution. The prosecutor was seriously thinking of locking him up. The crack about eternity was pretty clever, though. It could be interpreted in different ways. They gave us a few adjournments. They gave us a chance to sell some crap, old junk out of the cellar, even wreckage from the balloon. The old bag came in from Montretout for that very purpose. She decided to take control, to run things her way, especially selling the doodads, everything that was left of the balloon. We made one trip with the stuff on our backs and another with the pushcart. We unloaded most of it at the Temple, right in the middle of the floor. We had plenty of takers. People liked our little mechanical relics. And on Saturday we took whole job lots of books to the flea market. We sold it all wholesale, with little pieces of the enthusiast thrown in, instruments, a barometer, and the ropes. In the end, after a good many trips, we got pretty near 400 francs out of all that junk. It was pretty nice. It gave us a chance to soften up the printer some by giving him a decent slice on account. And they gave the Benoiton Loan Company enough for half an installment on the shack. But after that there was nothing to justify the existence of our poor carrier pigeons. We hadn't been feeding them much in the last 2 months, sometimes only every other day, and even so it ran into money. Grain is always expensive, even when you buy it wholesale. If we'd sold them, they'd have certainly come right back, as I knew them. They'd never have got used to other masters. They were good little creatures, loyal and faithful, like members of the family. They'd wait for me up in the attic. As soon as they heard me move the ladder, they'd coo double. Courtial was talking about throwing them in the pot, but I wasn't willing to give them to just anybody. If they had to be bumped off, I preferred to do it myself. I tried to think of a way. Supposing like it was me, I said to myself, I wouldn't like it with a knife, no. I wouldn't want to be strangled, no. I wouldn't want to be opened up and have my insides taken out and be cutting quarters. I have to admit it made me kind of sad. I knew them awfully well. But you couldn't get around it. I had to do something. There hadn't been any grain in 4 days. So I went up one afternoon about 4 o'clock. They thought I was coming to feed them. They didn't suspect at all. They were gurgling like mad. "Come along, little glug-glugs," I say. "We're going to the fair. All aboard for the ride." They knew the routine. I opened the pretty basket wide, the one we took them ballooning in. They all come running. I batten down the lid. I run a rope through the handles. I tie it in all directions. Finally it was ready. First I leave it in the hall. I pop downstairs a while. I don't say a thing to Courtial. I wait until he shoves off for his train. Violette taps on the window pane. "Come back later, beautiful. I say. "I've got to run an errand." She hangs around. She mutters something.
"Ferdinand," she insists, "I got something to tell you."
"Scram!" So I go upstairs for my animals. I bring them down. I balance the basket on my head. I go out by the Rue Montpensier. I cross the Carrousel. When I get to the Quai Voltaire, I look for a good place. I don't see a soul. On the bank at the bottom of the stairs, I pick up a big cobblestone. I tie it on. I look around again. I pick it up in both hands and throw it in the drink, as far out as I can. It didn't make any noise. I did it automatic. Next morning I give it to Courtial straight. I didn't wait. I didn't beat about the bush. He had no comment to make. Angel Face, who was in the shop too, didn't either. They could see by the way I looked that this was no time to fool with my ass. If they'd left us alone, we'd probably have made out all right. We'd have saved our auntie without any help from anybody. Our Jeannetron magazine, nobody could say any different, was getting along fine. It was read all over. Lots of people remember how interesting it was. Lively from cover to cover, from beginning to end. Always perfectly informed about everything connected with inventing and the interests of inventors. On that end, I'm not exaggerating. Nothing has ever taken its place. What knocked us for a loop was our joker with his racetrack fever. I knew he'd start playing again, even if he told me different. I saw the money orders coming in. 15 francs for a new subscription, and, whoopsie-daisy, if I wasn't careful to hide them PDQ, they'd melt into thin air, in a flash. He was a regular prestidigitator. No business can stand up under that kind of drainage, not even the Bank of Peru. He must have been spending our dough someplace. He wasn't going to the insurrection anymore. He must have got a new bookie. I'll find out who it is, I says to myself. That's when they started after us some more. More proceedings. They call him back to the prefecture. That little bastard on the Rue des Bons Enfants wouldn't let go his bone. He started up again. He had us in his clutches. He was out to get us. He found more victims of that damn competition. He'd even gone poking around in the furnished rooms on the Avenue des Gobelins. He was stirring them up against us, getting them sore again. He persuaded them to put in new complaints. Our life wasn't worth living. It was time to shake the old gray matter and do something about it. We thought it over, and this is what we came up with. We'd have to divide and prosper. That was the only way. All those pests fell into 2 classes. On the one hand, and mostly, the ones who were griping for the sake of form, the melancholics, the hard luck boys. That was easy. We wouldn't refund those stinkers anything. On the other hand, the characters that were really in a temper and never came out of it, that's where the danger lay. We'd have to get to those boys and smooth them down right away. Talk things over with them. A little cash, maybe. Naturally, we weren't going to reimburse them completely. It was impossible. Out of the question. But slip them a little present, say 5-10 francs. That way they wouldn't be taking a total loss. They might be made to realize that this was an act of fate. When it came to carrying out his lovely plan, Courtial went white as a sheet. The stuffing went out of him. Couldn't he do it himself? Inconceivable. How would it look for him to go ringing bells? What about his authority? He'd lose face with the inventors. Better I should go spreading the good word. I had no standing, no dignity to lose. But what a smelly prospect. I could see that in advance. I'd have chickened out too, but then we were sunk. If we let things drift, the rag was through. That would be ruin. We'd be out in the street. Things really had to be bad for me to take on such a rotten job. In the end, I took a good deep breath. I steeled myself. I rehearsed the stuff I had to say. A whole collection of bedtime stories. Why things had gone wrong, beginning with the preliminary tests, because of a grave disagreement among scientists on a highly controversial technical point. We'd try again next year. Well, anyway, a ton of baloney. So there I go, into the fray. Good luck, kid. First of all, I was to give them back all their plans, their models, their blueprints, their cockeyed knickknacks, along with our apologies. I used the indirect approach. I began by asking them if they'd received my letter announcing my visit. No? That got a rise out of them. They thought they'd won the jackpot. If it was dinner time, they'd invite me to join them. If the whole family was there, my little mission got kind of delicate with all those people around. I needed plenty of tact. They'd had visions of gold. It was an ugly moment. After all, I had to disabuse them. That's what I'd come for. I tried to break it gently. They'd start gulping. They couldn't eat any more. They'd stand up, hypnotized, their eyes fixed in stupor. It was time for me to keep an eye on the cutlery. Stormy weather in the dishes. I braced my back against the wall. I'd pick up the soup tureen for a sling, ready to block any aggressor. I'd go on with my spiel. At the first halfway suspicious move, I'd let go, right in the guy's face. But in most places, my resolute attitude was protection enough. It made them think twice. It didn't end so badly, with gushing congratulations, and then, after a little wine, a chorus of sighs and belches, especially if I coughed up the 10 francs. But one time, in spite of my caution and long practice, I got a bad shellacking. It was on the Rue de Charonne, I remember, number 72 to be exact. The hotel is still there. This guy was a locksmith. He did his inventing in his room. Believe me, I know. Not on the 3rd floor, on the 4th. If you ask me, this character's work was assembling kits of burglars' tools. Well, anyway, his invention for the perpetual motion contest was a mill, something like a dynamo, with a variable faradic intake. The idea was to store up the energy of storms. After that, it kept going from one equinox to the next. So I go in. I see his porter. I give him the name. It's on the 4th floor. I go up. I knock. I was worn out, fed up. I spill the beans all at once. The guy doesn't even answer. I'd hardly looked at him. He was a heavyweight champ. I hadn't even finished talking. Not a word. Boom! He charges me. He rams me. I take it in the breadbasket. I stagger. I topple backward. A wild bull. I fall. I cascade down all 3 flights. They pick me up on the sidewalk. I was all over bumps. A bloody mess. They took me home in a cab. Seeing as I'd passed out, the boys had gone through my pockets. I didn't even have my 10 francs left. After that little collision, I was even more careful. I didn't go into the rooms right away. I'd parley from outside the door. With complaints from the provinces, we had a different method. We told them their dough had been sent by mail, that they'd be sure to get it soon, that the address had been wrong, the department, the first name, any old thing. The contest had brought such a rush of mail. In the end, they got sick of corresponding in all directions. They were ruining themselves on postage. With the wild ones, you know where you're at. It's a bullfight. The only problem is jumping the fence before they gore your insides out. But with the timid, sensitive souls that lose their grip and want to commit suicide right away, you're in for trouble. The disappointment is too much for them. They can't bear it. They hang their heads in their soup and start mumbling. They don't understand. They break out in a sweat. Their glasses fall off. Their faces go green. You can't stand to look at them. Those are the sad sacks. Some of them want to end it all. They sit down. They get up again. They mop themselves off. They can't believe their ears when you tell them their contraption didn't work right. You've got to say it over again slowly. You've got to slip them their plans. They abandon themselves to their misery. They don't want to live. They don't want to breathe any more. They collapse. From laying on words like poultices, I was getting pretty good at it. I knew the phrases that console, the de profundis of hope. Sometimes after my visits we parted buddies. I gained their sympathy. Out by the Plaine Saint-Maur I had a whole group, really enthusiastic about our studies. They appreciated what I'd done for them. From the Port Villemomble to Vincennes I knew rafts of them. Fine hands at drawing magical plans, and not at all vindictive. And in the west suburbs, too. In a corrugated iron shack right after the Porte de Clignancourt, there are Portuguese living there now. I met 2 junk dealers, who, with hair, matches, a spiral spring, 3 violin strings, and a sleeve joint, had worked up a little compensatory system that really seemed to work. Hygrometric power. The whole thing fitted inside a thimble. It was the only perpetual motion device I ever saw that worked a little. It's unusual for women to invent anything, but I met one. She was a bookkeeper for the railroad. In her leisure hours she decomposed water from the Seine with a diaper pin. She toted around a pile of equipment, a pneumatic pump, and a Ruhmkorff coil in a fishnet. She had a flashlight, too, and a pick-rate battery. She recovered the essences right out of the water, and even the acids. She stationed herself for her experiments near the Pont Marie, not far from the wash barge. She was nuts about hydrolysis. Her build wasn't bad, only she had a tic and she was cross-eyed. I came around one day. I said I was from the paper. First, she thought, like all the rest, that she'd won the jackpot. She wouldn't let me go away. She went and got me some roses. I talked myself blue in the face. She didn't understand. She wanted to take my picture. She had a camera that worked with infrared rays. She had to close the windows. I went back twice. She thought I was some good looker. She wanted me to marry her right away. She kept on writing me. Registered letters. Mademoiselle Lambrice, her name was. Juliette. I took 100 francs off her once, and 50 another time. But that was very exceptional. Jean-Marin Cortial de Pereire wasn't so cocky anymore. In fact, he was downright morose. He was scared of the oddballs and lunatics from the contest. He got anonymous letters that were no joke. The meanest and crankiest of the lot threatened to come back sometime sure as shooting and knock the shit out of him, flatten him out once and for all, so he'd never be able to swindle anybody again. Avengers. So, under his frock coat, over his flannel vest, he'd taken to wearing a coat of mail made of tempered aluminum, one of the Jeannetron's patents that was still on our hands, extra light and bulletproof. But even that didn't reassure him completely. Any time he lamped a character that wasn't looking too well, that didn't seem to be entirely happy, coming in our direction with a scowl on his face, he ran straight down to the cellar. He didn't wait for the details. "Open the trap, Ferdinand. Let me through quick. It's one of them, I can tell. Tell him I'm gone, left the day before yesterday, that I'm never coming back, to Canada, that I'm spending the whole summer there, hunting weasels, sables, the great hawk. Tell him I never want to see him again, not for all the gold in the Transvaal. Tell him to go away, evaporate, scatter, blow the bastard up, explode him. Christ almighty Jesus!" Hermetically sealed in the cellar, he felt a little easier in his mind. It was empty now that we'd sold what was left of the balloon, all the gadgets. He could roam around from wall to wall as he pleased. He had plenty of room. He could do his gymnastics again. In addition, he'd built himself a blockhouse in one corner, absolutely impregnable, where he couldn't be seen at all, in case of invasion, in among the crates and clothes racks. He'd stay there for hours on end. That way, at least, he didn't bother me. His disappearing act was all right with me. I had my hands full with the old cutie. She was spending all her time in the shop these days. She stuck like granulated glue. She was determined to run everything her way, the paper and the subscribers. At 2 in the afternoon, she'd breeze in from Montretout. She'd settle down in the shop in full battle dress, with her hydrangea hat, her veil, her parasol, and her pipe. You couldn't fool with her. She was all ready for the enemy. It gave them quite a shock when they came in and found her staring them in the face.
"Sit down," she'd say. "I am Madame de Pereire. I know the whole story. I wasn't born yesterday. Speak up, I'm listening, but be brief. I haven't a moment to lose. I'm expected at the dressmaker's."
That was her routine. It threw them off almost every time. The brutal tone, the powerful voice, a little hoarse maybe, but cavernous and not easy to shout down. They'd stop and think a minute, standing there in front of the old bag. She'd lift her veil a little. They'd lamp the mustaches, the paint, the odalisque's eyes, and then she'd frown.
"Is that all?"
she'd say. And they'd pull out trembling, half the time backwards, as meek as Moses.
"I'll call again, madame. I'll call again."
So one afternoon she was giving her audience. She was finishing up her dish of compote on the corner of the table. It was about 4 o'clock. That was her afternoon snack. It was part of her diet. I remember the exact day. It was a Thursday, the fateful day when I had to go see the printer. It was very hot. The audience was drawing to a close. Madame had already bounced out a whole gang of jokers from the contest, the whole crowd of spluttering, argumentative bellyachers. She punctured them in record time. Nothing to it. When in comes a priest, that was nothing so unusual. We knew a few. Some of them were faithful subscribers and delightful correspondents.
"Won't you sit down, Father?"
Right away she puts on her company manners. He appropriates the big armchair. I look him over carefully. I'd never seen the guy. Definitely a newcomer. At first sight he seemed reasonable enough, or maybe even reserved would have been the right word. Perfectly calm and well-behaved. He was toting an umbrella in spite of the weather, which was conspicuously sunny. He goes and leans it in a corner. He comes back. He gives a polite little cough. He was on the pudgy side, not the least bit emaciated. We were used to freaks. Nearly all our subscribers had tics. They made terrible faces. This one seemed mighty quiet. Then suddenly he opens his mouth. The words begin pouring out. And right away I could see the lay of the land. Some tripe. He'd come to talk about a contest. He read Argenetron. He'd been buying it at the stands for years. "I travel a good deal, yes, a good deal." He spoke in long bursts. You had to catch his words in full flight. The sentences came out in tangled bundles, full of knots, garlands, and throwbacks, and loose ends that went on forever. In the end, though, we made out that he didn't care for our perpetual motion line. He didn't even want us to mention it. On no account. It would make him very angry. He had something very different in mind. It left him no peace. He wanted us to go in with him, take it or leave it. If you weren't with him, you were against him. He gave us fair warning. We should consider the consequences. Perpetual motion was out, an absurdity, a hoax, not for him. His obsession was a horse of a different color. We finally found out, little by little, after thousands of circumlocutions, what was eating him. Submarine treasure. A noble project. The systematic salvage of all the ships that were ever wrecked, of all the galleons and armadas lost beneath the waves since the beginning of time, of all the glitter strewn and scattered over the bottom of the sea. Well, that was his craze in a nutshell. That's what he'd come to see us about. He urged us to get started. There wasn't a minute to lose. To organize a contest, a worldwide competition for the best method, the most reliable, most efficient way of raising all those treasures. He offered us everything he had, his own little fortune. He was prepared to risk it all. He'd give us a thumping advance that would cover all our initial expenses. Naturally, Madame and I were kind of leery. But he kept at it. This crazy sky pilot had his own idea. A diving bell that would go way down deep, say 6,000 feet. It would be able to crawl into the hollows, grab hold of objects, hook onto metal and disintegrate it. It would absorb safes by special suction. As far as he was concerned, the whole thing was perfectly simple. Our job would be to attract competitors through the paper. In that department we were supreme, unrivaled. He was trembling with impatience for us to get started. He didn't give us time to raise the slightest objection, or even the shadow of a doubt. Plunk! He lays out a wad of bills right smack on the table. 6,000 francs. He didn't even have time to look at them. I had them in my pocket. Grandma Courtial let out a whistle. I decided to strike the iron. No shilly-shallying for me. "Stay right where you are, Father. Just a second. Half a second while I go get the director. I won't be a minute." I run down to the cellar. I yell for the old man. I hear him snoring. I head straight for his hideout. I shake him. He lets out a scream. He thinks they've come to arrest him. He was scared shitless. He was shaking in his boots. "Come on," I say. "Get up. This is no time to swoon." In the trickle of light under the transom, I show him the lettuce. Hell, this is no time to lose your voice. In 2 words, I fill him in. He takes another look at the wampum. He holds it up to the light. He looks at the mint leaves one by one. He pulls himself together quick. He yawns and stretches. He sniffs at the bills. I clean him up. I pick the straw off him. He primps up his mustaches. He's ready. He emerges into the daylight. He makes a brilliant entrance. He had his outline all ready, absolutely eloquent and resounding. On the subject of divers, he had us dazzled in 2 seconds flat. He dished up the story of every system from Louis XIII to the present day, dates and places, the first names of those precursors and martyrs, the bibliographic sources, the research that had been done at the School of Arts and Trades. It was a dream. He had the sky pilot burping, jumping up and down with joy. His highest hopes were fulfilled. He was so delighted that just like that, in addition to his previous offer, we hadn't asked for anything, he guaranteed us 200,000, cash on the line, for the expenses connected with the contest. He didn't want any skimping on the preliminary studies, the drawing up of estimates, no pettifoggery, no swindling. We agreed to everything. We wrote in our initials. We closed the deal. Now that we were all buddies, he pulled an enormous map of the ocean floor from under his soutane, so we could see right away where all the treasures were located, where all that staggering wealth had been swallowed up, 20 centuries ago or more. We closed up the shop. We spread out the parchment between our 2 chairs and the table. That treasure map was a marvel. It really made you dizzy just to look at it, especially when you consider when this cockeyed savior turned up, the trouble we'd been having. And he wasn't kidding. All that dough hidden in the drink was exactly marked on his map. It was a sure thing, and right near the coast, with a longitude written in. It was a cinch that if we found a bell that would go down to even 2,000 feet, we'd be rolling in clover. It was in the bag. We'd have all the treasures of the Armada right in our laps. We'd only have to bend down to pick them up, literally. Only 3 nautical miles off Lisbon, in the mouth of the Tagus. There was an enormous cache. That was an easy job, for beginners. If we put some gumption into it and perfected the technique a little, the thing would take on entirely different proportions. In 3 shakes of a lamb's tail, we could expect to raise the treasure of Sar Ozimput, swallowed up in the Persian Gulf 2,000 years before Jesus Christ. Several rivers of unique gems, necklaces, emeralds of inconceivable splendor, worth $1 billion at the very least. The priest had marked the exact position of that shipwreck on his map. It had been established by hundreds of soundings made over the centuries. No mistake was possible. Expenses aside, it was only a little question of oxyhydrogen drills. They'd need perfecting. Well, yes, we might have a little trouble raising the treasures of the Tsar. We thought about it all one day, and certain imponderables of Persian legislation had us stymied for a minute. But we had other jobs that were perfectly within our reach, accessible, pure velvet, in more clement seas, absolutely free of sharks. We had the divers to think of. Gracious, no tragedies, please. The truth of the matter was that all the ocean bottoms in the world were full of inviolate coffers, of galleons stuffed with diamonds. Few were the straits, coves, bays, roadsteads, or river mouths that did not, on the map, harbor some colossal booty, only a few 100 feet down and perfectly easy to raise. All the treasures of Golconda, galleys, frigates, caravels, luggers, full to bursting with rubies and koh-i-noors and triple effigy doubloons. The waters of Mexico, in particular, appeared to be positively indecent in this respect. The conquistadors seemed to have literally filled them in and plugged them up with their ingots and precious stones. If you really put your mind to it and went down 3,000 feet, diamonds were a dime a dozen. Off the Azores, for instance, to mention only a single instance, the Black Stranger, a steamer from last century with a mixed cargo, a Transvaal courier, had more than £1 billion worth of them on board. All by itself, according to the most conservative experts, she was lying overhung on a rocky bottom at a depth of 4,472 feet, already split in 2 amidships. All you had to do was rummage through the hull. Our padre knew of plenty more. The choice was staggering. He knew all the salvageable wrecks, all of them perfectly simple to clean out, several hundreds, actually. He'd riddled his chart with holes. Those were the places to prospect in. It showed the most urgent salvage jobs, to the 1/10 of a millimeter. They were marked in black, green, or red, according to the size of the treasure, with little crosses. It was only a question of technique, of ingenuity, of flair. It was up to us to demonstrate our talents. Odds bodkins, we didn't dawdle. In a fever, before he had time to cool off, de Pereire seized his pen, a ream of paper, a ruler, an eraser, a blotter, and right there in front of us, accompanying himself in a loud voice, he wrote a regular proclamation. It was vibrant, it was sincere, and at the same time it was meticulous and honest. That was the way he worked. In less than 5 minutes, in a flurry of inspiration, he'd formulated the whole problem. It was a first-class job.
"Let's not put anything off until tomorrow. This article has to appear at once. We'll make it a special number."
Those were his orders. The padre was delighted, jubilant, speechless. I ran off to the Rue Rambuteau. I took all the dough in my pocket. I left only 50 francs for the old cutie. Hell, I'd had trouble enough. If I'd left it in the till, I knew I'd never see it again. The old man looked pretty glum. He owed formerly a pile. He'd already dreamed up a bet. He couldn't resist. It was better I should be the treasurer. Less risky. We'd spend very gradually, and not 1 cent on the ponies, I'd see to that. I'd pay the bills. First Taponnier, top priority, and the special number. That printer was on his last legs. When he saw the cash, he could hardly believe his eyes. He took a good look at the bills, though. He held them up to the light. Hard cash. He was absolutely groggy. He didn't know what to say. I paid him 600 francs on our back debts and 200 more for the special number and publicity for the contest. He moved fast, all right. 2 days later we received the papers. Shipped, banded, pasted, stamped. The works. I took them to the main post office in the pushcart with Cortial and Madame. As the padre was leaving, we'd asked him to write out his address, his name, street, and so on, but he'd flatly refused. He wanted to be anonymous. That puzzled us. He was an oddball, all right, but a lot less than a good many other people. He was a corpulent man. He looked very healthy, and he was neat and clean-shaven, about the same age as Cortial, but completely bald. In his spells of enthusiasm, he stuttered like a machine gun. The way he writhed and wriggled, he almost fell off his chair. He struck us as mighty optimistic, certainly eccentric. But one thing he'd proved was that he had plenty of dough. He was a real backer, the first we'd ever seen. Let him be a little weird. On the way back from the main post office with the cart, we passed right in front of the police station on the Rue des Bons Enfants. "Stop a minute," I say to the old man. "Dare me to go tell him? I just want to let him know that everything's okay." I get this fool idea of pushing some weight around, of telling him we had plenty of cabbage. I run over. I open the door. The coppers recognize me. "Hiya, Butch," says the one at the desk. "What you doing around here? Like to stay a while?" "Oh, no," I say. "No, sir, the clink's not for me. I was just passing by. I thought I'd drop in and show you a little currency." And I take out my 4 bills. I wave them under his nose. "Take a look," I say. "And they're not stolen. I just wanted to tell you that it's for a new contest. The diving bell." "Dive, dive," he says. "I'll dive you. Are you trying to kid me, you little snot-nosed asshole?" I ran out even faster than I came. I didn't want them to jug me. We had a good laugh in the street. We galloped a ways with the cart. We made it fast as far as the Rue du Beaujolais. Naturally, that kind of a competition to recover sunken treasure was going to draw a crowd. Our share, as the organizers, was fixed at 16% of everything that was brought up. That wasn't unreasonable. Even so, on the Armada alone, reckoning it close without forcing the figures, that made about 3 million for us. Not bad. I've got to admit that the old cutie didn't think it was all in the bag. She smelled a slight rat. She still had her suspicions. Even so, she didn't dare to say anything. After all, it was a miracle. She wasn't swept off her feet. She just kept her eye on the cash. Cordial threw himself into the thing body and soul, head over heels. He could already see those sparklers piled up on the beach, emeralds by the fistful, mountains of gold dust, ingots, the whole treasure of the Incas pumped from the galleys. "We are the looters of the deep," he'd roar through the house. He skipped and gambled over the piles of paper. And then suddenly he'd stop. He'd tap his head. "Wait a minute, my sugar bun. We haven't divided it up yet." He'd lay out 4 columns in red ink. He was very strict about sharing the spoils, fiercely meticulous. He foresaw the worst kind of trouble. This was no laughing matter. He took every possible precaution. He drew up an agreement. "Never mind, Angel Pudding, you don't know them. You don't know what they're capable of. I deal with them every day. I know what we're up against. I've seen backers and inventors, too. I know what I'm talking about. I've been handling them for 40 years. And now I'm caught between 2 fires. Ah, exactly. I don't want to be crushed, fleeced.
drawn and quartered, just when things start popping, at that very moment. Oh, no, hell no, not on your tintype. Hell's bells. The pen in one hand, Ferdinand, quick, and in the other the scales, and across my knees a carbine. That's it. There's Courtial for you. To the life, justice, respect, presence. I've seen my brilliant inventors, as sure as I'm here talking to you, create marvels, absolutely stupefying wonders throughout my long career, and nearly always take it from me for beans, for cheese, for glory, for less than nothing. Genius is left to rot. That's the exact truth. It doesn't sell. It goes begging. It's gratis pro deo, cheaper than matches. But suppose you try to be nice, with your heart on your sleeve. You want to do something for them, an unprecedented kindness. Sure. You believe in this bozo's song and dance. You want to encourage the scientist, dress the martyr's wounds. You come around in all innocence, bringing a small sardine. The martyr jumps sky high. It's an affront. Everything's changed, revolutionized. Everything collapses. A flash of lightning and hell opens. Your genius turns jackal, vampire, leech. The hounds are unleashed. Carnage, an atrocious massacre. To get the money out of you, they disembowel you on the spot, crucify you, vaporize you. No quarter given. The soul is forgotten. Nothing counts but gold. Gold! So be careful. Take it easy. Take it easy, pal. You want to search the depths? Why, for 100 francs divided up wrong, I know those zebras. They'll blow up the terrestrial globe. That's right, so help me. I'm not exaggerating. I'm in a good position to know. To our documents, Ferdinand. Keep your powder dry. Letter-perfect documents, notarized, initialed, deposited before noon with Maître Van Crock on the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux. An excellent notary, in triplicate, our share first, and stipulated in capitals, airtight, oleographic, no dubious arguments, no underhanded finagling, no, never. Oh, providential padre, you'll soon have plenty to dive with. Ah, the poor innocent, he hasn't the faintest idea. Diving bells. Why, before the month is out, they'll be bringing in 3 or 4 a day. What am I saying? A dozen, and meeting our specifications. 2,000 feet, 4,000, 6,000. I'm not the least bit worried. Oh, no, I won't breathe a word. No snap judgments. I've got to be impartial. I don't want to seem prejudiced. I'll wait for the day of the trials. Very well. But unless my memory deceives me, I've already written some very well-documented articles on that very question. Let's see. Maybe I'll remember the exact dates. It was before we were married, around 84 or 86, just before the Amsterdam Congress. The submersible exhibition. Maybe I can lay hands on them. They must be around somewhere. I explained it all. It was in the supplement. Say, it all comes back to me. It was in The World Upside Down. I can see that bell plain as day. Reinforced, of course, with triple bolts, and double guaranteed walls, and a ferromagnetic top. So far, it's perfectly simple. Cushions threaded to the 1,000th of a centimeter around the ballast. That's it. Irido bronze rivets, absolutely impervious to the action of the seawater. Not a single acid spot after years in the water. Tempered in chloridosodium. A galvanoplastic overstress on a centrifugal pin. A simple matter of computation. The factors involved are child's play. Radio-diffusible lighting with a Valadon projector. My word, all it takes is a little spunk and initiative. No need to bat your brains out. A big circular prehensile grab will do the trick. That may be a little more ticklish. I'd attach it to the outer face. How about 23-25? That's an excellent caliber. Retrobascule valves for still greater security. The drop chain is simple. a Rotterdam Duretex with 1-inch links, and if they want something even stronger, to be absolutely on the safe side, the guaranteed maximum, they can take special cable plated from copper and rope, a 28-34 while they're about it. See what I mean? Rostrata is tops. I haven't any shares in the firm. Reinforced pneumatic hood, the Lestragon patent. And what about portholes? Ah! He was assailed by doubt. If I were in their shoes, I'd steer clear of that packing they turn out in the arsenals. That Tremblant Parmesan stuff. It hasn't worked too well on submarines. It's a flop. They haven't told the whole story. At the ministry, of course, they defended tooth and nail, but I'll stick to my guns. I foresaw it. At medium pressures, it does all right. Up to 20 kilos to the square centimeter, all right. But starting with 20/10, it's tissue paper, my boy. The fish pass right through it. That's my opinion, and you won't make me change it. Anyway, they'll think of that. I've no right to influence them. I won't even mention my article. Certainly not. Hell, I will too. Sure, I'll quote it. In toto. After all, it's my duty. Don't you agree, Irene, darling? And you, Ferdinand? Don't you think I ought to speak out? After all, it's a critical moment. It's now or never. I'm in this thing. I'm in charge. I've got to tell them what I think, don't I? Today, and not in 10 years. My opinions are worth something, aren't they? But enough phrase-mongering. It's all very well to give advice, to play the sage, the academician, the know-it-all. But it's not enough. Not by a long shot. I've always done my share. Here, there, everywhere. Irene can bear me out. I've never sidestepped a danger. Never. By what right? Why, I'll go down in their contraption myself. Maybe not the first try, but certainly the second. Nobody can stop me. It's my duty, my right, obviously. I'd even say it was indispensable. My eye, my authority, will be their only real security. Make no mistake.
"Oh, no!"
the old lady screeches, as if somebody had taken a bite out of her ass.
"Nothing doing. I'd sooner cut the rope. As I live and breathe, this is the payoff. Never, you hear me? I'll never let you go down. Haven't you made an ass of yourself long enough? Go down in that contraption. You're not a fish, are you? Let the lunatics dive. It's their business, not yours. Certainly not."
Lunatics! Lunatics! You haven't a grain of sense. Where's your logic? Didn't you pester the life out of me to make me go up in the air? Yes or no? Weren't you all for the balloon? You were nuts about it, out of your mind. The enthusiast, the enthusiast. You couldn't think of anything else. And I'm not a bird.
"Bird? Bird? Now you're insulting me. You're picking a fight. All right. I see what you're up to, you dog. I know. You want to clear out. You want to go gallivanting around again."
Where? On the bottom of the sea?
"Bottom of the sea, my foot."
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone, Irene. How do you expect me to think? You're always balling everything up, with your idiotic outbursts, your insane frenzies. Let me think in peace and quiet. The circumstances, it seems to me, are solemn enough. Ferdinand, you hold down the shop, and whatever you do, don't say another word to me."
He was giving orders again. He was recovering his tone, his color, and his crust, for that matter. He started whistling his charmer's tune, the Sole Mio of happier days.
"Yes, I'd better go out, take a breath of air. You've still got 100 francs, haven't you, kid? I'll go pay the telephone bill. That'll give me a chance to stretch my legs. It's high time they turned it on again. Wouldn't you say so? We need it."
He hung around the doorstep. He was undecided. He looked out toward the arcades. He started off to the left. That probably meant the insurrection. If he'd gone right, it would have been the urns and his cat-o'-nine-tails. As soon as things begin to look up a little, all people can think of is piggishness. The sale of that number was a real orgy. There's no getting around it. They came in a steady stream. They took the joint by storm. Even after 9 at night, subscribers came around asking for their supplement. All day long it was a riot. The shop shook under the weight of the mobs. The doorstep was all worn down from their trampling. De Pereire harangued them. He'd stand on the counter, handing out papers by the armful. I was running around the whole time, pestering the printer, chasing back and forth with the hod. The cart was too slow on the Faubourg Montmartre. I'd bring them back in batches as they came off the press. The old cutie made up the wrappers for shipment to the provinces. That was important, too. The diving bell contest was being talked about far and wide. It was getting to be an event. Naturally, Uncle Edouard heard about it. He dropped over to the Galerie. He came in through the side door. He was mighty glad our rag was picking up. He'd been worried. He expected me to be out on my ass again, looking for another job. And just then our popularity skyrocketed. We really had the wind in our sails. It was terrific. The hope for treasure is real magic. There's nothing like it. At night, after my errands, when I came back from the automatic, I'd have more bundles to tie up, until 11 o'clock. Violette gave it to me straight.
"You're working too hard. You're a sap. You think they appreciate it? If you knock yourself out, who's going to take care of you? Not your boss, I bet. Buy me a month, kid. I'll sing you The Girl from Mostaganem. It'll drive you crazy, you'll see."
For that little number, she'd hike up her skirt, front and back. She didn't wear any panties, so it was a real belly dance. She'd do it right out in the open, in the middle of the Galerie. The other floozies would come running, usually with 3 or 4 customers each. Bums, jerk-offs, bankrupt peepers.
"Do your stuff, Susie. Don't piss crooked."
She sure threw her twat around. You could see it bobbing up and down. The crowd clapped and cheered. That Tunisian dance of hers was some excitement. It always drew a crowd. When it was over, I'd buy her her month. We'd all end up at the insurrection. Violette's stand was over by the scales, behind the thickest column, in the Galerie d'Orléans. It didn't take her 2 minutes to do a job. If she hooked a real sucker, she'd take him up to the Pelican, only a few steps away, across from the Louvre. The room cost 2 francs. She liked her Pernod straight. We'd get her to sing her song.
"The enchanted Orient came and sat in my caravanserai. His ass was bare, and from his belly a great big eye looked out at me."
That didn't do my work for me. Sometimes she'd hang around chewing the fat for hours. When I wanted to get rid of her, there was only one way. "Let's go in," I'd say. "Come on, kid, you can help me tie up some bundles."
"Let me suck just one more. Wait for me, little chickadee. I gotta finish my night's work."
I could never count on her. Right away she'd look for the back door. She'd chicken out. Except for sewing on buttons, which was her weakness, I never got any real work out of her. She faded the minute I brought it up. It was sure fire. Hardly a week later, the plans and solutions began to pour in at a terrific rate, about 100 a day. Our rules had specified ad libitum. They hadn't let hard reality faze them. They'd given their fancy free rein. All in all, at first glance, their expositions and plans were as dopey as they come. Our geniuses had really knocked themselves out. On the ballistic side, their ideas were wild, but some of the detail was good. We'd get something out of it. Generally speaking, when they used small sheets of paper, the size of the writing paper they give you in cafes, it was almost always to advertise some colossal device, a bell bigger than the opera. And when the plans were enormous, sprawled over 18 octavo pages, you could bet they were selling some little sounding device about 5 inches long. In that hobby parade there was everything you could ask for, Every imaginable system, invention, and subterfuge for treasure hunting. Some of the caissons suggested were shaped like an elephant. Others were more like a hippopotamus. The majority, as we might have expected, looked like fishes. Some had a human aspect, regular people with faces. One, the inventor told us, was actually his landlady, a very faithful likeness, with eyes that would shine when they got down below 2,000 feet, revolving in concentric circles to attract all the fauna of the deep seas. In every mail a fresh load of brilliant solutions turned up. They were somersaulting all over his desk. All we had to do now was wait for our sky pilot. He'd promised to be back the last Thursday of the month. It was all arranged and settled. We were right there at our posts. He was supposed to bring us 10,000 francs, an advance on our share. That would give us a chance to pay our most urgent debts in the neighborhood, to get the telephone turned on, and to run some beautiful pictures in an extra special number devoted entirely to the diving bell. Already the big dailies were talking about us in connection with salvaging submarines, not just recovering the fabulous treasures of the deep. It was the year after the Farfadet disaster. The excitement hadn't died down. We had a sure chance of winning the gratitude of the nation. But all those prospects didn't turn the old cutie's head. In fact, she was looking pretty glum. She wanted to see that priest again before taking another step. Sometimes she'd ask me a dozen times an hour if I didn't see him coming, at the far end of the galerie. And what about the boss? Where could he be keeping himself again? Painting the town? Wasn't he down in the cellar? No? He'd been out since morning. All sorts of people were asking for him. It was getting worrisome. "Wait a minute," I tell the old lady. "I'll look in at the insurrection." I'd hardly stepped out when I see his nibs taking it easy, strolling through the gardens, making eyes at the nursemaids, without a care in the world. He's whistling, the stinker. He's got his arms full of bottles. I hightail it over to him.
Well, well, Ferdinand, you look mighty anxious. Is the house on fire? Is something wrong? Has he turned up?"
"No," I say. "He's not there."
"He won't be long," he says calmly. "Anyway, here's some banyuls, and a bottle of amer piquant, some anisette, and cookies. How do I know what the priest likes? What do priests drink, anyway? Everything, I hope."
He wanted to celebrate the success of our venture.
"I sincerely believe, Ferdinand, that we've hit the royal road. Ah, yes, things are shaping up. I was looking at the plans this morning. My, oh my, what a shipment again! A torrent of ideas, my boy. Once the avalanche has subsided, I'm going to do some big-time sorting. On one side, everything that looks promising, and on the other, the stuff we'd better forget. He wouldn't be able to do that. I expect him to give me carte blanche. No hit-or-miss methods. It takes knowledge. We'll talk it over this afternoon. And that's not all, you know. There's the question of surety. I can't go into this thing with my eyes closed. Oh, no, that would be too easy. Not at my age. Certainly not. First of all, a bank account. That's the main thing. And 200,000 on the line. And joint signatures, him and me. I send for the builders, we place the order, then we can talk. We'll know where we're at. After all, we're not babes in the woods."
Still, a shadow of doubt grazed his mind.
"You think he'll be pleased with all this?"
"Ah," I say, "I'm positive." I hadn't the slightest doubt. And so, chatting away, we get back to the office. We wait another little while. Still no priest in sight. It was getting kind of sticky. Madame de Pereire was all wrought up. She was trying to make a little order, so the place wouldn't look too much like a barn. It was a terrible shambles, even in normal times, and now with this rush there wasn't an inch of space anywhere. an enormous dung heap. A sow wouldn't find her kittens. Garbage in full eruption, absolutely sickening, from floor to roof. Torn papers, disemboweled books, putrid manuals, manuscripts, memoranda, all reduced to streamers. Clouds of flying confetti. The bindings all ripped, thrown in all directions. Those hoodlums had even made off with our beautiful statues. They'd decapitated Flammarion. They'd stuck blotting paper on Hippocrates, lovely violet mustaches. After an inconceivable lot of trouble, we managed to extricate 3 chairs, the table, and the big armchair from the mess. We threw out the customers. We cleared a space to receive the holy man in. On the stroke of 5:30, only a half an hour late, there he comes. I spy him coming down the Galerie d'Orléans. He was carrying a black briefcase stuffed to the gills. He comes in. We greet him. He puts his load down on the table. Everything's okay. He mops his brow. He must have been walking fast. He catches his breath. The conversation starts up. Cordial takes over. The old lady goes up to the Alcazar. She comes back with a few folders, the most remarkable. Quite a neat little assortment. She puts them down beside his briefcase. He seems satisfied. He leafs vaguely through them, picks out 1 or 2 at random. He doesn't seem terribly interested. We wait. We're afraid to stir a muscle, for him to say something. We breathe with care. He rummages through a few more pages. Then he screws up his whole face, a nervous tic, and then another, a hideous grimace. Lord, it's an attack. A regular convulsion comes over him. He takes the whole load of papers and throws them into the showcase. Then he clutches his head. He rubs it with both hands. He kneads it. He mangles it. He pinches himself. He massages his chin, and his fat cheeks, his nose, too, and his ears. A satanic convulsion. He gouges his eyes. He scrapes his scalp. And then, all of a sudden, he leans over. He bends down, and there he is on the floor, plunging his head into the papers. He sniffs at the piles. He grunts. He puffs and blows. He picks up a whole armful, and whoops, he tosses them up in the air. He flings them at the ceiling. It all comes raining down. Papers, folders, plans, pamphlets, they're all over. We can't see each other. Once, twice, and then he does it again, all the time howling with joy, jubilant. He squirms. He digs in again. The people collect outside the door. He turns his briefcase upside down. He takes out more newspapers, a lot of clippings, whole armfuls. He scatters them, too. In among them, I see them all right, there's a lot of banknotes. I see them in with the papers. I see them flying away. I dive to pick them up. I know how it's done. Just then 2 plug-uglies come charging up. They bang into the door with their shoulders. They push the crowd aside. They barge in. They jump the padre. They collar him from behind. They rough him up. They knock him over. They pin him to the floor. Ah, the poor bastard's suffocating. He crawls under the table, groaning. Police, they inform us. They pull him out by the dogs. They sit on the poor guy. Have you known him long? They ask us. They're inspectors. The meanest of the 2 pulls out his card. We tell them quick that we've got nothing to do with it, absolutely nothing. The sky pilot is still wriggling, still struggling. He manages to get up on his knees. He starts sniveling. Forgive me, he begs us. It was for my poor, my blind, my poor little deaf mutes. All he wants in life is to go on collecting funds. Shut up, who's asking you? The dirty bastard's nuts. When are you going to stop horsing around? The one who had shown us his card gives the sky pilot such a clout that he goes quack and folds up. He wasn't talking any more. They put the handcuffs on him right away. They wait a minute. They catch their breath. They kick him to make him get up. It's not over yet. Courtial still has to sign a statement and then some other paper on both sides. One of the bulls, the one that's not so mean as the other one, tells us a little about this screwball. He really was a priest. He was even an honorary canon. Monsieur le Chanoine Fleury. That's what he called himself. This wasn't his first fling or his first run-in with the law. He'd already taken every member of his family for thousands and thousands of francs. His cousins, his aunts, the little sisters of Saint Vincent du Pôle. He'd touched everybody, the church wardens of the diocese, the beadle, and even their chair attendant. He owed her at least 2,000 francs, all for screwy schemes without any rhyme or reason. Lately he'd been burglarizing the sacraments chest. They'd caught him at it twice, with his hand in the chest. They'd found the whole of Joan of Arc's pants in his room, broken open with a chisel. He had treasure on the brain. They'd noticed it too late. Now they were going to lock him up. His bishop in Libourne had insisted on having him interned. There was a crowd under our arcades. They were having a hell of a good time, enjoying the show. There were plenty of comments. A lot of thinking was going on. They saw the lettuce scattered around the place. But I'd seen it too. I'd had presence of mind. I already saved 4 or 5 bills and a 50-franc piece. They did a lot of exclaiming. Those lugs outside the window had been watching me. The bulls pushed our priest into the gymnasium. He was still resisting. They had to go around in back to load him into a cab. He held on with all his might. He just didn't want to go. My poor, poor, he kept yelling. Finally, after a lot of trouble, the cab came. They hauled him in. They had to tie him down, to rope him to the seat. Even so, he didn't keep still. He threw us kisses. It was shameful the way they tortured him. The cab couldn't get going. The people were standing in front of the horse. They wanted to look inside. They wanted to have the cannon brought out. Finally, with the help of some more cops, they managed to get the carriage clear. So then the whole crowd of pests streamed back in front of the shop. They couldn't make head nor tail of it. They kept cursing at us. All those insults got the old cutie's dander up. She wasn't going to stand for it another minute. She didn't think twice. She leapt to the door. She opens it. She goes out. She stands there facing them.
Well,
she says,
what's the matter with you, you lousy suckers, you creeps? You're a lot of crummy snot-noses. Go chase yourselves, louts, hoodlums. What have you got to complain about? Was that crook a friend of yours?
She had guts all right. But it didn't work. They cussed her even worse. They bellowed harder than ever. They spat all over our window. They threw gravel. It looked like a massacre coming on. We had to beat it out of there quick, by the back way. After that Trafalgar, we didn't know what to do. How are we going to quiet those lunatics now? This deep-sea diving bell contest was getting as wild as our perpetual motion runaround. The place was humming all day long. Often they'd wake me up in the middle of the night with their screeching. A procession of screwballs with their eyes popping out 1/2 mile, ripping their shirts off outside the door, swollen, bloated with certainties, with implacable solutions. It wasn't a pleasant sight. More of them kept coming. They were blocking the traffic, a saraband of lunatics. There was such a seething mass of them in the shop, tangled up in the chairs, clinging to the junk piles, submerged in the papers, that you couldn't get in when you needed something. All they wanted was to hang around and argue a little more, to bowl us over with some new and conclusive detail. If at least we'd owed them something. If they'd all coughed up an advance, a rake-off, or a registration fee, we could have understood maybe what they had to be unhappy about, why they were peevish and disgruntled. But that wasn't the case. For once in our lives, we didn't owe them a nickel. That was the payoff. Couldn't they give us credit? Couldn't they see we weren't out for lucre? That all we cared about was honor and fair play? That we were quits? But nothing of the kind. It was exactly the opposite. They were rioting for the hell of it, just to get us down. They were 1,000 times angrier, 1,000 times crummier, gripier than on previous occasions when we'd bled them white. They were regular demons. Every single one yelled like at the stock exchange in honor of his gadget, and all of them together. The racket was something awful. None of them could wait. Every damn one wanted us to get his screwball invention under construction this minute, this second. Hurry, hurry, get it working. Christ, were they impatient to dive to the bottom of the ocean, each for his own private treasure. They all wanted to be first. They said it was in the rules. They brandished our prospectus. We shouted back that we were sick of their stinking shenanigans and listening to their racket. We told them it was all a lot of hooey. Courtial climbed up on the winding staircase to tell them the whole truth. He shouted at the top of his lungs. The occasion was so solemn he'd put his topper on. He made a clean breast of it. I was there. He was perfect. A show like that could only happen once. He told them straight from the shoulder that we'd lost our backer, that the whole contest was dead and buried, no more millions than butter on his ass. He explained that the bulls had locked him up. This fellow we were expecting to, this priest, that he'd never get out. They'd put him into a straitjacket, that the whole business was gone overboard. Overboard! Overboard! At these words they stamped with enthusiasm. They took up the chorus. Overboard! Courtial! Lower the bell! They kept coming back. There were more of them every time, bringing new projects. They laughed in your face if you tried to reason with them. It didn't take. Their minds were made up. They all knew that you've got to suffer if you've got the faith that moves mountains, that upsets the seas. Theirs was sensational. When it came to faith, they were in a class by themselves. Besides, they were convinced we wanted to keep all the mazuma for ourselves instead of sharing it with them. So they camped outside the door. They watched the exits. They settled down along the fence. They lay down. They made themselves at home. They weren't in any hurry. They had their conviction. It was solid rock. No use trying to shake it. They would have massacred us on the spot at the slightest sign of contradiction. They were getting more and more ferocious. The slyest and sneakiest of the lot came around in back. They slipped in through the gymnasium. They'd motion us to join them. Whispering with us in the corner, they'd suggest terms, an increase in our cut, 40% instead of 10 for us on the first spoils raised, if we'd take care of them right away, ahead of the rest. They thought we were mighty greedy. They tried to bribe us. They held out prospects of golden grease. Courtial refused to look at their stuff. He wouldn't say a word or even listen to them. He didn't even feel like going out any more. He was afraid they'd spot him. The best place, as usual, was the cellar. "You'd better take the air," was his advice to me. "They'll rub you out. Go sit under the trees, on the other side of the fountain. They better not see us together. Let them wear themselves down. Let them holler till they're blue in the face. It's just a momentary riot. It'll die down in a week or 10 days. He was way off. It went on much longer. Luckily, we'd saved a little nest egg, what I'd swiped off the cannon. Almost about 2,000 francs. Our idea was that once the storm had subsided, we'd take a powder one night with our dough. We'd take our stuff and give ourselves a change of air, move to a different neighborhood. Around here it was getting too hot. We'd start another Jeannetron under entirely new lines, with different inventors. We wouldn't even mention the diving bell. It seemed perfectly feasible. Why not? The hard part was putting up with their guff for 2-3 weeks. Meanwhile, I had a rough time convincing the old cutie that she'd better stay home in her cottage in Montretout and wait for the storm to blow over. She wouldn't listen. She didn't see the danger. I knew our customers. She riled them up with her manner, her pipe, her veil. I heard them passing mean remarks. Besides, she stood up to them. You couldn't tell what would happen. They were perfectly capable of skinning her alive. Inventors get terrible waves of fury. They see red. They disembowel everything in their path. She wouldn't have chickened out, that was sure. She'd have fought like a lioness. But why ask for trouble? We had nothing to gain. That wouldn't save their cottage. In the end, after a lot of gulping and heart-rending sighs, she saw it my way. She hadn't come that day. Cordial was sawing wood in the cellar. We'd had lunch together at Raoul's Escargot on the corner of Faubourg Poissonnière. Not bad, I've got to admit. He'd done all right for himself. I didn't hang around the shop. I came right out and settled down as usual at a healthy distance on a bench across the way, behind the rotunda. From there I could watch the approaches. I could even step in if the situation got really rough. But it was a quiet day. Nothing special. Just the usual ferment. Groups talking things over, chewing the fat. That's how it had been since the beginning of last week. Really nothing out of the way. No call to be scared. No fireworks. They were only simmering. Along about 4 o'clock a kind of calm settled. They sat down in a straggle. Their talk was no louder than a murmur. They must have been all in. They were strung out in a line along the shop fronts. You could smell how tired they were. They'd have to give up pretty soon. I was beginning to think of the prospects. We'd have to move and dream up another racket, find a fresh batch of suckers, start up a new line of business. We had our little nest egg, but how long could it last? Hell, 2,000 francs melt away easy. If we wanted to start the paper up again and make the payments on their cottage, actually it wouldn't be possible to do both at once. Anyway, I was off in my daydreams, really absorbed, when far in the distance, in the impasse du Beaujolais, I see a big lug all by himself making a terrible uproar, waving his arms in all directions. He comes charging up right in front of our joint. He grabs the handle. He shakes the door like an apple tree. He yells for de Pereire. Say, that boy is stark raving mad. He's off his rocker. He raises hell a while. Nobody answers. He takes a brush and daubs the whole shop front with green paint. Smut, I guess. He shoves off, still raving. Oh, well, that didn't amount to much. I'd feared a lot worse. Another hour or two goes by. The sun was beginning to go down. The clock strikes 6. That was the nastiest time, the time I dreaded most, the stinking hour made to order for riots and disturbances, especially with our customers. The crummy time of day when all the shops disgorge their little maniacs, their extra clever employees. That's when the lunatics are on the loose, the spawn of the offices and factories. They come out in droves, bareheaded. They run after the bus. The artisans, stung by the radiations of progress. They take advantage of the last few minutes of daylight. They leap, they bound. They're the sober kind, water drinkers. They run like zebras. This was the battle hour. I could feel them coming. It gave me a bellyache. This was the time they regularly landed on us. We were their aperitif. I pondered a little while longer. I began to think about our dinner, too. I'd go and wake Cordial up. He'd ask me for 50 francs. But suddenly I give a start. A terrible noise is coming at me, through the Galerie d'Orléans. swelling, coming nearer. It was more than a hum. It was a rumble, a storm, thunder under the glass roof. I jump up. I run over to the Rue Gombuste, where the worst of the ruckus seemed to be coming from. I bump into a horde of haggard maniacs, roaring, frothing brutes. There must be at least 2,000 of them bellowing in the chasm, and more keep gushing out of the adjoining streets. They're compressed, squeezed against a big heavy cart. Looks like a gun carriage. Just as I get there, they're busy demolishing the double garden fence. They're uprooting it at one blow. That flat cart made a terrible battering ram. They smash both arcades. Blocks of stone are falling like marbles, crashing, collapsing, bursting into smithereens right and left. It was terrifying. They come down like thunder, harnessed to their infernal machine. The earth was trembling half a mile away. They're bouncing in the gutters. They're all delirious, bobbing and jumping around their catafalque, carried on by the fury of the charge. I couldn't believe my eyes. They're berserk. There's at least 150 of them pulling at the shafts, galloping under the arches with that enormous load behind them. More lunatics roaring, tangling, tearing each other apart, trying to get a better hold on the shaft, the keel, the axles. I come closer. Christ, it's our inventors. I see pretty near all of them. I recognize them one by one. There's Delagreuse, the cafe waiter. He's still got his slippers on. And Carvelet, the tailor. He's having trouble running. He's losing his pants. There's Bidil and Jucher, the two who do their inventing together, who spend their nights at Les Halles carrying baskets. I see Bisonde. I see Gratien, the one with the invisible bottle. There's Cavendieu. There's Lanemon with his 2 pairs of glasses, the one who invented the mercury heating system. I see the whole gang of punks, all yelling blue murder. Christ, are they mad? I climb up on the fence, above the tumult. I get a good look at the character in the driver's seat, the big guy with the curly hair that's egging them on, the ringleader. I see the monumental contraption. It's a cast-iron shell, a fantastic mess. It's Verdunat's diving bell, armored to the hilt. That's it, all right. I've seen the model 100 times. His famous project. I'd know it in the dark, with the luminous portholes and the diverging searchlight beams. Hell's bells. There's Verdunat himself, half naked, riding his monster. He's climbed up on top of it. He's shouting, mustering his lousy troops, haranguing them, getting ready for a new charge. I have to admit that he'd warned us. He told us categorically that he was going to have it built at his own expense, in spite of our opinions. He was going to put all his savings into it. We refused to take him seriously. He wouldn't have been the first to hand us a line. The Verdunats were dry cleaners in Montrouge, from father to son. He's brought the whole family along. There they are, the whole lot of them, dancing around the bell, holding each other's hands, doing a square dance. Mamma, Grandpa, and the small fry. They've brought us their invention. He'd promised, and we wouldn't believe him. They'd hauled the monster all the way from Montrouge. The whole screwy tribe, the unholy alliance. I patch up all my courage. I foresee the worst. They recognize me. They howl at me. The fury is general. They have it in for my guts. They all spit up at me. They vomit at me. I beg your pardon, I say. Please listen to me just a minute. Silence. You don't seem to understand. Come on down, you little stinker, so we can knock the shit out of you once and for all. Cocksucker, chameleon, baboon. Where's the old wise guy? We just want to twist his guts a little. That was the way they listened. There wasn't any point in my going on. Luckily, I was able to give them the slip. I hid behind the kiosk. I shouted help with all my might. But it was too late. Nobody could hear me in the gardens with all the thunder and lightning. Outside our door the carnage was at its height. It was like I'd stirred them up with my words, made them madder than ever. This was the climax. They undo the harness. They come out from the shaft. They aim the infernal machine straight across the sidewalk, with the tip against our shop front. The clamor redoubles. The lunatics from all the galleries and environs rally around the bell. The whole mob brace themselves. 1, 2, and yoop, heave ho! The crowd heaves. With one swing they drive the whole catapult through the window. Everything flies into smithereens. The woodwork gives way, cracks, scatters. The whole place is wrecked. An avalanche of glass. The monster drives in, forces its way, vacillates, crashes. A torrent of plaster. The whole Jeanetron caves in. Our winding staircase, the investor's corner, the Tunisian mezzanine. There's barely time to see it all collapsing in a cataract of papers, followed by an explosion of dust. Then an enormous cloud flies up. The gardens, all 4 galleries, are filled with whiteness. The hordes are choking, enveloped in plaster. They spit, they cough, they gag. That doesn't prevent them from propelling their monster. The ironwork, the mirrors, the ceilings join the cascade. The bell staggers. The floor gives way, cracks, gapes open. The horrible machine teeters, dances at the edge of the precipice, tips, falls to the bottom. Christ, it's the end of the world. Thunder all the way up to the sky. Suddenly a blast of awful, piercing screams stops the mob in their tracks. The gardens are veiled in dense dust. Finally the police turn up. They grope their way to the scene. They draw a cordon around the wreckage. More bulls come running. They charge. The rioters break up, scatter. Over by the restaurant they start galloping again. They're all shivering with excitement. The cops clear the onlookers away from the disaster site. I knew all the rioters. I could turn in the whole lot of them. It would be a cinch. I know who is the meanest of the whole gang, the rottenest, the most violent, the biggest stinker of them all. I know some who'd be in for 10 years. That's right. But I don't go for vengeance much. It would only make things a little lousier than they are, that's all. Better attend to urgent business. I run into the crowd. I pass from group to group. I make myself known to the cops. "Have you seen the boss? Cortial de Pereire?" I ask in all directions. Nobody's seen him. I'd left him at noon. Suddenly I catch sight of the commissaire, the one from the Rue des Bons Enfants, the exact same little punk that had been running us ragged. I go up to him. I tell him the boss has disappeared. He listens. He's skeptical. "You think so?" he says. He doesn't believe me. I'm positive. So he climbs down one side of the crevice with me. We both of us search. I yell. I call. "Cortial! Cortial! Get up!" The cops yell too. Once, twice, 10 times. I go around the edge of every hole. I lean down over the abyss. "If you ask me," the jerk says, "he's at the whorehouse." They were going to give up, when suddenly I hear a voice. "Ferdinand! Ferdinand! You got a ladder?" It's him. It's him, all right. He surfaces from the deep pile of rubble. He fights his way out. His face is full of flour. We throw him a strong rope. He catches hold. We hoist. We pull him out of the crater. Unharmed, he assures us. He was only taken by surprise, wedged, squeezed, absolutely blocked between the bell and the wall. But we can't find his lid. That vexes him at first. He blusters. His frock coat has suffered. He doesn't press the point. He refuses any kind of first aid. He refuses to go to the pharmacy. Then he gets snotty with the cops. "I shall bring action, gentlemen," he says, just like that. Then, without waiting for an answer, he climbs over the rail and the beams and the wreckage. We're outside. "Make way! Make way!" He pushes through the crowd. His frock coat has lost its tails. He's completely defrocked. He's all powdery. He looks like a Pierrot. The stuffing drops out as he runs. He only runs harder. He drags me toward the exit on the Louvre side. He clutches my sleeve. He's trembling something awful. He's not the old high and mighty. Come on, Ferdinand, make it snappy. Take a look behind us. Nobody's followed us? You're sure? Keep on moving, boy. We'll never come back here, not to this joint. It's an infamous trap. You can take my word for it. It's an obvious conspiracy. I'll write a letter to the landlord." Now that our office was all smashed up, I had no place to sleep. So we decided I'd move out to Montretout. We looked in at the insurrection. He couldn't take the train with his coat in rags. The owner was kind enough to lend him an old coat. We had a little chat with two screwballs. Cortial's pants were full of holes. They had to be mended. Everybody'd seen the riot, heard the screams and all the commotion. They were all excited. Even Formerly joined in. He wanted to do something for us, to take up a collection. I told him we didn't need it. It would have given me a pain to accept. I said we had some money left. He'd made a pretty pile out of my old man. He could afford to be generous. So he paid for the drinks, another round, and then still another. It was getting kind of hot. It was the end of June. With all that awful dust and talking so much, our throats were mighty parched. We must have drunk at least 10, 12 bottles. We were zigzagging as we left. It was very late. We were still pretty excited. We just barely caught the last train out of the Gare du Nord. In Montretout, luckily, the sky was full of stars, and even a little moonlight. We could almost see the way. Even so, to keep from going wrong on the pathways of Montretout, especially up on the hill, you had to be mighty careful. At that time, street lamps or road signs were unheard of. It was only by dead reckoning, by instinct, by the feel of it that you could steer your way in among the shacks. It was mighty dangerous. There were always nearly 4 or 5 murders every year as a result of tragic blunders. People that got lost, or wise guys that picked the wrong house, that went up to the gate and rang the bell when they shouldn't have. The poor stupid bastards would get themselves riddled with bullets, from service revolvers, from Lebel carbines, and in 2 seconds flat the neighborhood dogs would finish them off. It was a ruthless collection of the most ferocious carnivorous mongrels, horribly aggressive, trained specially for the purpose. They'd bound to the kill. There wouldn't be anything left of the poor devil. I'd better explain, though, that this was just when the Bonneau gang were doing their stuff. They'd been terrorizing the whole northwestern suburbs for the last 6 months, and they were still at large. Everybody was in a panic, suspicious as hell. Once the door was shut, those people didn't know father or mother. It was no time to be getting lost. Your worried cottager, your rich miser, would spend the night peering out through the blinds, sleeping with one eye, clutching his gun. At the first sign, the crafty burglar, the shifty tramp, could consider himself strung up, rubbed out, extinguished. They'd have needed a miracle to get their balls out of there. Those people were vigilant, all right, and the darkness was murder. Under the station shelter, Cortial didn't feel easy in his mind. He was thinking about the hike ahead of us, the assorted ambushes. He stopped to think a minute. Then, "Let's go." After the first few steps on the road, he began to whistle good and loud. kind of like yodeling. That was his rallying tune. It was supposed to identify us in the danger spots. We plunged into the night. The road got very soft, full of holes and mush. We could vaguely make out shapes in the darkness, the outlines of shacks. At every fence the dogs barked and bayed and howled at us. We walked as fast as possible, but then it began to rain, a sea of molasses. The road climbed in zigzags. "We're heading to the top of Montretout," he informed me. "The summit. Wait till you see the view." Their house, La Gavotte, was the highest point in the region. He'd often told me it looked out over the whole countryside. He could see the whole of Paris from his bedroom. He began to be out of breath. Still, the mud wasn't thick, supposing it was winter. Then, a little farther, after the bend, I made out signals, a lamp moving, up and down. "That's my wife," he cries out. "She's talking to me in code. S-T-I-N. One down, two up." Anyway, we knew we were on the right road. We were still climbing, though. We went faster and faster. Pooped and panting, we come up to the house. Our old battle-axe with her lantern comes running down from her platform. She jumps on the boss. She was good and mad. She wouldn't let me get a word in. She'd been making signals after every train since 8 o'clock and then some. She was really in a dither. And besides, what was I doing there? I wasn't expected. What was the big idea? She kept firing questions at us. All of a sudden she noticed that he'd changed his rig. We were too dog-tired to break it to her gently. Balls. We go in. We sit down in the first room. We give it to her straight. Naturally, when he was so late, she'd been expecting some kind of trouble. But now, this total disaster, we couldn't have told her anything worse. Bang, right square in the puss. It knocked her cold. Her whole face began to tremble, even her mustache. She couldn't get out a sound. Finally, the tears unwound her.
"So it's all over, Courtial? Tell me, is it all over?"
She collapsed onto her chair. I thought she was going to conk out. The two of us were standing there. We got ready to lay her out on the floor. I got up to open the window, but she comes to. She's frantic. She jumps up from her chair, quivering all over. She pulls herself together. She hadn't been out for long. She's up again. She wobbles a bit on her pins. She steadies herself. She gives a hefty clout on the table, on the oilcloth.
"Christ almighty, it's too much!"
she yells all of a sudden. "Too much, too much, you said it." He's off the handle, too. He stands right up to her. He's not going to take it lying down. He clucks like a rooster. "Ah, it's too much, you say? Well, my dear, I regret nothing. No, absolutely. Nothing.
"Ah, you miserable stinker, you regret nothing? You're perfectly happy, aren't you? And what about the house? Have you thought about the payments? They'll be coming back on Saturday, my friend. Saturday, not a day more. Have you got those 1,200 francs? Have you got them on you? We promised. They're expecting them. They're coming at 12. Have you got them on you? Not at 1 o'clock, at 12.
Balls and counterballs. To hell with your cottage. You know what you can do with it. The events have set me free. Do you understand that, you blockhead? No bitterness or rancor. No debts or protests. To hell with it all, do you hear? I shit on the whole business.
Shit. Debts. All I want to know is whether you've got the money on you, you big jerk. Ferdinand, he's got 600 smackers in all, I know that. Have you got the money, Ferdinand? You haven't lost it. It's 1,200 francs they're coming for, not 6. Can't you get it through your head?
Bah! Foo! Never a step backward. Gangrene. You want to defend gangrene? It's got to be amputated. Don't you know that, you big hunk of baloney? It's got to be amputated high up. Say, have you been drinking up all the white wine? I can smell it from here. High up. Garlic. What do you want to save? Say, your breath stinks. The rotten stump, the maggots, the flies, the bubo. No putrid flesh for me. I won't make another move. Not one, you hear me? Never, you fishwife, as long as I live. Defeat, recantation, guile. Oh, no, my toe. Do you expect me to jerk off my executioners? Me? Never. Do you hear me, Ferdinand? Profit from what you see. Observe. Try to recognize grandeur when you see it, Ferdinand. You won't see much of it in this world.
My goodness, it's you that's been drinking. Why, you've both been drinking. They come here drunk, the rotters, and then they have the gall to cuss me out.
Grandeur, detachment, you simpleton. I'm going away. Did you know that? You know nothing. Far away. Even farther, I'm telling you. I despise their provocations, even the foulest, the most sickening. What unspeakable vileness germinates in those unclean goatskins, those mangy curs? What is the measure of my essence? Nobility, you old bag, do you hear me? You who stink of garliacic acid? Do you get me, you shallot? Nobility. Are you listening? Shit on your gavotte and double shit. Nobility. Light. Ineffable wisdom. Ah, oh delirious bandits, demons of pillage, oh Marignan, oh debacle, poor little Ferdinand. I can't believe my eyes, nor my own voice. I'm magical. I'm carried away. Oh, turn of events. Only yesterday at my zenith, overloaded with favors, adulated, plagiarized, pursued, feted like a god. What am I saying? Consulted from all over the world. You've seen it, you've read about it, and today, crash, bang, nothing. The bolt has struck. Nothing. An atom. The atom, it is I, but the atom, Ferdinand, is everything. Exile, Ferdinand. Exile. His voice was drowned in sadness. Yes, that's it. I am finding myself. Destiny is opening its gates. Exile, so be it. You and I. I've been praying for it too long, and now it's come. The blow has fallen, transcendent. Hosanna, irrevocable. Villainy has thrown off her mask. At last. She owed me that. All these years she's been tracking me, undermining me, exhausting me. But now, compensation. She shows herself. I uncover her, and I ravish her to the full. Ah, yes, she is forced to my will, seething, on the public square. What a vision, Ferdinand! What a spectacle! Oh, Irene, all my desires are fulfilled. Frothing, bleeding, howling, do you hear me? This very afternoon we saw her attacking our proud journal, assaulting the human spirit. Ferdinand here is my witness, wounded, bruised, mutilated. And yet I collect myself, I pull myself together, I wrench myself away from the nightmare. Oh, what a foul battle! But the bladder has burst. The gall has gushed in all directions, hit me square in the eyes, but my spirit is intact. Oh, the pure, the proud reward! Oh! And above all, no compromise. Get that through your heads, the whole lot of you. You expect me to cajole my executioners? Give me cold steel instead, or fire, anything but not that. Bah! The gods are conspiring. So be it. They honor me with the bitterest of gifts. Hatred, the hatred of vultures. Exile? Will I refuse it? I? You don't know me. They're putting me to the test. Let them. That handed him a laugh. They choose to put me to the test? I'm flattered. I could roar with pride. Too cruel? We'll see. It's an affair between gods and men. You want to know how I'll manage, Ferdinand? Don't worry, friend. Don't worry. You won't be bored. See here, Ferdinand. You who like to roam around, you know the Panthéon? Tell me, poor muddlehead, haven't you ever noticed anything? You've never seen the thinker? He's there on his pedestal. He's there. And what's he doing? Eh, Ferdinand? He's thinking, my boy. That's right. Nothing else. He's thinking. Well, Ferdinand, he's alone. There you have it. I'm alone, too. He's naked. I'm naked, too. What can you do for me, you poor little creatures?"
He was feeling sorry for us, the old cutie and me.
"Nothing. You in a pinch. Poor child, benighted by your endocrine glands, tormented by growing pains, in short, invertebrate. Poor gastropod, destroyed by the slightest dream. As for my old goblin here, what useful or useless thing could she give me? A touching echo of years long dead, trials, forgotten hardships, worm-eaten winters, carrion."
"What's that you called me? Say it again. Say it again quick so I can hear you."
She hadn't liked those last words.
"Are you trying to make a fool of me? Just tell me that, you fly-speck."
She didn't care for elusive language. She threatened him with a vase. She demanded further details.
"Don't listen to him, Ferdinand. Don't listen to him. He's just telling more lies. Nothing else comes out of his mouth. What have you been doing in the kitchen? Tell me this minute. What's become of my marshmallow root? You don't know? He's stolen that, too. And on my washstand. The bicarbonate? You don't know that, either. You took an enema with it. Don't try to deny it. And my Val water? Where did you put it? He respects nothing. I'd bought it specially to take on Sunday."
"Leave me alone, can't you? Let me think. You molest me. You harass me. You exasperate me. How obtuse you are, my good darling, my sweet little cherub."
At that she tears her hat off, sniffs up her snot, and toys with the back of the big heavy chair.
"Answer me," she menaces. "What have you done with my marshmallow root?"
He has no answer. She begins to lift the chair. She's clutching the two struts. He sees her. He lunges over to the sewing table, picks it up under the drawer. They're both nicely armed. This is going to be quite an argument. I take refuge in the chimney corner. He parleys.
"My sweet angel, please. My sugar plum, I beg you. Listen to me. Just a word before you get excited. Listen to me. Don't break anything. I sold it. God, I've sold it all."
"Sold? Sold? What have you sold?"
"Everything. Yes, everything. Only this morning. I've been standing on my head trying to tell you. To the Lamontal Bank. To Monsieur Rambon. You know him, the lawyer. There was nothing else to do. It's all over. Liquidated. Washed up. Down the drain. Do you understand? Do you understand me now, you stupid old goose? That takes the wind out of your sails, eh? It calms you down, doesn't it? Tomorrow, see? They're coming tomorrow morning."
"Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Tomorrow morning?"
she echoed. She was still in a dream.
"Yes, tomorrow it's all settled. All you have to do is sign the papers."
"Oh, the blackguard, the monster! He's tearing out my entrails. I'd never have thought it possible. Oh, what a numbskull I've been!"
She drops the chair. She slumps down on it. She lets her arms dangle. She's out for the count. She sniffles, and that's all. She really wasn't the stronger party. He'd got what he wanted. She looks across the table at him. That beastly lout over there in the distance, the way you'd look at a slimy octopus, a hideous monster in an aquarium, an incredible nightmare from another world. She couldn't believe her eyes. There really wasn't a thing she could do. It was no use trying. She gave up. She was completely beaten. She gave in to her grief. She sobbed so violently, she beat her head so hard against the sideboard that the dishes came tumbling out on the floor. A little thing like that couldn't faze him.
He pressed his advantage. He consolidated his position. Well now, Ferdinand, what do you say? Do you see? Do you realize? Now, perhaps you're beginning to understand what passionate intrepidity is. You see what I mean? Ah, my decision wasn't made yesterday. It matured slowly, by God, and wisely. Examples? Epigones? We have plenty to offer you, madame. How many? Rafts of them. Illustrious examples. Take Marcus Aurelius. That's right. What did that old bugger do? In very similar situations, harassed, maligned, traduced, on the brink of succumbing under the welter of abject plots, of murderous perfidies, what did he do in such a case? He withdrew, Ferdinand. He abandoned the steps of the forum to the jackals. Yes, in solitude, in exile. That's where he sought his balm. That's where he found new courage. That's right. He took counsel of himself, and no one else. He didn't ask the mad dogs for their opinion. No, faugh! Ah, despicable recantation. And what about Vergniaud? The pure, ineffable Vergniaud? At the hour of carnage, when the vultures gathered over the charnel house, when the sickening smell rose up, what did he do, that man who was purest of the pure, the very heart of wisdom, in those ravaged minutes where every lie means life? Did he take back his words, recant, eat dirt? No, he mounted his cavalry alone. Alone he rose above the crowd. He withdrew. Alone he ushered in the great silence. He was silent. There you have it, Ferdinand. I too will be silent, damn it all. De Pereire wasn't a very big man. He pulled himself up to his full height to harangue me better. But he was wedged in between the stove and the big sideboard. He didn't have much room. He looks over at the two of us. He keeps on looking. An idea was budding in his brain. "Wouldn't you like to go out?" he says. "To take a little stroll? I want to be alone, just for a minute. There's something I've got to do. Please, I beg of you, just for a second." That was a mighty odd proposition, especially at that time of night. Standing there in the doorway, all shriveled in her shawl, the old girl looked pretty mean.
"So now you're throwing us out? Say, you're completely nuts."
"Give me at least 10 minutes. I don't ask more. It's indispensable, imperative, urgent. It's just a little favor I'm asking of you. Leave me in peace for a second. All alone for just a second. You won't? It won't be any trouble. Take a turn around the garden. It's much nicer outside than in. Go on, go on. I'll call you. Can't you understand?"
He kept at it. He didn't have any big cellar like at the Jeannettron for his meditations. He only had 3 little rooms to pace around in. They were so stubborn, so obstinate, so contradictious, I could see they were going to tear each other's hair out if I didn't take the old girl away. She was the worse hothead of the two. So I take her out in the hall. "We'll come back in 5 minutes," I tell her. "Leave it to me. Let him stew in his juice. He's a pain in the neck. Anyway, I have to talk to you." She insisted on taking her lantern. It wasn't a very good time for a stroll. It was pretty chilly out. She was tearing mad, take it from me. She was really broken up. She kept wailing the whole time.
"Imagine his doing this to me, the swine, the pervert, the scoundrel. To me, Ferdinand, to me."
Gesticulating, she skirted the fence. She stumbled a little with her lantern. She kept mumbling insults. We came to some garden frames. There she stopped. Still wailing and sniffling, she wanted to show me. She lifted the big pulleys. She wanted me to take a good look at the shoots and the little blades that were coming up, and the fine soil.
"I planted it all myself, Ferdinand. All by myself. He didn't do it, oh no, rest assured."
I had to look again. The little turnips and the little slugs. and the saucer for the pumpkin. She lifted all the lids, all the frames. There was enough chicory for an army. We went around every bed. Then she was exhausted. She told me, as we went along, about all the trouble she had in times of drought. It was she who pumped the water, who carried the pitchers, from over there, from the faucet at the end of the walk. Her misery took her words away. She sat down, she stood up. I had to go look at the big rain barrel and see for myself that it wasn't big enough.
"Oh, yes,"
She jumps up again.
"you haven't seen his system. It's mighty cute. His precious invention. You really haven't heard about it? Well, believe me, it's a nightmare. He outdid himself. Of course I was against it. What would you expect? My, oh my, I gave him a good piece of my mind. I raised hell. But it was hopeless, absolutely hopeless. He's as stubborn as 36 mules. He slugged me. Well, I didn't exactly pet him either, believe you me. And what for? So he could destroy the whole good side of the fence. And 18 rows of carrots. Yes, 18. And 24 artichokes. For what purpose? To build a shed. You should see the state it's in. A sow wouldn't find her eggs. A garbage can, I tell you. A cesspool. That's what he did to my garden." We started off in that direction. She guided me with her light. It actually was a little shanty, dug into the ground, almost entirely buried. Only the roof stuck out. Inside I looked under the tarps. Nothing but rubbish, a lot of broken-down instruments, all in a complete mess, and a big dynamo, completely clogged and rusted. A gas tank, bottom side up, a bent flywheel, and a one-cylinder motor. That was Cortial's invention. I knew a little something about it. The wave generator. It was supposed to make plants grow. It was one of his ideas. There'd been a whole special number of the Jeanetron devoted to the future of agriculture thanks to radio-tellurism. He'd written 3 manuals and a whole string of articles, with 80 diagrams, explaining its use. In addition, he'd given 2 lectures in Le Perrot and 1 in Juvisy to convince small farmers. It hadn't gone over. And yet, according to Desperer, with the help of a polarimeter, it was child's play to radiate the roots of this or that vegetable or plant with those clusters of telluric rays which are otherwise ridiculously scattered, dispersed, and lost to the world. "I bring you," he said to them, "my subracinal spray, infinitely more useful than any water, an electric shower, providential for beans." According to him, nothing was easier, with a small amount of equipment, than to make a salsify swell up to the size of a large turnip. The whole gamut of fructifying infraterrestrial magnetism was made fully available. Vegetables grown to meet the needs of every individual, in season, out of season. It was really quite an idea. Unfortunately, harassed as he was by so many daily cares, by all the snags and setbacks connected with the operation of the Jeanetron, he had been unable to perfect the system, especially the condensers. They didn't synchronize properly. They needed watching. He couldn't run them more than 2 or 3 hours on Sunday. That didn't provide enough waves. On weekdays he had other fish to fry. He was busy with the rag and his various contests. Madame de Pereire had no faith whatever in this telluric jazz. "I told him 1,000,000 times. I was wasting my breath. That thing of yours will never work. It's impossible. You'll only make one more mess. You're going to cave the house in with your trenches. That's all the vegetables will ever have. Electric currents, if that's what you want. Don't stay in the ground. They fly through the air, you dope. Everybody knows that. What about storms? Or just take a look at the roads. Why do they spend all that money on telephone lines? And what about lightning rods? The government isn't nuts, I hope. They wouldn't go to all that expense if they could help it. I'd have said any old thing to keep him from digging up my garden. You're talking through your hat. He always insults me when he knows I'm right. He won't give in. He'd rather bust. Oh, I know my little man. Pretentious, proud. Hell, a peacock is nothing. Having to listen to that tommy-rot day in, day out. For 28 years I've been putting up with him. And this is what I get. This is my reward. You'll never know how bad I feel. But it's no use. He's selling us out. Absolutely. That man would sell his shirt. He'd sell yours, Ferdinand. He'd sell anything. When he gets the bug and feels he needs a change, he's not a man any more, he's a rattle. It's the fares that ruined him. The older he grows, the screwier he gets. He's completely cracked. I can see it. I'm nobody's fool. He's diabolical, Ferdinand. It's not just a disease with him, it's a disaster. But I can't go along with him any more. Nothing doing. I gave him a piece of my mind when he told me about his system. Cordial, I said, you're always monkeying with things that are none of your business. What do you know about agriculture? No more than you do about elevators and piano factories. But he always thinks he knows it all. That's his special vice, knowing it all, poking his nose into every crack. He's the original busybody. He's too big for his shoes, that's what's wrong with him. One day he comes home and it's chemistry. The next day it's sewing machines. The day after it's beets. Always something new. Naturally, he doesn't get anywhere. The thing for him is balloons. I've thought so all along. I've always told him so. Cordial, your balloon. Cordial, your balloon. That's the one thing you know how to do. With anything else, you'll come to grief. It's stupid to keep trying. Your business is ballooning. It's our only hope. If you keep on with these brainstorms of yours, you'll come to grief. We'll end up in the poorhouse making paper flowers. I've told him 1,000 times. I've repeated it over and over again. But it's go chase yourself, you old battle-axe. The balloon. He gets so stupid when those pig-headed spells come on, he won't even let me mention it. I know what I'm talking about. I've got to bear the brunt. His Highness is a writer. I don't understand such things. He's a scientist, an apostle. Hell, I can tell you what he is. He's a loafer, a crook, a buffoon. He's a crumb, a four-flusher. Yes, a bum, that's what he is. He's unscrupulous. He wants to dive, does he? Well, he's heading straight for the bottom. A flophouse crawling with lice, that's what he deserves, and that's what he'll get. What a jerk he turned out to be. He's coming apart at the seams. He doesn't know where the next nickel is coming from. He thinks I don't know. He can gas all day. He won't fool me. I know the score. But he won't get away with it. No, sir. He'd better not kid himself. He'd better watch his step. I won't stand for it. She came back to her obsession. She talked about the enthusiasts some more, about the early days of her married life, expeditions with the balloon. Even then it wasn't easy to pump her up full. They never had enough gas. The bag was fragile and not very airtight. But they'd been young, and those were the good old days. On Sundays she'd gone up with de Pereire. During the week she'd worked as a midwife. She applied cups, wet ones and dry ones, little nursing jobs. She'd known Pinard well, who'd delivered the Tsarina. It got her all excited to talk about him, an obstetrician of worldwide fame. I was beginning to feel chilly in among the vegetables. The sky and the country all around were turning bluish. I was shivering and stamping my feet. We came back up the little path for the 100th time. We went down again. She talked some more about mortgages. Their house was made of millstone grit. It must have been worth quite a lot. Did I think he'd really sold out? I had no way of knowing. He was sly and secretive. I didn't even know this Monsieur Rambon. I'd never seen him. And the Lamental Bank? I never heard of it. Actually, I didn't know anything.
Looking into the distance, I could begin to make out the shapes of the other shacks. And past the big empty lots, there were tall chimneys. The factory in Arcueil that smelled so strong of cinnamon over the vineyards and the pond. By now I could see the villas all around, all sizes. Little by little the colors came out. A regular battle. All ugly as hell, fighting in the fields. All kinds. Rocky, flattened, arrogant, bandy-legged, pale, half-finished ones, skinny, emaciated, staggering, reeling on their frames. A massacre in yellow, brick red, and semi-piss color. Not a one that can stand upright. A collection of toys plunked down in the shit. In the lot next door there was a regular little monument. A miniature fretwork church, something like Notre Dame. A cabinet maker's fancy. He kept rabbits in it. The old bag went on talking, drooling, explaining. In the end she ran down. She lost the thread of her thoughts. She'd had enough. We'd been out there in the gale for 2 full hours.
That'll do. Who does he take us for? I'm sick and tired of this nonsense. Hell, why shouldn't he come out too? I'm going to give that brute a piece of my mind. Come, Ferdinand. This way, by the kitchen door. He's going too far. What if I come down with pleurisy? She hightails it up to the terrace. Just as she opens the door, de Pereire appears. He pops out of the darkness. He was coming to get us. Some cockeyed rig he had on. He was all wrapped up in the big tablecloth. He'd made a hole for his head and pinned it up with safety pins and a rope around the waist. He comes down the 5 steps. He grabs me by the arm. He looks completely absorbed, really deep in something. He drags me out to the end of the garden, over by the last frame. He bends down. He pulls up a radish. He shows it to me. He puts it under my nose.
"You see?" he says. "Take a good look. You see? You see how big it is? And this leak, you see it? And how about this fellow?"
It's some funny-looking vegetable I don't recognize.
"Do you see it?"
"Yes," I say. "Of course."
"Then come over here. Quick, quick."
He drags me to the other end of the garden. He bends over. He gets down on his knees. He crawls. He puts his whole arm through the fence. He puffs and blows. He pokes around in the neighbor's garden. He pulls up another radish. He brings it back. He presents it to me. He wants me to compare. He's triumphant. The other guy's radish is really very little, infinitesimal, almost non-existent, and pale. He thrusts both of them under my nose, his and the stunted one.
"Compare, Ferdinand, compare. I'm not trying to influence you. Decide for yourself. I don't know what Madame de Pereire may have been telling you, but just take a look. Scrutinize them. Feel their weight. Don't let anything cloud your judgment. The big one is mine, thanks to Taylorism. Look at it. His, without Taylorism, infinitesimal. Compare, that's all. I add nothing. Why confuse you? What interests me is conclusions, conclusions. What can be done, what must be done, with Taylorism. And mark my words, in this field, so inhospitable in its texture, all I have to work with is a mere telluric auxiliary. Auxiliary, I repeat, not the big tornado model. Of course, I must add, there are certain all-important requirements. The roots have to be bearing roots. Ah, yes, bearing roots. And the soil has to be ferrocalcic, if possible with a certain magnesium content. Otherwise you won't get anywhere. So now, judge for yourself. You understand? No? You don't understand? You're like her. You understand nothing. Yes, exactly. You're blind, both of you. But what about that big radish? You see it, don't you? Right there in the palm of your hand? And the little one? You see it, too, don't you? Stunted, dwarfed. This miserable, puny radish. A radish is a perfectly simple matter, isn't it? No, it's not simple? Ah, you disarm me. And a giant radish, Ferdinand? Imagine an enormous radish, say as big as your head. Suppose I take this ludicrous little radish and blow it up to enormous size with telluric blasts. Well, like a balloon, eh? And suppose I make 100,000 more of them, 100,000 radishes, more and more voluminous, and each year as many as I please, 500,000, enormous radishes, as big as pears, as big as pumpkins, radishes such as nobody has ever seen. Why, it's automatic. I eliminate the small radish. I wipe small radishes off the face of the earth. I corner the market. I erect a monopoly. All your measly, undersized vegetables are finished. Unthinkable. Through. All these baubles, these small fry. No more tiny bunches. No more piddling shipments. If they keep, it's only by miracle. It's wasteful, my friend. Anachronistic, shameful. Enormous radishes. That's what I want to see. And here's our slogan. The future belongs to the radish. My radish. And what's going to stand in my way? My market? The whole world. Is my radish nutritious? Tremendously. Radish flour is 50% richer than the other kind. Radicious bread for the army. Far superior to all the wheat of Australia. The analyses bear me out. Well, what do you think of it? Is it beginning to dawn on you? You're not interested. Neither is she, but I am. If I devote myself to the radish, I'm only taking the radish as an example. I might have chosen the turnip, but let's take the radish. The shock value will be greater. So there you are. I'm going into it. To the hilt, do you hear? You catch my meaning?
He's still clutching me. He drags me off toward the view on the south side. From there, it's perfectly true, you could see the whole of Paris. The city was like an enormous animal, sprawled across the horizon. It's black, it's gray, it changes, it smokes, it makes a sad sound, a soft rumbling. It's like a shell. Notches, holes, spines catching at the sky. De Pereire doesn't give a hoot. He's still talking. He harangues the scenery. He hoists himself up on the rail. He deepens his voice. It carries far away. It rolls over quarries and landslides. Look, Ferdinand, look. I open my eyes as wide as they'll go. I make a last effort. I'm really awfully tired. I wish he wouldn't start in again. Farther, Ferdinand, farther. Do you see the city now, at the end? Do you see Paris, the capital? Yes. That's it, all right. They eat, don't they? Yes, Monsieur Cordial. Every day, don't they? Yes. Good. Then listen to me. Silence. He stirs up the air magnificently. He spreads his wings. He opens his cape a little. His gestures are really something. Is he going to fling challenges again? He smiles in anticipation. He's sardonic. He dispels a vision, a phantom. He brushes it aside. He taps his dome. Yes, indeed. Good Lord, he'd been mistaken. He'd been deceiving himself all along. Ah, a big mistake. He questions me. He calls me to witness. So then they eat, Ferdinand? They eat. Yes, indeed, they eat. And I, poor fool, where have I been? Oh, futile courage! But I've been punished, cut to the quick. I bleed, and it serves me right. Forget? Not I. Ho! I'm going to take them as they are, and where they are, in their bellies. Customers by and for the belly. I will address their bellies, Ferdinand. He addresses the city, too, all of it rumbling over yonder in the mist. Whistle, you bitch! Mutter and roar!
Grunt. I hear you. Gluttons. Bottomless pits. All that's going to change, Ferdinand. Gluttons, I tell you.
He calms down. Confidence returns. He smiles at me. He smiles to himself.
Ah, that's a thing of the past. I'll lay to that. You can trust me. You'll be my witness. You can tell the old lady. Ah, the poor darling. Our troubles are over now. I've seen the light. It's all settled. The spirit is victimized. They scoff at the spirit. They persecute me. They spit at me. In the heart of Paris. Good. Very well, so be it. They can all go shit in their hats. They can rot with leprosy. They can stew in 1,000,000 kettles full of snot and cockroaches. I'll stir them myself. Let them pickle. Let them whirl in gangrene. It's too good for the stinkers. If they ask for me, I won't be there. I'm through with the spirit. That's dead and buried. The bowels are the thing, Ferdinand. The gastric ferments. Faugh! I'm going to wallow in their bowel movements. Foo! It's going to be an orgy. You challenge me? Here I stand. I, Courtial, winner of the Popincourt Prize, the Nicham, and all the rest. 1,722 balloon flights. What do I fire my garden with? With radishes. That's right. I'll show you. You too will see me. Oh, Zenith! Oh, my Irene! Oh, my jealous fury! We haven't a moment to lose.
He pondered a while.
In this alluvial gravel? This sandy soil? Never. Here? Bah! I've proved my point. Small-scale farming. I've had enough of it. No time to waste on that.
He started chortling again at the mere thought. It was just too funny.
My, oh my! Take it away.
He swept the poor cottage off the map.
To the country. That's the ticket. The country, that's for me. Open spaces, forests, present, cattle, udders, hay, poultry, if you will. But above all, radishes. Take my word for it, and we'll have all the waves. Every last one, do you hear? Real waves. You'll see, Ferdinand. You'll see it all, the whole works. Orgies of waves.
The old girl was out on her feet. She had braced herself against the fence. She dozed off. I shook her so she'd come in too.
I'll make you a cup of coffee. I think there's some left.
That's what she said, but there was no use looking. He'd drunk it all up, the stinker, and eaten all the leftovers. There was nothing left in the cupboard, not even a crumb of bread. Almost a whole camembert, while the rest of us were starving. He'd even finished off the beans in the pot. Balls, that really pissed me off. We yelled at him to come in.
"I've got to send a wire," he answered from the distance. "I've got to send a wire."
He was out on the road already. He wasn't crazy. We slept all day. We were supposed to leave the day after. It was perfectly true that he'd sold the shack, with a part of the furniture thrown in. The contractor who'd bought it had even coughed up a small advance to make us clear out quicker. He was scared shitless we'd wreck the joint before leaving. That same day, while we were eating lunch, he started pacing up and down in front of our gate. We wouldn't let him in. We'd kicked him out several times. He should let us finish, damn it. That bastard couldn't keep still. He was a horrible sight. He was so frantic he'd rumpled up his hat and was eating the brim, tearing out pieces. He started roaming around again, clutching his hands behind his back, humped over and scowling. He came and went like an animal in a cage, when he had the whole road to himself. And every 5 minutes he'd yell in at us, "Don't go smashing up my crapper. I've seen the bowl. It was in good condition. Watch out for my sink. A new one costs 200 francs. Suddenly he couldn't stand it any more. He came into the garden. He took 3 steps up the path. We all went charging down. We put him out again. He had no right. Courtial was outraged at his unspeakable impudence. "You will take possession at 6 this evening, and not a minute sooner. At nightfall, my dear sir, at nightfall. That was clearly specified in our deal." It was enough to make you lose control. The guy went back to his rounds. He got to grumbling more and more. It was so bad we had to close the window so we could discuss our own affairs in private. How were we going to get out of there? What would be the best place to go? Better than someplace else? How much money had we? Between us, Courtial's and mine. De Pereira's agricultural plans, his radio-terrestrial contraption, were bound to cost us a pretty penny. He swore it wouldn't be expensive. Anyway, it was a venture. We had to take his word for it. He'd already picked a place for his experiment, on the fringe of the Semmelweis department, not too far from Beauvais. A splendid bargain. Still, according to him, a farm they'd let us have for a song. Anyway, he'd just about settled with the agency. The rotter was wrapping us up. He'd conned us into this thing. He'd wired. He showed us an ad out of some paper, the Echo of the Soil. He got a kick out of watching our faces as we listened to him. The old cutie and I weren't looking very good. "Lot for several tenants, southern exposure. Market gardening preferred but not required. Buildings in perfect repair, etc." Chin up, damn it! What did you expect me to find? A chalet in the Bois de Boulogne? In Bagatelle? You should have told me. Why, this was a stroke of luck, on the property for sale page. He was delighted at the prospect. He knew how to read between the lines. It was now or never. In the course of our lunch, the buyer of our cottage got noisier than ever. He clutched the gate. We really felt sorry for him, with his eyes popping out of his head, slithering down over his cheeks. He'd hollered so much he couldn't close his mouth. He was coming all over bubbles. He'd never hold out till 6 o'clock. His greed was something awful. Have pity, he begged. Courtial had to hurry through his cheese and run over to the telegraph office to confirm his option. We let our buyer in. The poor bastard was so grateful he licked the terrace steps. Madame de Pereira and I began to pack up, to collect all the clothes, the pots and pans, the mattresses, all the stuff that hadn't been sold, everything we were taking away with us on our venture. In addition, under cover of darkness, I was to do a little reconnoitering around the Arcade Montpensier, to see if maybe there wasn't something I could salvage, to try and rescue our brand-new mimeograph machine, our pride and joy, and really indispensable, and the little Myrmidor oil stove, and maybe 3 or 4 gross of old pamphlets, especially the cosmogonies on alpha paper that Courtial set so much store by. Maybe those brutes hadn't had the time or chance to destroy everything, to wreck the whole place. Maybe a little something was left under the rubble. And the miniature altimeter, a gift from South America. Courtial would feel very badly if that couldn't be saved. Anyway, I'd give it a try. It was all right with me. The part I didn't like was that she wanted to come along. She didn't quite trust me. She wanted to see for herself. In case there was something to be saved, she thought I'd better not be alone.
"I'll go too, Ferdinand. I'll go with you."
She hadn't seen the disaster with her own eyes. She still had some hope. Maybe she thought we were pulling a fast one. Courtial came back from the post office. Me and Madame de Pereira went to the bedroom to empty the last cupboards. Now it was his turn to argue with that drip, who kept protesting that we were breaking the contract. We almost had to fight to recover our clothes and a few extra towels. Taking possession had made him bumptious. We threw him out again to teach him good manners. Then the lug began shaking the bars so hard that the whole gate fell down. He got wedged under it. He was caught like a rat. I'd never seen a man in such awful convulsions. He was some buyer. He was so fouled up he didn't even notice when the old lady and I shoved off. We took a local. It was very late when we got to Paris. We made it fast. We didn't see a soul in the arcades of the Palais. The neighboring shops were all closed up tight. Ours was nothing but a hole, an enormous yawning chasm, a pit with big wobbly beams across it. Finally, the old lady got it through her head that this was a real disaster, that nothing was left of the Jeannettron, that we hadn't been kidding, all a rotten, stinking mess. We bent down over the hole and took a good look at the wreckage. We even managed to recognize some big chunks of our Alcazar, the investor's corner, under the huge avalanche of cardboard and garbage. That terrible bell was there, too, the catapult. It had sunk in sideways, between the scaffolding and the cellar. Actually, it plugged up the whole crevasse. When old lady Courtial saw that, she still wanted to go down under and take a look. She was sure we'd find something worth saving. I warned her of the danger. One touch could bring down the whole mountain. She'd be squashed flat. She insisted. She did a balancing act on a loose joist. I held her by the hand from up top. Watching her swaying over the void, my cock went limp. She'd hiked up her skirts and tied them around her waist. She saw a crack between the wall and the bell. She slipped in all by herself. She disappeared in the darkness. I heard her rummaging around at the bottom of the abyss. Then I sang out. I was too scared. My voice echoed like in a cave. She didn't answer. Half an hour later, she appeared in the opening. She called me to come and help her. Luckily, I managed to grab her by the handles of her smock. I hoisted with all my might. She came up. She was tangled up in a pile of truck, all one enormous bundle. I hoisted the whole thing up on the edge. It was very hard going. There was plenty of resistance. I saw she was pulling one more thing behind her. A big chunk of balloon. A whole slice of the Archimedes. A big wide flap. The red strip I'd taken patches out of. I knew that rag well. I'd hidden it myself between the gas meter and the transom. She had a wonderful memory. She was as happy as a lark.
"It'll come in handy, you know,"
she said briskly.
"It's real rubber, so no cheap imitation. You can't imagine how strong it is."
"Sure," I said. "Of course." I knew all right. I'd taken enough hunks out of it to patch up the other one with. In any case, it was heavy and bulky. Even folded as small as it would go, it was quite a package, as tall and almost as heavy as a man. She refused to abandon it. We had to take it with us. "Well, anyway, we better hurry," I say. She was mighty strong. She hoisted it up on her back and carried it. I took her as far as the Rue Radziwill in a big hurry. When we got there, I said, "You go ahead, madame, but don't hurry any more. Take your time. Stop on every corner. Watch out for the traffic. You've got plenty of time. I'll join you on the Rue Lafayette. I've got to look in at the insurrection. It's just as well they don't see you. I left a key with the waiter, the key to the attic. I'd like to take another look up there." This was only a pretext for going back a while. I wanted to look around under the arcades. I thought maybe I'd run across Violette. Lately, she'd been hanging out mostly over by the Galerie Coloniale, past the scales. She sights me from a distance.
"Yoo-hoo,"
she goes and comes running over. She'd seen me with the old lady. She'd been afraid to show herself. So then we had a good chance to talk, and she told me all the dirt, everything that had been going on since we left, since the disaster. What a mess. Trouble the whole time. The cops had been asking thousands of questions, even of the whores, the screwiest stuff about our habits. Did we sell junk? Did we get ourselves buggered? Were we taking bets? Did we sell dirty pictures? Did foreigners come around? Did we have any revolvers? Were we seeing anarchists? The girls were scared pink. They were afraid to hang around near our wreckage. They were doing the other galleries now. They were scared of having their cards taken away. That's what it meant to them. Everybody was complaining. All the shopkeepers in the neighborhood were sore, too. They really had it in for us. You can't imagine. They were in a boiling lather. A petition had been sent to the prefect of the Seine department to have the Palais Royal cleaned up. They were sick of living in a hotbed of debauchery. Their business was ruined already. They didn't want to be corrupted by extra bad eggs like us. Violette liked me fine. She'd have liked me to stay on. But she was convinced that if we came back in the neighborhood, there'd be an awful stink and we'd be snagged in 2 seconds flat. That was definite and no use arguing. The only thing we could do was clear out, make ourselves scarce. Why ask for trouble? That's what I thought, too. We just had to blow. But what about me? What was I going to do? What kind of work? She was kind of worried about that. I couldn't tell her much. I didn't know myself. Except it would be in the country, that was sure. When she heard that, she said right away that she'd manage to come and see me, especially if she got sick again. It happened now and then. Then she always had to go away for at least 2-3 weeks, not just on account of her sickness, but for her lungs, too. She'd been spitting blood. In the country, she stopped spitting. It was perfect. She gained a couple of pounds a day. So that's how we left it. That's what we agreed between us. But I was to write her first in care of general delivery. Circumstances prevented me. We had so much trouble. I didn't keep my word. I always kept putting off my letter until the following week. I didn't go back to the Palais until years later. That was during the war. I didn't find her with the other girls. I asked them all. Even her name, Violette, didn't register. Nobody remembered. They were all new. So that night I left her on the run. I had to make it fast, that's a sure thing. I wanted to drop by the Passage Beresina to tell my folks I was leaving town with Desperer, so they wouldn't start acting up and put the bulls on my trail. When I got there, my mother was still in the shop straightening out her junk. She'd come home from peddling her selection around Les Ternes. My father came downstairs. He'd heard us talking. I hadn't seen him in 2 years. Gaslight always makes people look green, but his pallor was something awful. On account of the surprise, maybe, he began to stammer so bad he had to stop talking. He couldn't say a single word more. He couldn't understand, either, what I was trying like mad to explain, that I was going away to the country. He wasn't against it, not in the least. They didn't care what happened, as long as I didn't go broke on their hands. As long as I made some kind of a living, here or somewhere else, it didn't matter how. It was all one to them, in the Ile-de-France or the Congo. It was no skin off their ass. My father looked lost in his old clothes. Especially his pants had nothing to hold on by. He got so thin, his head was so shrunk, his big cap floated around on his bean. It slid down over his eyes. He looked at me from underneath. He couldn't catch the meaning of what I was saying. I kept repeating that I thought there was a future for me in farming. Ah, he said. He wasn't even surprised. "Say, Clemence, I had a bad headache this afternoon. That's a funny thing. It wasn't hot, was it?" That still had him puzzled. He thought of nothing but his ailments. He couldn't take any interest in whether I stayed or went or where to. He had trouble enough, especially since his bad setback at Connivance Fire Insurance. He couldn't stop mulling it over. He was still going through hell at Coccinelle. They were always stepping on his feet. It was as bad as ever. He was so miserable that some weeks he didn't shave at all. He was too shaken. He refused to change his shirt. They hadn't eaten yet when I got there. She told me about the hard times, the trouble they were having in the store. She set the table. She limped kind of differently, maybe a little less. Even so, she had a good deal of pain, but mostly in the left leg now. She kept sniffling and making sounds with her mouth the minute she sat down to ease her pain. He'd just come back from his errands, from making a few deliveries. He was very weak. He was sweating more and more. He sat down with us. He didn't talk. He didn't burp. All he did was eat very slowly. There were leaks. From time to time, by fits and starts, he'd come to life a little. Actually, it happened only twice while I was there. He'd start muttering hoarse, low curses into his plate. Christ almighty, shit, piss, and corruption. He'd grumble some more. He'd get up. He left the table. He went off, teetering, as far as the little partition that separated us from the kitchen. It was as thin as an onion peel. He'd haul off and hit it 2 or 3 times. That was the best he could do. He'd retreat backward. He'd flop on his stool, looking down at the tiles, way down below, his arms dangling. My mother gently put his cap straight. She motioned me to look away. She was used to it by now. Actually, it couldn't have bothered him any more. He didn't really catch on. He was too wrapped up in his troubles at the office. There was no room in his dome for anything else. For the last 2 months he hadn't been sleeping more than an hour a night. His head was all tied up with worry like a bundle. He wasn't interested in anything else. He didn't even care what went on in their business. He didn't want to hear about it. That suited my mother fine. I really didn't know what to do. I felt like a sore finger. I was afraid to move. Even so, I tried to tell them a little about myself, my little adventures. Not the whole truth, just a few things to entertain them, a little innocent horseplay to break the embarrassment. Christ, what a face they made, just because I was joking. The effect was exactly the opposite. Hell, that griped me. I was beginning to get sore, too. I had my troubles, too, damn it all. I was in a jam, too, just as bad as they were. I hadn't come to beg, either for dough or for food. I wasn't asking them for anything. Only I didn't want to join in their lousy belly-aching. I didn't feel like crying into the soup or grazing on their troubles. I hadn't come to be comforted, or to complain either. I'd simply come to say goodbye, shit and period. They might have been pleased. One time, just as a joke, I said, I'll send you some morning glory seeds from the country. They'll grow fine up in the attic. They'll climb over the glass roof. I was saying anything that came into my head.
It's easy to see that you're not the one that toils and struggles around here, that you don't have to work your fingers to the bone trying to meet our obligations. It's a fine thing to be carefree.
Balls! All the hardship and misery, all the sickening trials were for them. Mine didn't exist by comparison. If I got into a jam, it was all my fault. According to them, the stinkers, oh, the shame of it. They had their nerve with them. Balls and counterballs. Whereas they were innocent victims, martyrs forever. There was no comparison. It was all very well to be young, but I'd better watch my step, or I'd go wrong for good. My business was to listen, and to profit by their example, forever and ever. Hell's bells and never a moment's doubt. Just watching me there at table in front of my beans, there was Swiss cheese afterwards, the whole past came back to Mamma. She had a hard time holding back the tears. Her voice cracked, and anyway she preferred not to say anything. That was a real sacrifice. I'd have gladly asked forgiveness for all my faults, my capricious behavior, my unspeakable debauchery, my disastrous crimes, if that could have cheered her up. If that was the only thing that made her start moaning again. If that was all that was breaking her heart. I'd have begged her forgiveness and shoved off right away. I'd have ended up by admitting that I was incredibly lucky, that I was too spoiled for words, that I spent my time having fun. Sure, I'd have said anything at all to get it over with. I was looking toward the door, but she motioned me to stay. He went up to his room. He wasn't feeling at all well. He clutched the banister. It took him at least 5 minutes to climb the 3 flights. And then, once we were alone, her misery started up worse than ever. She gave me all the details. What she was doing now to make ends meet, her new racket. She went out every morning for a lace house. In 3 months she'd made almost 200 francs in commissions. In the afternoon she doctored herself. She stayed in the store with her leg on a chair. She wouldn't see Capron any more. He went on telling her to keep still. Why, she had to keep moving. It was all she had to live for. She preferred to treat herself by the Raspail method. She'd bought his book. She knew all the herb teas, all the mixtures and infusions. And she had oil of mignonette to massage her leg with at night. She got boils even so, but the pain was bearable and the swelling wasn't too bad. They burst almost immediately. They didn't keep her from walking, that was the main thing. She showed me her leg. The flesh was all creased, as if it had been wound around a stick from the knee down, and yellow, with big scabs in places that were running.
It's nothing once they begin to drain. It's a relief. It feels better. But before that it's terrible, while they're still all purple, while they're closed. Luckily I have my poultice. Without it I don't know what I'd do. You can't imagine what a help it is. Without it I'd be an invalid.
And then she told me some more about Auguste, how he was making a wreck of himself. He'd lost control of his nerves and his terrors at night. The worst was his fear of being fired. It woke him up in a panic. He'd jump out of bed. "Help, help," he'd scream. The last time so loud that all the people in the passage had started up. For a moment they'd thought it was a fight, that I'd come back to strangle him. They'd all come running. When Papa had his fits, he didn't know what was going on. They'd had a time getting him back into bed. They'd had to put cold towels on his head for several hours. Ever since he began having those fits, they were getting more and more exhausting. Life had been a torment. He never came out of his nightmare. He didn't know what he was saying. He didn't recognize people anymore. He couldn't tell the neighbors apart. He was terribly afraid of cars. Often in the morning, when he hadn't slept at night, she'd take him to the door of the insurance company, at 34 Rue de Trèves. But her troubles weren't over. She'd have to go in and ask the concierge if there was anything new, if he hadn't heard anything about my father, if he hadn't been dismissed. He couldn't distinguish between real and imaginary any more. If not for her, it was perfectly certain he'd never have gone back. But then he'd have gone crazy, loony with despair, beyond the shadow of a doubt. It took a terrible balancing act to keep him from going under completely. And she did all the acrobatics, screwing his knob back on again. She couldn't let the grass grow under her feet. And what with the meals in addition, they didn't cook themselves, and then she had to go running to the other end of Paris, with her lace, finding customers, hurry. With all that, she still managed to open our store, for a few hours in the afternoon. She didn't mind if things were slow in the shop as long as it didn't go under completely. And at night the whole thing to start over again. So his fears wouldn't get any worse, so his terror wouldn't increase, she put a little lamp on a table in the middle of the room, turned down low. And besides, so's he could go to sleep a little faster, she plugged his ears with little wads of cotton dipped in Vaseline. He started up at the slightest sound, if anybody walked through the passage, and it started in again early in the morning with the milkman. It echoed terribly on account of the glass roof. But with the wads of cotton it was a little better. He said so himself. Naturally, it's not hard to see, my mother was more awfully worn out than ever from having to keep holding my father up all the time, day and night. She was always at her post, bolstering his morale, warding off his obsessions. Well, actually, she didn't feel too sorry for herself. If I hadn't been cussed, if I'd shown some sign of repentance, of acknowledging all my vices, my stinking ingratitude, it would have been balm for her. That was plain. She'd have been comforted. She'd have said to herself, "Ah, my boy, you've still a chance or two left. All hope isn't lost. His heart isn't all stone. He's not so debased, so absolutely incurable. Maybe he'll snap out of it." It would have been a light in her distress, a delicious consolation. But I wasn't in the mood. Even if I'd done my damnedest, I'd never have gotten it out. I couldn't have made it. Of course I felt sorry. Of course I saw how unhappy she was. That was God's truth. If I felt bad, it wasn't to go blabbing it out, and especially not to her. And besides, after all, when I was a kid in their house and didn't know from nothing, who always got it in the neck? It wasn't just her. It was me, too. Me the whole time. I got the lickings. Childhood? Shit. Yes, sure, she was always devoted. She sacrificed herself. Okay. It made me sick to be thinking of all that so hard. But hell, it was her fault, too. I never thought about it all by myself. That was the worst part of it, worse than all the rest of the crummy business. It was no use my trying to say something. She turned on me with a look of distress, as though I'd beaten her. It was best I clear out. We'd start fighting again. But I let her pour her heart out. I didn't open my mouth. Sure, help yourself. It's free of charge. She took a good slice. She gave me plenty of advice. All those excellent precepts, I heard them again. Everything that was indispensable to uplift my morality, to make me stop giving in to my low instincts, to make me learn from good examples and imitate them. She saw I was holding myself in, that I didn't want to answer. So she changed her tune. She was afraid of making me mad. She tried cajolery. She went to the sideboard and brought out a bottle of syrup. It was for me to take to the country, as long as I was going, and then a bottle of tonic to build me up. She couldn't help harping on my terrible habit of eating too fast. I'd ruin my stomach. And finally she asked me if I didn't need money, for the trip or something else. No, I said, we've got all we need. I even showed her the capital. I had it all in 100-franc bills. See? In conclusion, I promised to write, to let them know how our farming panned out. She didn't understand about such things. That was an unknown world. She put her trust in my boss. I was right next to the stairs. I got up. I tied my bundle.
"Maybe after all it's better not to wake your father up now. What do you think? Maybe he's asleep. Don't you think so? You saw how the slightest excitement upsets him. I'm afraid it'll throw him off again to see you leave. Doesn't it seem wiser? Suppose he had another attack like 3 weeks ago. I'd never get him to sleep again. I'd do anything to prevent that from happening."
I was of the same opinion. It struck me as perfectly reasonable to clear out quietly, while the wind was right. We whispered goodbye. She gave me a little advice about my underwear. I didn't listen to the end. I slipped into the passage and then galloped out to the street. I hightailed it. I was late, very late, in fact. It was exactly midnight by the gilded dial of the Crédit Lyonnais. Cordial and his old cutie had been waiting for me for 2 solid hours outside the church of Saint-Vincent-du-Pôle, with their pushcart. I climbed the whole length of the Rue d'Hauteville in high. I could see them in the distance under a gas lamp. It was an honest-to-God moving. He'd brought the whole works. He'd really sweated for once in his life. He must have cleaned out the homestead regardless and notwithstanding. He'd had to murder the old punk. Not for real. The cart was so loaded full of junk it was sagging. The dynamo and the motor were under the mattresses and the clothes. The double curtains, the whole kitchen. He'd saved as much as possible. You had to hand it to him. He was wearing a new frock coat I'd never seen. I wondered where he'd found it. It was pearl gray. I remarked on it. It was from his younger days. He'd pinned up the tails. The old lady wasn't wearing her hydrangea and cherry hat. It was perched on top of the cart, for safekeeping. Instead, she'd put on a real pretty Andalusian shawl, all embroidered in bright colors. It looked good under the street lamp. She told me it was really the best thing for long trips. It protected the hair. Well, there we were, finally. After some discussion about an obsolete timetable, we started off very slowly. Frankly, I was happy. The Rue Lafayette is steep, especially between the church and the corner drugstore. We couldn't lay down on the job. De Pereire had harnessed himself to the cart. The old bag and I pushed from behind, and, "Come on, kid," and, "I know you got it in you," and, "Keep her rolling," and, "Never say die." The only trouble was that we'd lost too much time. We missed our train. It was my fault. We could forget about the 12:40. Now it was the 2:12, the first of the day. So now we were ahead of time, pretty near 50 minutes. We had plenty of time to take our dolly apart. It was the folding, reversible type, and load all our stuff, again, into the freight car at the tail of the train. After that, we still had time enough to blow ourselves to some mud, 2 cups with milk, a mazagran, and a breakfast coffee, all in a row, at the spiffy terminus. We were nuts about coffee, all 3 of us, really gone. And I had the treasury. We got out in Person-la-Rivière. It was a sweet little village between 2 hills and some woods. The chateau with turrets provided the finishing touch. The dam below the houses made a majestic roar. All in all, it was very pretty. We could have picked worse, even for a vacation. I said as much to the old battle-axe. But she was out of sorts. We had a hell of a time with our stuff, getting our motor out of the freight car. We had to ask for help. The station master looked our paraphernalia over. He thought we were itinerants, come for the fair, to put on movie shows. He judged by our rig. For the fair, we'd have to come back another time. It was over 2 weeks ago. De Pereire didn't like leaving him with the wrong idea. He put the little jerk straight right away, told him all about our projects. He wanted to speak to the notary, immediately. This was no laughing matter. It was an agricultural revolution. A crowd of yokels started poking into our stuff. They clustered around the tarp. They made a lot of remarks about our apparatus. On the road, the 3 of us by ourselves couldn't make it. The cart was too damn heavy. We'd noticed that on the Rue Lafayette. And our agricultural hole was too far away. We needed a horse at least. Right away, those hicks put up a remarkable show of inertia. Finally, we were able to start out. Once settled on the seat, our cutie lit up a good pipe. Our hangers-on laid bets that she was a man dressed like a woman. To reach our property at Blême-le-Petit, it was still 7 miles, with plenty of hills. They warned us at Person. De Pereire had already collected piles of dope, going around from one group to another. It hadn't taken him long to sign all the papers. He'd hurried the notary. Now he was prospecting the green hills from the top of the cart. We'd given one of the peasants a lift. With the map spread out on his knees, Courtial never stopped talking once the whole time. He commented on every rise, every roll in the ground. He searched for every last brook, in the distance with his hand over his eyes. He didn't always find them. He gave us a regular lecture that went on at least 2 solid hours, bumpity-bump, on the potentialities, the lag in development, the agricultural splendors and weaknesses of a region whose metallo-geodesic infrastructure didn't entirely suit him. Oh, no. He told us right off and several times over. He'd have to make his analyses before throwing himself into this thing. It was a beautiful day. At Blême-le-Petit, things weren't exactly the way the notary had said. It took us 2 whole days to find out. The farm was plenty run down. That much had been stated in the papers. The old man who'd had it last had died only 2 months before, and nobody in the whole family had wanted to take over. It seemed that nobody wanted the land, or the shanty, or even the village. We looked over some of the other shacks a little farther on. We knocked at all the doors. We went into the barns. There was no sign of life. Finally, near the watering trough, in some kind of a shed, we found 2 old customers so old they couldn't leave the place. They were almost blind and completely deaf. They kept pissing on each other. That seemed to be their only amusement. We tried to talk to them. They couldn't think of anything to say. They made signs that we should go away and leave them alone. They'd lost the habit of anybody coming to see them. We frightened them. It didn't look very promising to me, that deserted village, all those half-open doors, those 2 old folks who didn't like us, and the owls all over the place. De Pereire, on the contrary, thought it was perfectly splendid. He felt invigorated by the country air. First thing, he wanted to dress the part. He'd lost his Panama, so he had to borrow a hat from our old sweetie, an enormous soft straw number with a chin strap. He kept on his frock coat, the beautiful gray one, plus a soft shirt and a pair of wooden shoes that he never really got used to. When he took a long walk through the fields, he always came home barefoot, and so as to look really like a tiller of the soil, he never forgot his spade. He carried it jauntily over his right shoulder. Spade at the ready, he went out every afternoon to inspect the fallow fields, looking for a suitable place to plant radishes. Madame de Pereire kept busy on her own hook. She did the errands and kept the house, and most of all she went to the market in Person twice a week. She did the cooking. She repaired things and made the place halfway livable. Cooking in the hearth was an awful business. We wouldn't have eaten if not for her. Just to make an omelet, you had to light the fire so many times, the logs, the embers. You lost your appetite. The 2 of us, Pereire and me, didn't get up very early, I've got to admit. Even that made her gripe. She always wanted us to be getting a move on, to be doing something really useful. But once we'd gone out, we didn't feel like coming back. Then she got mad again, poor old thing, wondering what we were doing so long outside. De Pereire enjoyed our big excursions. Every day he discovered new aspects of the countryside, and in the afternoon again, thanks to his map, he could be as instructive as hell. Now and then, at the edge of the woods, or on some slope, we'd make ourselves comfortable, as soon as a little heat came on. We always had a few bottles of beer. Pereire was free to meditate. I didn't bother him much. He talked to himself, with his spade in the ground, dug in right beside us. The time passed pleasantly. It was a real change, the peace, the quiet of the woods. But the dough was going out fast. She was getting worried. She went over the accounts every night. In the matter of dress, I wasn't long in adapting myself. Little by little, the soil gets you. You forget about the non-essentials. In the end, I worked out a rugged little outfit consisting of bicycle pants and a spring overcoat with the tails cut to half length that I tucked into my baggy pants. Kind of warm, but comfortable. I could be recognized a mile away. The whole thing decorated with lengths of string, with ingenious props. The old cutie came around to our way of thinking. She wore pants, too, like a man. She didn't have a skirt to her name, anyway. She thought it was handier. She went to market that way, too. The school kids waited for her on the way into town. They hooted at her. They bombarded her with cow flop and broken bottles and big stones. It ended in a fight. She didn't take it lying down. The cops stepped in. They asked for her papers. She was very high and mighty.
"I'm an honest woman, messieurs. You can follow me home."
They weren't in the mood. It was a beautiful summer. You really couldn't imagine it would ever end. The heat makes for idleness. De Pereire and I, after his pousse café, we'd head for the fields, and all afternoon we'd wander aimlessly over hill and furrow. If we ran into a yokel, we'd give him a polite good day. Our life was mighty pleasant. It reminded us of the happy days with the balloon. But we had to be careful not to talk about our stratospheric setbacks in front of Madame de Pereire, or about the enthusiast, or the Archimedes, or she'd burst into tears. She couldn't contain her grief. She treated us like dirt. We mostly talked about one thing and another. We couldn't stir up the past, and we had to watch our step with the future. We could only mention it with kid gloves. The future was ticklish, too. Ours was vague. It didn't stand out very clearly. Courtial was still hesitating. He preferred to wait a little longer. He didn't want to dive in until he felt perfectly sure. Between meditations, in the course of our afternoon wanderings, he'd prospect around with his spade. He'd bend down to examine, weigh, scrutinize the fresh earth he'd stirred up. He'd crush it into a powder. He'd filter it between his fingers as if looking for gold. Finally, he'd clap his hands and blow on them hard. It would all fly away. He'd frown.
"This soil isn't so hot, Ferdinand. It's not rich. I'm mighty scared about radishes. Maybe artichokes, and even then I wouldn't be too sure. My, oh my, there's an awful lot of magnesium in it."
We'd start off again, undecided. At table, his wife asked us for the 100th time if we'd picked our vegetable, if we'd finally made up our minds, if maybe it wasn't high time. She suggested beans. She didn't put it very tactfully, I've got to admit. Hearing a thing like that made Courtial jump sky high.
"Beans? Beans? Here? In these rifts? Did you hear that, Ferdinand? Beans? In a soil without manganese? Why not peas or eggplant while you're at it? Oh, this is too much."
He was scandalized.
"Vermicelli, that's the thing. Or truffles. Say, what about truffles?"
He'd thump around the house for hours, grumbling like a bear. The indignation aroused by an unwarranted suggestion was good for a long session. On that score he was uncompromising. Free deliberation, scientific selection. She'd go off to bed all alone in her windowless cubbyhole, a kind of alcove she'd fixed up for herself, far from the murderous drafts, between the threshing machine and the kneading trough. You could hear her sobbing through the partition. He was pretty rough on her. You couldn't say she was ever short on courage or perseverance. or self-abnegation. Not once. She did wonders reclaiming that old shack. She never stopped fixing. Nothing worked, neither the pump nor the mill that was supposed to run the water. The hearth crumbled into the soup. She had to putty all the chinks in the walls, plug up all the holes, all the cracks in the fireplace, patch up the shutters, put on new tiles. She climbed up on the eaves. But at the first storm a lot of rain came into the rooms irregardless, through the holes in the roof. We put glasses underneath, one for each stream. All those repairs and alterations were a rough job, no petty tinkering. She changed the enormous hinges on the big barn door. Carpentry, locksmithing, nothing fazed her. She got to be real good at it, a regular mechanic. And in addition, of course, all the housekeeping and cooking were her department. She said so herself. No line of work bothered her except the laundry. There got to be less and less of that. Our wardrobe was rock bottom, hardly any shirts, and no shoes at all. Plugging the chinks in those thick walls, she kind of fouled up. Her plaster wasn't right. De Pereire was critical. He thought we should do it over. But we had other worries. Anyway, we certainly had her to thank if that mangy den finally began to look like something, more or less. It was a ruin, even so. Whatever you did to patch it up, it kept falling apart. Our old lady was heroic, all right, but that operation with her ovaries kept bothering her more and more. Maybe the overwork. She sweated like a waterfall. Her mustache dripped. She was all flushed and congested. By the end of the day she was so het up, exasperated from waiting, that at the least misplaced word, bam, the storm broke. She'd blow her top. She'd be waiting there all tensed up. She'd explode over nothing. The tirades were endless. What we mostly had to avoid was the slightest allusion to the good old days in Montretout. She had that on her esophagus. It gnawed at her like a tumor. If a single word escaped us on the subject, she called us every name in the calendar. She said it was a plot. She called us bloodsuckers, homos, vampires. We had to put her to bed by force. De Pereire's problem was still making up his mind about his precious vegetable. We had to think of something else. We were beginning to have our doubts about radishes. What vegetable should we try? Which would be right for radiotellurism, and grow to 10 times its normal bulk? And where to plant? That was no small question. It would require minute investigation. We'd already spaded up samples of every field for 10 miles around. We weren't going into this thing with our eyes closed. We were thinking it over, that's all. One day, in the course of our explorations, we came across a really sweet little village in the opposite direction from Persan, on the way south, Salégon-en-Mellois. It was pretty far on foot, at least 2 good hours from Blême-le-Petit. That was one hideout where our old lady wouldn't ever think of tracking us down. The soil around Mellois, Courtial discovered right away, was much richer than ours in radiometallic content, and consequently he figured infinitely more fertile. It would yield quicker results. We came back to study it almost every afternoon. The remarkable thing about that soil was its cadmio-potassic and its special calcium. He could tell by the feel and even more by the smell. Its composition seems to have been simply amazing. De Pereire sniffed it out right away. Thinking it over, he even began to wonder if it mightn't be too rich in telluric catalyst. If we mightn't get concentration so powerful as to make our vegetables burst, to make their pulp explode. That was the danger, the one questionable point. He had a hunch. In that case, we'd have to give up the idea of growing small, early vegetables in this coarse ground that was really too rich. Choose something coarse, something vulgar and resistant. Pumpkins, for instance. But who'd buy them? A single pumpkin for a whole city? A monumental pumpkin? The market wouldn't absorb them all. It was time we put our heads together. New problems to face. It's always like that with action. In this burg of Saligon, they served mostly cider in the cafes. And it didn't taste like piss, which you've got to admit is very unusual way out in the sticks. It went to your head, kind of, especially the sparkling kind. We got to drinking quite a lot of it on our prospecting tours. That was in the Big Ball, the only tavern in the place. We got to going there more and more. It was conveniently located right near the cattle market. We learned about local customs from listening to the Hicks. De Pereire made a beeline for the Paris sport. He'd been deprived of it for a long time. He talked to everybody, in exchange for advice about farming, little lessons about livestock. He was able to give them dope, some really ingenious pointers about placing bets in Vincennes, even from miles away. He made fine connections. This was a hangout for cattlemen. I let him talk. The maid suited me fine. Her ass was so muscular it was almost square. Her tits, too. You can't imagine how hard they were. The more you shook them, the harder they got. They were solid rock. Nobody'd ever licked her crack. I showed her the whole business, all I knew. It was magnetic. She wanted to throw up her job at the bar and come back to the farm with us. That wouldn't have gone down with old Lady de Pereire, especially as she was beginning to smell something fishy. It seemed to her that we were spending a lot of time around this Mellois. It didn't look kosher. She asked us some tough questions. We were stumped. She set less and less store by our prospecting for vegetables. She was getting persnickety. The summer was getting ahead fast. It would be harvest time pretty soon. Hell! At the big ball, a sudden change came over the peasants. They got mighty weird. Between drinks, they read the Paris racing news. De Pereire was kept busy. He sent their little bets, never more than 5 francs each, to his old pal in an envelope. 50 francs was the limit. He wouldn't take more. Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. Always through formerly at the insurrection. We kept 25 centimes a bet. That was our little rake-off. I taught the maid, the ironclad Agathe, how to keep from having babies. I showed her that it's even more terrific from behind. After that, she was really crazy about me. She wanted to do everything for me. I passed her on some to Courtial to show him how well I'd trained her. She was willing. She'd have gone into a house if I'd only said the word. It couldn't have been my clothes that sent her. We'd have scared sparrows away. Nor my dough. We never gave her a cent. It was for the prestige of Paris. That's the long and the short of it. But when we got back at night, the hullabaloo was worse and worse. Irene was no joke. We got in later and later. We were in for some wild tantrums, horrible sessions. She tore out her hair to the blood, by the handful, by the bucket, because he couldn't make up his mind about the right vegetable and his maximum soil. The old girl had started working in the fields all by herself. She spaded up the ground pretty good. She still couldn't make a furrow quite straight, but for application she was tops. She'd get there. She was mighty good at clearing brush. If she wanted to build up her muscles, there was plenty of room, just about anywhere. In Blême-le-Petit there was nothing to stand in your way. The whole region was fallow, to the right, to the north, south, or left. There were no neighbors on the west either. The whole place was a desert, parched, perfectly arid.
"You're wearing yourself out, Angel Pie,"
Courtial would sing out in the middle of the night when we'd find her on the job still spading up the ground.
"You're wearing yourself out. It's no use. This soil is hopeless. I keep trying to tell you. Even the peasants have gradually given it up. My feeling is that they'll shift to cattle, but even there, I don't know. cattle on these plains, with the marly subsoil, the calcico-potassic seams? I can't see them getting anywhere. It's a perilous undertaking, beset with enormous hazards, abominable difficulties. I can see it all. Irrigate such gook? My, oh my.
What about you, you big lug? Who's going to irrigate you? Will you tell me that? Go on, I'm listening.
He refused to say another word. He dashed into the house. I still had work to do. Every night when we got in, I had to classify the day's samples on separate boards, strewn around the kitchen in little bags. They dried all over the place. Samples of the whole country for 15 miles around. There'd be plenty to choose from when the time came. But our richest selection was certainly from Saligon. Little by little, we'd gotten popular at the big ball. Our friendly drunks had developed a keen taste for the races. We even had to preach moderation. They didn't care how they risked their dough. They'd put 15 francs on a single pony. Those kind of bets we turned down flat. We didn't want to get any more people too down on us. We played it safe and cautious. Agathe, the maid, was having a fine time. She was really enjoying herself, turning into a whore right there on the premises. What bothered us more was our battle-axe's spells. Her fits and ultimatums were more than we could take. She was getting on our nerves. On one little point, though, de Pereire had changed his tactics. He stopped ragging her when he found her toiling. He encouraged her to dig. He egged her on. And actually, patch by patch, week by week, she spaded up enormous areas. Sure, she was a holy terror. But if she ever stopped working, it was a damn sight worse. She was fed up with our shilly-shallying. She did the deciding. Potatoes. We couldn't stop her. In the long run, she decided, that was the ideal vegetable. She got to work right away. She didn't ask for our opinion. Once her tubers were planted, huge fields of them, she went telling everybody in person, on her way in, on her way back, that we were experimenting with giant potatoes, obtained with electrical waves. The news traveled like gunpowder. At the big ball in the afternoon, they bombarded us with questions. Up to that point, they'd liked us fine. We'd minded our own business at the other end of the county. The local hicks had welcomed us and treated us all right. They'd even expected us every afternoon. And now they began to give us the cold stare. This farming of ours looked fishy to them. They were jealous right away. Spuds, they started calling us. We couldn't goof off any more. The old cutie had gradually turned into a real terror. Now that she'd spaded up several acres of land all by herself, she was really leading us a life. We were afraid to say a word to her. She threatened to follow us if we went out bumming, if we didn't get to work within 24 hours. Our vacation was over. We had to get started, to haul the motor and the dynamo out from under the tarp. We cleaned the rust off the big flywheel. We started her up a little. We drew up a nifty-looking table of resistances. We let it go at that. Anyway, we saw we wouldn't have wire enough. We needed a hell of a lot of it, spools and spools to zigzag back and forth between the rows of potatoes all over the plantation. 1,500 feet wouldn't be enough. We needed miles. Otherwise it would never work. Without wire, no radiotellurisim, no intensive cultivation, no cathode rays. Wire was absolutely indispensable. Actually, it wasn't so bad. At first, we thought that lousy wire would be the perfect excuse, the airtight alibi, that the price of the stuff would scare our old lady out of this vital purchase, that she'd stop to think and leave us alone a while. But nothing doing. On the contrary. If anything, it made her madder. She threatened that if we farted around any more, if we kept letting things ride, she'd go to Saligon on her own and set up as a midwife, no later than next week. Love had flown out the window. She was bluffing, but even with the best of intentions, we hadn't enough money left for such expensive purchases. Great God, they'd ruin us. And who'd give us credit? It was no use trying. On the other hand, we couldn't very well let the old girl in on our exact situation. Especially, we couldn't tell her we'd just blown our last little reserves, what was left from the Sky Pilot playing the races by mail. Well, anyway, we'd lost it. It was certainly a terrible blow. The end of our scheme. An intolerable cataclysm. We were really in a jam. Now that she was sold on potatoes, she was getting absolutely fanatical and intolerant. It was getting to be exactly the same as the balloon, or her cottage in Montretout. She couldn't be budged. Once she threw herself into something, she latched onto it like a rivet. You had to tear the whole house down. It was very painful.
That's what you said, isn't it? You're not going to deny it. I heard you, didn't I? You told me 10 times, 100 times, that you were going to run your lousy electrical contraption. I wasn't seeing things, was I? That's what we all came here for, isn't it? I'm not making it up. That's why we sold the house for a song and threw up your paper. That's why you dragged us all here, like it or not, by force, into this swamp, this pigsty, this muck. Am I right?
Yes, my love.
Good. Well, I want to see it, understand? I want to see it. I want to see every bit of it. I've sacrificed everything, my whole life, my health, my future, everything. I haven't anything left. I want to see them grow, understand? Grow.
She planted herself there defiantly. She handed it to him full in the face. Her hard labor had given her biceps that were no joke. They looked like hams. She chewed tobacco in the fields. She only smoked her pipe in the evening and when she went to market. Euseb, the postman, who hadn't delivered in our neck of the woods for years, had to start in again. He came around 2 or 3 times a day. The news had spread around the country like wildfire that certain agriculturists were doing wonders, performing real miracles, raising potatoes with magnetic waves. Our old crowd of inventors had picked up our track. They all seemed mighty happy to hear that the 3 of us were safe and sound. They besieged us with new projects. They bore us no grudge at all. The postman was good and sick of it. 3 times a week he had to tote whole sacks of manuscripts. His pouch was so heavy his frame had caved in. He'd been using a double chain. His bike had folded up. He'd put into the department for a new one. From the very start, de Pereire had taken to meditating again. He really took advantage of his solitude and leisure. He finally felt equal to the hazards of fate, all of them. He was deep in his meditations, absolutely determined. The great decision. He'd face up to his destiny, not overconfident, not overcautious, just forewarned.
Ferdinand, see here and take note. Events are shaping up pretty much as I predicted, but they've got a little ahead of themselves. The rhythm has been a little hasty, which wasn't what I wanted. Nevertheless, you'll see. Observe. Don't lose a scrap, not one luminous atom. Behold, my child, how Cortial is going to crush, to tame, to chain, to subjugate rebellious fortune. Behold with wonderment. Open your ears. Try to be fearless, ready at a moment's notice. The second I catch her, I'll pass her on to you. And go to it. Clutch her, strangle her. It will be your turn. Kiss her, mangle the bitch. My strictly private needs are those of an ascetic. I shall soon be replete, stuffed, submerged in abundance. Yours to bleed her, drain her to the gills. You're at an age for follies. Take advantage, overdo it. Gods above, shine. Do what you please with her. For me there'll always be too much and to spare. Embrace me. Lord, how lucky we are.
It wasn't easy to do any embracing on account of my overcoat that was solidly moored with strings inside my pants. It curtailed my movements, but kept me good and warm. It was necessary. The winter was on us. In spite of the fireplace and the caulking, the main building was lousy with draughts. It kept in all the winds and very little heat. It was a strainer for the cold. It was really a very old house. This inspiration that de Pereire had after all his meditations at the big ball and in the woods was really terrific. His ideas were even bolder and more far-sighted than usual. He fathomed the needs of the world.
The individual is washed up. You won't get anything out of individuals. It's to the family, Ferdinand, that we'll have to turn. Once and for all to the family. Everything for and by the family.
His grand appeal was addressed to the anguished fathers of France, to those whose sovereign preoccupation was the future of their dear little ones, to those who were slowly being crucified by daily life in corrupt, putrid, unhealthy cities, to those who were ready to attempt the impossible to save their poor little cherubs from the atrocious fate of slavery in a shop, from bookkeepers' tuberculosis, to the mothers who dreamed of a wholesome, spacious existence for their little darlings, absolutely in the open air, far from the city's putrefaction, of a future fully secured by the fruits of wholesome labor, in the country, of great sunlit joys, peaceful and complete. De Pereire solemnly guaranteed all that and a good deal more. He and his wife would take complete care of those lucky little tykes, their primary education, their secondary rationalistic education, too, and finally of their higher learning, positivistic, zootechnic, and horticultural. In 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, our radio-telluric farm was transformed, with the help of our subscribers, into the renovated familistery for the creation of a new race. That's what we called our farm in our prospectus. In a few days, our appeals, all sent out by Taponnier, had covered several Paris neighborhoods, the most populous, the most congested, and for the hell of it, a few of the slum districts out by Achères, where it stinks. We had only one worry, that the invasion would start too soon. We dreaded over-enthusiasm like the plague. We knew all about it. With our radio-tellurism, plentiful fare would be no problem. All in all, there was only one thing to worry about. The market would be glutted with our indigenous potatoes. We'd think about that in due time. We'd raise pigs, millions of them. We'd have plenty of poultry, too. The pioneers would eat chicken. Cordial was all in favor of a mixed diet. Meat is good for growth. Obviously, we'd have no trouble clothing our little charges in the linen we raised on our farm, woven in choral cadence on long winter evenings. Sounds pretty good. All very promising. A beehive of agricultural industry, but under the aegis of intelligence, not of mere instinct. Ah, yes, that distinction meant a good deal to Cordial. He wanted his hive to be rhythmical, flowing, intuitive. That was how he summed up the situation. Playing all the while, learning on every hand, building their lungs, the children of the new race would at the same time joyfully provide a spontaneous labor force, quickly trained and stable, absolutely free of charge. Without constraint, they would harness their youthful vigor to the needs of neo-pluriradiant agriculture. This great reform was rooted in the depths, in the very sap of the countryside. It would flourish in the heart of nature. We'd all bask in its perfume. Cordial sniffed in advance. We were especially counting on our charges, on their zeal and enthusiasm, to pull out weeds, to uproot them, to clear more ground. A perfect pastime for kids, the worst torture for adults. Relieved of the petty tasks of common farming by this industrious afflux, de Pereire would be free to devote himself entirely to the delicate regulation, the endless adjustments of his polarizer complex. He'd rule the waves. He wouldn't do anything else. He'd flood our subsoil. He'd overwhelm it with telluric torrents. Our pamphlet looked good. We had 10,000 of them sent to various neighborhoods. It must have responded to a good many secret desires, unspoken longings. Anyway, we almost immediately received a deluge of answers, with truculent comments, almost all of them extremely flattering. What seems to have struck most of our subscribers in particular was the extreme modesty of our terms. It's true that we'd cut our prices to rock bottom. We could hardly have done better. To carry a pupil from early childhood, minimum age 7, to the draft board, to provide him with board and lodging for 13 consecutive years, to develop his character, his lungs, his mind, and his arms, to inculcate the love of nature, to teach him a magnificent trade, and last but not least to give him, when he left the phalanstery, the magnificent and valid diploma of a radiogeometric engineer. All we asked of the parents, everything included, was the lump, global, and definitive sum of 400 francs. This sum, these immediate receipts, were to enable us to buy our wire and set up our circuits, our underground currents. We weren't expecting the impossible. 4 carloads of potatoes a month would do for a starter. The moment an undertaking begins to shape up, it becomes ipso facto the butt of 1,000 hostile, treacherous, subtle, and untiring intrigues. Nobody can say different. A tragic fatality penetrates its very fibers, slowly lacerates its warp so profoundly that, when you come right down to it, the shrewdest captains, the snootiest conquerors, can only hope to escape disaster, to keep from cracking up, by some cockeyed miracle. Such is the nature and the burden, the true upshot of the most admirable ventures. It's in the cards. Human genius is out of luck. The Panama disaster, it's the same old lesson, ought to bring the most outrageous blowhards to their senses, make them do some tall thinking about the perfidy of fate, the murky harbingers of hard luck. Phoo! The slings and arrows! Destiny eats prayers like a toad eats flies. It jumps on them, crushes them, mangles them, swallows them. It feasts on them and shoots them out in tiny little turds, ex-votive spitballs for the bride-to-be. Making due allowances, we in Blême-le-Petit got it liberally in the neck from the very beginning of our operation. First, the notary in person. He descended on us pretty near every afternoon, in the most menacing terms, to make us pay his balance. He'd read a sensational story in the paper about our magnificent experiments. He thought we had secret funds. He thought we were loaded. He demanded immediate payment for his beat-up farm and his swampy acreage. Our creditors from the Palais Royal were all bursting with impatience. Taponnier, too. He'd been so nice at first. Now he was getting to be the crummiest of the lot. He read the papers, too. The jerk thought we were getting subsidized, drawing gravy from the Ministry of Education. In addition to quantities of manuscripts relating to the research that would surely be required, we were riddled with court orders of all kinds. We were practically attached before we'd even seen the color of our first potato. The constabulary jumped on the pretext for a little jaunt out our way to get an eyeful of our astonishing mugs, to give us the once-over. Our clever prospectus in behalf of the race had kind of upset the legal authorities. The inspector of schools, another envious character, naturally, had expressed certain doubts about our right to open an educational institution. Doubting was his business. In the end, they were only average mean. They merely took the opportunity, which was to be expected, to give us a not unfriendly warning that, all things considered, we'd better content ourselves with something of the nursery, summer camp, or sanatorium type. That if we carried the educational aspect too far, we'd inevitably fall foul of the authorities, the whole lot of them. A delicate dilemma, if ever there was one. To perish or to teach? We thought it over. We hadn't really made up our minds, when a bunch of snoopy parents came hiking out one Sunday afternoon around 4 o'clock to see for themselves. They carefully examined the farm, all the outbuildings, the general look of the place. We never saw them again. Nuts! We were beginning to lose hope. So many adverse winds, such rotten incomprehension, such deep-seated malevolence. It was really too much. And then, one fine day, the sky finally cleared. Almost at once we received 18 enthusiastic registrations. Ah, these were really conscientious parents, who frankly cursed the city and its pestilential air. They frankly agreed with us. They subscribed immediately to our new race reform. They sent us their kids with an advance on the fee to be incorporated immediately in the agricultural phalanx. 100 francs here, 200 there, the rest to follow. All we got was advances, never the full sum. They promised to send the rest later on. Plenty of goodwill in any case. Their enthusiasm was genuine, but kind of obscure. Economy, foresight, and a big helping of suspicion. Anyway, the kids came. 15 in all. 9 boys and 6 girls. 3 didn't show up. It seemed best to pay a little attention to the judge's advice. A word to the wise. We'd play it cagey for a starter. A little caution wouldn't hurt us. Later on, when the experiment had proved a success, things would take care of themselves. They'd come begging. We'd unfurl our banner. The new race, flower of the furrows. With the dough that first batch of kids brought us, we couldn't buy much. Not even all the beds we needed. Not even mattresses. We all slept in straw, in perfect equality. The girls on one side, the boys on the other. After all, we couldn't send them back to their parents. That chicken feed didn't last a week. It was already speculated in all directions. It was gone in no time. The notary alone claimed 3/4 of it. The rest went for wire. Maybe about 5 spools, but the large size, mounted on a trestle, ready to unroll. Right at the beginning, our old cutie, foreseeing trouble, had planted some kind of super potato that grew even in the winter-time. There's no hardier spud in existence. If the worst came to the worst, and Cortial's waves didn't yield all we expected, we'd still have a crop. He couldn't very well prevent them from growing. That would be mighty weird, in fact unheard of. We all got down to work. We strung wire wherever he told us. With a little extra encouragement, to be on the safe side, we'd have wound 3 or 4 copper garlands around the roots of every plant. It was a memorable job, especially the way we were situated on the hillside, full in the north wind. Even in the most biting gale, our kids were happy. All they cared about was being out of doors the whole time. Never a minute in the house. Most all of them came from the suburbs. They weren't obedient, especially a skinny little character, Dudule, who wanted to feel up all the girls. We had to sleep him between us. They began to cough. Luckily, our old honeybun knew a little something about medicine. She covered them with poultices from head to toe. They didn't even mind having their skin ripped off, as long as they weren't shut in. They wanted to be outside come hell and high water. We ate out of the big kettle, enormous quantities of soup. After 3 weeks of toil, the immense potato field was one network of wire, strung just below the surface with 1,000 joints in dotted lines. It was real needle-prick work. Turn her on. De Pereire had only to shoot the juice through the fibers. He started his contraption. Right away he gave those spuds a series of terrible shocks, of powerful, intensely telluric discharges, with a few little bursts of alternating in between. He even got up in the middle of the night to give them a little extra, to stimulate them more completely, to stir them up to the maximum. It worried the old sugar bun to have him going out in the cold like that. She woke with a start. She yelled at him to put something on. We'd been worrying along for about a month when all of a sudden our courtial began casting about for excuses. That was a very bad sign. "I'd have preferred," he said, "to try leeks." He kept saying that more and more often in front of the old lady. He wanted to see her reaction. "What would you say to radishes?" His wife gave him a cross-eyed look. She pushed up her dip in front. She didn't care for his insinuations. Hell, he'd made his bed. He shouldn't try to wriggle out of it. Our pioneers were thriving. They made the most of their freedom. We didn't hem them in. They did what they pleased. They even attended to their own discipline. Terrible thrashings they gave each other. The littlest was the worst. The same old Dudule. He was 7.5. The oldest of the flock was practically a young lady, Mésange Rambaud, the blonde with the green eyes. She had a nice billowy ass, and her tits stuck out sharp. Madame de Pereire wasn't exactly a simple soul. She didn't trust our little wench around the corner, especially when she had her period. She'd fixed her up a special bunk in a corner of the barn so she could sleep all by herself when she fell off the roof. That didn't keep her from monkeying around with the brats. Nature, nature. That ornery postman caught her one night behind the chapel at the end of the village, doing it with Tatave, Jules, Julien. All 4 of them were together. This Eusebe, the postman, had it in for us on account of the distances we made him travel. The department hadn't given him his bike. It would take 2 years. He wasn't entitled to it. He couldn't stand our guts. He wanted us to supply him with shoes. We didn't have any for ourselves. Naturally, moseying along on foot, he saw everything that went on. The day he caught the kids having fun, he doubled back extra, just to tell us what he thought of us, after he'd seen it all, as if it was our fault. Peeping Toms are always like that. First, they get a good eyeful. They don't miss an atom. And then, when the party's over, they're all indignation. We told him off. We had more serious things to worry about. In our beat-up hamlet, there hadn't been any traffic for going on 20 years. Once this potato jazz got around, it was an invasion, a parade of sightseers from morning to night. The whole department was full of false rumors. The people from Persan and Saligon took the front row. They wanted all kinds of specimens and explanations. You couldn't put them off. They wanted to know if it was dangerous, if our system mightn't blow up and start the earth vibrating. As the experiment went ahead, as time passed, de Pereire was getting more and more cautious. He dropped ifs and maybes that sounded really ominous, lots of them, more and more. It was worrisome. He'd hardly ever said if and maybe at the Palais Royal. About a week later, he had to stop the dynamo and the motor. It was getting a little risky, he told us at that point, to pour on more waves and current. We'd better stop a while. We could start up again later, after a breathing spell. Waves of the telluric variety were perfectly capable of engendering certain individual disorders. You never could tell. Absolutely unforeseeable repercussions detrimental to the physiology. Personally, de Pereire was feeling the effects of saturation. He was having dizzy spells. Hearing these remarks, the farmers and sightseers began to get suspicious. They shoved off, plenty worried. New complaints came in. The cops dropped in again. But there wasn't much they could say about our phalanstery. The kids had nothing wrong with them. None of them had taken sick. We'd only lost our 7 rabbits. A rough case of epizootic. Maybe it was the climate, or the food. Finally, the cops went away. Not long after that, our cunning little pioneers got fed up on our Spartan fare. They griped something awful. They were insubordinate. They had to build up their strength, didn't they? They'd have eaten the whole country. They found a way. It was their idea. One day they came home with 3 bunches of carrots, and the next day a crate of turnips, a ton of beans, all for the soup. The chow was looking up. Then came a dozen eggs and 3 pounds of butter and some bacon. It's perfectly true we were out of all those things. This looting wasn't for the hell of it. It wasn't from wickedness. Madame de Pereire couldn't hardly go out any more since we'd started our intensive farming. She was busy all the time with the circuits, patching them up so the juice would go through. She only got to Persan once a week. At table, nobody batted an eyelash. We dove right in. It was a case of compelling circumstances. The next day they brought home an old hen, all plucked. It turned into soup fast. As banquets go, we could have used a little wine. We didn't exactly suggest it. Nevertheless, and regardless, we had wine on the table the following days, several different vintages. Where the kids found all that, we didn't ask. We let well enough alone. A wood fire is mighty pretty, but not very convenient. It's a nuisance to keep up. It burns too fast. You've got to keep stirring it up. They found some briquettes. They hauled them through the fields in a wheelbarrow. We had a beautiful fire. But it was getting risky. We counted on our potatoes to straighten everything out, our honor and all that, to dodge the worst reprisals. We went out to look at the spuds. We watched them like gems. We dug one up every hour to see what was going on. We started the wave machine up again. It was purring almost day and night. It used up lots of gas. We didn't see much results. The spuds the kids brought home, their hot vegetables, were always a good deal better looking. De Pereire had noticed that. He was more puzzled than ever. In his opinion, our wire wasn't right. The conductivity wasn't as good as we'd originally thought, or needed. That was perfectly possible. We went back to the big ball. Only once, just to look in. We'd better hadn't. Some reception we got. Agathe, the maid, wasn't there any more. She'd gone off with the town drummer, a married man with children. They'd shacked up for the sheer ass of it. Moral turpitude, they put the blame on me. Everybody was down on me in the village and environs. When the whole lot of them had screwed her, so help me. They said I'd debauched her. They wouldn't have anything to do with either of us. They refused to gamble with us. They wouldn't listen to our Chantilly starters. They were laying their bets with the barber across from the post office. He'd taken over our whole system, envelopes, stamps, and all. Those people at the big ball knew plenty more about our smelly ways. They knew in particular that we were living off the land. All those chickens that had disappeared for 15 miles around. Same with the butter and carrots. We were the gypsies. They didn't say it in so many words because they were hypocrites, but they made some mighty pointed remarks about buckshots in the ass that certain people had coming to them, about a bunch of no-goods that would certainly end up in the pen. Amen, and so be it. Well, anyway, disagreeable remarks. We left without saying goodbye. It was a good 2-hour hike back to Blem. Time enough to meditate on our cool welcome. Things weren't doing so hot. Our affairs weren't cooking with gas. De Pereire knew it. I thought he was going to talk about it, but he talked about entirely different things on the road. About the stars again and the heavenly bodies, about their distances and satellites, about the magical dances they spin while we're mostly asleep, about constellations so dense you'd take them for clouds of stars. We'd been walking quite a while. He was getting winded. He always got too excited when he got talking about the sky and the cosmogonic trajectories. It went to his head. We had to slow down. We climbed up on a bank. He was panting. We sat down.
"You see, Ferdinand, I can't manage it any more. I can't do two things at once, when I used to be always doing 3 or 4. Ah, it's no joke, Ferdinand. It's no joke. I don't mean life, Ferdinand. It's time, I mean. Life is ourselves. It's nothing. Time is everything. Look at the little stars of Orion. You see Sirius, right next to the snake? They pass. They pass. They're heading over yonder to join the great galaxies of Antiope."
He was done in. His arms fell back on his knees.
"You see, Ferdinand, on a night like this, I could have located Betelgeuse again. A night for vision. A really crystalline night. Maybe with the telescope we still could. It's the telescope I'm not likely to find so soon. Ah, Christ, what a stinking muddle when I think of it. Can you imagine, Ferdinand? Can you imagine? Say, you really went for it, didn't you?"
It made him laugh to think of it. I didn't answer. I didn't feel like gilding his pill any more. When he got his optimism back, he always did something idiotic. He went on talking about one thing and another.
"Ferdinand, you see, my boy, I wish I were someplace else. Someplace completely different. Somewhere, I don't know."
He made some more gestures. He described parabolas. He moved his hands through the Milky Ways, high, high up in the atmosphere. He discovered another twinkler, a little thing to explain. He wanted to talk some more, but he couldn't. His words scraped too hard. His chest was bothering him.
"The fall gives me asthma," he said.
So then he was quiet. He dozed off for a while, huddled up in the grass. I woke him on account of the cold, maybe half an hour later. We started off again very slowly. Nobody has ever seen kids thrive like ours, growing so fast, getting so strong and muscular, since we'd been eating with no holds barred. We had enormous stews. We really put it away. And all the brats were on wine. They wouldn't take any reprimands or advice. They said we shouldn't worry about them. They were doing all right. Our headache was mésange. Supposing one of the little thugs knocked her up. Sometimes she'd get a dreamy look that boded no good. Madame de Pereire had it on her mind. She marked crosses on the calendar to show when she was due. All day long our pioneers sniped and snaffled around in the barns and farmyards. They got up again at night when they felt like it. It depended on the moon. They told us a certain amount. Our agricultural labors were mostly in the morning. When it came to bringing home the bacon, our little angels had gotten remarkably enterprising and ingenious. They were everywhere at once, in everybody's fields, but nobody ever saw them. They played Indians for real. They were crafty. After 6 months of scouting and fancy trailing in every kind of terrain, they'd learned to get their bearings by dead reckoning. They could do it in their sleep. They knew the most labyrinthine pathways, the most secret hideouts, the position of every clod of earth better than the native hares. They'd catch them by surprise. That'll give you an idea. Without them, I don't mind telling you, we'd have starved. We were stone broke. They stoked us to the gills. It gave them a kick to see us get fat. All they ever heard from us was compliments. Our old cutie was champing at the bit. She'd have liked to say something. It was too late. The food problem comes first. With the kids gone, we'd have croaked. The country is merciless. We never issued a word of command. The initiative was all theirs. Raymond's father, a lampman on the railroad in the Levallois sector, was the only one who came to see us the first winter. It was easier for him because he had a railroad pass. He hardly knew his Raymond. He'd gotten so big and strong. The kid had always been frail. Now he was a champ. We didn't tell him the whole story. Raymond was a wonder. For swiping eggs, he was in a class by himself. He'd snitch them out from under the hen, without making her squawk. The velvet touch. The father was the honest kind. He wanted to settle his debt. Now that his kid was so husky, so perfectly built, he talked of taking him back to Levallois. He thought he looked well enough. We wouldn't hear of it. We put up stiff resistance. We made him a present of his dough. He still owed us 300 smackers, on the sole condition that he'd leave the kid with us until he'd learned all there was to know about agriculture. That kid was worth his weight in gold. We sure didn't want to lose him. And he was glad to stay with us. He wasn't looking for a change. So our life was getting organized. We were detested for 15 miles around. They hated us tooth and nail. But tucked away all by ourselves in Blême-le-Petit, it was hard for them to catch us red-handed. The old cutie got fatter than anybody else on the fruits of the kid's larceny, so she couldn't say a thing. Her field didn't feed her, or her hat, or her pants. She heaved some comical sighs after sipping her brandy. She couldn't get over it the way little by little she'd got used to this unspeakable piracy. She'd taken to drink, maybe from repressed sorrow. A nip, another, and pretty soon she couldn't do without her pousse café.
"Let fate take its course," she sighed, "seeing as you're no good for anything."
She was talking to Courtial. We stored our victuals in our attic, in our basement, and in a corner of the barn. The kids had contests to see who could bring back the most in a day. We could have held out 6 months, gone through several honest-to-God sieges. We were fixed. Groceries, beer, margarine, absolutely everything. But we were 18 at table, 16 of whom were growing. A crowd like that can put it away, especially when stationed in the country. 2 of our pioneer girls, aged 11 and 12, had brought home pretty near 14 cans of gasoline for the boss's motor. He was beaming. The next day was his birthday. The other kids came back from Contourville, 5 miles away, with a big basket of babas, eclairs, and wafers, all kinds of cream buns, and an assortment of aperitifs. In addition, to make it even funnier, they brought us stamped receipts. That was really sharp. They'd paid cash for the whole business. Our clever little angels. They were swiping money now in the open fields, where it doesn't lie around. It was kind of miraculous. This time again we didn't say boo. We lost our authority. But those little tricks leave traces. 2 days later, the cops came around asking for Big Gustave and Little Léon. They hauled them off to Beauvais. We couldn't protest. They got themselves pinched picking up a billfold. It was a common, ordinary trap, on a windowsill, an ambush if ever there was one. A report had been made on the spot. There'd been 4 witnesses. The thing couldn't be denied, and it couldn't be fixed. The best was to make a show of surprise, amazement, horror. We made a show. They arrested our Lucien, the curly-head, 4 days later, on pure hearsay, something about a chicken coop. The farmer had turned him in. The following week they came for Glass-Eye Philippe, but there were no proofs against him. They had to return him to us. Even so, it was a hecatomb. It was getting pretty plain that those hicks, always so slow to make up their minds, had finally sworn to wreck our whole business. They hated our guts. Actually, they were threatening to burn the whole house down with us in it. Euseb had tipped us off. To be roasted like rats, wouldn't that be nice? They wanted to stop our racket. The old cutie was the first to feel the fury of the insurgent populace. They'd run her out of the market in person. She tried to do a little business, to pass off a whole basket of lovely second-hand eggs. It didn't wash. They'd recognized where they came from. They got mean. They were delirious with hate and rage. She beat it out of there fast. In another minute they'd have beaten the shit out of her. She was in a terrible state when she got home. Right away she cooked herself up a big coffee pot full of her mixture, a concoction of verbena and mint, plus pretty near a third of Banyuls. She was developing a taste for strong stuff, especially distilled wines. Sometimes she even drank liniment. That set her up quickly. It was a mixture recommended by a number of midwives at the time. They said it was the best thing for night nurses. We were all gathered around her, talking about this assault, examining the consequences. The bottles were out on the table. In comes the sergeant. Right away he starts cussing us out. He tells us not to move. "We'll come and get you at the end of next week. This circus has been going on long enough. We're fed up and then some. You've been given plenty of warning. Saturday we're taking you up to the county seat. We've got a clear case against the whole lot of you. If I catch a single one of your little gallows birds on the loose, if they set foot outside this village, they'll be picked up immediately. Immediately, understand? Have I made myself clear?" It seems the public prosecutor had enough evidence against us to put us in the pen for 20 years. Courtial, Madame, and myself. There were plenty of charges. Kidnapping, moral turpitude, obscene practices, illegal gambling, fraudulent tax returns, vice, burglary, abuse of confidence, nocturnal marauding, concealment of minors. Anyway, a whole waterfall. A complete assortment. That sergeant was giving us a pain in the neck. Only Madame de Pereire, though shaken at first, what would you expect, perked up pretty soon. She didn't bat an eyelash. She bounced up like one man. She stood right up to him. She leapt to her feet with an impetus so violent, so bristling with indignation, so fired with rage, that the sergeant wavered under the charge. He couldn't believe his ears. He blinked. She had him hypnotized. There was no other word for it. She answered in terms that nobody could have refuted. That dumb farmer couldn't have imagined. She came back at him. She accused him of personally fomenting the whole yokels' rebellion, the whole abominable jacquerie. He was the guilty party. Flummoxed, lashed, flayed, he was trembling in his boots. Contemptuous and sardonic, she called him a poor bastard. He was on the defensive. He hadn't one word to say for himself. She put her hat on. High above him she swayed from side to side, glaring like a cobra. She forced him backward. She threw him out. He skedaddled like a canary. He climbed onto his bicycle and rode away, zigzagging all over the road. He reeled through the night with his little red lamp. We watched him disappearing. He couldn't keep straight. One of our campfire girls, Camille, for all she was a smart little number, got nabbed 3 days later in the garden of the presbytery at Landrezon, a stink-hole on the other side of the forest. She was just slipping out of the kitchen with a Parmesan cheese, a couple of crawfish, and some sloe gin, 2 bottles. She'd taken everything she could lay hands on, plus the altar cruets. That was the most serious. They were solid silver. She'd been caught in the act. They'd all chased her. They'd cornered her on the bridge. Poor little kitten. She'd never be back. They'd locked her up in Versailles. That snake-in-the-grass postman hurried over with the news. He'd gone out of his way. Our situation was getting cockeyed, a mean balancing act. You didn't need to be very smart to realize at that point that all the kids in our phalanstery were sunk. One by one they'd be caught foraging, even if they were 10 times as careful, even if they went out only at night. We tightened our belts. We were more and more cautious. We didn't have much margarine or oil or sardines. We were nuts about sardines. It was the shortage of tuna fish and sardines that really got us down. We couldn't make any more French fries. We holed up behind the blinds. We watched the approaches. We were afraid some hayseed would try to pick us off in the dusk. They came around now and then. They passed outside our windows on bikes with their guns. We had a blunderbuss, too, an old double-barreled shotgun, and a police pistol. The former tenant had left them. They were still hanging in the kitchen on a nail over the fireplace. One night when there was nothing to do and we couldn't even go out, de Pereire took down the old blunderbuss. He started cleaning it, running a rag dipped in kerosene through the 2 barrels with a string, working the trigger. I could feel the state of siege coming. We only had 7 left, 4 boys, 3 girls. We wrote their parents, asking if they wouldn't like to take them back. Our agricultural experiment had been disappointing in certain respects. Unforeseen circumstances obliged us to dismiss some of our pupils, temporarily. Those crummy parents didn't even answer. Absolutely no conscience. Only too glad to leave their headaches to us. So then we asked the kids if they wouldn't like us to deposit them in some charitable institution. At the county seat, maybe. Hearing those few words, they came back at us so aggressive, so absolutely furious. For a minute I expected a massacre. They wanted no part of it. We threw in the sponge right away. We'd given those brats too much freedom and initiative. It was too late to get them back in line. Hell, they didn't mind running around in rags and eating once in a blue moon, but they wouldn't stand for interference. They got nasty mean. They didn't even try to understand. They didn't give a shit about the circumstances. We tried to explain that life is like that we all have our obligations, that law and order screw you in the long run, that if you go snaffling right and left, you always get caught sooner or later, that one fine day you come to a very bad end. They told us to jerk off with our rotten bullshit. For their money, we were piss-pots, miserable drips. They wouldn't do anything we said. They wouldn't listen. Some new race they turned out to be. Dudule, the youngest of the gang, went out looking for eggs. Raymond was afraid. He was getting too big. Little Dudule was our raft of the Medusa. We hoped, we prayed, all the time he was out, that he'd come home safe, sound, and bringing something. He brought back a pigeon. We ate it practically raw with carrots. He knew the country better than any hunting dog. You couldn't see him 6 feet away. He'd lie in wait for hours to nab his bird, without cord, ball, or string, with 2 little fingers. Crick, crick. He showed me how he did it. It was subtle. It was neat.
"Bet you a dime I catch her, and you won't hear nothing."
It was true. You didn't hear a thing. 2 of our windows were smashed the same week. Yokels passing lickety-split on their bikes. They stoned us more and more. They'd hide. They'd come back again. Christ, were they mean. And we were on our good behavior. We didn't fight back. And we should have. They gave us plenty of provocation. A good volley of buckshot in the ass. Our pioneers were keeping out of sight. They only went out before dawn, maybe an hour or 2 in the gloaming, in the first streaks of light, so as to have some idea what they were doing. The farmers had stationed mutts in every yard in the county, wild, vicious, ferocious monsters. In addition, we were sadly lacking in shoes for those awful hikes over rocky paths. It was torture. With all their practice, the kids often cut themselves. At daybreak in the rain, especially now it was coming on November, their rags looked like comical patches of bandages. They were coughing more and more. Sure, they were tough little bandits, but they weren't immune to bronchitis. They sank in up to their ass in the deep furrows. When the dry cold set in, they were through. They couldn't make it without shoes. Their feet would have fallen off. In the winter, our plateau came in for plenty of gales. It was swept by the north wind. We warmed up all right at night, but it was stifling in the room. The smoke came back at us from the fireplace. We had nothing but damp wood. There hadn't been any coal for weeks. We couldn't stand it. We put the whole business out. We were afraid it would start up again. We threw water on the coals. There was nothing for the kids to do but go to bed. Pretty often around midnight, Courtial would get up. He couldn't sleep. He'd take his muffled lamp and head for the barn. He'd fiddle around with his contraption. He'd start it up for a few minutes. His wife would jump up in her straw and go out too to see for herself. I could hear them cussing each other at the far end of the yard. She'd come running back. She woke me up. She wanted to show me the spuds. They weren't pretty, those spuds growing in the waves. They were pimply, repulsive. Hell! She called me to witness. They weren't getting very fat. That was plain as day. I didn't dare to say so, to agree with her too much, but I couldn't disagree either. They were gnawed, shriveled, loathsome, and putrid. In addition, they were full of maggots. Courtial's potatoes. We couldn't even eat them ourselves, not even in our own soup, and we weren't hard to please. Madame de Pereire was dead sure the experiment had been a failure.
And that, Ferdinand, is what he thinks he's going to send to market. What do you think, eh? Who's he expect to sell them to? It's too much. It's a disaster. What I'd like to know is, where's the sap that's going to buy such garbage? Just tell me where that nitwit is keeping himself so I can send him a basket of flowers. My, oh my, there's a man I want to see. That dodo of mine is nuts. Say, come to think of it, who does he take me for?
It's true they were disgusting, yet those spuds were meticulously cared for. Choice seeds, coddled day and night. They were completely moldy, crawling with vermin, with grubs and centipedes, and the smell was really nasty, infinitely sickening in spite of the bitter cold. That wasn't normal either, an unusual phenomenon. It was the smell that stymied me. A stinking potato is something very rarely seen. This was a very strange variety of hard luck. "Shh," I went. "You'll wake up the kids." She went back to the experimental field. She took her lantern and her spade. The temperature was around 15. She picked out the wormiest. She dug them up one by one, as many as she could, until dawn.